You've just helped the military eliminate a city-destroying level demonic beast, only to be informed that your recent missions resulted in numerous civilian casualties and the destruction of critical facilities. As a consequence, you're now being reassigned to teach at an anomaly academy. On your very first day, you discovered that one of your students had awakened the ability to create flour within a specific area, and the academy had assigned him to the domestic abilities department to make steamed buns. You smirked devilishly at this. Kid, ever heard of dust explosions? Dust explosions? Jiang Kai tilted his head, utterly bewildered. So, Lin Lu motioned for Jiang Kai to sit down and began explaining what a dust explosion is. A dust explosion occurs when combustible dust suspended in the air reaches a certain concentration range and encounters a heat source with sufficient temperature. This causes rapid oxidation and combustion, releasing a large amount of heat, which leads to a sudden increase in gas pressure and uncontrolled expansion effects, resulting in an explosion. Talk is cheap. Show me by creating a dust zone first. Jiang Kai nodded repeatedly and generated a low-concentration dust area. Lin Lu ignited a lighter, lit a wooden stick, and tossed it into the dust zone. The moment it landed, the entire half-meter spherical area erupted like gasoline meeting as spark flames surged violently, expanding and burning fiercely before vanishing 2 seconds later. Jiang Kai stared at the scene before him, his face flushed red. He never imagined his ability could be used like this. See, as long as you can control the density of this area, you can ignite it. Of course, just igniting it is useless, you need to trigger a massive explosion. This time, try increasing the dust density. Jiang Kai nodded, raised both hands, and began creating a dust-filled space. Remember, density isn't always better. Combustion requires sufficient oxygen. What you need to do is experiment repeatedly to fine-tune the optimal concentration for the explosion. In less than a minute, a circular dust zone visible to the naked eye appeared before the two of them. Hold it steady. Let's move farther away. Lin Lu pulled Jiang Kai away from the spherical zone. After walking about 150 meters, Lin Lu took out an igniter and hurled it with force. The moment the flame touched the dust zone, a wave of heat surged toward them. With a deafening boom, a violent explosion erupted, leaving a massive crater where the dust zone had been. This power. Jiang Kai was stunned. An ability everyone had dismissed as trash had, under Teacher Lin's guidance, unleashed such terrifying force. Teacher Lin, am I seeing ghosts? Smack. Lin Lu lightly tapped the back of Jiang Kai's head. Quit joking. It's broad daylight, where are the ghosts? Do you think you can use it effectively now? Look at how far we are from the explosion point. Jiang Kai calmed down, then showed a troubled expression. Yeah, even if it can explode, so what? Once high mobility combat begins, my preset dust clouds will be quickly detected. How do I ignite them? Throw igniters like Instructor Lin? That's not realistic. Jiang Kai fell into deep thought. Beside him, Lin Lu smiled and nodded. Exactly. Young man, think carefully, only through thinking can you improve. Alright, that's enough for today. Tonight, you need to do 3 things. First, train the distance of your dust zones. Second, fine-tune the optimal explosive concentration. You can achieve this by shrinking the dust zones and observing the combustion speed in micro areas. Third, try creating multiple zones in one go. Don't ask why. Once you've accomplished all this, I'll tell you what to do next. Jiang Kai's gloom vanished, and his previously dull eyes now shone with light. Watching the exhilarated Jiang Kai, Lin Lu almost blurted out the words hidden in his heart. Do you believe in the light? After bidding farewell to Jiang Kai, it was already late at night when Lin Lu returned home. He boiled a pack of instant noodles and began eating. Beep beep beep, the blue crystal video call beside him rang. Hello, my lady, your knight is at your service. Quit the sweet talk. How's life as a new teacher? The caller was none other than his girlfriend, Su Meng. Gazing at her dreamlike face on the screen, Lin Lu set down his bowl and chopsticks. First day was just so, but today I spotted a promising seedling. I believe in a year's time, his strength could reach S-class level. S-class? What's his current rank then? If possible, I could help make an introduction. No need, he's still growing. When the time is right, we'll place him in the military department. After chatting for a while, Su Meng reminded Lin Lu, by the way, I might need to trouble you with something. My younger sister Su Shui secretly submitted a teacher application to Violet Academy without telling our family. She'll probably arrive in a few days, so please look out for her then. Ah, that girl? Lin Lu felt a headache coming on. If there was anyone or anything from the Su family that gave him trouble, Su Shui ranked first. Her strength was formidable. Her teleportation ability combined with her martial arts prowess made her almost as strong as an S-class combatant. She was also the direct disciple of Wuxin, the martial arts grandmaster of Dragon Country. Not only that, but this girl was also mischievously clever, constantly cracking jokes and talking nonsense. Every time Lin Lu met her, it felt like walking to the execution ground. Can you just not let her come? A talent like Su Shui, wherever she goes, she would be a key figure to nurture. Why come to me? Looking at Lin Lu's dejected expression, Su Meng burst into laughter. The next day, Lin Lu went to class with a heavy heart. As he passed by the playground, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Jiang Kai. At that moment, he was being surrounded and attacked by several senior ability users. Ha ha ha, trash is trash. What right do you have to apply for the body tempering elixir? That elixir is for combat ability users. How dare a life support ability user like you even think of applying? Enough talk, grab whatever he's holding. As they spoke, they stomped on Jiang Kai with force. Jiang Kai didn't yield, tightly clutching a green bottle to his chest. What are you doing? Lin Lu walked over, casually grabbing one of the students and throwing him aside. Thud, the thrown student landed ungracefully, face first into the dirt. The surrounding students immediately stopped upon seeing this. Who are you, daring to interfere in our business? A second-year student gathered a fireball in his right hand and hurled it at Lin Lu. The fireball shot forward swiftly, carrying a wave of scorching heat toward Lin Lu. TSK, ignorance. Facing the incoming fireball, Lin Lu's right wristband flashed, and his arm was instantly clad in pure white armor. With a casual wave of his hand, the fireball was deflected, exploding in the distance. Seeing the situation, several students immediately surrounded Lin Lu. Facing the siege of these reckless youngsters, defeating them was as easy as drinking water for Lin Lu. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Lu was forced to strike, and soon all the combat-oriented students were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. To be honest, even city-destroying level mutant beasts would only meet their end before Lin Lu. While Lin Lu helped Jiang Kai up, a voice rang out, "Stop, who are you? Why are you bullying my students?" A man wearing the uniform of a Violet Academy teacher shouted sternly, "Teacher Ouyang, this guy attacked us." One student began to complain, "Teacher Ouyang, he used excessive force, he was trying to cripple us." Another student added, twisting the facts, "Who dares to lay a hand on our academy's people?" Lightning speed. Ouyang Ming transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Lin Lu with blinding speed. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Ouyang Ming raised his right hand, coiling the electricity around his arm and forging a sharp blade of blue lightning. "Never thought a Southern Anomaly Academy would have someone like you." Lin Lu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The teacher attacking him wasn't just an elemental-type ability user, he belonged to the most destructive category among them, lightning. ZZZZT, the sharp lightning blade descended, and the students eagerly anticipated Lin Lu being split in two. Swish! Yet, the scene of a bisected body never materialized. The armor in Lin Lu's right hand steadily blocked the Thunder Blade's attack and gave a push that made Ouyang Ming take a dozen steps back. Ha! The surrounding trainees looked at Lin Lu's stance and revealed unbelievable gazes. Who is Ouyang Ming? It was the strongest person of the young generation of the Ouyang clan, one of the two big clans in Nanyang City. The attack just now, although Ouyang Ming had collected some of his power, the attack power had definitely reached the level of a grade. Lin Lu just flicked away? You're strong. But assaulting someone from our Zijingwa Academy just won't do. Saying that, Ouyang Ming's entire body was filled with thunder and lightning, wanting to continue his attack. Hehe, I'm also a teacher of the Bohemia Alien Energy Academy. Just now a few trainees were disrespectful to me and even tried to attack me. What do you say? What? You're a teacher too? Ouyang Ming withdrew the thunderbolt. What about the account of the trainee in my class who was assaulted by them for no reason? Even if I sue the principal, I stand to reason. Lin Lu had an angry look on his face. These few people who were beaten by Lin Lu were all trainees in Ouyang Ming's class. Ouyang Ming had a preconceived notion of Lin Lu as someone else. Now, despite a burst of explanation from Lin Lu, it was already a difficult ride. Even if you're a teacher, so what? Assaulting a student is a waste of school rules. After saying that, Ouyang Ming gave a wink to a few kids from his class. A few trainees instantly understood in seconds and immediately lay on the ground wailing in pain. A loud wail startled the people around them. Look! A teacher is beating up a student. Look everyone! That's him! He's the one who got the blood on my mouth. Teachers and learners passing by gathered around. Oh, interesting. Lin Lu revealed an evil smile in his eyes. This Ouyang Ming had already been labeled as a half-dead unit. They. Nonsense. They robbed me of my body-hardening liquid, and it was Teacher Lin who helped me out, otherwise they kept beating me up. Jiang Kai didn't remain on the ground. He wiped the dust from his face and stood firmly beside Lin Lu. You. A living alien, using body-hardening liquid. Ha 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 ha. Heavenly joke. Can you fight? A cadet who had just bullied Jiang Kai let out a scoff. Body-quenching liquid. This is a monthly benefit that the academy gives to every student to strengthen the body. But because living alien doesn't have to go into battle, many combat alien will risk claiming these resources. The university knew about these fraudulent claims, but turned a blind eye. After all, you're a living alien, it's useless to have one. In the past, Jiang Kai didn't care about this and let him go. It wasn't worth it to feud with a combat alien for the sake of the body-hardening liquid. He wasn't the only one who thought so, so did the rest of the living aliens. Even many colleges acquiesced to this discrimination amongst the aliens. But it's different now. Jiang Kai saw the hope of becoming a combat alien. This body-tempering liquid had also become an important resource for improving strength. Early this morning, Jiang Kai went to the logistics department to collect his body-tempering liquid. The combat alien who had been impersonating Jiang Kai's resources saw this and immediately began to snatch it when Jiang Kai walked to the playground. And so what happened next happened. Ha 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 ha. First time I heard living alien to use body-quenching liquid, hey. Trash, you want to use your dust to give me a show, Wang Lu did not reward you, oh. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of jeering. Jiang Kai's anger continued to climb, and finally used his entire body to yell, Wang Lu. I'm going to launch a life and death ring. At you. S. Everyone in the room was shocked. One of the teachers watching saw that things were starting to get serious and immediately walked in. Mr. Jiang Kai, do you know what you're saying? It's not too late to take that back. No. This teacher, I'm going to start a life and death ring. Against him, I'm going to prove to everyone that we, living shifters, are also excellent fighters. Jiang Kai's eyes glowed. At this moment, he spat out all the grievances he had accumulated over the years. Despite your inability, you still have some guts, Wang Lu. Yang Ming sent a look over, and Wang Lu immediately nodded his head and said loudly, I also agree, please be a witness. The teacher who stepped forward let out a long sigh. Well. In a week's time, in the Golden Ring at the Academy, the two of you will fight it out. For a while, the matter of Jiang Kai and Wang Lu agreeing on the life and death ring spread throughout the entire Bohemia Academy. In the teacher's office after this day, there was a lively discussion about this topic. I can't imagine that the Jiang Kai, who has always been so obsequious, has this kind of arrogance. Yeah, I saw his usual sad face and thought he'd just offer to drop out this semester. After all, tuition at our Zinnia Academy isn't cheap. Now it seems that this kid is in a rage, otherwise how could he say such things? Wang Lu was a C-rank fire psychic, what could he, Jiang Kai, win with? Confused. Once in the life and death ring, even if you are killed, you can't blame others. It just so happens that the principal is away again, and Yang Ming and that new guy, Lin Lu, seem to be barreling into each other. The teachers were discussing one thing and another, not to mention the hilarity. Chapter 6, Special Training begins. Chapter 6, Special Training begins. Life and death ring, the two sides of the battle fight for their lives, and it does not end until one side dies or surrenders. And participants in the ring will not be disciplined in any way, even if they kill someone. Jiang Kai didn't go to class for the time being, and Lin Lu didn't go to the first year 3 class to teach, he just let the class leader arrange for the group to cultivate on their own. Lin Lu's reason for touching the fish is also very strange, with a beautiful name, to help Jiang Kai special training. But the group was nowhere near that, and they all fell into a lively discussion. Have you guys heard, Jiang Kai is actually going to challenge Wang Lu from the second year class? Of course I've heard about it, and it's a life and death ring, so you guys, who's going to win? Needless to ask? Of course it's Wang Lu. Jiang Kai also do not know what evil, go to collect the body-quenching liquid, was a few combat aliens surrounded and beaten. Luckily, Mr. Lin showed up and saved him. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion, a third-class cadet with glasses and severe black bags under his eyes looked out the window. Mr. Lin. Jiang Kai. Will you win? The military department's special warfare team base in Nanyang City, Lin Lu brought Jiang Kai here. Mr. Lin is this a place where we can come? Hey, what can't come here? Your special ability is too dangerous, only here for special training is the safest. Go! As soon as they saw Lin Lu walking towards them, the two soldiers on duty at the base stopped Lin Lu. This is a military site, please stay. Here are my credentials, and I'm applying to use the training facilities at your base. The warrior swept a blue crystal scanner against Lin Lu's credentials, and when he saw the information on it, he revealed a shocked expression. Colonel Lin. PFC Zhang Quan of the Nanyang Special Base reports to you. After saying that, the soldier even gave a standard military salute.
Hey, thanks, by the way, you guys don't carry on spreading the news that I'm here, understand?
Roger that. Just like that, Lin Lu took Jiang Kai and swaggered into the Special Forces base.
Bro, you watch here, I'm going to notify the base commander immediately.
After Zhang Quan finished speaking, he rushed towards the base command post at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. At the command post at this moment, a youth was leisurely drinking tea. His body was no different from a normal person, except for one right arm, which had been transformed into a mechanical arm.
Captain Jing Yang Chi. There's a big deal. There's a big deal. Zhang Quan didn't even knock on the door and barged straight into the staff room.
What's wrong with being Harry? You're private first-class Zhang Quan, right? If the soldiers guarding the gate hadn't been on vacation, you'd be carrying a trespassing penalty high and low today. Say, what's up?
Base chief. That man. He's coming. That guy.
Which guy?
It's Senior Colonel Lin Records. Boom.
Jing Yang rushed out with an arrow step, and due to his excessive speed, he directly broke down half of the wall.
And call me gross, aren't you better? Zhang Quan.
At this moment, Lin Lu had already brought Jiang Kai to a huge steel-cast space. This test room is made of high-strength alloys that aren't afraid of your explosions and minimize the effects. Looking at Jiang Kai, who had frozen off, Lin Lu walked up and gave a brain boom.
Ouch. You know it hurts, don't come back to your senses. For the next 6 days after that, you'll be eating and drinking here. Your goal is simple, finish off that Wang Lu for me in 10 seconds.
10 seconds? As soon as Jiang Kai heard Lin Lu's request, his entire watch froze and his eyes drooped.
What, weren't you so righteous when you proposed the life and death ring before? How did it become like this now? Is it lack of confidence in yourself or in me?
Lin Lu smiled and patted Jiang Kai's shoulder.
Teacher Lin,
I'm afraid of losing your face. You're a hero, if you teach a disciple like me. Yo, still know who I am, if you know, don't put on that demoralizing look. I'll be setting you up for a hell of a special training in the next few days, so...
Clang!
Before Lin Lu could finish his sentence, the steel door was pushed open with a deafening sound.
Sure enough, it's a forest head.
A familiar voice came from the doorway.
Lin Lu squinted his eyes at the gate and said with a smile, "Oh, so it's you, kid. I can't imagine that you're actually enjoying yourself here." Ha ha ha. Lin too, it's really you, it's really been a long time. If those siblings knew I could meet you here, I'm afraid they'd be so jealous they'd call me every day.
Jing Yang, who was a brash person by nature, walked over quickly and gave Lin Lu a standard military salute.
Lin Head, wasn't it rumored that you were relegated to become a teacher?
Before we all have a nagging feeling about this matter, you can rest assured that as long as you give the order, we 10,000, Daylight Army, old troops even if we don't want these merits, we also want to help you.
Pop.
The words came to an abrupt end. Lin Lu jumped up and gave Jing Yang a super brain crash.
Bastard.
Lao Zi is because of the high merit, only to let the military department a few big brother scorn. Now it's not easy to misunderstanding lifted, you still give me trouble.
He, listen to you, all listen to you. Jing Yang snapped his head, a smile accompanying his face. By the way, Lin Head, this is... Right, let me introduce you, this is my student, Jiang Kai. You... Hello? My name is... Jiang Kai.
Jiang Kai stumbled over his words. It was the first time he had ever met a military governor, and his emotions were strained to the breaking point.
So it is like this, no wonder as soon as I entered the door I saw your bones amazing. I think the little brother's supernormal ability must be gifted, tell me about it.
Jing Yang curiosity began to sprout.
I can make dust? I see so. Think little brother waving hands and feet can use volcanic ash to cover the whole city, right? Powerful. Little brother, call me Jing Yang. Big brother on the line, don't be so formal.
Jing Yang smiled widely and patted Jiang Kai but his shoulder.
Jing Yang. Big brother. I can only summon dust with the nature of dough. And the area is small, and it's very close. Jing Yang, Sigma. Boss, tell me, do you want to eat noodles? Even if you want to eat, you don't have to be like this.
Jing Yang put his head over and said quietly to Lin Lu.
Oh. Jing Yang, you also think that his ability is a living psychic ability? Lin Lu revealed an evil smile. This.
Jing Yang cannot dare to pick up again. Who is Lin Lu? Go to the military department of 10 miles to ask around. Life alien department real bearer.
Because of him, the research departments were all annexed by the living alien department, and willingly so. You don't believe him? Looking at Jing Yang's little expression, Lin Lu smiled and looked at Jiang Kai.
Jiang Kai, create an airtight space dust mass 1 meter in diameter, ignite it and open the dust's spatial constraints.
Lin Lu gave orders to Jiang Kai. Yes.
Jiang Kai raised his right hand and a dust sphere suddenly formed 100 meters away.
Here, throw it in and try.
Lin Lu handed a lit lighter to Jing Yang. Jing Yang took the lighter and threw it at the dust cloud.
Boom! A small dust cloud exploded.
The scene of the explosion was instantly enveloped in a blazing red light. A pungent odor of burning filled the air as the dust was ignited by the flames, forming a violent ball of fire that rapidly expanded and spread outward with a roaring sound.
Boom!
After the flames, the ground was left a scorched black trail, showing the power and destructive force of the explosion.
Chapter 7 Grade D? Grade S. Chapter 7 Grade D? Grade S. This is...
Jing Yang was stunned. He'd never imagined that this trashy psychic ability could be used like this. If this kid can create dust clusters anywhere, or even create giant dust clusters,
that's no less than a mobile giant blue crystal cannon.
No, if the range of the dust is expanded even further.
It's be an extermination of the city. Cannon. Jing Yang no longer dared to think about it and looked at Jiang Kai like a hungry wolf seeing a sheep. Lin Tao. This kid must be left for our Nanyang Special Forces. Scram.
Jiang Kai's own path he chooses for himself. Next, Lin Lu kicked Jing Yang out, leaving Lin Lu and Jiang Kai alone in the training room.
Alright, the annoying guy is finally gone, now, let's start the special training. Lin Lu took out a few Rubik's Cubes from his own backpack.
These Rubik's Cubes were bigger than one another, and Lin Lu arranged them next to each other.
The first cube is 1 x 1 size, followed by 2 x 2, 3 x 3.
When Lin Lu set down the last big 8 x 8 Rubik's Cube, he smiled and looked at Jiang Kai.
Now this thing I'm doing, do you see anything in it yet?
At first Jiang Kai was a little confused, but when he looked at the Rubik's Cubes arranged from small to large, he immediately understood what Lin Lu meant.
Mr. Lin, I get it.
Saying that, Jiang Kai unleashed his alien energy. He created a small thumb-sized space of dust in front of himself, which he then ignited with an igniter.
Pust. A small flame burned for a second, then went out.
Immediately afterward, he created a dozen or so little thumb-sized clumps of dust and linked them together. When Jiang Kai ignited the nearest dust ball, the small dust ball in a straight line in Liancheng surprisingly began to burn in the distance just like the fuse.
Not bad, I can't believe it only took you a few minutes to comprehend the principles.
Lin Lu smiled and nodded. It seems that Jiang Kai has a high level of combat enlightenment. In the end, Jiang Kai simply connected hundreds of small dust clusters, keeping the end ones a few dozen meters away from himself. These little clusters of powder are linked together like a thin chain of dust.
That was it, and that wasn't all, he created another sphere of dust a meter in diameter at the end.
This time, when Jiang Kai lit the first dust ball. With a zip, the small dust clusters acted like fuses and underwent continuous combustion, getting closer and closer to the large dust clusters. As the flames approached the large dust cloud, a huge heat wave came towards Lin Lu and Jiang Kai.
Boom! It worked! Tears seeped from Jiang Kai's eyes.
All along, he had been the trash in other people's mouths, and now, it was finally time to raise his eyebrows. Jiang Kai, who would later be honored as an S-class combat alien, Berserkeritis, started his splendid life.
Hee, not bad, your next task is to practice this move well.
There are more advanced uses for your powers, but you can't chew more than you can chew, and right now it's especially critical that you become proficient at igniting chains and explosions.
Linus gave advice.
Here, this is a gift for you. Lin Lu tossed Jiang Kai a pair of black gloves. The ends of the index and middle fingers of these gloves have been coated with flint material. You snap your index finger and thumb to create a spark. Jiang Kai nodded, put on his gloves, created a chain of dust, and snapped his fingers.
Pop!
The sparks ignited the dust mass next to his hand and repeated the previous process of exploding the dust fuse.
Jing Yang. Lin head.
Jing Yang pushed open the door. He had been observing Jiang Kai before Jing Yang, this kid, his combat comprehension was terrifying. Starting today, you pair me up with a couple of first-class soldiers in blast suits and train him to death for me.
Understood.
Jing Yang smiled and patted his chest. As the saying goes, if you can get Jiang Kai's favor in advance, when he chooses a battle team in the future, he will also choose the Nanyang Special Battle Team, not
Mr. Lin. Jiang Kai walked up to Lin Lu and took a 90-degree bow.
Looking at the fire-soaked youth in front of him, Lin Lu helped him up.
Cheer up. Improve your strength in these few days and give me seconds on that Wan Lu. Do you understand?
Understood. Jiang Kai had a serious face.
And so ends the second day of teaching in Lamrock.
On the third day, the entire Bohemia Academy had spread the story of Jiang Kai and Wan Lu's life and death ring like crazy. And that's when something big happened at the college. Jiang Kai was left to train at the base by Lin Lu, and Lin Lu came alone to his third-year class.
It's Mr. Lin.
As soon as the sharp-eyed trainee saw Lin Lu, he shouted excitedly.
Hey, how's everyone doing without us yesterday?
Lin Lu walked up to the podium, pulled over one of the chairs on the podium, and hung back to sit down. Said to be a teacher, Lin Records actually functions as a classroom teacher. Cadets have their own alien specialties teacher and are free to make their own arrangements, except for the first period in the morning when they have to meet in the classroom.
Mr. Lin, where did Jiang Kai go? Mr. Lin, is Jiang Kai in special training? Mr. Lin. The crowd jabbered, and a dark-eyed spectator suddenly stood up.
Mr. Lin, I am Jiang Kai's good buddy Lie Mang. I want to ask you, can Jiang Kai
win?
Lie Mang wore black-rimmed glasses, he had dark bags under his eyes, and his whole body looked like he hadn't slept.
Lin Lu looked at Lie Mang with a feeling of amazement.
I don't know if Jiang Kai can win, but
if you go, you can hang your opponent. Ha! Everyone in the third class looked at Lie Mang.
Feeling the gazes of the students around him, Lie Mang sat down.
Everyone else's brother had two big words written on his heart: bull.
Just this coughing ghost who sleeps every day can still win. Everyone just took Lin Lu's words as a joke.
And waves of shock flooded Lie Mang's heart. How did Mr. Lin see through me? I didn't show it.
Lin Records was ready to continue resting when the blue crystal radio sounded in the classroom. Teachers, the weekly teachers meeting is about to begin, so please gather in the auditorium.
Alright guys, take your time and rest, I'm going to a meeting.
After saying that, Lin Lu hummed a little song and walked towards the auditorium.
As soon as he entered the auditorium, the large and luxurious hall was displayed in front of Lin Lu's eyes.
More than 200 faculty members were seated in the front row with the college's top brass on the podium.
Ahem. Everyone is here, right, so the meeting will now begin.
First of all, we'd like to introduce a new colleague. This colleague is something special. She is a direct disciple of Master Heartless and a registered class combat alien. She is Miss Su Meng.
Everybody applaud. Slap.
Amidst the applause of the crowd, a silhouette walked out from the side of the curtain stage. Su Meng slowly came on stage. A head of long hair as silky as silver silk danced gently in the wind. Eyes as deep as sapphires, giving a mysterious sense of distance. The nose is high and straight, the lips are red and plump, and the corners of the mouth are slightly upturned, outlining a confident flair. The shoulders are smooth and elegant, and the breasts are full and firm and evocative of the buttocks are round, full and elastic, walking and swaying, and the male teachers present have their eyes straight.
Hello everyone, I'm the new teacher, Su Meng, please teach me more. Chapter 8 Lin Lu's Natural Enemy. Chapter 8 Lin Lu's Natural Enemy. Su Snow. Whoa! The men, women and children present all lit up the moment they saw Su Shui. Especially Ouyang Ming and Li Feng. Ouyang Ming didn't need to say much, a member of the Ouyang family, the two major families in Nanyang.
Li Feng, on the other hand, was from another big family in Nanyang, the Li family. Su Shui's dreamlike appearance made the two of them unable to move their eyes.
Miss Su Shui, look, why don't you sit there?
A high-ranking member of the dependent Ouyang family saw Ouyang Ming's expression and smiled as he pointed to the empty seat beside Ouyang Ming.
Ouyang Ming was overjoyed.
Li Feng, on the other hand, was filled with gloom. Looking at the eager Ouyang Ming, Su Shui smiled and responded, "Thank you, I'll just sit there." After saying that, Su Shui twisted her delicate body and walked towards Lin Lu.
Stay back. Evil spirits retreat. Stay back. Evil spirits retreat.
Lin Lu bent over, afraid that Su Meng would discover him.
Oh, Mr. Lin, what are you hiding from? Is that you don't treat me so well? It's been discovered. A chill ran down Lin Lu's spine. Oh. Ha ha. So it's Su. Teacher ah. Ha. Su Shui twisted her butt and sat beside Lin Lu, leaning her entire body over and spitting her aroma at Lin Lu. Brother-in-law ah, have you missed me ah, me and sister, who do you miss a little more ah? Lin Lu was seized with a pang. Here we go. This girl. A she-devil to herself. All want. Oh. So did you miss me a little more, or did you miss your sister a little more? Oh, it's all the same. Lin Lu snorted. Now he had to weigh every sentence, or else this girl would directly add fuel to the fire at Su Meng's place, and that would be more difficult to deal with than even a city-destroying level demonic beast. Alright, teachers, 3 months from now, the qualifying rounds of the Golden Sword Conference will begin. Our Zijingwa Academy, as a prestigious southern school, cannot afford to fall behind this time. 1 month later, each combat faculty alien energy class elect 5 members to compete for the competition quota. The senior executive who made the announcement had a serious expression on his face. It was a matter of the school's reputation for the next year, so he couldn't help but be nervous. Combat? What about the Life Alien Department? The words came out of Lin Lu's mouth as he listened to the announcement he had just made. Life Alien Faculty? This. The executive was speechless. Principal's son is out of town this week on a field trip. Before he left, he gave special instructions to be polite and courteous to this Mr. Lin. But now this Mr. Lin is saying this kind of thing in the assembly. What is this if not smashing the scene? Living alien faculty in combat? Do you have them go up there and perform food crafts or use various tools to compete with the combat faculty? Stop it. Teacher Lin, you're not kidding, the Life Alien Department can still fight? Yang Ming was the first to object. This is Mr. Lin, isn't it? I advise you not to get involved. Letting the Life Alien faculty trainees go up there is just asking for trouble. Li Feng also stood up to taunt Lin Lu. He objected for the simple reason that he didn't like looking at Lin Lu. The process of Su Shui talking to Lin Lu was something he had watched without missing a single shot. Linus shrugged. Isn't there still a few days before the results of whether or not people in the living alien department can fight? Lin Lu said sarcastically. You. Yang Ming's anger rose from his chest. A few of the higher-ups also knew about the Life and Death Ring. Tell you what, how about we wait for the results of the Life and Death Ring to come out before we make a recommendation? A high-ranking person opened his mouth to inquire. No way. Isn't this making fun of the Academy's future? Another senior began to retort. With that, a group of people started a discussion around the issue. Enough. I'm the vice principal. Now listen to me. A bookish, middle-aged man stood up. Ms. Lin, I'm Vice Principal Sundishing. I'd like to ask you a question. Do you think Jiang Kai from your class can win? Sundishing had a solemn face. Oh, I just want to say that it will be an easy win. Lin Lu replied with a smile. Humph. Whimsical. Yang Ming looked at Lin Lu with a look of disgust. Oh. Mr. Yang, if you think Wang Lu from your class can win, how about we make a bet? A bet? Everyone looked at Lin Lu and felt that this young man simply had no gait when it came to talking. A bet? Ha 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 ha. Are you rich, Mr. Lin? Do you have any money? If I were to say, let's bet 10 million blue crystal coins, could you come up with that? Yang Ming directly began to taunt. 10 million blue crystals? Yang Ming grew up under the care of the Yang family. Every month he had hundreds of thousands of dollars in pocket money, and that money was easy for him. Lin Lu was a plug-in teacher, a senior teacher at the Alien Energy Academy, with a salary of just a little over 20,000 a month. Lin Lu. You can't fight me. Oh, $10 million, I'll do it. Lin Lu was rather patronizing. This guy is like a scatterbrain, rushing to give away money. Humph. $10 million is as easy as drinking water for me, Mr. Lin. Do you have $10 million? Since it's a bet, it's best if you show sincerity to everyone as well, isn't it? Good lord, this guy Yang Ming is starting to use the betting thing to humiliate Lin Lu. You're a poor man if you can't get it out of Lin Lu today. Yang Ming just wanted to show Su Shui that Lin Lu was a beggar with no money, and he himself was the one with power. The surrounding people also reacted. Yang Ming, you kid, play this hand? Everyone, since Mr. Lin Lu proposed a bet, I'll call it. Here's a $10 million check from Nanyang Bank.
After saying that, Yang Ming wrote a check coupon with his hand and placed it on the table.
Mr. Lin, I've already taken out my bets, haven't you? Empty words are no proof. Rinyulo, hey. This kid. He's a tough one. Puffing. Su Shui on the side looked at Lin Lu's embarrassed expression and laughed like a cat. Ha ha ha. Brother-in-law. You. Ha 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 ha. Su Shui's laughter caught the attention of the people around her. Yang Ming, on the other hand, revealed a smile. See, Mr. Su is laughing at this kid. Lin Lu, I'm going to eat you up this time. Girl, don't laugh, help me. Lin Lu began to beg. It's hard to beat a penny these days. Seeing that Lin Lu was at his wit's end, Su Shui also stopped molesting. Only to see that she slowly stood up and fished out a black card from her small bag and handed it to Lin Lu. That's the black card. Those are the only few black cards in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The direct disciple of Master Heartless is really generous. This black card is an unlimited overdraft card. The crowd, you and I, began to discuss, their words filled with envy. Teacher Su. Yang Ming looked embarrassed. Oh, everyone, I'll advance Mr. Lin's $10 million first, so please leave a witness. Sun Dishing stepped down from the podium and looked at all the teachers. Today I'm going to be a witness with you all. The life and death ring, bet, $10 million. Whose student loses and pays $10 million to the other, is there any objection? No. No. Lin Lu and Yang Ming spoke in unison. Good. This is no longer the right time of day to discuss selection. We'll discuss it after the life and death tournament is over. Dismissed. The group didn't expect that the discussion about the selection for the Golden Sword Conference would end up in such a situation. Chapter 9, The Ring of Life and Death. Chapter 9, The Ring of Life and Death. After the meeting was adjourned, Lin Li ran off in a huff. Su Shui on the side pursed her lips and snickered. Su Shui, brother-in-law, if you want to avoid seeing me, you're still a bit young. Lin Lu came to the third-year class, gave everyone a quick word about the recent schedule, and ran off in a huff. After spending an hour and a half, Lin Lu arrived at the Special Operations Base. As soon as we entered the training room, a wave of heat hit us. Jiang Kai's entire body was covered in wounds, but the corners of his mouth showed an unspeakable smile. His eyes revealed excitement and a desire to live in the future. Bang! After creating 3 explosions and forcing back 3 first-class soldiers, Jiang Kai once again created dust chains in different directions. Pop! With a snap of his fingers, 3 chains of dust burned rapidly, detonating another 3 larger clusters of powder. Okay, stop a little. Lin Lu clapped his hands and the 4 people who were fighting stopped. Colonel Lin. The 3 first-class soldiers raised their hands in salute to Lin Lu. Good job on your hard work. Lin Lu saluted as well. The 3 fighters left the training room, leaving behind only a bruised and swollen Jiang Kai. How is it, Jiang Kai, are you still used to living here? Lin Lu asked smilingly. Mr. Lin. It's so nice here. Not only do people not have so much on their minds, they talk so well, I don't even want to go back to the academy. Jiang Kai wiped his nosebleed and happily responded to Lin Lu. Well then, it looks like you've thoroughly practiced both detonation and creating dusty areas. Jiang Kai nodded excitedly. So what's next? What's next? Do you want my help? A seductive voice came through the door. Lin Lu twisted his head and his face suddenly changed. How? Did this girl find her way here? Su Shui was wearing a power suit, which was her division's exclusive practice outfit. The slender willow waist and the layers of her breasts made Lin Lu's mouth go dry. Why did you come, Lin Lu? A burst of fear. Oh, brother-in-law, you know my abilities and psychic titles. Do you think anyone here could stop me if I wanted to come in? Su Shui had a terrifying combat talent, and her ability, Blue Flash, allowed her to instantly move to anywhere within 1,000 meters. It was because she had such a strong psychic ability and terrifying close combat ability, plus every time she used her psychic ability her body would blossom with white light. A year ago, the Council of Elder Powers gave her the title of Starlight Muji. Seal exalts were very rare, either having made great achievements in battle or possessing the strength to destroy a country. And Su Shui's title came from her master, Master Heartless. No way! Master Heartless, this national treasure who is over 90 years old, has only 2 disciples. The eldest apprentice was suppressing deep-sea demonic beasts in the East Sea of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Shui was the only one left to serve at his side. The alien convocation had given Su Shui such a title in order to pull strings. Of course, the title was not published and was only circulated on a small scale. Getting a seal also comes with a lot of amenities and benefits. Su Shui took one step at a time. Jiang Kai was also stunned by Su Shui's beauty and temperament. Seeing that Su Shui had been smiling and looking at Lin Lu, a little nervous, he ended up blurting out a sentence that shocked Lin Lu: "Jiang Kai has met senior mistress." After saying that, Jiang Kai even bowed courteously. When Lin Lu heard this, he felt that the sky was going to fall. "Brother, what are you screaming here? Is this something to talk about?" Jiang Kai, don't call her anything, she's my future sister-in-law, don't make any connections. Su Shui on the side had no expression other than a layer of redness floating up on her face. Ahem. Well, let's talk about the next training. Time is urgent, there are still a few days to go to the life and death ring. The supernatural aspect is enough at this stage, the rest is the physical arts aspect. After saying that, Lin Lu looked at Su Shui. Su Shui smiled and nodded her head. Hee, don't worry, next, this young lady will help brother-in-law you train him properly. Su Shui stretched her pink tongue and licked her lips, looking at Jiang Kai as if she was seeing a fun toy. Jiang Kai. Teacher will give you one piece of advice: live. After saying that, Lin Lu immediately ran out of the training room. Dead friends don't die poor, Jiang Kai, help me block it. Time just passes slowly. Jiang Kai lived a hellish life in the Nanyang Special Forces. How scary is it? Have you ever tried to dislocate a person's whole body and then have it put back together? Have you ever tried being all puffy and swollen and having to keep training? Have you ever tried being beaten for 12 hours? Jiang Kai has tried it all in the last few days. Su Shui's training of Jiang Kai was in 2 words: cruel. It's finally the day of the life and death ring. Under the nourishment of Su Shui's secret medicines of the division, Jiang Kai's external and internal injuries all recovered. The early morning wind blew throughout the Zinnia Academy. The playground, which would normally have been empty, was now crowded. I can't imagine that this kid Jiang Kai is so ballsy. Yeah, he can't win, but I respect him as a man. If only Jiang Kai could win, we living shifters wouldn't have to be discriminated against. Although none of the people from the Life Alien department were optimistic about Jiang Kai, everyone held a hint of fantasy in their hearts. If Jiang Kai could win, there would be far fewer incidents of their living exalts being bullied by combat exalts. It's coming, Jiang Kai is coming. Jiang Kai walked into the ring with all eyes on him. It's a far cry from the man he was a week ago. A dark-colored close combat suit with eyes that revealed bloodlust and thirst for battle. Jiang Kai slowly walked up to the ring and waited for Wang Lu to appear. Ha 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 ha. You are really daring to come. A trash alien, get lost, we combat aliens can kill you as easy as eating. Wasting everyone's time, Jiang Kai, you trash still have the face to come. At this time Jiang Kai became a whirlpool of public opinion. To the living alienists, he was the tragic hero. To the combat aliens, he was the one who ripped the veil of discrimination off the academy. Once Jiang Kai was victorious, then the living exalts would be able to justify asking for their body-hardening fluid and various benefits back. So this ring, which looks like a deathmatch between 2 people, is actually a game of interests between 2 groups. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Yang Ming gave a wink to a corner of the crowd. Wang Lu, who was in the crowd, nodded and took a flying leap, jumping into the ring. As soon as Wang Lu appeared on the stage, the battle exalts began to cheer. The grudge between the 2 groups has been building for a long time, and this ring fight will raise a big flag for the direction of the college's ethos. Hee, I can't imagine that you still have the guts to come? Wang Lu narrowed his eyes for mockery. Jiang Kai didn't reply, but just put up a starting stance. Alright, the 2 life and death ring contestants have arrived, and now I announce that the ring contest is about to begin. Vice Principal Sun Dishing acted as referee. He wanted to witness one thing, whether or not Lin Lu was the savior that could save this edition of the Zijingwa Academy. If Jiang Kai were to win, then it wouldn't be impossible to allocate a portion of suitable members from the Life Alien department to join the combat department. Okay, 2. Are the rules clear? We won't stop you from fighting to the death except by surrender and death. Jiang Kai and Wang Lu nodded. Then I declare the Life and Death Ring, officially open. Chapter 10: The Terrifying Jiang Kai. Chapter 10: The Terrifying Jiang Kai. Everyone held their breath. This battle is about everyone. I originally thought that you would run away. I never thought that you would dare to come and answer the battle. Wang Lu didn't immediately attack, instead he started to flirt. After all, in his opinion, Jiang Kai was the lamb to be slaughtered and could be cleaned up at any time. Jiang Kai didn't reply, his left hand was behind his back, his right foot stepped out, and his right hand was raised in front of him, striking a dashing offensive pose. Lie Mang, who was closest to the ring, widened his eyes. Heartless flow. Jiang Kai actually learned Heartless flow. Lin Lu saw Jiang Kai's starting gesture and tilted his head towards Su Shui. Xiao Shui, you passed the Heartless flow to him? Su Shui giggled as she looked at Lin Lu's dumbfounded face. It's just one or two moves that were passed on. It's not considered a skill transfer, but this kid has amazing tenacity. Any ordinary person, under my devilish training, would have already cried out and wanted to give up. But this kid Jiang Kai has been gritting his teeth and sticking to it. This young lady cherishes her talent, so she has passed on an extra move. It's a trick and a half, but it's enough for him to ooh and ah. Look. As expected of Su Shui, she talks tough. When Li Feng and Ouyang Ming in the distance saw Su Shui and Lin Lu next to each other, nameless anger rose in their hearts. Wang Lu. Start the fight in a moment. Like this. Ouyang Ming extended his index and middle fingers, slightly together, and pulled them at his neck immediately afterward. Wang Lu instantly understood in a second. I'll do him right away. Kid, do you know what you will experience next? Wang Lu laughed and taunted. I don't know what I'm going to go through, but Mr. Lin told me to beat you in a set amount of time. 10. Ha ha ha, 10 minutes to defeat me, who do you think you are? The ring is just this big, your delaying tactics won't do any good. 9. What? Hearing the number 9 pop out of Jiang Kai's mouth, the crowd was stunned. Relationships aren't 10 minutes, they're 10 seconds. Seeing Jiang Kai belittling himself like this, Wang Lu exploded with anger. Only to see his right hand draw a circle, a fireball 2 meters in diameter instantly formed. Go to hell! Wang Lu's right hand pulled down hard, and the fireball that was originally hanging in the air immediately had an initial speed and started shooting towards Jiang Kai. It's over. Jiang Kai. Why don't you strike as soon as you come? Ugh, thought there would be some kind of miracle, looks like we took the liberty of expecting it. The trainees of the Life Alien department on the stage all showed disappointment. Sure enough, there's just a heaven and earth difference between combat abilities and life abilities. The fireball was getting closer and closer, and just when everyone thought Jiang Kai would be hit, a shocking scene happened. Jiang Kai's feet instantly powered up and sprinted forward. The body leaned back when it was about to touch the fireball, and the entire body held a sliding shovel position. Due to the drop in body height, Jiang Kai managed to dodge the fireball's attack. Crackle! The huge flame hit the ground and made a violent burning sound, while Jiang Kai, at that moment, had already arrived in front of Wang Lu. Suffered. Ouyang Ming secretly said that it was not good. This guy Wang Lu, relying on being a fire-type psychic with himself, never seriously practiced physical arts. It's really dangerous to be close to Jiang Kai now. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Kai got close, Wang Lu lost his footing. He gesticulated again and coalesced several large fireballs above his head. Jiang Kai waited for the opportunity to move, and with a ghostly pace, he arrived in front of Wang Lu. 8. Bang! Jiang Kai throws a jab that connects squarely with Wang Lu's face. Wang Lu's body flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground. No. It can't be. How could you have such a body? Wang Lu was dumbfounded by this unexpected punch, and blood flowed out of his nostrils, looking miserable. 7. Jiang Kai chanted as he bullied his way up and used a crosslock to diagonally press Wang Lu's arm, and with the slightest force, Wang Lu's entire arm would be broken. Surrender, it will still save your life. 6. You. Wang Lu was in agony, but he didn't dare to surrender at all. Once he surrenders, not to mention his reputation stinks, he will trigger a series of subsequent events. By then all the faults would be blamed on him. Wang Lu. No. No surrender. Fire rain. Instead of shouting out surrender, Wang Lu slashed his hand across the sky. Zip, zip, zip. 5 balls of fire appeared in the sky, so hot that they were ready to fly downward at any moment. Ka chow. Jiang Kai no longer had mercy and directly broke Wang Lu's entire arm. Ka ching.
Wang Lu clearly heard this sound from his own bones. Ah, the drilling pain flared from the arm. Wang Lu was ruthless in his heart and let the 5 balls of fire descend towards the place where they both stayed. Ha, you'll die with me. Wang Lu was already ruthless, he didn't care about the damage the fireball would do to him, and he was bent on Jiang Kai's death. Are my eyes right? Wang Lu actually wants to die with Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai's physical skills are actually this powerful. But Wang Lu this time, Jiang Kai shouldn't be able to dodge it. Teachers and learners on stage whispered. The fireball high in the air began to descend, and as everyone watched, Jiang Kai sent out his own attack. He was seen extending his black glove, raising it above his head and snapping his fingers in a handsome snap. Pop! After the sound, a surprising scene appeared. Using Jiang Kai's black gloves as a base, the 5 fire starting points began to move quickly. To those on the scene, the points of ignition looked like the fuses of a firecracker, rapidly igniting into the air and exploding violently the moment they approached the fireball. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang through the air. The strong atmospheric pressure from the explosion directly shook away the fireball created by Wang Lu. The fireball in the air turned into a beautiful firework in an instant and bloomed. Disappeared. No. It's impossible. You're obviously a living psychic. The convocation's ratings can't be wrong, you must have cheated. Ah. Before Wang Lu finished speaking, Jiang Kai stepped out and crushed Wang Lu's calf bone. Surrender, if you hold out any longer, I'm going to have to kill you. 5, 4. At this moment, the fear in Wang Lu's heart rose to the extreme. Wang Lu. What are you doing? A combat alien broke into a yell. Wang Lu, hurry up and finish him off. The combat department began to give Wang Lu a boost. Cheering is fake, letting Wang Lu and Jiang Kai die together is real. Once Wang Lu lost, did that mean that the living alien department could be on par with the combat alien department? So will he spit out all those benefits he got before? Will previous bullying behavior be liquidated? Will the otherwise competitive post-graduation quota for high benefits be taken up? These follow-ups were things that the trainees of the combat alien department didn't even dare to think about. Wang Lu heard the cries of these people and his face was ashen. Yes, if one surrenders, one may live the rest of one's life worse than death. He glanced at his teacher Ouyang Ming's face and realized that at this moment, Ouyang Ming had a face that was so cold that it was terrifying. He can't imagine that I would end up in such a situation. Wang Lu laughed to himself, then pressed his chest with his free hand. Wait. Jiang Kai understood Wang Lu's decision, he let go of Wang Lu and quickly backed up. Since each and every one of you want me to die, I'll die for you. Fiery incineration. Wang Lu let out a roar as the skin of his entire body began to turn red. As the temperature soared, his entire body turned into a fireman. Everyone scatter. Vice Principal Sun Dishing saw the way in and berated everyone to back off. As everyone watched, Wang Lu underwent a violent spontaneous combustion. The flames spread throughout the ring. Jiang Kai saw the situation and immediately left the ring. The rushing flames were blazing hot, but they made the other trainees sweat coldly. Chapter 11, False Accusations? Chapter 11, False Accusations? Jiang Kai was unharmed, while Wang Lu. Wow! A tsunami of cheers came. The cadets of the Life Alien Department can be said to have raised their eyebrows. He did it, you guys. He did it. He beat Wang Lu. Did you guys see that? The dust created by Jiang Kai just now can actually ignite and explode. Am I blind? Not a dream. We living shifters can fight too. The cadets of the Life Alien Department were emotional. Some of them cried, some of them laughed. Jiang Kai became a role model and opened their hearts to each other. The living alien present was filled with hope at the moment. Vice Principal Sun Dishing shook his head, then roared with a smile, I declare. The winner is. Wait. A dissonant voice came through. Ouyang Ming slowly walked towards the burnt ring. Vice Colonel Sun, take a look, Jiang Kai, he cheated. What? Can that be cheating? Jiang Kai cheated, he can't, can he? Ouyang Ming wiped Wang Lu's burnt body. You guys, what's this? Sun Dishing walked over and realized that there was a layer of special substance on Ouyang Ming's hands. This is? Sun Dishing sniffed, and then his eyes glowed with gold.
This is the berserking potion. That's right, this kid Jiang Kai didn't handle it cleanly, so he left these on the grounds. I think he still has them on him. Jiang Kai's eyes flinched, then he felt toward his back pocket. Damn it, being counted. Jiang Kai's eyes rounded. It felt like something was in his kubo when he was just fighting. It was thought that Yang Ming had asked someone to put the berserking potion into Jiang Kai's pocket using psychic means. Jiang Kai, please cooperate with us in the search. Sun Dishing had a serious face. Berserking potion, it can exponentially increase the various attributes of an alien, while allowing the alien to possess strength beyond the usual for a short period of time. But there are 3 drawbacks to this stuff. First, it's expensive, second, it can cause permanent damage to the body, and third, it's highly addictive. Moreover, the berserking potion was a military-controlled drug, and once someone used it illegally, both the user and the seller would face more than a few years in prison. Really poisonous, this Yang Ming. Lin Lu spat out. Oh, brother-in-law, now that your disciple has been generalized, you see. Do you want me to step in and help? But helping comes at a price of Su Shui kept winking at Lin Lu. The subtext was, you come and beg this lady. Lin Lu flipped over the ring railing and walked over to Jiang Kai and patted his shoulder. Jiang Kai turned his head to Lin Lu with a resigned look on his face. Stop. Mr. Lin. Now that Jiang Kai is suspected of using prohibited drugs, I think it's better for you to stay away. Yang Ming made a wink to one of the academy executives, then a voice came over, Teacher Lin, please leave now. Lin Lu spread out his hands with a disinterested look. I told you, how could Jiang Kai win, so it's because he's on drugs. Who says it isn't? Looks like we're still going to be crushed in the living alien department. Whispers came from all around. If Jiang Kai's expression before was one of panic, after Lin Lu patted his shoulder, his current expression was one of composure. Sun Dishing walked over and began to search Jiang Kai. After a careful search, he pulled a flat bottle out of Jiang Kai's backpack. Ha ha. Yes, that's the one. Vice Colonel Sun, open it up and take a look, now the witnesses and material evidence are gathered. Yang Ming exclaimed excitedly. At this time, the people from the Alien Energy Bureau also arrived at the scene. Bureau of Alien Energy, the agency that manages the internal affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, with responsibility for everything except the military, personnel mobilization and supervision. The person who maintains the daily affairs is given the title of White Guard. I heard that a berserking potion has appeared here? A man in a white uniform began to ask questions. Yes, brother, by way, it's this kid named Jiang Kai. He hid and used the berserk potion, and the bottle in Vice Colonel Sun's hand is the proof. Mr. Sun? Can't you get rid of the word vice? Listening to Yang Ming repeating this title over and over again, Sun Dishing had a cold face. Only a cold snort was seen before he handed the bottle in his hand to the inquiring white guard. The contents of this bottle were recovered from that Jiang Kai? White guard asked Yang Ming for confirmation. That's right, everyone in the room is a witness, and we have the surveillance from the blue crystal cameras to pull from. This trainee named Jiang Kai hid and used the berserk potion. Lord Whiteguard, you quickly arrest him, this kid, a little evil. Shut up. By way interrupted Yang Ming's rambling with a chortle. I'll decide if it's a berserk potion or not, I don't need you to tell me. After saying this, the man opened the bottle. A minty scent wafted from the bottle. The white man sniffed and capped the bottle. How about it, it's the berserk potion. Yang Ming said coldly, humph. How dare a little white guard rebuke me? I can have you removed from your post tonight with one phone call. Alright, now please ask young Master Yang to explain, how did you get the berserk potion in your hand? Ha? Yang Ming's head went down. This white guard is having his own people below him report coming here to check for drugs. Now it's good that he's blackmailing himself. What do you mean? Isn't that berserk potion in that vial? Yang Ming, that's just a bottle of mint liquid in there, I'll seal it and keep it as evidence. But now, please tell me, where did the berserk potion you have come from? Yang Ming choked on his words. Men, take Yang Ming away. After saying that, the other 2 white guards grabbed Yang Ming's arms on the left and right and racked him towards the custodial car. How dare you? You? Do you know what will happen if you arrest me? Yang Ming shouted loudly, but he also didn't dare to make a move.
Once he dared to unilaterally attack the White Guard, he would be going against the power structure of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that Yang Ming was taken away, Sun Dishing immediately announced loudly, the winner of the Life and Death Ring is Jiang Kai. This time, strong shouts once again erupted from the living alien department's side. Jiang Kai was surrounded by a group of people and was then carried up.
In this battle, the trainees of the Life Alien Department could be said to have raised their eyebrows.
Jiang Kai had also helped them prove that living alien was not a waste of time.
Yang Ming was taken away. Lin Lu walked to the gate with the inquiring White Guard.
Hey, Lin Head, I can't believe you're on the loose here. Alas, I originally thought it was a free-for-all, but I didn't realize there was so much going on here.
Thanks for today. I'll buy you a drink someday.
Bai Wei gave Lin Lu a military salute. See what you're saying, your business is the business of the group. Although our Daylight Army has been divided into various departments of the Ministry of the Army and the Alien Energy Bureau, as long as you give the order, the old brothers can all be put in place immediately. The more Bai Wei said, the more excited. Lin Lu immediately interrupted the conversation. Come on, a good man does not mention the courage of the year. Now see that the brothers are living well. I am also relieved. Let me live a few days of leisure days.
Patting the white-clothed man on the shoulder, Lin Lu walked back to the Bohemia Academy. Chapter 12, The Ouyang Family. Chapter 12, The Ouyang Family. After the cheering, Jiang Kai didn't get carried away by it. Alone, he found Lin Lu and bowed deeply to him. What's going on? We're still so outgoing?
Lin Lu helped the youth, whose temperament had changed radically, up.
Teacher Lin, thank you for saving me again. Jiang Kai's eyes were full of sincerity. Oh, your kid reacts quickly well. The stuff in that bottle was dropped by me. But God knows, you know, and I know. Let's not make trouble, and let's not be afraid of it. Things come up, and as long as you're strong, it's all a piece of cake. Shouldn't you be mingling with your life class as a hero right now? Why are you coming to me as soon as it's over?
When he was just fighting, this Jiang Kai fellow was still thunderous, but now he even became squirmy.
Say it, what is it? Hurry up and finish, I still have to go touch the fish.
Bah! I still have to go and do my business. Lin Lu said with a serious face. Teacher Lin, it's like this, I have a brother who is very strong, but his psychic ability is too.
So, would you allow that brother of mine to practice under you?
Jiang Kai has a straightforward character and is straightforward. Cadet Xiao Jiang, you have to know one thing, this matter of accepting an apprentice is a very serious matter.
I taught you then because everyone left and you were the only one left.
So I'm teaching you in return for you believing in me about this.
But your brother, what did he do?
This.
Jiang Kai ate his words. If everyone came to me to worship me, would I have a life of my own afterward? Teaching you one, I've already broken my own principles, so don't mention.
Lin Lu refused without hesitation. Kidding aside, a bunch of his own experiments hadn't been solved yet, how would he have time to take on an apprentice? Teacher Lin, he's really strong, it's just that. He really has nowhere to put his abilities to use.
An ability that has nowhere to go? Is there even room for him in the living alien department? Jiang Kai nodded vigorously. And this ability? This tickled Lin Lu's curiosity.
Tomorrow after class, you bring him to the river.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Jiang Kai was elated.
Late at night, the ancestral home of the Ouyang family in Nanyang.
At this moment, Yang Ming was kneeling on both knees, and a middle-aged man in front of him was leisurely drinking tea. Yang Ming had been kneeling for more than half an hour. How could he stand this after being raised in a pampered manner, and both his legs had already begun to tremble?
Know where you went wrong? The middle-aged man took a sip of the clear tea and opened his mouth to ask.
No.
How? Yang Ming gritted his teeth and insisted. So tell me about it.
I should have used a yang scheme, I shouldn't have used small means, smashed my own feet, and bothered father to fish me out.
And lost 10 million blue crystal coins. The one sitting in the main seat is the helmsman of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Qing.
Just a few years ago, Elder Ouyang suddenly became unwell. All the affairs of the Ouyang clan were delegated to the eldest son to manage. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Ouyang Qing walked over and helped his son up. Yang Ming stood up trembling as if he had been pardoned.
Pop! A heavy slap rang out. Yang Ming gets slapped by Ouyang Cheng.
A small measure is not a gentleman, no poison is a man.
You think I'm blaming you for using tactics? No. I do hate that if you're all about tactics, why don't you take things to the extreme? But if you install a detonator on that Wan Lu, and directly blow up that Jiang Kai together, all will be gone. And your big brother is now in a high position in the military department. Do you know how he wiped your ass for using the berserk potion thing? He's basically out of this year's job promotions. You dog, if you were half as capable as your big brother, why would I have to worry so much? Saying that it wasn't enough to relieve his anger, Ouyang Qing directly kicked at Ouyang Ming. Father. Me. Phew. Phew. Ouyang Qing gasped and sat back in the eunuch's chair. It's useless to say anything now. What's in front is in the past. Now I'm asking you if Master Heartless' direct disciple Su Shui is in your school. Ha? Goddess Suetsu? In the. Ouyang Ming's head nodded as fast as a piledriver. You dress up and make a good impression. Then pull out all your stops and help me chase Su Shui to my hand. Ouyang Qing had a serious expression and seemed to take this matter very seriously. Father, this. Is there a problem? This is really good. Ouyang Qing's heart was beautiful. Our Ouyang family is the majority shareholder of the Heartless Stream's boxing gym in Nanyang City. I'll set you up with an opportunity in a few days. Try to do well and take the other side down. Ouyang Qing's tone was filled with a sense of arrogance. But he was underestimating Su Shui's power, as well as the power of the Heartless Stream. A familiar river bank, a familiar river, plus a familiar man and a somewhat impressive man. Mr. Lin. I've brought someone. Lin Lu released his eyes and a dark-eyed spectacled youth appeared in the field of vision. Hello, Mr. Lin. It's really you. Lin Lu laughed out loud. I can't imagine that the deepest hidden person in the class and the trashiest shifter are iron buddies. Teacher Lin. Lie Mang is very strong, although his abilities don't come into play every time the academy's big exams are held, but with his overpowering stance, he's able to defeat a lot of combat aliens. Jiang Kai kept saying nice things on the side. Enough. Jiang Kai. Mr. Lin, I've come just to spar with you, I hope you'll agree. I won't mention worship after that. After Lie Mang finished speaking, he clasped his hands together and then took out a long, unopened blade from behind him. Lin Lu was surprised in his heart. Lie Mang, this kid, at a young age, just the basic physical qualities can already fight against an ordinary C-class combat alien, and if he combines it with useful psychic abilities, he can even go through with a B-class alien. Come on, let's see how much you weigh. Lin Lu sets up a guard, waiting for Lie Mang to attack. I'm coming. Mr. Lin. As soon as the words fell, Lie Mang exerted both his feet. That aura was like a dragon coming out of the sea, carrying a murderous aura as it ran towards Lin Lu. The two were getting closer and closer, and when they were less than 2 meters away from each other, Lie Mang was the first to attack. He held the blade in one hand and chopped down hard from above. Lin Lu takes a step to the side and avoids it easily with a swinging body shot. Just when Lin Lu thought that the blow would fall short, Lie Mang turned his wrist, and the originally descending chopping blow unexpectedly produced a change of direction. A nice V-shaped chop swung at Lin Lu. Good boy. You can do it. Such great swordplay. Lin recorded a love of talent. Rub it in. The folding chop certainly didn't hit Ringrose. The moment the blade flew towards his chest, Lin Lu raised his right hand. The bracelet of daylight arming touched the blade with a piercing golden chirp. Return blade. Seeing that Lin Lu easily blocked it, Lie Mang immediately changed his grip on the sword, letting go with his left hand and switching to a single grip on the hilt with his right hand, turning the forward grip into a reverse grip. At this time, Lie Mang twisted his wrist joints, and the blade turned in a weird spherical shape, and chopped at Lin Lu's head again. Ha ha ha. Awesome, awesome. Such skill at a young age. Lin Lu was delighted. I didn't realize that this year 3 class is really a crouching tiger hiding in the air. Rub it in. Lin Lu blocked it again, then did a magnificent spinning long kick that sent Lie Mang flying over 10 meters away. Chapter 13, Your powers are too tricky. Chapter 13, Your powers are too tricky. The kicked-off Lie Mang slowly got to his feet. He bowed 90 degrees to Lin Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your instruction, I won't bother you after that. After saying that, Lie Mang turned around and prepared to leave. Lie Mang, let me ask you, if you can become a combat alien afterward, what will you repay me with? The obscure-eyed Lie Mang's entire body began to tremble when he heard Lin Lu's words.
If Teacher Lin can grant me a new life, wherever teacher points is where my blade goes. After saying that, Lie Mang knelt down on both knees and kowtowed 3 times heavily to Lin Lu. Once a master, always a father, please accept my bow, master. Jiang Kai, who was on the side, was stunned.
Lin.
I originally thought that you this kid boring, more honest than me. I did not expect to see the benefits you are really willing to go on.
This speed. Mr. Lin just asked a mouth, you are directly blackmailed.
Lin Lu skimmed his lips.
Looking at you, you should be a fallen, martial vein.
Yes, master. Don't call me master, it sounds old-fashioned, call me teacher.
Yes. Sensei.
I am the 40th generation of the Jedi Soul Blade.
So it is. Lin Lu nodded. Okay, now cut the crap and show me your powers. Lemon nodded.
He was seen picking up a stone and placing it in his hand as he walked over to Lin Lu. Lin Lu looked at the stone in his hand and then at Lie Mang, signaling him to begin. Lie Mang's whole body tightened and the stone in his hand began to tremble. Lin Lu just watched in silence, and after a minute, the trembling stopped.
LAML. That's it?
Lin Lu was speechless. Finished, Lie Mang nodded seriously.
A few vibrations and it's gone?
I could have shaken it a little longer if I wanted to, Lemon picked at his head. Lin Lu was dumbfounded for a while, then walked over to Lie Mang and patted his shoulder. Kid, even if you can't fight in the future, the rich women who want to support you can line up a truckload.
Ha!
Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at each other and immediately thought of something with a burst of embarrassment.
Mr. Lin is bold enough to say anything. Tell me carefully, the details of your supernatural ability.
Lin Lu didn't joke around and started the dismantling of the data of the supernatural ability.
Lie Mang took a deep breath and eased his ability into the conversation.
His psychic ability, vibration, had no effect on sentient individuals and groups, and was useless against things with cellular organization. For inanimate objects, once contacted, it can be made to vibrate with a small amplitude. Worthy of being a friend of rich women. Jiang Kai sighed from the sidelines. When Lie Mang heard his flirtation, his heart felt as bad as if he had eaten.
Let's see. Vibration. Frequency. High frequency. Metal fatigue.
Lin Lu recited something silently. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang were careful to even breathe at the side for fear of disturbing him.
Vibration. Frequency. That's right. Vibration and frequency. Lin Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. Lemon, tell me, can you make an object vibrate and make it go faster? Accelerate? Lemon thought for a moment, then nodded.
I've tried adding speed, but the faster I go, the more the object is as if it's standing still. It doesn't change much.
A wave of inspiration came over Lin Lu as he listened.
Ha ha ha, stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, it's not hard to come by, kid, you're just stealing joy when you meet me. Lin Lu reached out and grabbed a black blade from his space pouch. Here. Unleash all of your psychic powers onto the blade, and then raise the vibration frequency of this blade to its limit. Unsure of what Lin Lu meant, Lie Mang nodded and threw the slender blade in his hand with force, imbuing the blade with high-frequency vibrations. Try gently scratching the stone over there with this knife, Lin Lu instructed. Lie Mang didn't think much about it. He lifted his long knife, and with a gentle slash, the stone was easily sliced through like tofu.
What's going on here? Lemon's eyes widened.
As per usual experience, his arm would receive a huge impact interaction force.
But that just happened. Lie Mang was shocked, then looked at Lin Lu. Doesn't it feel like cutting a rock is as easy as cutting tofu?
Just now, when I asked you to infuse the supernatural effect into the blade, I actually caused the blade to form a high-frequency vibration. At high vibration speeds, the frequency is usually in the range of thousands to tens of thousands of vibrations per minute. This high-frequency vibration enables the blades to make intermittent contact during the cutting process, thereby effectively reducing cutting resistance and improving cutting efficiency while reducing blade wear.
But Lin Lu wanted to say something. Lie Mang's curiosity was suspended. Teacher, but what? You quickly say. Lemon was a little anxious.
At this point he has opened Pandora's box. The seemingly trashy powers were perfectly adapted to his chopping attacks. If he developed this ability, he might be able to revitalize the glory of the Jedi Soul Blade lineage. At this moment, Lin Lu's next words were especially important. Whether this usage went through or not depended on what he said next.
I don't need to tell you, you'll know if you continue to use your powers. Lin Lu pointed at the long knife in his hand. Lie Mang nodded and continued to keep the long knife vibrating at a high frequency, and in less than a minute, various small cracks appeared on the long knife's blade. This. Lie Mang's mood hit rock bottom. It's called metal fatigue. Once a metal is subjected to high intensity or prolonged periodic external vibration, then fracture occurs. And there's a suddenness to the break that you can't anticipate, like this. Lin Lu found a wire from somewhere and then folded it repeatedly. Pop. After 10 seconds or so, the wire snapped. Teacher, how can I improve? Lie Mang was in a hurry now. The improvement is simple. 2 strips. 1. Use special alloy to strengthen the fatigue resistance of the blade. 2. Design a smart scabbard that can perform blade hardness testing at any time to help you avoid the risk of sudden breakage in battle. And one last thing, since your vibrations can fatigue metal, you can make your opponent's metal defenses null and void by touching them, got it? The first suggestion Lemon heard and understood, and the last, but the smart scabbard in the middle. Lemon was a little confused. I can help you make your weapon and design the scabbard for you, but I have one request. Lin Lu's face turned serious. Speak, teacher. Lie Mang perked up his ears. If someone asks you who made it for you, you can't beat a dead horse and say it was me, even if you make up someone, can you do that? Yes. Lin Lu nodded. Just as the three were about to leave, Lie Mang's phone rang. Hello? Is this the young master? Come back quickly. Something has happened to our martial arts center. What? I'll be right back. Lie Mang had a shocked look on his face. After he hung up the phone, he immediately explained to Lin Lu, Teacher, something happened at home, I have to rush back immediately. Lin Lu laughed, well. It's fine, understand. I'll go back with you, I can be very interested in some of the things of the martial vein. Seeing that both of them were going to the martial arts center, Jiang Kai also offered to go along himself. So the three of them called a cab and drove towards the Jedi Soulblade's martial arts center. Chapter 14, Kickoff. Chapter 14, Kickoff. The cab pulled into an old neighborhood. On a street in a civilian area, inside a 500-square-foot martial arts center, there was one shouting fight after another. You bully people too much. A middle-aged man's face was covered in bloodstains, and his eyes were swollen with a large bag. As I said before, when our Heartless stream, martial arts school opens, all martial arts schools have to go and recognize a familiar face. And your Jedi Soulblade faction is surprisingly indifferent, so let's see just how much capital you have. I didn't realize that after all this time you guys are all just a bunch of posers. You all fell down before I even exerted my strength, little master. Pity ah. Pity ah. Thought you guys could make me happy. A young man in a black practice suit flaunted his arms in the center of the martial arts hall with a few of his men. Humph. Is that recognizing familiarity? That's recognizing defeat. My Jedi Soulblade faction walks the talk and does the right thing. I don't care about those things of yours. If you want to fight or kill faster, don't nag. After saying that, the middle-aged man raised his own unopened slender black blade, wanting to continue the fight. Uncle, times are changing, and I actually don't have the intention of catching anyone. I've taken a look at your martial arts center. It's a good location. Why don't you transfer this martial arts school to me? I'll pay the normal price. Or maybe there's a compromise, how about your sect merges into our Heartless stream? That way it's a win-win for everyone, and you guys can survive and make more money. And we'll be able to recruit more trainees to expand our reach, isn't that the best of both worlds? The youth laughed out loud. The middle-aged man in front of him was a lamb to the slaughter in his opinion. Even if the middle-aged man didn't agree, it didn't matter, most of the Jedi Soulblade students should have withdrawn from the school and refunded their fees after the successful kickoff today. Without income, martial arts schools naturally can't stay open. Kid, what's your name? Heartless stream, out of such a scum as you, is also the death of the sect. The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his own mouth and stared straight at the youth. My name is not changed in my line of work, my name is not changed, Heartless stream, Nanyang sitting pavilion Chen Daoxi's disciple Wang Haoming. Oh, I remember, come on, it's death, I won't agree to your request. If it were normal, in the event of bloodshed, the surrounding white guards would be the first to arrive to quell it. But when these people of the martial arts path clashed, they usually didn't get involved. As long as it doesn't affect regular and normal people, you guys can fight all you want.
Another important reason is that many people in Wudao have upper-level connections, and even if they manage it, it would be bad luck if they manage to get a relative from the upper level. So at the end of the day, the Inhumanity Bureau and the Inhumanity Convocation introduced a series of regulations. One of the important ones was that they would not intervene in fights between martial arts sects as long as they didn't cause damage or disruption to normal life. Oh, old thing, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Wang Haoming has already moved to kill. Stop. Lie Mang and the others arrived late. Son, what are you doing here? Come on. The middle-aged man who confronted Wang Haoming was none other than Li Xiu, the 39th generation of the Absolute Soul Blade, Li Meng's father. Dad, if I leave, our Absolute Soul Blade will really be gone. Li Meng's heart was like a knife as he looked at the wounded on the ground, and then looked at the unharmed Wang Haoming and the others. Dad, you back off, this guy, leave it to me. Li Meng came to the weapon rack and took out 5 black blades in one breath, sticking them in his waist. Oh? Having a backbone. It seems that people from your faction are the ones with tougher bones. Looking at the clothes you're wearing, you should be a student of the Bohemia Academy. We have a cooperative program with your college, so for the sake of the college, I can spare your life, but it would be a shame if your father continued to be obstinate. Away! Wang Haoming saw that the son of the main owner came back and brought 2 people back, and no longer continued to push hard. As he left, he looked at Jiang Kai and Lin Lu and spat viciously, mind your own business. Whoosh! Wang Haoming had arrived at the entrance of the martial arts center and was ready to leave when a black blade flew rapidly towards his chest. Wang Haoming was a C-class alien, and his ability, Black Steel, could transform his muscles and skin into hardened steel. The steeled skin and muscles are briefly deactivated and will return when the powers are withdrawn. Kid, you seek death. Wang Haoming's body rapidly steeled and his skin became rich in metallic luster. The black blade that shot out struck Wang Haoming's forehead, but it was mercilessly bounced away. Kid, do you know what you were doing with your behavior just now? Wang Haoming no longer continued to walk forward, but walked to the center of the martial arts hall and held a fist salute. Lie Mang also walked across to Wang Haoming and reported a fist salute. Of course I know. The next match will both divide the highs and lows, as well as determine life and death. No. Lie Mang, come back quickly, even if I don't want this martial arts school, I can't let you. Dad. Wake up. Backing down will only give them an inch. Now, starting from me. Whoever commits my Absolute Soul Blade, no matter who it is, will be executed. Li Xiu looked at his son, who had changed his silent normality, and was in a bit of a trance for a moment. When did his own son come to this realization? Oh, you are Lie Meng's father. I am Lie Meng's teacher. I can tell you responsibly that Lie Mang will win. Lin Lu asked Jiang Kai to bring a chair and said loudly after sitting down. Uncle Li, don't worry. Lie Mang will definitely win. Jiang Kai rushed over and helped Li Xiu, who had bruises all over his body, over to rest. Confused. Even though Lie Mang is also practicing, but don't I know his stance? A hasty match, my son's life is in danger, Li Xiu was chagrined. Big brother Li, don't worry, my Lin Lu's students aren't that weak. When it was too late, Iron Man Wang Haoming was the first to attack. He was seen leaping high into the air, and then launched a dive attack at Lie Mang. Without backing down, Lie Mang raised one of the black blades in his hand and held it flat to his chest to block. Ha, kid. Are you an idiot? That sword of yours is just a decoration to me, look at the punch. This punch, with a terrifying impact, smashed into Lie Mang. Lemon didn't flinch. Before, he was too cowardly, even retreating to the point where he was about to give up on the martial arts. But now, he has been reborn in Nirvana and is no longer the same weak self as before. Whoosh! 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 Lemon throws a couple of nice bladed shots and sets up a lunge. This time, he'll face everything head-on and not be afraid anymore. As he poured all of his psychic energy into the black blade, the long, pitch-black blade began to vibrate rapidly, seeming to applaud his courage as well. As the fist reached his eyes, Lie Mang flicked his body in a bizarre stance, dodging Wang Haoming's attack. In less than a second, he utilized the inertia of his rotation to fling an upward chop towards Wang Haoming's steel wrist. The blade is out, the shadow of the sword has arrived. The wrist is broken and bleeding. Ah! My arm! Wang Haoming knelt down on both knees, holding his broken arm with his left hand, crying out in pain.
Chapter 15 Chopping and Decomposition. Chapter 15 Chopping and Decomposition. Ah, Wang Haoming knelt on the ground and wailed in pain. A huge bloody hole in the broken arm was constantly bubbling with blood. Get out of here, go to the hospital now, your broken arm can still be fixed, if it's any later, it'll be really broken.
Ka chow. Lie Mang kindly reminded, and as he said this, the black blade in his hand directly shattered. Seeing this scene, Wang Haoming's heart crossed and steeled the wound, blocking the bleeding wound.
You brat, I want you to die.
Wang Haoming unleashed his supernatural ability once again, and the color of his body, which was originally glowing with a metallic luster, began to turn darker. Seeing that his opponent had no intention of admitting defeat, Lie Mang once again set up his stance. Looking at his majestic son, Li Shou's two eyes were golden. What's going on here? Before Lie Mang's supernormal ability and talent were not very good, now.
How?
Hey, Uncle Lie Mang's psychic ability has been transformed under the guidance of our teacher Lin. Now he, not only has his strength greatly improved, if he develops his psychic ability properly, he can become a powerful combat psychic.
Jiang Kai explained beside Li Xiu, blowing Lin Lu's teaching ability sky high. Mr. Lin. Li Xiu looked at Lin Lu, who was sitting beside him, and a wave of gratitude came over him. He stood up straight and bowed to Lin Lu. Thank you, Teacher Lin, for teaching my canine son. I, Li Xiu, am unable to repay you, but whenever Teacher Lin has something to dispatch in the future, I, Li, will certainly be the first to do so.
Lin Lu stood up and helped Li Xiu up. Lie Mang is strong-willed and has a way of going in and out, and I've always thought highly of him. I have the way of the Ministry of War. At that time, if I recommend him in, I still hope that Pavilion Masterly to cut a
Ministry of the Army?
Li Xiu's old face reddened. If he could let his son enter the military ministry and get credit for beheading demonic beasts, it would be a glorious thing for his ancestors. My Li family is unable to repay Mr. Lin for his cultivation of my dog's son. Lin Lu and Li Xiu were courteous, and the battle inside the martial arts hall was nearing its end. Wang Haoming had already seen the weakness of Lie Mang's ability. Once the ability was used, the sharpness of the black blade would increase to a terrifying level, but the hardness would also decrease, eventually leading to the blade shattering. Understanding this, Wang Haoming's offense and defense were much smarter, and after a few temptations, he made Lie Mang use up his 3 black blades. Now that Lie Mang only had a black blade in his hand, Wang Haoming felt that the balance of victory had tipped in his favor.
Kid, there is already no knife. Wang Haoming has a sneer.
Lie Mang took a long breath, as if he had made up his mind about something.
Heartless flow, avalanche fist.
Wang Haoming stomped back with one foot and bullied his way up in Lie Mang's direction. For his part, Lie Mang used the last of his black blades and took a defensive stance.
Ha ha ha.
You think this black knife of yours is useful, kid? Take a closer look.
What? When? Lie Mang looked at the black knife in his hand with a surprised face.
At this point, there was actually a visible crack in the center of the black blade.
Do you think I was playing games with you with my previous attacks? The black blade has been exhausted, let's see what else you can do.
As he was saying that, Wang Haoming swung out with a punch.
The punch flew toward Lie Mang with a dominating aura. If you really get smashed, you'll either die or be crippled.
Lie Mang dropped the black blade in his hand, and with a stooping and sliding step, he dodged Wang Haoming's attack, and immediately afterward, he swung his fist out and smashed it heavily into Wang Haoming's back.
Ha ha ha, brat, are you being funny?
The surface layer of my body is metal, and you even presume to use your flesh to fight against.
That's really thanks to you. If you hadn't turned your whole body into metal, I wouldn't have known what to do. High frequency vibration.
Lie Mang's heart crossed, and he poured his powers into Wang Haoming. In this instant, Wang Haoming only felt as if his body had gone through 1,000 hammers and was exhausted.
1 second, 2 seconds.
In just less than 3 seconds, the sound that made Wang Haoming feel horrible came from his body.
Click here. Click here.
Only countless cracks appeared on his body, and his originally hardened steel muscles and skin seemed as if they would crumble in an instant. It's a good thing you didn't turn your bones into metal, or else that hit just now would have surely left you in pieces.
Go back and tell your Heartless stream Nanyang head that my absolute soul blade faction will never say yes. Frame.
Wang Haoming lifted his ironization, and his entire body was covered with large and small cracks and wounds.
Kid.
Let's not change the Green Mountain, the green water will flow forever, we'll see. Seeing that their boss was seriously injured, the minions worked together to carry Wang Haoming away and quickly send him to the hospital for treatment. The disciples of the martial arts school who had been beaten earlier, on the other hand, cheered loudly.
So our absolute soul blade is that powerful? Yes. This time, I have to renew my tuition for 2 more years, no. 3 years. Young Pavilion Master Lie Mang is so powerful. That person just now, if I remember correctly, was the B-class alien, Iron Man, Wang Haoming. I can't believe he was even defeated. The crowd was really good as you said one thing and I said another. Well, it's over, and it's time for me to go. Pavilion Master Lie, don't worry, I'll give you an explanation for Heartless stream. Ah. Li Xiao is a bit confused? You're not from Heartless stream either, right? This matter has nothing to do with you. Alright, I'm off, Lie Mang. Jiang Kai. You two train as I told you, and tomorrow after school, continue training at the same place. Yes, X2. Linus said to leave. As night came, Lin Lu ate a bowl of fried rice under the apartment building and returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the door, a picture that made his nose bleed and his blood run cold came into his eyes. Su Shui leaned against the bed, wearing a light translucent nightgown that wrapped around her delicate figure like a cloud. Her long hair was as smooth as light silk and fell gently over her shoulders. The light above the bed shed a soft glow, gilding her face with a light golden radiance, and her features became more delicate and moving in the interplay of light and shadow. Seeing that Lin Lu came back, Su Shui stopped reading and just stared straight at Lin Lu with a light smile at the corner of her mouth. Bang! Lin Lu quickly closed the door to the room. Let's just settle for a hotel tonight. How did this girl find her way here? Lin Lu was about to leave when a demonic voice came out from the house. Lin Lu. Come back to me. If you dare to leave, I'll get a selfie on your bed and send it to my sister. Su Shui was so furious that she didn't even bother to shout the word, brother-in-law. Yes. No solution. Lin Lu hung his head and walked in. That's a good boy. Come on, sit next to me. Linus is like an earthworm, grinding and squirming. The moment he sat on the edge of the bed, Su Shui, who was full of fresh scent, immediately pounced on Lin Lu. Don't move, let me get a good sniff. Su Shui leaned her head against Lin Lu's shoulder, sniffing Lin Lu's scent like a pampered cat. She just sat quietly. Thoughts also flew to the old days. Chapter 16 Memories Like Snow. Chapter 16 Memories Like Snow. Su Shui hugged Lin Lu's arm, her heart was happy, and her thoughts flew back to 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Su Meng and Lin Lu were accepted into the Demon Exterminating Special Warfare Department at the same time. During a mission, the sharp-eyed Lin Lu saw a war report. Ha! Here's a war report related to your Su family, eh? Su Meng took the battle report and looked at it twice, her anxiety leaping to her face. This dead girl. How did he? Lin Lu on the side frowned, then realized. It was written that Master Heartless' second disciple had been targeted by a city extinguishing level demonic beast while practicing in the western Thousand Needles forest. The Inhuman Bureau and the Ministry of War should immediately start coordinating personnel and send out rescue lists as soon as possible to form a demon extermination force to rescue them. By all rights, the Inhuman Bureau and the Inhuman Convocation as well as the Ministry of War should have reacted quickly. But the problem was that, city destroyer grade, demonic beasts weren't something you could kill just because you wanted to. If this disciple could be saved, it would still be good to get the goodwill of Master Heartless. But once they couldn't be saved, wouldn't Master Heartless blame all the sins on the rescue force? Will the corresponding department be held responsible for this blame? So this is an errand that will not do phase, will get unknown rewards if done well, and will be grumbled at by one of the powerhouses if done poorly. The 3 departments are kicking each other around and are afraid to take it on. What to do? Now all the troops are afraid that they can't save people to offend Master Heartless. No, I have to go save Snow. At this moment, Su Meng had already panicked. He dropped the battle report and immediately prepared to organize his equipment. Calm down. Lin Lu took a stride up and pulled Su Meng by the shoulders. If you go in your current state, you're just going to die, calm down. Su Meng took a deep breath and calmed the anxiety in her heart. I'll go with you, it just so happens that I have a weapon in my hand to deal with, city extermination level, demonic beasts. Your name is Lin Lu, right? Hey, that's right, pretty girl, your name is Su Meng, right? In half an hour, we'll meet at the gate of the Special Operations Team. In the western part of the Dragon Kingdom, a silver-haired girl in a practice outfit was fighting a giant tiger that was the height of a small building. Three-eyed saber-toothed tiger, city destroyer grade, demonic beast, high-ranked ability, corpse soldier and corruptor, capable of summoning surrounding skeletons and corpses to fight. At this time, the young girl was bruised all over her body. I can't imagine that I have planted myself on the division mission. This young girl is none other than Su Shui. After half an hour of fighting, her strength was exhausted. The areas that Su Shui practiced in were unexplored areas by humans, and these areas were called dark areas, or dark zones for short. The dark zone was a paradise for demonic beasts and a place of fame and fortune for various bounty hunters. Many rare materials were only found in the dark zone, and the first disciples or successors of powerful sects would choose something in the dark zone as a goal to obtain during their training. Su Shui was also unlucky. The 1,000-year rotten fruit thing explained by the master had originally arrived. But who knew that halfway through, he was targeted by a three-eyed saber-toothed tiger? Despite having the ability to instantly move himself, the three-eyed saber-toothed tiger had expected it. It used the corrosive chi in its body to create a sea of rotten creatures to intercept Su Shui. And Su Shui, who had just stepped into the ranks of a B-class alien, had no way but to escape. After escaping for 10 minutes again, Su Shui felt like her stamina was about to run dry. Damn it! This lady is going to hang up. 5:55. I should have known that I wouldn't have taken such a difficult task. Looking at the giant mountain-like tall black three-eyed tiger walking towards her, Su Shui fell into despair. She had sent end signals through her signaling wristwatch and hadn't seen a single reinforcement until now. The three-eyed tiger walked over and looked at the tiny human in front of him with a contemptuous expression. Only to see it raise its gigantic palm, a heavy blow was dealt, and it swung at Su Shui. Dying. Dying. Su Shui's face was white. The moment fear took over her whole body, she had already lost the ability to act. Let this be the end of it. In my next life, I'm going to be cautious. Su Shui closed her eyes and waited for death to come. But the next second, everything changed dramatically again. Extreme cold world. Daylight arms. The angry voices of a man and a woman rang from Su Shui's ears. She felt a piercing cold spread throughout her body. The terrifying cold air covered the entire area like a big wave. The three-eyed tiger slapping this palm at her was affected by the cold and slowed down. And a white armor picked her up by the waist in a princess hug position and carried her away from the place. Ouch! The three-eyed tiger upped the ante. The ice covering its body instantly shattered into slush. Not good, this city extermination grade demonic beast is on fire. Su Mang reminded loudly. Lin Lu in the armor heard Su Mang's voice and turned on the armor's jet device. On the back of Daylight Armed, some of the armor scales began to turn, revealing the inside of the armor. One round air hole was exposed. One section acceleration. Lin Lu let out a roar, and these round metal holes on the armor spewed out blue flames, and Lin Lu also relied on the armor's terrifying thrust to fly back to Su Meng in an arrow step. Sister! Sister! Getting down from Lin Lu, Su Shui was like a child who did something wrong and lowered her head, not daring to say or do anything. Su Meng breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily her own sister was fine. Well, it's finally okay. With our current strength, we can't shake the city destruction level demonic beasts yet. Retreat. Su Meng finished the sentence and prepared to leave with Su Shui. Lin Lu, who was at the side, snapped his head and said awkwardly, I shouldn't intrude on your sisterly love, but the current situation is. We're surrounded. Lin Lu smiled and pointed around. Thousands of corrupted corpse creatures surrounded them. The three-eyed tiger was starting to get angry. After so many years, it was the first time someone dared to provoke himself like this. Although the alien convocation had given the three-eyed tiger a city destroyer grade classification, the three-eyed tiger that could manipulate the corpse soldiers and corrupt generals had clearly reached the strength of a half of a country destroyer grade demonic beast. Extreme cold. Stop it, Missy, just stop shouting. If I guess correctly, you've already used up almost all of your psychic energy in that move just now, right? Su Monk, how do you know everything? Next, I'll clear a path for you, so don't hesitate to just move forward. No, what will you do if we leave? Su Meng refused on the spot. Originally, Lin Lu had already been benevolent by following himself to the rescue. But now he had to lay down his life to save himself and his sister. Don't worry guys, it's not easy to meet this thing. I'm going to experiment with my various experimental weapons. Lin Lu smiled, raised his right hand, and yelled at the pile of decaying creatures in the back, magnetic cannon. The circular metal in Lin Lu's right palm began to roar,
and in less than 3 seconds, a terrifying electromagnetic cannon shot out from his right hand. Boom! The azure light traversed the entire land, turning into nothingness and dust wherever it went.
A pathway was opened up. "You guys get out of here!"
Lin Lu yelled at the two sisters, then turned around to face the three-eyed tiger and its endless army of death alone.
Chapter 17 The King's Treasure Military Edition. Chapter 17 The King's Treasure Military Edition. Lin Lu, you. Su Meng's heart rippled.
Hurry up and go, I can't exert myself with you guys here, you'll just get in the way. Lin Lu turned his head and opened the mask of his armor, giving the two sisters a disgusted look. Seeing Lin Lu like this, Su Meng no longer hesitated. He decided that after sending Su Shui to the safe zone, even if he died, he would come back to face Lin Lu together.
The two women quickly retreated along the passageway opened by Lin Lu. The corpses of the revived demonic beasts once again flooded the path behind them. "Ha, great, the people in the way are finally gone, now. I'm going to start the test."
Lin Lu crouched down, then made a hard leap into mid-air. The three-eyed tiger looked at Lin Lu in the air and spat out a mouthful of green corrosive gas. Lin Lu dodged the corrosive fog with a dashing lateral flight. Seeing that his attack was unsuccessful, the three-eyed tiger pressed his giant paw into the ground, and hundreds of rotting flying beasts rose into the air.
Is the alien convocation all a bunch of eaters? This guy is only city destroyer class?
It's not too much of a stretch to say he could level some small and medium-sized countries. Lin Lu spat for a while, and in his heart, he cursed the group of executives of the convocation fiercely.
Who? Next, start conducting my experiment.
At this moment, Lin Lu's eyes were glowing, his arsenal could finally see the light of day. Here's the deal, little tiger, if you can survive my attack, I'll let you go.
What? Let me go? Let me go?
When the three-eyed tiger heard Lin Lu's words, he actually revealed a harumphing expression. Advanced demonic beasts had extremely high intelligence, especially those that had lived for a long time, and could even understand human language. Apparently this demonic beast was the type that could understand. Without further delay, Lin Lu unfolded his arms and began to use his powers. Lin Lu's psychic ability was designated as a B-rank life psychic ability by the Psychic Abilities Convocation, Sublime Bag. This ability produces an interdimensional cube of space 500 meters on a side. Lin Lu can put things in space. Time in the space is in pause mode and living things cannot be placed. You'd be underestimating Lin Lu if you thought this psychic ability ended there. This storage psychic ability that seemed a little magical had been developed to the extreme by Lin Lu.
Arsenal!
Lin Lu let out a roar as the space behind him began to distort. A vortex of black space formed, and a warhead began to reveal its hideous face from the black space.
Next, enjoy the feast of explosions. Seas of missiles were pulled out by Lin Records.
The moment these warheads and explosives exited the space bag, Lin Lu activated the firing switch. All kinds of missiles were like arrows that had left the strings, soaring into the air and cutting through the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trajectory. They sped through the clouds, then reversed their flight trajectory and pointed at the three-eyed tiger. The three-eyed tiger, originally nearly 10 meters tall, now looked small and powerless under the gaze of the missile. Seeing this, the three-eyed tiger immediately jumped back quickly. Right at the moment the missile touched ground contact, time seemed to freeze. A blinding light flashed, followed by deafening explosions, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The three-eyed tiger sensed a great threat and began to run away. His corrupted army was instantly torn apart by the onslaught. The flames were like angry beasts, ravaging and devouring everything. Debris and smoke swept around like a storm, and the firelight reflected half of the sky red, illuminating the valley as if it were day. The shockwave generated by the explosion uprooted the trees in the valley and scattered the rocks in all directions. The whole scene was full of apocalyptic shock and horror. When the smoke cleared, the three-eyed tiger had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries. But it was ultimately a powerful demonic beast that had lived for hundreds of years, and although it was seriously injured, it was not fatal. After a roar, the three-eyed tiger dragged its bloodied body and quickly left. All that remained of the entire valley was scorched earth that smelled of smoke and fire.
Che, this point of power to run away. Not so much. This point of equivalent explosion on. Lin Lu landed on the ground, couldn't stop spitting.
Forget about it, don't bother, just exploded, already recorded the video, which warheads work well and which don't, go back and analyze it slowly. Lin Lu in this scene happened to be seen by the two sisters behind her, Su Shui Su Meng. Why are you here? I thought I told you to leave.
It's a good thing you guys leaned away, or you wouldn't know how you'd die. Lin Lu was a bit angry and sent a violent chestnut towards one of the two women's heads. The two girls held their heads and looked at Lin Lu pitifully. My sister said that she couldn't leave you behind, and it just so happens that I've regained some of my strength, so we came back to save you. Su Shui said with an afterthought. Su Meng, who was at the side, looked at Lin Lu and also nodded heavily. Wow! Did you do all this? It's so powerful. With this power, it's easy to directly wipe out a city, right? Su Shui stared blankly at the scorched earth in front of her for a moment of distraction. Lin Lu shook his neck, and the daylight arming on his body was immediately lifted. Well, that's the end of the matter, and I'd like you to do me a favor and not spread the word about this, is that okay? The two women looked at each other and turned their heads, nodding their heads continuously at Lin Lu. Right at this moment, Lin Lu's figure of one man chopping off 1,000 armies and lifting his hand to crack 10,000 lands was deeply engraved in the hearts of the two women. In the days that followed, Lin Lu displayed a strength that was comparable to the destruction of a nation. That mutated, three-eyed saber-toothed tiger could no longer be found, and several people took the opportunity to scavenge many rare items. Over the course of time, Lin Lu and Su Ming's relationship heated up quickly. Funny language, comparable to a chef's cooking, powerful. All of these qualities made Lin Lu inexplicably attractive to the two women. When it was finally time to part ways, Lin Lu and Su Meng returned to the military headquarters to resume their duties. Su Shui pulled Su Meng aside and discussed in a whisper. Sis, are you and brother Lin Lu merely teammates? Then you know if he has a girlfriend. Ha? Tic-tac-toe appeared on the back of Suman's head. It wasn't there before, it will be in a few days. What does this mean, is? Not. Sister. You. Su Shui, oh. Little Snow, since I was a child, Sis didn't fight with you for anything, this person, you can't make a move. This is still only the scene of Su Shui and Lin Lu's first meeting. After that, all kinds of bits and pieces are like imprints deeply engraved in Su Shui's heart. Ugh. This girl. Looking at the sleeping Su Shui who was leaning against him, Lin Lu put her on the bed. A silver-haired beauty with a fiery figure lying so defenselessly in front of herself, it was impossible to say that there were no thoughts in one's heart. Lin Lu took several deep breaths, calmed down for a moment, and silently covered Su Shui's blanket, then walked out of the apartment. Humph. Coward. The moment the door closed, Su Shui opened her eyes. I can't. I feel like I'm a ginger fishing and have been in the Air Force. Must be more proactive in the future. Su Shui thought like this and went into dreamland. In the 5-star hotel in Nanyang City, Li Feng had just gone to the bathing center to enjoy himself. When he returned to his room, the Li family's subordinate handed him a video device. Li Feng opened it and his eyes were covered in blood. The video footage of Su Shui entering Lin Lu's apartment and then Lin Lu going back to his apartment is crystal clear. Humph. What heir to the Heartless stream, not even a fish stealing she-cat. Li Feng squinted his eyes and began to brew something. Chapter 18, Heartless Flow. Chapter 18, Heartless Flow. Li Feng's eyes were filled with desire. The second daughter of the Su family, a powerful family in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the heirs of the Heartless Stream, and the biological sister of General Su Meng, a major general of the Eastern Military Region. A series of halos enveloped Su Meng, causing the local gentry of Nanyang to have all sorts of unrealistic fantasies. The next day, after the academy was dismissed, Lin Lu went to the unoccupied creek beach to train Jiang Kai and Lie Mang. The two engaged in a number of offensive and defensive sparring sessions. Without using his powers, Lie Mang was able to hold Jiang Kai down. However, once he started using his powers, Jiang Kai's ability to create explosions at fixed points at any time made it impossible for Lie Mang to get close. As for Lin Lu, he set up a Taisher chair and leisurely drank tea. Night fell quickly and the 3-hour training session was over. Lie Mang put away the black blade that Lin Lu had improvised for him and respectfully asked Lin Lu, "Teacher, tomorrow night is the opening day of the Nanyang Heartless Stream Martial Arts School. Celebrities from all walks of life in Nanyang will be there. Do you think you should go, teacher?" "Oh? You beat up someone from the Heartless Stream and you still dare to go?" Lin Lu revealed a sardonic smile. Father said that nothing can be avoided. Besides, the other party also sent the invitation to our Jedi Soulblade faction. Lin Lu put away his tea set and began to think. The principle is that I won't go, but this time, among the gifts given out by Heartless Stream, there's a prize that's very tempting.
Saying that, Lin Lu turned a video on and pressed pause on a screen.
This stone is. Lie Mang and Jiang Kai were confused.
It's a piece of pure titanium steel, and I don't know how the Heartless streamers got it. But with it, I can help Lie Mang build weapons that can withstand the effects of vibration. Although this weapon also develops metal fatigue after use, in general, it can be used for a long time.
Even if it breaks, you can go back and rebuild it, it's so convenient.
Lie Mang had a fighting spirit in his eyes. It was something that he was bound to get. If Lie Mang goes, I'll go too. Teacher, let's go together, there might be other good things. Yoo-hoo, Jiang Kai, this kid learns to lure with profit, heart is not small.
Lin Lu didn't refuse and nodded.
Time just goes by bit by bit. After Jiang Kai's victory in the life and death ring, he became the meat and potatoes in the eyes of all the teachers, and everyone wanted to pull him into their classes. But Jiang Kai was not moved, so he stayed in the third-year class. And Jiang Kai's fight has opened up new ideas for education throughout the school.
Many life system exalts have been programmed into the combat system.
It wasn't because they were strong in combat, but the teachers had discovered that some of the abilities of these life alterants could multiply the destructive power of the combat alterants' powers. There were many people, of course, who wanted to ask Lin Lu directly. But this guy is either groping fish and missing classes all day long, or he keeps avoiding Su Shui.
It's harder than hell to find him. Unconsciously, the day of the opening of the Nanyang City Heartless Stream Martial Arts Center's main hall had come. Various celebrities from Nanyang City gathered to congratulate the city.
An old man with crane hair stood on the main seat and saluted the guests frequently. He was the head of the martial arts school, Chen Dao.
The structure of mindless flow is very simple.
Other than the 2 direct disciples of Master Heartless, the others were all named disciples. After all, cultivation also required various resources. In order to be able to put together the massive cultivation resources for himself and his first disciple, Master Heartless also allowed the named disciples of a certain strength to open martial arts halls under the name of Heartless Stream to earn money, and the income was divided into 37. To keep his reputation intact, Master Heartless was smart. He had professional administrators work out the qualifications for opening a martial arts school and selected a group of die-hard disciples from among the registered disciples to form a monitoring team. Once a martial arts school was found to have done something detrimental to the genre, it was directly jerked to the end.
Relying on such a model, Heartless Flow developed quickly.
As of now, it has become one of the largest factions in the Dragon Kingdom. After a burst of lively traditional polite etiquette, Chen Dao smilingly began his speech. Everyone, welcome to my Heartless Stream Martial Arts Center. We, Heartless Stream, will uphold the tradition of cultivating more powerful people for Nanyang City, exterminating more demonic beasts, and consolidating human defenses. Chen Dao spoke drippingly, and the guests began their own socializing.
This welcome banquet was served on a free-from basis.
As soon as he entered, Lin Lu led Jiang Kai and Lie Mang to eat and drink furiously.
Hey, teacher, I told you I couldn't go wrong coming. Look at all this food, it's so good.
Jiang Kai took a giant sea crab and ate it with gusto. Shut up and eat quietly, let's eat more while those Heartless Stream guys are still beeping. Lin Lu wasn't polite either, his mouth stuffed with seafood. Just as Lin Lu and the others were feasting, a discordant voice rang out.
Yo! Isn't this Mr. Lin from Bohemia Academy?
Before the food in Lin Lu's mouth could be digested, he turned his head to look at a familiar figure.
That's Mr. Li Fengli.
Jiang Kai recognized Li Feng at a glance.
Oh, Mr. Lin, this banquet requires an invitation to enter, have you received one?
As soon as he saw that the other party had come to pick a fight, Lie Mang, who was on the side, immediately took out the invitation. Teacher Li, this is the invitation from the Heartless Stream, may I ask if there are any more questions?
Invitations?
All martial arts firms and celebrities receive invitations, but everyone comes here with heavy gifts, so may I ask what a few of you have brought?
Li Feng's sentence dried the 3 of them out. Just get the guy, huh? With a gift? What a gift! It's a bad habit.
Lin Lu wiped the grease stains around his mouth and asked with a smile, so what are you going to do?
We didn't bring anything but a mouth.
After saying that, Lin Lu ignored Li Feng and continued to bury his head in dry rice.
You vulgar man.
Li Feng was ready to continue sneering when the lights of the scene suddenly dimmed. Chen Dao was seen standing on the stage where the lights converged, holding a microphone, his face flushed. Thanks to your care, my Heartless Stream has flourished everywhere, and today we have prepared these things in order to celebrate.
Snap.
Chen Dao clapped his palms, and dozens of disciples came out from behind the curtain pushing carts.
Wow! These things, they are superb. Look at that high-purity blue crystal. If this were sold, it would be at least tens of millions of blue crystal coins. More than that, look guys, there's a lot of alien strengthening liquid. These things, they're worth a lot of money. The guests present were all shocked by Chen Dao's wealth and heritage. Chen Dao looked at the reaction of the crowd on stage. Humph! After all, people from small places can't get to the stage and have short insights. This is the only thing that has bluffed this group of people? Chen Dao enjoyed the gazes of the people present. As he swept his eyes, the figures of Lin Lu's 3 men rapidly drying their food appeared in his own eyes. These 3 guys are surprisingly indifferent to these things. Are you full? Lin Lu took a toothpick out of his bag and flossed his teeth contentedly. It's full, teacher. Look, something has been rolled out over there. Lie Mang wiped his mouth and stared with burning eyes at a stone on the stage. Chapter 19 Rewards. Chapter 19 Rewards. Chen Dao narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Lu. Lin Lu felt a wave of hostility and then looked at Chen Dao. The two stared at each other for 2 or 3 seconds before finally averting their eyes. Everyone, in order to thank you all for taking care of my Heartless stream, we've come up with some special prizes today. Chen Dao signaled to a disciple, who pressed a switch in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In the center of the huge hall, a battle stage slowly rose. The surrounding edges of the stage were built with a transparent, reinforced substance that ensured strength and allowed those around to see the battle in the center of the ring. Everyone, I have 4 inferior disciples. If anyone can beat any of my disciples today, they can pick any one of the rewards on stage. Chen Dao confidently announced the game of the night. The guests at the scene all looked at each other. Good guy, this is not an invitation to guests to enjoy the dinner. This is a demonstration to all the Nanyang City martial arts forces. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you with unnatural faces. I can't imagine that this old man didn't invite everyone to exchange feelings, but came here to flaunt his power. Dang! A strong man with a naked upper body jumped into the battle stage. Disciple Ian Philong of the Heartless stream, to all of you in Nanyang. This time, the various native families in Nanyang City were not calm. Heartless stream was smashing the martial arts lineage of Nanyang City. Chen Dao scanned everyone below with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Humph. Although the Heartless stream is powerful, it's not a single hand. A one-eyed youth jumped onto the fighting stage. Wang Ming of the Nanyang Wang family, please enlighten me. Chen Dao's eyes flashed as he nodded to Yun Philong. Then, let's begin. Yun Philong took an arrow step, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Ming and swung out a fist. Seeing this, Wang Ming subconsciously blocked with his own arms. Ka chow! Yun Philong's punch poured down with a terrifying astral wind, and Wang Ming's arms were directly broken by this punch. The sound of bones cracking resounded throughout the banquet hall as Yun Philong kicked at the fallen Wang Ming, who was unable to block and took a solid hit. Ah! I surrender. Only when Wang Ming shouted surrender did Yun Philong stop his attack. I'm sorry, the underdog's hand was not light or heavy. We Heartless stream will fully cover young Master Wang's medical and convalescence expenses later. Chen Dao laughed loudly, and his words were filled with contempt for Nanyang City. Lin Lu's trio hid at the end of the crowd to watch the show, but a voice nudged them to point them out. Master! It's the 3 people over there. Senior brother Wang Haoming's hand was chopped off by them. The eyes of the powerful nobles present as they looked at Lin Lu revealed strangeness and surprise. Who is this guy? Do either of you know? I'm not sure about the remaining 2, but I do recognize that Lie Mang, the heir to the Absolute Soul Blade. How did they come to feud with the Heartless stream? The crowd, you and I, began to make all kinds of guesses. Oh? Your Excellencies are the ones who injured my disciples. Chen Dao's face suddenly turned cold. His own disciple, Wang Haoming, was sent to collect various martial arts schools, and originally everything was going well. I didn't realize that a few days ago, a martial arts school in a civilian area had been hit hard. Originally, I thought that I would go back to retrieve the scene after all the work for this opening was done, but I didn't expect that these few people would be quite bold and come directly to this banquet. On the side, Li Feng revealed a smile. I can't imagine that Lin Lu has a problem with Chen Dao's disciple. This is a good show. A motorcade was waiting for someone in front of a luxurious hotel. I can't imagine that this time the task of transporting Miss Su Shui will be done by you. It seems that young Master Ouyang and my master have a very good relationship.
A woman in her 30s with a sexy body flirted with Yang Ming, who was dressed in a suit, to the side. This woman was one of Chen Dao's disciples, Purple Moon, and today she was arranged to welcome Su Shui to the Heartless Stream's opening banquet. Originally, Su Shui didn't want to go, but her own master gave a call to help Chen Dao in Nanyang City, to help purge the martial arts forces here. There was no other way, the master's order could not be disobeyed, and Su Shui had no choice but to agree.
Listening to Ziyu's flirting, Yang Ming's eyes didn't stay on Ziyu for long.
Purple Moon was also a beautiful woman, but compared to today's target, it was still too inferior. His own old man had instructed him 1,000 times that even if his progress was slow, he had to leave a good impression with Su Shui today. Facing Ziyu's flattery, Yang Ming waved his hand. Where is it? Where is it? It's all thanks to the trust of Master Qingdao Pavilion. If it wasn't for Master Qingdao Pavilion nodding his head, how would I have had the chance to look at Ms. Su Shui's face? Having said that, Ziyu still keenly felt Yang Ming swaying back and forth on her chest a few times.
Humph. You're just a horny dude, and you want to go after Su Shui? With you? You and the Yang family? Although she was upset in her heart, Ziyu was still polite on the surface. Clang! The doors of the hotel opened and a silver-haired beauty in a tight white hemline appeared in front of the crowd. Su Shui was dressed in a white color system, and the blue necklace was embellished between her jade-like neck. Her long silver hair fell naturally behind her, complementing her voluptuous figure. Miss Su. Su. Yang Ming looked at the person who was like an exiled fairy, and unexpectedly stuttered a little. Huh? Why are you here? Su Shui looked at Yang Ming and was a bit surprised. Master, this young Master Ouyang's Ouyang family has given us a lot of sponsorship, so Master arranged for him and I to transport you? Really, in that case, let him ride in the back. This. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Purple Moon shook her head helplessly and got into a car with Su Shui and took off. Inside the car, Su Shui opened the mirror and adjusted her dress. Ziyu, how is the strength of the martial arts forces in Nanyang? Huh? Contacting the surrounding martial arts forces has always been done by senior brother Wang Haoming, so I am not very clear. All I know is that a few days ago, senior brother Wang had his hand broken by a local martial arts alien, and he's still recuperating. Oh? Is that so? With Chen Dao's personality, he hasn't gone for revenge yet? Not yet, Master is busy with the opening of the museum these days. He said he would meet when it was over. The conversation came to an abrupt end here. Su Shui closed her eyebrows and began to gaze and rest, and Ziyu on the side didn't dare to disturb, so she sat quietly. Inside the venue, Lin Lu's trio became the center of attention. So you're the ones who broke second senior brother's hand. Hey, stepping through iron shoes, if you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be able to walk out of here. Yun Feilong's entire body began to grow hair, and in the end, he even turned into a 2-meter-tall bear man. It's an alien power. He can turn into a bear. The surrounding guests and people from the Nanyang City martial arts style let out a gasp. Originally, this Yun Feilong's martial arts attainments were good, and now with the addition of the beast's power, God knows what strength he is now. After turning into a bear, Yun Feilong's strength had also increased horribly. Originally, his combat power was only at the strength of a D-ranked alien, but now it had jumped directly to C rank. A few boys. Come up and fight. Or you will die. Chapter 20. Are you sure? Chapter 20, are you sure? The Heartless stream is so grand. Even your Heartless master wouldn't dare to talk like this in front of me. Lin Lu wouldn't spoil anyone and directly disliked him with a sentence. Brat, who are you? Dare to insult Master Ancestor like this? Yun Feilong was furious for a while. For so many days, who among the various martial arts forces in Nanyang City didn't nod their heads when they saw themselves? He. Who is he? He's a teacher in the Bohemia Flower Academy, and by the way, all of his class participants are life system exalts. The two next to him are life cadets too. Li Feng saw a needle in the eye and spoke about Lin Lu's recent situation. What? Department of Life? The bottom of that group of aliens? Ah, kid, look at you like this, do you want me to let you guys have a few moves? Department of Life. Shouldn't you be glowing in factories and assembly lines, and here you are? Yun Feilong was extremely taunting, and Jiang Kai stepped forward, ready to get on the battle stage to teach this arrogant bear a lesson. Wait, Jiang Kai, let me. This is the home of Budo, if you just use your powers you'll be gossiped about. And your powers? are not well utilized here.
Lie Mang patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder and looked at Lin Lu. Lin Lu nodded when he saw that Lie Mang wanted to make a move. Whoosh! With a beautiful leap, Lie Mang stood opposite Yun Feilong.
Jedi Soul Blade, Lie Mang has come to teach us. Good guts. Let's get started, I'm not a granny.
Yun Feilong alternated his feet and ran towards Lie Mang. Lemon drew the black blade behind him and held the hilt in both hands, tilting the blade downwards at 45 degrees.
Just when everyone thought that Lemon would stay on the defensive,
Lie Mang, holding a long sword, turned defensive and used a deft pace, rapidly approaching Yun Feilong like a cheetah. Yun Feilong was over 2 meters tall, and when he saw that his opponent dared to compete with him, he let out a roar and swung out a fist. The punch carried a gale of wind and smashed into Lie Mang. All the guests present had their hearts in their throats.
This punch will either kill or maim you.
Seeing this, Lie Mang revealed a confident smile. He was only seen to sidestep his body, easily dodging the wind of the punch. At the same time, following the inertia of the turn, Lie Mang swung out the black blade. The chop was infused with vibrational alien energy by Lie Mang, and the blade began to vibrate at a high frequency and emitted an ear-piercing chirp. The light of the knife was like electricity, and it went straight for the opponent's neck. Yun Feilong reacted extremely fast, his figure stormed back while changing his fist into a claw, slapping at Lie Mang's black blade. Zip, zip, zip. The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping came from the place where the two were fighting. The scene had shattered everyone's perceptions. Fists and swords clashed, gold and iron clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. With just one chop, Lie Mang cut apart Yun Feilong's bear claws.
No way! My claws are harder than metal, how could you possibly cut off my claws?
At this moment, Yun Feilong felt a heavy sense of threat. Taking advantage of Yun Feilong's stays, Lie Mang continued to swing his sword and attack.
The light of the knives was like a weave, each one precise and deadly.
But Yun Feilong was ultimately a disciple of the Heartless stream.
A hand of fluent stance dodged Lie Mang's consecutive chopping blows. Lie Mang advances, Yun Feilong retreats. The guests present had been captivated by the exciting battle in front of them.
Big brother? You tell this is the Department of Life?
That who?
I know, he is the Li family's male son Li Feng.
Come on, Mr. Li, take a look, it's called a living alien? Good thing I didn't taunt the guys and leave a good impression.
Everyone was chattering, all discussing the situation of the battle at hand. Time passed by, and Lie Mang felt that the black blade was about to crack. No, if this continues, the black blade will not be able to support it any longer. Lie Mang had a plan in mind, and after a chopping attack ended, he intentionally sold an open door to Yun Feilong. When Yun Feilong saw Lie Mang's move suddenly jammed, he was delighted and threw a punch straight out, aiming straight for Lie Mang's head. Seeing that the other party took the bait, Lie Mang utilized his strength and turned his body around. The black blade wrapped around Yun Feilong's arm like a spirit snake, and swung down. Yun Feilong's left arm should be broken.
Ah! Kid! You did that on purpose.
Yun Feilong's broken arm was like a faucet constantly spraying blood.
Lie Mang finally severed one of Yun Feilong's arms before the black blade shattered. Admit defeat.
Yun Feilong regained his person, pressed his broken arm, and prepared to go to the hospital immediately. As soon as he got off the battle stage, Yun Feilong ran towards the door of the banquet hall, but the next second, a terrifying air cannon flew from the podium and flew straight towards Yun Feilong's head.
Bang! Yun Feilong's head suddenly exploded, spilling white and red things onto the ground.
What was once a clean and tidy floor instantly became filthy. Yun Feilong's headless body slowly collapsed, and everyone turned their heads to realize that the one who had struck was none other than Yun Feilong's master Chen Dao.
Humph! Careless and gullible, not worthy of being a disciple of my Heartless stream.
After 2 seconds passed, Chen Dao once again resumed his smile. I never thought that Nanyang City would have such a handsome person like you.
This brother, you have extraordinary hands, I want to take you as my disciple, what do you think?
Lin Lu was truly speechless. You old man, digging your way into my place. Seeing this, Lie Mang retrieved his black blade and respectfully hugged Chen Dao with a fist salute. Thanks to Pavilion Master Chen's love, I already have a teacher, so I can't agree to your proposal.
Oh, it's okay, I'm just a little shy about talent.
At this moment, Lie Mang did not know that he had already been pulled into the must-kill list by Chen Dao. Li Feng's back teeth gnashed as he watched the developments.
Well, since this little brother won the match, let him choose a reward. Chen Dao gave up the main seat, signaling Lie Mang to come forward and choose. Lie Mang didn't squirm and walked up to the stage, cradling the entire piece of titanium metal in his hands. This is great, I can finally have my teacher build me exclusive equipment. Lie Mang joyfully returned to Lin Lu. Well, we've eaten, we've drunk, and we've taken such a nice reward, so it's time for us to go. Everyone, the green mountains will not change, the green water will flow forever. When you have time, go to Bohemia Academy and meet me for tea. Lin Lu whistled and took his 2 disciples and left. Pop! Chen Dao slapped one hand at the table beside him, and the table fell to the ground in response. Oh, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper a little bit. Everyone continue to drink freely, then play music, then dance. Just 5 minutes after Lin Lu's trio left, Su Shui also arrived. Chen Dao was unusually excited when he found out. Everyone, our most important person tonight has finally arrived. She is one of Master Heartless' direct disciples, the sister of Major General Su Meng of the Eastern War Zone, the Su family's daughter, Miss Su Shui. Everyone applaud and welcome. There was a crackle of applause. Su Shui walked into the banquet hall under the lead of Ziyu. Li Feng looked at Ouyang Ming, who entered from behind Su Shui, and was furious. On what grounds? First Lin Records, then Ouyang Ming. I can't imagine that you have a few concubines, Ms. Su. Li Feng himself had already determined that Su Shui was a promiscuous person. Hey, in that case, that's fine. If Lin Lu can, and Ouyang Ming can, then so can I. As soon as Su Shui entered the front door, she saw red and white things all over the floor. The strong odor of blood simply could not be dispersed in a short time. The guests had wanted to leave for a long time, but due to Chen Dao's lustful authority, they didn't dare to make a rash proposal until Su Shui's arrival. Chapter 21 Green Dragon Base. Chapter 21 Green Dragon Base. Did something happen here? Su Shui covered her nose in disgust. No. Senior sister, please take your seat. An old man calling a young woman senior sister, how could this picture look awkward? Su Shui didn't care about these details and walked straight towards Chen Dao. The crowd under the stage was stunned by Su Shui's beauty and began to whisper. Everyone, I'm Su Shui, Heartless Stream, Su Shui. Thank you all for coming out to the show. Please bear with us if we do anything wrong afterward. Su Shui's temperament of knowing what's right impressed everyone in the room. You see, it's all about contrast. People's Heartless Stream direct disciples are so humble. You, Chen Dao, a registered disciple, are flaunting your power here. No comparison does no harm. By the way, did something happen here? Do you need me to step in? The crowd looked at each other, not knowing where to begin. At that moment, a young man with a bandaged arm came out from backstage. Senior. You have to make a decision for me. You are? Disciple Wang Haoming. He was injured by the people from the Bohemia Academy before, and just now, senior brother Yin Filong was defeated by those people again and lost his life. Please make a decision for us, senior uncle. Su Shui stretched out her forefinger and put it on her chin a little bit, making a thoughtful gesture. I'm currently serving at the Bohemia Academy, and in the academy, I don't think there are any such people, huh? What's his name, you know? This. Wang Haoming choked for a while, to say the name, but really did not remember. It's Lin Lu. The one who just struck out was Lin Lu. Li Feng's voice in the corner is loud and clear. In a flash, Su Shui's eyes were covered in frost. Tell me, is that what's going on? Seeing Su Shui's anger, Wang Haoming didn't dare to hide it and told the story of his challenge to the martial arts school from the beginning. Of course, adding to the conversation is inevitable. It wasn't until he finished talking about Yun Feilong's death that Wang Haoming stopped. So, you're planning to seek revenge on Lin Lu? Su Shui narrowed her eyes, a murderous aura surrounding her. Chen Dao, who was standing at the side, nodded in satisfaction. His idea was simple, to add some fuel to the fire by telling Su Shui about Lin Lu humiliating himself and the others. When Su Shui heard this, out of her feelings of defense for the Heartless Stream, she would seek out these people to settle the score. It was good to win, but if you lost, it wasn't you who lost, it was Su Shui who lost. His own image before Master Heartless remained stoic and unchanged. Su Shui let out a deep breath, walked over to Wang Haoming and patted his shoulder. Good. Very good. Bang. Su Shui, who was originally patting her shoulder, suddenly exerted force. Her right hand was enveloped in a high temperature, and from afar, Su Shui's hand seemed to become blurred. Senior sister, show mercy. Chen Dao could tell at a glance that it was Master Heartless' secret technique, Blazing Inferno Palm. Su Shui swung out with the palm, and Wang Haoming's body was enveloped in a cloud of high temperature.
Before he could still react, heat conduction traveled along his shoulder and into his body.
Ah. I don't. Wang Haoming covered his internal organs and kept rolling over.
But now it was too late, his internal organs were vaporized by Su Shue's high-temperature internal qi, and he was powerless to return to heaven.
That's dead? To the side, Ziyu's face turned pale.
Su Shue, who had just been chatting with her own, immediately became a living hell. Originally, he himself had thought that this too young to be true senior was no more than that. Now it seemed that someone else's martial arts attainments were so high that they even surpassed his own masters.
If you can't handle even a small Lin Lu, what kind of face do you have to live with?
I'll take care of the Lin records matter myself.
Chen Dao was very upset.
In one night, he had lost 2 disciples, which was a huge loss for him. But Su Shue said that she would personally resolve this matter. Doesn't this mean that Su Shue is standing up for him? In the future, the Heartless Stream Martial Arts School in Nanyang City would definitely prosper and earn a lot of money.
After that, it was time for boring compliments to each other. Lin Lu left and went back to his room.
Looking at the titanium in front of him, he couldn't stop smiling. I didn't realize this world had such a thing. Not bad, not bad. There should be quite a bit left over after helping Lemon make his weapon, so he can snap all the remaining titanium himself. As soon as he said he would do it, Lin Lu took all sorts of tools out of his subdimensional bag and began to make a weapon for Lie Mang. The sound of zippy electricity and pounding metal was incessant. At this time, an emergency situation had arisen at the Green Dragon base in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Sir, there's an anomalous signal to the east of Green Dragon base.
Tune out.
The monitor received the order and pulled up the surveillance. In the video, 5 demonic beasts as tall as small mountains were gathering together.
5. City extermination grade demonic beasts? How did they show up?
Never mind how he appeared, notify everyone at the eastern base.
Woo! A shrill alarm went off. 3 minutes later, all the senior officers appeared in the command room.
Su Mang stood in the first row of the command room, and on the main seat, Commander Shang Xikongsun frowned.
Commander! Should we strike now?
Strike first.
A senior officer made an inquiry. No. I was wondering what brought these giant demons together. Does anyone have any insight?
Everyone looked at each other and then shook their heads. In that case, Green Dragon base is temporarily on alert, and all blue crystal weapons are ready to fire.
Yes.
As everyone left one by one, Xikongsun inquired about Su Mang. Is that guy alright? Upon hearing this, Su Mang slowly turned back. Commander, that guy is fine.
What, to call him back for a cameo? Ah, Xikongsun burst out laughing.
Although the military hierarchy took down Lin Lu for the sake of balance, in my opinion, he has always been the best soldier in my hands. This time the giant demon gathering, you help me send a message to him, let him come over to cover a period of time, the compensation. The end of the month dark area sweeping things to get his choice.
Understood.
Su Mang smiled, then left the command room. Alas, those fools at the top. Lin Lu alone can be worth 1,000 armies.
Doesn't that make sense to them? Xikongsun was a pure soldier, and was very resistant to hooking up.
Half an hour later, Su Mang brought her 2 female followers to a defense zone 1 kilometer outside the Green Dragon base.
General Su, do you think we will fight the demonic beasts this time? Lan Yun, don't talk nonsense. Would a fight do you any good? Hee, that's for sure. If we fight, I can see General Su's fighting heroics again. Hee.
That said, 100 flowers, don't you want to see it? That's for sure. The 2 followers were still flirting, but Su Mang looked grave. Normally, the moment a city destroyer level demonic beast approached the Green Dragon base, it would start wreaking havoc.
Demonic beasts weren't like humans, having a strong grouping. Once a giant demon occupied a territory, he would expel all other demonic beasts of comparable strength in the territory.
After all, food and resources were limited, and it was impossible to feed multiple powerful demonic beasts in a limited territory.
Forget it, don't think about it, everyone prepare your defenses.
At the edge of the dark area, the 5 city destroyer grade demonic beasts had shrunk their enormous bodies to the size of 5 small animals. I can't believe our experiment is going to work.
Yes.
The work of art that gathers the powerful bloodlines of our 5 giant demons and is made with human genetic modification technology will finally be born.
5 shrunken giant demons sat around a 2-meter tall giant egg in an emotional state.
Decades ago, these giant demons attacked a research team that had been secretly transferred from the Dragon Kingdom and obtained this giant egg from the team. Although they didn't know what was in this giant egg, the instincts of the demonic beasts told them that a terrifying creature was being birthed inside. It just so happens that several professors in the research team they attacked didn't die, and the Black Poison Scorpion King, which has the ability to read memories, reads the memories of the living ones. It turns out that the giant egg is a product of the genetics program. A few decades ago, the Dragon Kingdom issued regulations on forbidden research, stipulating hundreds of items that could not be researched. The genetic program is also included in this category. The big man behind the program saw that he could create horrible creatures and didn't want to give it up, so in a desperate attempt, he tried to move everything within the program to another country to carry it out. Safe transportation routes between countries are controlled by high levels of their governments. The only way to get to other countries illegally is to go through the dark zone. The boss behind the scenes, in a desperate attempt to make his experiment a success, hired a few alien mercenaries and smuggled them out of the dark zone. This departure was picked up by a few giant demons. Chapter 22 Monster descends, weapon also becomes. Chapter 22 A monster descends, and a weapon becomes a weapon. A few giant demons utilized the remaining experimental equipment and surprisingly tinkered with it on their own. Not to mention, after decades, they really let them pound it out. Although the experiment was tortuous, it eventually came to fruition. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! Cracks began to appear on the crystalline eggshell. Look! Our result is going to be born. The 5 giant demons were both excited and apprehensive as they looked at the eggshell that was about to shatter. Ka-chow! After the cracks in the eggshell completely shattered, the inside of the eggshell bloomed with a white light. This is human? How is that possible? The 5 giant demons looked at me and I looked at you, their eyes filled with shock. What appears in the eggshell is a young human girl. Black hair flowed over his shoulders, and his bright red eyes resembled an abyssal stare. The girl's back was covered in strange golden patterns. These diagrams were inscribed as if they were ancient incantations, emanating a gust of ancient charm. What's going on? How did the blood of our 5 demons screw up a guy like this? It should at least have the strength of a juvenile demon king. How did this thing end up being born? The demon eye monkey, on the side, was anxious. These demonic beasts of their own had spent decades trying to create a terrifying demonic beast to take on humans. At the end of the day, after all these years of work, it turns out to be for nothing. Darn it, we've been busy for so many years, and we've come up empty-handed. Can't stand it, I'm going to eat this human. Slow down. The devil eye monkey's body suddenly grew in size, becoming a giant ape over 4 m tall. It reached out its right hand and tried to grab the girl. I'm hungry. The girl let out a murmur. What? I'm hungry. You look delicious. After saying that, the girl's figure instantly disappeared. Not good, get out of the way. The most alert 2-headed snake gave warning, but it was too late. The young girl came behind it and took a bite out of it. Please. The young girl bit off a chunk of snake meat and chewed happily. Scarlet blood dripped from the corner of the girl's mouth, forming a cruel and absolutely beautiful picture. Human, you seek death. The 2 large mouths of the 2-headed snake opened wide and let out a bloodthirsty call. I am still hungry. Feeling the food in front of her eyes, sensing the threat of the food in front of her, the girl's ruby eyes erupted with a dazzling blood-colored light. The golden lines on the back emitted bursts of golden light. Human, die. The 2 huge heads of the 2-headed snake rushed at the girl left and right, this time tearing. It wanted to make the girl's body shatter. Bang! Bang! The result the 2-headed snake expected didn't come. The snake's head suffered a heavy blow the moment it approached the girl. The girl raised her hands, and 2 unknown energy attacks were launched outward from her arms, left and right, with high intensity and density. The moment the energy approached the snake's head, the unexpected happened. The golden energy seemed like a devil that devoured everything, devouring the snake's head the moment it touched it. Not only that, but the golden energy also started moving along the snake's head like shivering spaghetti, and in just a dozen seconds, the golden energy devoured the rest of the 2-headed snake's body. The girl waved her hand and the 2 masses of energy quickly flew back into her body. Hiccup! Burping, the girl had a look of enjoyment on her face. What is this thing?
The devil-eye monkey looked horrified. He had just tried to get the girl, but now it seemed like pure death-defying behavior. You are all bad people. The golden light behind the girl flickered again, and a gust of light wrapped around the girl. Just 8. Snake. The light continued to grow larger and larger, and in the eyes of the 4 demons, a golden 2-headed snake suddenly formed. What the hell is this? Come on, I have a feeling the 4 of us won't be able to kill it. The 4 demons exchanged words in demonic language for a moment and scattered. Seeing that the threat had passed, the girl changed back. She casually picked up some rags to cover her body and walked towards the green dragon base. It's done. Lin Lu stayed up all night to finish building Lie Mang's weapon. Arriving at the academy, Lin Lu didn't even report to the third-year class. A phone call sent Lie Mang and Jiang Kai to the grove in the back of the mountain. Here, your weapon. Lin Lu tossed a set of long swords to Lie Mang. As soon as Lie Mang caught it, he drew out the blade and scrutinized it. The blade was long and straight, like a vast expanse of autumn water, yet a faint scarlet luster flowed across the surface of the blade, with a murderous intent. On the body of the blade, there were fine and intricate patterns carved, which were hidden in the light, like ancient runes. The handle part of the knife, made of super-strength synthetic metal, felt warm like jade, yet was tough enough to fit perfectly in Lie Mang's palm, making every swing as easy as a finger. Nothing is more striking than the design of the sheath. The sheath was also made up of metal, and it was inlaid with unknown gemstones that shimmered with an ethereal blue light, as if they were able to see into people's hearts. At the head end of the blade's sheath, there was an elaborate ejector device hidden, a mechanism that Lin Lu had built with his own hands to allow for explosive chopping at critical moments. Lie Mang, now you try to use a draw chop attack, and when you do, press the trigger of the sheath. Lin Lu reminded from the side. Lie Mang nodded, sheathed his sword, and took up his stance. Only to see that his right hand wanted to draw his long knife, his left hand holding the sheath gently pulled the trigger, and the ejector device inside the sheath was instantly activated. Accompanied by a low mechanical roar, the blade catapulted out at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, like a red lightning bolt cutting through the sky. Following this force of ejection, Lie Mang swung with force. At that moment, it was as if the air was split in two, and where the blade passed through, it left a clearly visible red residue. On the sidelines, Jiang Kai marveled at the craftsmanship that went into making this blade. This knife, with a blade constructed of a titanium alloy, has a sharpness that I have adjusted to a suitable value. When you infuse it with alien energy and start vibrating at a high frequency, it cuts through any substance with ease. Even the hard alloy armor could not stop its sharpness. By the way, that trigger is a drawknife ejection device that doubles the speed of your drawknife chop. The 7 jewels on the scabbard are metal fatigue detectors. When the glowing blue crystal gems all go out, that's the tipping point where the blade is about to undergo a metal fatigue fracture, so pay close attention to yourself. In the end, my advice to you is to ditch the long-term combat knives and put all your energy into honing your one-hit kill moves. Only when you slash the enemy will you have the capital to output. Lin Lu's words benefited Lie Mang. After retrieving the blade, Lie Mang knelt on both knees. Thank you, sensei, for the gift of the sword. On the side, Jiang Kai sourly said, that's great. I want weapons too. Aren't your gloves? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Teacher, in this comparison, mine is like a ground floor. Product, Jiang Kai spat for a while. Chapter 23, Experiences. Chapter 23, Experiences. Alright, all preparations are done, I'll arrange an adventure for you guys next. Exercise? Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked puzzled. There are still 2 weeks to go before the Academy's Golden Sword Conference, quota competition. In order to quickly improve the strength of the two of you, you guys pack up and come with me in a while. Yes. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang's eyes burned. Lin Lu's so-called experience excites them. Gotta. The roar of the helicopter gunships resounded through the Green Dragon base. When the helicopter landed, 3 figures stepped out of it. There was no need to look, it was the 3 Lin Lu masters and disciples. Walking into the base, a feeling of solemnity came over me. Being in a state of martial law, all officers and soldiers were on high alert. In the order they received, 5 city destroyer grade demonic beasts were eyeing the Green Dragon base. They have a huge task ahead of them and must secure the base. Several officers in a hurry, when they saw Lin Lu appear, walked straight over and gave a military salute. Lin Head, Special Warfare Private Bai Guo reports to you. A stone startled 1,000 waves, and the surrounding warriors and officers heard the words and all rushed over. Lin Tao. It's really Lin Tao. The forest head is back again. With Lin Head here, what are those 5 giant demons? A group of people surrounded the 3 Lin Lu people. Where had Jiang Kai and Lie Mang seen this stance, their eyes were filled with excitement and longing. I can't imagine that my teacher has such a high reputation in the eastern base. Not good, hostile situation has been detected up ahead, several ferocious beasts are approaching the base. First, second squadrons prepare to move out to intercept. The loud announcement resounded through the base, and at the same time, it tickled Lin Lu's interest. Demonic beasts are classified into exterminating country level, exterminating city level, calamity beasts, fierce beasts, and exotic beasts. With 10 ferocious beasts, it was almost possible to harden a C-rank alien ability squad with a complement of 100 people. The original crowd that had gathered immediately scattered and returned to their posts. A demonic beast is coming so soon, you two, do you want to go practice? Us? Teacher, is that okay? Jiang Kai and Lie Mang's eyes revealed excitement. Look, there's the cross-country chariot, let's get up there. Lin Lu grabbed both of them and jumped onto a chariot. Forest head. It's you! The warriors on the chariot looked at Lin Lu, their eyes filled with delight. Everyone, I'll visit the commander his old man later, now I'll go with you to exterminate this wave of ferocious beasts. All the fighters nodded their heads in succession, with the forest head around, one word, stable. In the command room, Si Kong Sun smoked a cigarette while looking at the electronic map. There are too many, the swarm of demonic beasts besieging the base is growing, what is going on? Commander, ever since the 5 city extermination level demonic beasts appeared, the surrounding demonic beasts have become restless. Many docile demonic beasts are also approaching our green dragon base, as if something terrifying is driving them away. Alas, the situation is now unknown, and we can only take it as it comes. By the way, that guy's already here, right? The officer glanced at the information sheet and nodded. Lin Tu has already arrived, but he has brought 2 of his own students with him and is now joining the battle sequence in defense of the northeastern ferocious beast swarm. Oh, this guy really can't be bothered. By the way, have a fellow traveler record a video of the battle for me. Since I'm his student, I'm going to watch and observe. This observation didn't matter, it almost made Si Kong Sun's eyes fall out. Of course, that's an afterthought. The chariot pulled into the dark zone. It is like untouched virgin forest, maintaining the ancient landscape and ecological landscape. Hey bro, what's your name? My name is Jiang Kai. Don't be so shy. By the way, little brother, what are your powers? Tell me about it, so we can work with each other later. Jiang Kai's face reddened when he heard this. My psychic ability is creating dust. Jiang Kai is very unsure of himself. Was already possessed of great strength, but when it came to formal occasions, he was nervous. Dust? Oh. I see, you're an auxiliary psychic, right, helping the forest head create a smokescreen, right? And what about this little brother? Your powers? This alien warrior is a familiar face, he asked Jiang Kai and then went to ask Lie Mang. Lemon looked embarrassed, then picked up a small piece of trash from the car and put it in his hand. The garbage began to churn, and after 10 seconds or so, stopped. Is this over? Little brother, you are. The warrior wanted to speak, and the surrounding companions looked at Jiang Kai and Lie Mang both, revealing strange looks. My psychic ability is to make objects vibrate. And then what? Nope. Sigma. That's it? That's it? One makes dust and one makes objects vibrate. What's the forest head doing? The crowd dared not question or scoff. There were so many previous examples of Lin Lu turning corruption into magic. Everyone thought hard, but they didn't think that the 2 Jiang Kai had any role to play. A soldier thought for half a day and suddenly stood up. Oh. I see, Lin Tu is a man who likes to get his ass pushed in a hazy, dusty environment. Bang! Rinulo drops an elbow to put down the rambling fighter. Did you ever make me up like that? I don't care if you're making it up, but do you have to force your way into the plot like that? I'll say this up front, anyone who chews on this again, I'll make them play 2 hours of high-intensity Aruba when we get back. Ha! A group of warriors immediately tightened their calves. Don't dare to do it again, Lin Head is really going to do this, Attention everyone, 5 fey beasts have appeared ahead, they're wolf demons. The chariot radio went off. 5 wolf demons, which one of you is going down? the warrior driving the car asked. "Let my 2 students go down." After saying that, Lin Lu thumped 2 feet and kicked Jiang Kai and Lie Mang out of the car. Upon landing, the 2 men slumped to the ground, mentally spitting out their teacher's old 6 behavior over and over again. "Come on you 2, get rid of those 5, we've got the rest of the trip ahead of us." When the 2 got up, 5 1-meter-tall wolf demons surrounded the 2. Jiang Kai was so nervous that he forgot to put on his flint gloves and was unable to use his supernatural powers. Instead, he picked up the blue crystal pistol that he was equipped with in the helicopter and shot at a few wolf demons. Bang! 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 After a few shots, 3 wolf demons fell with a sound, and the remaining 2 saw this and immediately pulled away. Inexplicably, the 2 wolf demons didn't run away, but instead started a strange roar. Nope. If the situation in the past was that as long as 1 wolf demon died, even if they had as many as a dozen of them, they would disperse in a huff. Now 3 of the 5 are dead, yet they're still here to confront us. It's not right, it's really not right. A warrior voiced his doubts. As if in fulfillment of his words, there came one wolf growl after another from behind the wolf demon. Not long after, a 3-meter-tall giant wolf demon walked out of the forest surrounded by more than 100 ordinary wolf demons. This is the Calamity Beast class, Wolf Demon, everyone get off. Be on guard. The leader of this squad issued a command, and the rest of the fighters immediately got out of their vehicles and formed a defensive formation. Chapter 24, The Great Shining. Chapter 24, The Great Shining. Head Lin, should we still call back your 2 students? The captain suggested to Lin Lu. No need, without experiencing the test of life and death, it's not going to make it to the top after all. Everyone listen, no one attacks without my order. There was a moment of difficulty for the warriors. What can they both do with their powers? Isn't this a joke? Lin Lu yelled out to Jiang Kai and Lie Mang, "Attention, you 2, we won't provide any support to you. If you want to survive, you must exterminate all the demonic beasts in front of you. Do you understand? Please." Lie Mang revealed a light smile. Understood. Jiang Kai retrieved his blue crystal gun and put on his own black gloves. Lie Mang raised his own long sword and pressed it reverently to his chest. Name of the sword, Jinxiao, open the blade today. After meditating, Lie Mang took the lead and ran forward. Jiang Kai, I'll leave the smaller demonic beasts to you, I'll take care of that giant wolf demon. No problem. Jiang Kai unleashed his powers and a dust ball appeared on the battlefield. Lie Mang began to approach the giant wolf demon, his running speed was extremely fast. Seeing this, the surrounding ordinary wolf demons immediately pounced towards Lie Mang. Seeing that his buddy was about to encounter the wolf demon's siege, Jiang Kai raised his hands and snapped his fingers. The sparks created by his thumb and middle finger ignited a thin dusty fuse, which traveled through the air quickly transferring heat and combustion, and in the blink of an eye it reached the wolf demon pack around Lie Mang. Boom! 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 The ground around Lie Mang stirred up a violent explosion. Ordinary wolf demons caught in the explosions were lightly crippled with broken legs or turned into broken flesh. One explosion after another cleansed Lie Mang's path as he approached the giant wolf demon. At this moment, Lie Mang was unstoppable with a single shadow. Ow! At this moment, the giant wolf demonic beast also began to run forward. The death of so many of its own minions infuriated it greatly. On the other hand, in its view, Lie Mang is just eggs on the rocks. It was a fool's errand for a tiny human to think of confronting it. As one person and one wolf were about to approach, the giant wolf demon extended its own sharp claws and slapped heavily at Lie Mang. Lie Mang adjusted his stance, holding the trigger of the knife sheath in his left hand and gripping the hilt of the knife with his right hand, his eyes searingly staring at the giant wolf demon's attack. 3, 2, 1, roar! Cut off the knight. Cut! Lemon pulled the trigger on the sheath with his left hand, and there was a mechanical frenzy within the sheath. The lantern-cutting blade ejected out of its sheath at a terrifying speed, and Lie Mang gripped the lantern-cutting blade, pulling it out horizontally and using his supernatural ability to make the blade begin to vibrate at a high frequency. One man crossed his sword and came out. A wolf, sharp claws down. The moment the blade made contact with the claw, chopping lantern cut the entire palm of the giant wolf demon in half like tofu, bright red blood spilled all over the place, and Lie Mang's entire body was infested with red liquid. Ow! Painful roars emerged from the giant wolf demon's mouth, and the sense of grief was clearly felt by the alien warriors who were humans. How is this possible?
The body of a giant wolf demon can't be penetrated even by a blue crystal ray gun. Did I blink my eyes, splitting that steel like wolf's claw in two with a single slash? What was that explosion? Did you get a good look at it? Jiang Kai and Lie Mang's performance stunned all the alien fighters. An inexplicable sense of fear rose in the heart of the giant wolf demon that fell to the ground. I can't. I'll die if I stay. Run. Run away now. Seeing that the giant wolf demon stood up with 3 legs and was ready to run, Jiang Kai hurriedly waved his hands and a dust ball with a diameter of 20 meters enveloped the giant wolf demon. Jiang Kai, are you crazy? Seeing this, Lie Mang immediately fled in reverse. Everyone retreat. Lin Lu was also startled by Jiang Kai's maneuver. What's the difference between a ball of dust that size, once it explodes, and a missile? Everybody get out of the way. Get out of the way. The powder ball is going to explode. Jiang Kai kept waving his hand, signaling everyone to move away. Pop. The sound of ringing fingers rang out at the moment. Jiang Kai ignited the dust fuse after all. Seeing this, Lin Lu immediately greeted everyone to retreat. As for Jiang Kai, that kid knew the power of the explosion and had already ducked far away. The giant wolf demon felt his nose itch and sneezed. It didn't understand why the human ran away again when it was so close to winning. And it was those few seconds of hesitation that made it say goodbye to the world for good. Boom! A huge fire lit up the sky. When the smoke cleared, the crowd poked their heads out to take a closer look, and the giant wolf demon had turned into a puddle of charred meat. A horrible explosion. The horror of Jiang Kai. There are no other words to describe it beyond that. Lin Lu walked towards Jiang Kai and slapped him on the back of the head. Bastard! Don't you want to die? Jiang Kai touched his head, he wasn't afraid he'd run away. Ada! Lie Mang rushed over and kicked Jiang Kai in the ass. Jiang Kai didn't have any defense, and came straight to a dog's. Lie Mang, you kid is doing a sneak attack. Sneak attack. I just almost made you guys eat a seat. You kid, you didn't say anything when you set off the explosion, I almost died At the moment, Lie Mang was still a bit distraught. When they finished their bickering, the members of the accompanying combat squad applauded. That's awesome. Are you guys really just trainees of the Alien Energy Academy? Awesome, 2 little brothers. Where are you from? Are you coming to our Green Dragon base? I'm going to reflect to my superiors that for the academy support at the end of this year, I must send you 2 to Qinglong base. Looking at this group of warriors' heartfelt recognition of themselves, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at each other and smiled, then clenched their fists and let them slam into each other with force. It's their own special way of celebrating. Well, it's settled here. By the way, where is Su Meng's station for defense? I'm going to look for her now. Lin Lu asked casually. General Su is stationed at Fort 404, only 5 kilometers from here. By the way, Lin Head, the Su family Su Wenqing arrived at Fort 404 ahead of you, and his target is General Su. It seems to make him go back to meeting relatives or something. Lin Lu frowned as an aura of solemnity slowly surged out from within his body. Got it. Jiang Kai, Lie Mang, let's go. Lend you a car. Lin Lu took Jiang Kai and Lie Mang to the car and said they were leaving. Captain, this time there is something to see. That guy Su Wenqing, I have long been looking at it. A warrior said secretly. The captain looked at the distant chariot and sighed. Lin Head, if you continue to be here, how good it would be. Lin Lu's trio sped through the dark area. Teacher, who is General Su? Jiang Kai sat in the co-pilot and asked curiously. He's my fiancé. Ha! Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at Lin Lu, unable to speak. Not to mention flirting with Ms. Su Shui, but a fiancé appears? Wait a minute. Sumo? Suetsu? That, General Su and Teacher Su Shui's relationship is? Jiang Kai's eyes lit up as the words came out of his mouth. Ha! Didn't I tell you guys? They're sisters. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at Lin Lu, who was driving seriously. Envious. Mr. Lin, you're not human. Chapter 25, Family Decisions. Chapter 25, Family Decision. Just as Lin Lu was rushing towards Fortress 404, the command room within the base of Fortress 404 was already noisy. Su Meng. Eldest uncle has decided to withdraw from Lin Lu, and you will be engaged to the first son of the Xian Yuan family in Shangjing Xian Yuan Shua.
It's a family decision.
Su Meng ignored Su Wenxing and walked over to the monitor to look at the battle deployment on the screen.
Su Meng.
Today I'm here to inform you that the Yi Golden Sword Conference is about to open. Xian Yuan Shua is the youngest assessor of the alien convocation and is worthy of you, so don't be ungrateful.
What's Ringrose?
It's just a stinking big-headed soldier who struggled up from the bottom.
I think you should be able to tell the difference.
Su Meng still ignored Su Wenxing and continued to look at the screen. Suddenly, a chariot drove into the surveillance range of Fortress 404, and Su Meng's eyes lit up with a joyful expression.
Oh? It seems you figured it out. Since you figured it out, hurry up and contact your eldest uncle to discuss a meeting time with the Xian Yuan family.
Su Wenxing saw Su Meng reveal a smile and thought that she was moved by his words. But in the next second, Su Meng turned her head and coldly said, "Get out."
You.
Su Wenxing burst out in anger, then slammed the door.
I'll be here for a few days, so contact me when you're ready. Su Wenxing left with a belly full of resentment.
Originally, he was the first third-generation male member of the Su family, but no one asked for him. All the light was overshadowed by the two daughters of his own great-uncle.
Su Monk is a powerful figure in the military.
Su Shui was the direct disciple of the martial arts style leader, Master Heartless.
Your own sister and sister are so good that when it comes to you, no matter what you do, you will always compare yourself.
So much so that the relationship with Su Meng and Su Shui was now very poor.
10 minutes later, Lin Lu's chariot pulled into Fortress 404.
Look!
Who's that? That's Lin Records. Lin Head.
The forest head is here, go check it out. All the combatants of Fortress 404 were all abuzz. In the military department, Lin Lu was like a star. Everywhere he went, he received the admiration of young soldiers and young officers. After all, once upon a time, his record and video of continuously killing city-destroying level demonic beasts remained in the military's textbook library.
Is General Su here?
Lin Lu asked as he saluted a soldier.
Lin Head. General Su is in the command room. Thanks. You two feel free to hang out here and wait for me.
After giving his instructions, Lin Lu headed towards the command room. Pushing open the door to the command room, a silhouette stood playfully before his eyes. Su Meng just looked at Lin Lu with a smile on her face.
Shoulder-length hair as soft as silver, shimmering with a light sheen.
The eyes were deep and bright, like two brilliant sapphires. At this moment, Su Meng was wearing a tight-fitting silver jumpsuit that outlined her delicate and elegant figure.
The dress is embellished with flowers like the brightest stars in the night sky.
The slightly upturned corners of his mouth outlined a faint smile, causing Lin Lu to feel a different kind of warmth.
Coming. Su Meng took an arrow step and threw herself into Lin Lu's arms, both of her hands holding Lin Lu's neck.
The luscious lips slowly pressed up without a pause.
Yeah. When have I ever seen General Su like this?
100 flowers, did you see that?
Lan Yun, will we get caught like this?
No way.
I've been looking for this place for ages.
The two subordinates were thus observing from the dark compartment of the command room.
For a long time, the lips parted.
Two girls, after seeing enough you guys can almost come out. Su Meng said with a smile.
Ha? Got caught? General Su,
You guys go out and take a break, I have something to talk to Lin Lu.
Yes, sir. The two execs panicked and left the command room.
Lin Lu picked up Su Meng in a hug and sat down on a leather chair on the side. You knew they were there from the start, didn't you?
Nothing can be hidden from you, Su Meng smiled.
Tell me, why?
The Su family wants me to withdraw from the marriage, so I want to cause established facts well.
Su Meng's pretty face, which was as beautiful as a shock, revealed a hint of anger.
Dream, there's no need.
Although I have some agreements with those old guys, but once it goes too far, then I will have to lift the table.
They thought that the Daylight Army was already theirs?
Oh, the fools.
Lin Lu's disdainful expression made Su Meng look mesmerized.
Okay.
Don't be angry.
It's not easy for you to come here once, so go with me to the creek by the base and take a stroll. After saying that, Su Meng pulled Lin Lu out of the command room. In a mansion in Shangjing, a handsome man was throwing fish food into a fish pond. Behind him, two giant felines were sleeping on their backs. If one were to let the long-time border combat warriors to identify them, they would be able to tell at once that these were two calamity beasts, morphing cats. Those who were able to keep calamity beasts in captivity had to have not only a strong economic power, but also a strong fighting power. Otherwise, these calamity-class creatures wouldn't be so easily convinced.
Sure, you came back without saying anything to me? A graceful and noble noblewoman walked in from the courtyard gate.
The two transformed cats glanced at the noblewoman, realized it was their master's mother, and continued to snooze. Mom, I can only take 2 days off this time I'm back, and then I have to go back to convocation to take care of things.
By the way, what's the matter with calling me back this time? Sure, this time I've arranged a marriage for you. Aha!
Shen Yuan Shua had a helpless look on his face. In his mind, the woman who waved her hand to create the cold realm and stomped her foot to crack the glacier was the best candidate in his mind. My lord mother, you know I already have someone in my heart.
You still.
Knowing a son is like a mother, boy, the person you like, is the Su family's eldest miss, Su Meng, isn't it? The originally gentle, handsome and superb face instantly lost its bearings.
Is mother telling the truth? Isn't Su Meng engaged? Humph. Engaged? We're the Shen Yuan family, one of the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, a small Su family, dare to refuse?
Besides, the guy who was engaged to Su Meng before was jerked around and went to teach at a college in the south.
The Su snobs could see him?
While that may seem like an understatement, it's the truth. Their Su family wants that Su Wenxing to become one of the members of the convocation. Without our nod, it's impossible.
Shen Yuan Shua nodded, a little excited inside. At one time he was a dude. Until meeting a sea demon at a campus event. There were a lot of dead people and everyone was running away.
Seeing that Shen Yuan Shua was about to become the siren's morsel, Su Meng, who was in the same class, stepped in. She had frozen a large area of the sea with her absolute strength, and that included the siren as well. After the incident, Su Meng was specially recruited by the Ministry of the Army, and the two of them never saw each other again. Since then, Shen Yuan Shua has changed his style. Not only has he awakened a rare combat psychic ability, but he has also been rated by the convocation as an A-class strength combat psychic. Although he had recently become a member of the convocation, his cultivation never slacked off. All of this was motivated by his desire to be on the same level as Su Meng.
Chapter 26, The Poor Little Ones. Chapter 26, The Poor Two Little Ones. Lin Lu and Su Meng went to get tired of each other. Instead, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang were abandoned in the base plaza. Woo! 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 The alarm of an incoming demonic beast sounded, and the combatants in the base loaded their guns and prepared to go out and fight. What are you two doing? Get in the car. This time we're going to stop a pack of Fae from approaching. An officer thought the two little ones were just disengaged fighters and herded them into the chariot. What are you guys doing? The gear isn't even ready. Luckily there's a spare in the car, get dressed. We are, Jiang Kai tried to explain. Yes, what is, it's an emergency situation, come back for anything. And so? On the first day, Lin Lu and Su Meng swam the lake and rafted, while Jiang Kai and Lie Mang fought demonic beasts under the guidance of the warriors. The next day, Lin Lu and Su Meng went trekking. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang were already able to fight demonic beasts independently. On the third day, Lin Lu and Su Meng were picking strawberries in the vegetable garden within the base, while Jiang Kai and Lie Mang started to lead the warriors to fight demonic beasts. Finally, on the fourth day, Lin Lu slapped his head. I've been begging, I forgot about those two guys. When he rushed to the playground of the 404 Fortress base, Lie Mang and Jiang Kai, who were in military uniform, happened to return. Ha 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 ha. It's great. Lie Mang, did you see that I blew up 50 Black Bull demons? You still have the nerve to say, if those Black Bull demons were all chopped up for me to practice my sword, so much meat shipped back would be another amount of supplies. Good for you, you just blew up. These meats are good for a day or two tops. The two get out of the car and continue to argue before finally realizing that Lin Lu was walking towards them. Teacher, X2. The two were very excited. After these few days of training, the two of them had transformed, shedding the shyness and childishness of the academy students, and taking a big step towards being true xenomorphic warriors. It's about time, it's almost time for the selection. By the way, let me tell you something first. I heard that the trio of the Bohemia Academy has returned from their practice mission.
They've already internalized 3 slots for this Golden Sword Conference, and the other slots are being eyed by other combat exalts, so you guys have to be careful.
There were 3 of the strongest cadets in the Bohemia Academy's combat department. King of Power, Zhao Gao. Swift Cat, Lu Jiner. Water Controller, Zhou Cheng. These 3 trainees had been graded by the Alien Convocation last year, and were already B-ranked aliens. A Class B psychic was already at the upper echelon of psychics in a small city. Ordinary trainees would be lucky to get to level C. Even for the resident combatants of the Green Dragon base, most of them were D and C ranked combat adepts. Well, it's about time, let's go back.
Lin Lu was just about to leave when an obnoxious figure approached.
Surprisingly, it's you.
Lin Lu. Su Wenqing gritted his teeth and looked at him.
Oh. Wenqing ah. What wind blew you here?
Lin Lu had a sarcastic smile on his face. This Su Wenqing was the #1 roadblock to obstruct his marriage contract with Su Meng. Of course Lin Lu would not give him any good looks.
Humph.
I told you that Su Meng was always god-awful a few days ago, so it's you kid who's here. Su Wenqing had a look of disgust on his face. Lin Lu, don't dream, you a small college teacher, how do you deserve our Su family's woman? Be sensible, don't make unrealistic dreams. You have to learn to resign yourself to your fate.
Su Wenqing was extremely mocking. Many of the fighters around them were about to look away.
Lin Lu didn't get angry, he just smiled.
Hee, Su Wenqing, although I don't know what my life is, the 4 words, accomplishing nothing, are your life.
Ha!
Hearing Lin Lu's words, Su Wenqing's anger was stretched to an extreme.
Well. Lin Lu, I originally thought of talking to you properly, but I never imagined that you would be like this. Su Wenqing narrowed his eyes and pointed at a group of people and ordered, you guys, arrest this guy who trespassed into the base. According to Article 52 of the Military Code, no one is allowed to trespass without an order from the War Office. You'd better do as I say, I'm a reserve assessor for the Alien Convocation, if I report this to the Convocation, you know what will happen. Su Wenqing had a villainous expression on his face.
Rokoku was a joint conference representation system. The military, the Alien Agency, and the Alien Convocation all have spots in the joint conference.
All major decisions are made in accordance with votes taken at joint meetings. More than 1/3 is considered to be passed. The Directorate of Alien Energy is responsible for day-to-day internal management and diplomacy, among other things. The military is responsible for border demonic beast defense and the alien war between nations. The Convocation is the grading and monitoring body, responsible for grading exotics and the day-to-day monitoring of exotics. The 81 seats in the Alien Convocation is the highest authority that determines the day-to-day decisions of the Alien Convocation. Behind these 3 institutions, there is actually a hidden force, the lineage. They were either big families with 100 or even 1,000 years of inheritance, or newcomers who had risen to prominence in the last 100 years. These families controlled a lot of bluestone resources and human resources.
Their views sometimes influence some major policy decisions.
The Convocation reserve member that Su Wenqing was talking about was the transitional period of the power tier that was about to become the Convocation, 81 seats. Once he passed the preparatory hurdle, he was a real power player in the Alien Convocation. But what surprised Su Wenqing was that the moves he had tried repeatedly in the past didn't work here. Where is this place? It's the front line of defense against demonic beasts. All the warriors looked at Su Wenqing as if they were looking at a little cutie. You dare to disobey military rules? Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you when I return. The complaint of a reserve member of the Alien Energy Convocation is not something you can afford to eat. Su Wenqing's face was red. Aren't these big-headed soldiers afraid of being liquidated by him? Liquidation? These fighters are living a life that is unknown today. They are ready to die for their country at any time. How is it possible that a random panchayat official now dares to tell them what to do and order them to do it? Lin Lu revealed a mocking expression, then yelled, all of them. Yes, Act 75. Around the playground, 75 fully armored alien warriors lined up in 3 rows behind Lin Lu. Everyone, aim. Lin Lu raised his right hand and pointed at Su Wenqing. The warriors behind them neatly raised the blue crystal ray guns in their hands and aimed them at Su Wenqing. What are you doing? You can't mess around. I'm from the Convocation. Sun Wenqing stumbled and sat paralyzed on the ground. 75 blackened muzzles pointed at him sent shivers down his spine. Oh,
I went to be a teacher because I was good and too lazy to lift the table. You guys should be thankful that I still follow the rules of the game that you set up. If I don't follow the rules, one of your 81 seats on the alien convocation will be counted, and I'll jerk them off one by one. Do you understand? That's a statement you can take back as is. Lin Lu walked over to Su Wenqing and patted his face. Listen everyone, any convocation that comes to Fort 404 in the future and causes trouble, shoot them on the spot. When they are accountable, say you are the enforcers and I approve the note. Yes. Roar. A roar resounded through Fortress Base 404. The warriors were filled with red faces. This was their military's former hero, White Emperor Lin Lu. A ruthless man who had killed dozens of city destroyer-class demonic beasts in a row within half a day. The various videos of Lin Record's battles are still textbook-level, top-secret material that official combatants watch over and over again. Chapter 27, Daylight and Eternal Night. Chapter 27, Day and Everlasting Night. You. Su Wenqing's eyes were full of red. He tried to get up, but 75 muzzles pointed at him kept him from moving. Pop. Lin Lu slapped Su Wenqing away. It rolled several times before stopping. In 5 minutes, if you show up anywhere on the Green Dragon base again, you're really dead. Attention. I said, anywhere. Get out. Once Su Wenqing heard Lin Lu's words, he was like an amnesty and rushed to run. Lin Records turns his head and salutes the warriors supporting him. Thank you all for your support. Hey, Forest Head, it's a piece of cake. Lin Head, that was really awesome just now. Lin Head. Although we only joined the Yi Daylight Army in the last 2 years, you've always been an idol in my heart. Lin Lu listened to the warriors and captured some information. That's not true. Hasn't the Daylight Army been disbanded? He himself had secretly kept only 100 or so of the Daylight Army in reserve, so how is it that the Daylight Army now has such a great influence? Lin Lu didn't continue to linger. He took the 2 little ones and left Fortress 404. Returning to the Green Dragon base, Lin Lu hoofed it to the commander's office. Upon entering the door, a competent old man with a majestic face and a strong aura was drinking tea. Leader. You're drinking tea, Lin Lu awkwardly touched the back of his head. Yo. Isn't this our senior Colonel Lin? Convocation comes 1 to kill 1, you approve the note. Sikong Sun put Lin Lu's words and turned on the mockery. Hey, old leader, don't tease me. By the way, ask you about one thing, hasn't my Daylight Army been disbanded? How come the warrior here he says he can still join the Daylight Army? Sikong Sun took a sip of tea, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Lin Lu with a smile. Lin Lu was also naked, directly flirting. Old leader, I am a man, I only like women. Ahem. Okay, no kidding. Do you know that even though your Daylight Army has been disbanded, that will to fight against the heavens has not been dispersed? How? Lin Lu looked puzzled. Don't you think we old guys don't know anything? Your instructions to those 100 or so skeletons were, if called upon, they must return. Lin Lu was silent for a while and nodded, that's right. I can't imagine that you know about this matter, you know about it too. Commander Sikong Seeker continued to drink his tea. Kid, you're walking away with a free spirit. The men you left behind are now in key positions. As soon as you left, they started the God-making program. Do you know that your words are more effective than our commander's words at the Green Dragon base and Vermilion Bird base? Lin Li snorted. Of course, this incident has caused a backlash from the military generation. They contacted a large group of officers and became the Winged Knight Army. Eternal Night Army? Lin Lu was shocked. Yeah. You know what? You kids are too good. Makes the offspring of them top brass shine. And the fact that you're the one who climbed up from the bottom makes you even more of a natural antagonist to them. They twisted into a force and began to grow, taking the name Neverwinter Knights to mean the same thing, and to counterpoint your Daylight. Now the Neverwinter Knights Army has also begun a God-making program. The White Tiger base's Major General Chu Yunxian was the representative they had introduced. This kid is young and already an S-class combat alien. So far, 4 city destroyer-grade demonic beasts had been killed. Although it's not as terrifying as you guys, it's still considered a generation of proud Chu. Lin Lu was a bit surprised. It's amazing how much has happened to the military in that time. Right now, you are a hero in the Green Dragon base and Vermilion Bird base,
but once you arrive at the White Tiger base and Xuanwu base, you will become a person who sells fame and fortune.
Lamb, huh? And geography? So, tell me, what's your boy's plan now?
Sekomsun crossed his arms and asked Lin Lu with a smile. Worthy of being his own old leader, a glance to see his little heart. Old leader, you know that the Daylight Army has already become history. If I keep tugging at it, those old guys and lineages won't be able to let it go.
Ha, got spunk. So what do you mean? It's simple. Breaking down and rebuilding a new army.
I still haven't avenged the revenge I had with the rice and footbath countries a few years ago. Lin Lu's eyes were filled with murderous anger. Looking at the Lin Lu that he had brought out single-handedly, Sekomsun laughed out loud. Kid, next, coordinates, 2786, there's something there that might help you.
Remember, only you can go alone. Sekomsun threw Lin Lu a key. After receiving the key, Lin Lu twisted his head and left. Bastard! Leaving without saying goodbye to me. Sekomsun looked at Lin Lu's back and was in a trance.
A few years ago, the figure of the teenager who wore a black and white armor and killed a giant demon in a row still existed in Sekomsun's mind today. Son, I know you want to integrate the military, counterattack the Dark Zone, and create a prosperous world that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom.
But now... Ugh! Sekomsun let out a long sigh.
The country of rice, the countries of Europe, the countries of the southeastern part of the Divine State, and so on, these countries were constantly exploring the Dark Zones and obtaining vast amounts of cultivation resources.
But the Dragon State is still addicted to infighting.
It is already looking like a struggle to hold on to existing land, not to mention pioneering.
Humans are growing up, why shouldn't demonic beasts? Sekom seeks a long sigh.
Lin Lu took the key and pressed the hand ring switch.
After 10 seconds, Daylight Arms is dressed.
Whoosh! Lin Lu rose up into the air and flew into the sky.
Boss! Coordinates entered, arriving in 10 minutes.
The armor's intelligence brain alerted Lin Lu. The bracelet on his left hand was something Lin Lu had worn since he was a child. Lin Lu was orphaned and raised by foster parents who picked him up. According to the foster parents, the bracelet had been there when they picked up Lin Lu. No one knew what it was for and thought it was a gift left to him by his birth parents who had discarded him, so he kept it with him. 8 years ago, Lin Lu's adoptive parents traveled to the beach and encountered a shipwreck, and Lin Lu has since become a loner. And it was this year that Linus opened the bracelet. It's an AI-like think tank. It was like a vast and infinite treasure trove of knowledge from which Lin Lu could extract all kinds of knowledge. The Daylight Armor was the private armor armament that Lin Lu had completed with the help of his thinking brain. A few moments later, Lin Lu finally arrived at his target. Disarming himself, Lin Lu surveyed the building in front of him.
It was a very small thatched hut with overgrown weeds around it.
Lin Lu walked towards the front door and pushed open the rotting wooden door. A picture unfolded before his eyes. A dark-haired girl was resting here. Her long hair was like a waterfall in the moonlight, flowing over her shoulders and shimmering with a moving luster in the setting sun. The young girl's eyes were slightly closed, revealing serenity and tranquility, looking like she had fallen into a deep sleep. The white shirt is casually open, the collarbone is elegant, the waist is slim, and the wonderful body is visible.
The old thing is fooling me? Giving me a key and a beautiful woman, testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand this test?
Lin Lu was speechless for a while. Observing for a moment, he noticed a pattern in the stone slab in the corner. Lin Lu walked over and realized that the stone slab actually had something similar to a lock hole. The old man turned out to have hidden something here. Lin Lu didn't hesitate and used the key to open the stone slab.
Shocked when he pulled the item out. Surprisingly, it's the Green Dragon Jade Plaque. With this thing, Lin Lu could deploy his troops at the Green Dragon base without anyone's consent. Holding the Green Dragon Jade Plaque is like having the right to be the temporary commander-in-chief. But this right can only be used a maximum of 3 times. After 3 times, the special chip inside the Green Dragon Jade Plaque lost its effectiveness. Old man, you've given me a bit of a responsibility.
Lin Lu froze for a minute, then put the jade tablet away. Immediately afterward, he turned to the young girl.
Chapter 28: The Terrifying Maiden. Chapter 28: The Horrible Maiden. Get up, you're going to catch a cold. Lin Lu kept shaking the sleeping young girl.
Oh.
The young girl rolled over and went back to sleep.
Lin Lu was speechless.
This is a dark area, Aren't you girls afraid of being eaten by demonic beasts?
Lin Lu shook it hard again, and the young girl finally opened her eyes as she was made uncomfortable.
Oh. I'm hungry. The first thing you say when you open your eyes is that you're hungry. What's going on?
Lin Lu was speechless, but looking at the ragged and incomparable coverings on the young girl, he rose in pity.
Here, put these on long.
Lin Lu threw the young girl a set of clothes and turned his back. Feeling the warm clothing in her hands, the young girl seemed to understand something and strained to put it on her body. After a while, Lin Lu turned around to find the girl clumsily organizing her upper body. Lin Lu, who couldn't really look away, went straight to work and helped the girl organize her clothes within 3 minutes.
I'm hungry. The girl looked straight at Lin Lu. Phew. Well. Here's some food for you.
Immediately afterward, Lin Lu opened his sublime pouch and a large pile of food slid to the ground.
There's smoked chicken, there's roast duck, there's salami.
It's all food wrapped in plastic, but the flavor is nothing to write home about.
The young girl looked at the floor with a blank look on her face. This girl can't really be out of her mind, can she? Why don't you know anything?
Lin Lu had no choice but to open a pack of salami and take out the food inside.
As soon as the salami came out of the bag, the aroma reached the young girl's nose. Ah! The girl snatched the salami from Lin Lu's hand and feasted on it. In less than 10 seconds, the salami was devoured.
Seemingly learning how to open the bags, the young girl opened and ate all the food one by one. After 10 minutes or so, the girl touched her stomach with satisfaction, looked at Lin Lu for a few seconds, and with an arrow step scurried behind Lin Lu and hung onto him with her hands on Lin Lu's neck. The moment the young girl went up, the day bracelet suddenly gave a vibration warning.
Boss, warning. High energy body behind you. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
The warning of the daylight ring rang in his head, and Lin Lu looked at the young girl behind him in surprise. After eating and drinking, the young girl hung behind Lin Lu and fell into a deep sleep.
This stupid girl? A high energy body?
Lin Lu was speechless for a while. Forget it, let's bring her back to Green Dragon Base first.
Lin Lu helplessly activated the daylight armament and prepared to go back. Dang. Knock. Dang. Loud footsteps were approaching. Oh. I can't believe this is happening.
At that moment 4 huge figures gathered around the hut.
The 4 figures were none other than the 4 City Destroyer grade demonic beasts from before. Devil's Eye Monkey, that experiment's energy has become weak. Black Poison Scorpion King, let's destroy her quickly before she takes in enough energy.
Black Raven King, it's best to destroy her before it's too late, she's grown a lot in this time. King of the Tusked Pigs, hurry up, don't delay any longer. The 4 giant demons wanted to exterminate the young girl, a terrifying experiment. As they surrounded the hut, Lin Lu came out with the girl on his back.
What? There's someone else?
The 4 giant demons looked at the black and white armor and were stunned for a moment.
Oh. There are bad people. The demonic aura of the 4 giant demons was very dense.
The originally sleeping young girl immediately opened her eyes when the 4 demons surrounded her.
The Black Poison Scorpion King struck first.
It swung its own highly poisonous tail needle straight at the young girl.
The girl didn't panic, reaching out to block.
The moment she raised her arm, a golden ball of fire flew out. Seeing this, the Black Poison Scorpion King immediately retracted its poison needle. The golden fire mass circled around and began to return. This return could be great, and by mistake, it directly hit Lin Lu. The 4 giant demons held a spectator's demeanor, wanting to see Lin Lu being engulfed by the golden flames. To their poor surprise, the golden flames suddenly disappeared when they touched Lin Lu.
You are good people.
The girl behind her uttered these words and then fell into a deep sleep once more.
I'm the good guy? You girl, are you handing out good guy cards?
Lin Lu spat while observing the escape route.
Ow.
Seeing the young girl slumbering once again, the Devil Eye Monkey's eyes glowed green and a ray shot out from its eyes.
You guy, making a sneak attack?
Lin Lu was a bit enraged. Facing the instantly approaching ray, Lin Lu stomped on one foot and flew into the sky. If I hadn't brought this girl with me, I would have wasted you guys high and low.
Forget it, let's go first.
Lin Lu activated the armor's built-in thrusters and flew towards the Green Dragon base.
The 4 giant demons looked at me and I looked at you, revealing relieved smiles. Devil Eye Monkey, ha ha ha, that human even brought the experiment back. How many people would have died if she had gone berserk? Black Crow King, this time, our regional resources are finally preserved. Do you guys know how much the experimental subjects eat in a day? It's equivalent to the amount of food I eat in a week. The four demons chatted openly as you said one thing and I said another. But everyone's central idea is simple: the calamity is finally gone. Just when everyone was in a happy mood, a voice interrupted the happy atmosphere. King of the Tusked Pigs, no good. I think we just offended someone? Devil's Eye Monkey, who's offended? Tusked Pig King, that man just now, he seems to be the ruthless man who did away with 11 great demons in a row last time. What's his name? White Emperor. S. The other 3 demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Tusked Pig King, I've heard from other demons in the demon beast realm that this human powerhouse called White Emperor has a small heart. There was a wolf demon big brother just because he had to practice his voice at night every day, and that guy was too noisy and did away with that. City extermination level, wolf demon in one day. The 4 giant demons hung their heads. Devil Eye Monkey, forget it, I'm going back. As long as I'm in the dark zone, that guy will never find me. The giant demons nodded and headed off in different directions. Back at the base, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang gathered around. Teacher, you're amazing, you went out and abducted another beautiful woman back. Jiang Kai teased with a smile. Screw you, we're ready to go back, Principal Sun is already rushing us. Lin Lu was speechless for a while. Teacher, you don't change the topic, who is this beautiful woman in the clothes, do you? Pop. Lin Records hit the ultimate big BB to Jiang Kai's head. Learning to make wild guesses at a young age. This is a girl I met by chance, and seeing as she was alone in the dark zone, I brought her back. Oh. So that's it. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang narrowed their eyes at Lin Lu with disbelief. Well, there's something weird going on with this girl's body, and I'm trying to figure it out. Shouldn't you have said so? You're still squirming, what with your pity for her and all. The two who had already been following Lin Lu for some time were speechless for a while. His own teacher's curiosity that had nowhere else to go was in full force. Chapter 29 The Night Before the Selection. Chapter 29 The Night Before the Selection. Lin Lu returned to the Zinnia Academy and brought back a young girl. What he didn't know was that at this time, a very important meeting was also being held within the Bohemia Academy. The strongest cadets of each grade who were drawn by the military department to practice in the Dark Zone have finally returned, and they are 3 years of King of Force, Zhao Gao. 2nd year, Water Controller, Zhou Cheng. 1 year of Swift Cat, Chen Jiner. You guys are kidding, right? Let the living alien join this selection. What the hell is going on? Zhou Guak was confused. Oddballs come and go every year, but this year is particularly good. We didn't have a very good recruiting class this year, and now this. Leaders, do you want to give up on this year's Golden Sword Conference? Zhou Qing also started spitting. As for the remaining Lu Jiner, she had her hands propped up on her chin, watching the people in front of her argue. Zhou Qing, Zhao Gao, I know what you guys mean, but facts speak louder than words. Jiang Kai easily defeated combat alien Wan Lu in battle. Even Wang Lu didn't let Jiang Kai use his full power by the end. If you don't believe me, I have video evidence here. Sundishing took out the remote control and the giant blue crystal video began to play. The returning trio watched the images of Jiang Kai and Wang Lu's battle with rapt attention, and when the image of Jiang Kai controlling the explosion with a ringing finger and dispersing the fireball appeared, the trio's eyes glistened. It's a living alien? Living aliens have this power? The 3 men were not fazed. That's right, this is Jiang Kai. Rated by the Alien Convocation as a D-rank art of living ability. However, with the help of Mr. Lin Lu, he has shown extraordinary fighting strength. Sundersun continued. Who do you mean, X3? The 3 men stood straight up. Rinlo? What, did I say something wrong? Lin recorded videos of battles that only officers of a certain rank could watch. Combined with Lin Lu's negotiations with various military bigwigs, videos of his battles had been hard to see in the military department. Although there was no more Lin Lu, the veterans passed on his legend by word of mouth, and the military department still circulated his legend. The name remains a monument in the hearts of veterans. Lin Lu? That deceitful man? Principal? How did you recruit this person? Zhao Kuo voiced his opinion with a displeased look on his face. That's right.
Lin Lu was a disgrace to the military department. He fraudulently claimed military honors and made soldiers who should have received battle honors bleed and shed tears. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be our teacher. Only General Chu Yunxian is an example for our soldiers. Zhou Cheng also began to chime in. Humph. Teacher Lin is a great hero of the military department. What do you two have in mind when you slander him here? Lu Jiner clapped her hands together and argued with reason. The three just looked at each other and fought. It didn't help that the three went to different places for practice. The base of Xuanwu where Zhou Guak went. Zhou Qing went to the White Tiger base. These two bases were the sphere of influence of the Neverwinter Nights army, and public opinion criticized Lin Lu again and again. But Lu Jiner went to the Vermilion Bird base. It's surprising that Lin Record's banned battle videos were preserved during the demon removal practices. When Lu Jiner saw the shocking scene of T. Hat black and white armor with one force, one person chopping 10 demons, the whole person instantly transformed into Lin Lu's little fangirl. Lu Jiner, what do you know as a little girl? Lin Lu is the shame of the military department. Humph. You two idiots, what else do you do besides eating? Dare to insult my idol, beware that I'll fight you to the death. Fighting for your life? Ha ha ha, what do you know besides speed? Use that lukewarm attack to give us both a boost? You. Crunch. Just as the three were arguing, the door to the conference room opened. Yo guys, I heard from the janitor that there was a meeting today, so I rushed over here. The person who came was no one else, but the very person the triumvirate was discussing, Lin Lu. Whoa! Lin Lu? Mr. Lin. The lively Lu Jiner jumped and trotted over, giving Lin Lu a 90-degree bow. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Lu Jiner, I'm this year's freshman representative. Please teach me more. More guidance. Lin Lu was stunned for a moment. Why was this girl so self-conscious? The crowd looked behind Lin Lu, and Jiang Kai and Lie Mang from the third-year class were clearly standing behind him. After experiencing the baptism of the trip to the Green Dragon base, the two had already shed their childish appearance. Not only that, a thick murderous aura lingered between the two men's brows, and the entire person was like a sharp sword that could be unsheathed at any time, with a great sharpness. Lin Lu, what did you bring the two life faculty for? Ouyang Ming opened his mouth to count. Hee, what for? I heard that today's meeting can internalize the quota of students for the Golden Sword Conference qualifiers, so I brought two of my students here in hopes of giving 2 spots. Quota? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Lin, are you being funny? The two of them are students of the life department, you're going to let them go to the preliminaries and fight, wouldn't that be heavenly? Li Feng also stood up and formed a temporary front with Ouyang Ming. Ugh. Sure enough. The preconceptions of the human heart are like a mountain that you can never move no matter how hard you try. But... Lin Lu let out a long sigh, and then his playful expression immediately tightened. Looks like trying to go through the back door won't work, Jiang Kai. Lie Mang. Yes. 1 week after the academy selection, any student who meets Mr. Li and Mr. Ouyang, all of them will be sent to the hospital for me. There's still fire in the mud. People say that, don't they? Yes, X2. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang's eyes were covered in frost. Lin Lu. What do you mean? Ouyang Ming was furious, this was a letter of war to him. Teacher Lin, we are all in the same school, let us all make peace. Sun Xing rubbed his head. How come it's just a business trip and so much is piled up at home? Oh yeah, and Mr. Li, triple lifting with me. After this selection, it is estimated that no one within the Bohemia Flower Academy will be willing to be your student, and the gods of heaven won't be able to save you. I said so. After Lin Lu finished speaking, he turned around and left with Jiang Kai and Lie Mang. Wow. Handsome. Lu Jiner's eyes sprouted golden stars. Look. You see? This is how a teacher should treat a leader. A senior member of the academy stood up and angrily denounced Lin Lu's provocative behavior. By the way, Lin Lu, who had walked out of the gate, went and returned, I take the liberty of asking if it's okay to kill people in the selection. You. Ouyang Ming's entire body was surging with lightning. Large and small wind swirls also appeared around Li Feng's body. As long as the participants in the selection are required to sign a waiver, after all, swords have no eyes. Vice Principal Sun Dishing added. Okay. Lin Lu retracted his head and walked away quickly. Sun Xing's head grew even bigger, the deadlock had been planted and simply could not be undone.
Yang Ming and Li Feng are local gentry.
Lin Lu and the military urged to take good care of people, alas, to help either side is not appropriate. In just one day, Sun Xing's hair turned much grayer.
Chapter 30, Personal Enemies Ended. Chapter 30, A Personal Enemy is Ended. Kiara Lin.
At this moment, in a villa where Su Shui lived, the young girl that Lin Lu had picked up was being carefully dressed by several maids.
Oh, that guy Lin Lu, what a good eye. What, encountered in the dark zone, she has a low IQ and is pathetic, do you really think that this nonsense can fool me?
The young girl didn't resist being dressed up because at the moment she was gorging herself on delicious food. The act of eating had been going on for 3 hours.
Snap.
Su Shui slapped a few slaps, and the surrounding maids left the room one after another.
Say it, who the hell are you? I don't believe any of Lin Lu's bull.
Su Shui looked at the young girl in front of her, her eyes filled with a blazing fire.
Your friend.
The young girl looked up with a smile, then continued to start her dry rice business. Su Shui felt like she had punched cotton and could do nothing about the young girl in front of her.
Mr. Lin Lu is here.
A maid reported respectfully.
Let that philanderer come up.
Su Shui had an angry face, holding it in her heart with nowhere to vent it.
As soon as she entered the room, Su Shui began to taunt, Yo! Our teacher Lin is finally here.
Lin Lu looked at Su Shui, who had a jealous face, and instantly understood something.
Oh, Yuki, what I told you before was true. Why don't you believe that?
And I've also reported this matter to Commander Sikong's son and your sister. They all said the eastern bases weren't good for taking care of her, so they made me bring her back. Lin Lu didn't know what was going on, but he had an inexplicable affinity for this girl. When the young girl saw Lin Lu come, she put down the food in her hands and jogged over to embrace Lin Lu in a hug.
Lin. Record.
Like.
Joy. Joy.
The girl said while rubbing her face against Lin Record's neck.
Ouch.
You girl, you're really getting ahead of yourself. Su Shui beside Lin Lu lifted the young girl up as she wiggled her arms and legs in the air in a very cute manner.
It looks like she's a good learner.
Su Shui, during this period of time, you teach her general knowledge of life and how to communicate with people.
That's not a problem, but she needs an identity, and the first order of business is a name, so what do you think would be a good name to give?
Lin Lu frowned and thought for a moment. The young girl on the side seemed to understand what Lin Lu was doing and looked at him expectantly. I met her in a thatched cottage at sunset, so let's call her Lin Xiao.
What he is, you'll make her my sister first.
Yay!
Lin Xiao.
Yay!
Lin Xiao. The young girl kept shaking Lin Lu's arm, seemingly pleased with the name.
On the other hand, Yang Ming came to his class.
Everyone.
Today in the teachers' assembly, the living alien department's teacher Li but issued a shocking statement. He said that after the Golden Sword Conference, quota of the school selection, his 2 disciples once met our combat alien.
C1. Kill 1. Clang.
A dozen desks and benches instantly shattered in the classroom. All the trainees were filled with anger.
What kind of a thing is he, an alien of the life faculty? How dare he say that? That's crazy. Do you really think that Jiang Kai can get away with it just because he got lucky and won a game? Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Yang Ming revealed an evil smile. Ha! Lin Lu. Jiang Kai won a Wang Lu and started floating around.
There are several C-ranked alien in my class, you don't have a chance of winning a fight with me. Li Feng's class was in the same situation. Under Li Feng's fanning, all the people in the second year 7th class were in a group mood. By the next day, it had evolved directly into a game between the 2 faculties. The side of the combat alien department even put out a slogan, no living person from the life department would be left alive on the pre-selection stage. The slogan hangs over all living alien faculties like a sword of Damocles. You want to participate? Can. Once you can't win the fight, you may not have your life. At the moment, Zinnia College was a powder keg about to explode. At night, Sun Xing and Sun Dishing were drinking in a tavern.
Older brother, aren't you causing trouble for your brother and me?
Sun Xing drank a glass of white wine and grumbled at his brother. Big brother, if you ask me, you're still too wistful.
The academy is a place to select talent, not to go through the motions. Look at the death targets at every college.
This group of youths, I'd rather they get injured and bleed in normal times than be claimed by demonic beasts in the future.
Gulp. Sunderson, a glass of white wine went straight down. Ugh, I just want them to be a little protected during this time. Once they start getting into the defense against demonic beasts, I don't know how many of them will survive. Alas. Big brother. You. At this time, Sun Dishing did not know what to say. His own elder brother had once witnessed his trainee being eaten alive by a demonic beast. Since then, the Purple Bohemia Academy has changed its school spirit and reduced dangerous training. However, this practice has directly led to the Bohemia College, which was originally ranked among the level of first-class colleges, to be reduced to second class. Maybe. You have the right idea. Second brother, I'll grant you permission this time, and I'm going to make a substantial increase in the strength of these kids. That's for sure. Don't worry, big brother. Sun Xing chucked a slice of foreign beast meat and teased with a smile, second brother, tell me, who was number one in this school selection? Sun Dishing's eyes rolled and two names came out, Jiang Kai. Lie Mang. Oh? How? Sun Xing became interested. Didn't you realize? Those two brats today have a murderous aura that hasn't faded, and I suspect that they've been working out in the dark zone for a while. They? Already been to the dark zone? Hey. Guess? The two looked at each other for a few seconds and laughed. Inside a strangely shaped building in the southeastern part of the Divine State, a group of black-clothed men gathered around a giant round table. The Son of God experiment number 2 has appeared. Gentlemen, do you need us to make a capture? A man in black issued an inquiry in his hoarse voice. Do you know who she's protected by? The military hero, White Emperor, Lin Lu. Damn it, why did number 2 fall into Lin Lu's hands? Those old men were in the ground back then, and you have a problem digging them out of their graves and cursing them? You. The group began to bicker. Alright, send out the shadow kill team, keep an eye on number 2, and bring her back as soon as you get the chance. Understood. What if Lin Lu stops it? After a few seconds of silence, the hoarse voice sounded again, if Lin Lu stops it, if you can win, shoot to kill, if you can't win. Start the self-destruct program. After saying that, a group of people stood up, all for the Temple of God creation. All for the arrival of the new gods. What Lin Lu didn't know was that in the time that followed, the creation god's palace had actually helped him uncover the veil of his birth. Chapter 31, The Selection Begins. Chapter 31, The Selection Begins. The free enrollment system used for on-campus selection. Everyone needs to fight one-on-one, the loser is eliminated and the winner moves on to the next round. Such a system might seem indifferent, but it had to be said that those who were able to stay until the end were all super strong. Doing so avoids some of the empty shelves that come up using loopholes in the rules. In total, there were close to 1,000 applicants for this intramural selection. In addition to all the cadets in the 1 to 3 year combat department, there were more than 200 cadets in the life alien department who had signed up. Among them, some of them were like Lie Mang, with superb physical arts and weapon arts. However, he was assigned to the life alien department because of his alien spam. Some are trying to take their chances. Jiang Kai's dust explosion operation was like a fire in the darkness, illuminating those around him. Many life aliens develop very alternative ways of using their life aliens, ready to stand out in the selection process. The early morning wind kept blowing against the Zinnia Academy and seemed to be cheering the event as well. Finally, the time for the selection meeting had arrived. All participants assemble on the college's assembly grounds. Looking at the spirited Bohemia trainees, Sun Xing was full of energy. Everyone, this is your principal son. Today, we at Purple Bohemia Academy will open the selection for the Golden Sword Conference. This time we are allocated only 6 places. I hope everyone will be brave, show strength and recreate glory. Sun Xing crackled a bunch of nonsense, and Sun Dishing on the side had long been upset. When Sun Xing stopped to take a break, he grabbed the microphone as soon as he could. Cadets, I want to tell you something very important, now. This year's selection was different from previous years, and students who wanted to participate had to sign a waiver on site. The academy would not be held responsible in the event of death or injury during the competition. The moment you decided to step into the fray, your lives were placed on the wheel of death. As for who is the victor in the roulette wheel, the strongest who can stay in the selection will give you the answer. After that, Sunderson clapped his hands, and then dozens of staff began to issue waivers.
The agreement clearly states that once you have participated in the tryouts, you may not come after the school for your own death or serious injury. To put it bluntly, this selection will see blood. People will die. Those powerful combat aliens didn't hesitate for a second and immediately signed their names. And half the people present fell into hesitation. No, Mr. Principal, I'm here to compete, not fight for my life. What are you doing? Of course, we have contingencies in place if the word surrender is uttered in person. We referees intervened immediately. But there is a saying that fists and feet are hard to judge, swords and knives, and referees are not omnipotent. So in the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. Okay, I'll give you all 5 minutes to think about it. After 5 minutes, any participant who hasn't signed the petition, please leave the room automatically. Sun Dishing finished and continued to stand on the stage. 5 minutes is not too long and not too short. Time passed by minute, and people with average strength were doing heavenly battle in their hearts at the moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Finally, after half a minute, someone couldn't take it anymore and left with their head hanging. With the first example, others began to leave one after another. By the time came, there were only about 200 people left. 198 cadets in combat and 12 in life. Although the life department looks small, it is already a big breakthrough. In the past, when they participated in the on-campus auditions, there were at most 1 or 2 people from the life department. It was these 1 or 2 people who would still be hung up on by the combat faculty trainees. But now it was different. With Jiang Kai and Lie Mang in front of them, the others also felt that it was time to put up a fight. Time's up. Not bad. The number of people who have stayed on the list this year has exceeded my expectations, so please get ready, the battle will officially begin in 2 hours. The staff gave each participant a number plate for easy counting. At this moment, Lin Lu was sitting in the audience, making people so envious. Sitting on his left was Su Shui, a beautiful uniform showing all the charm. On the right sat the cute and well-behaved Lin Xiao, who ate a lot. Brother-in-law, tell me, those 2 disciples of yours, how far can they fight? Yuki, you can doubt my character, but you can't doubt the quality of my teaching. Unsurprisingly, these 2 guys will meet in the finals. Lin Lu said vaguely as he nibbled on a bun. Oh? So confident? Hey, Yuki, just keep your eyes open. Xia. Stop eating. You've been eating all morning. Lin Lu reminded from the side. Lin Xiao continued the food business in her hand as if she didn't hear it. Auditions, now begin. With Sun Dishing's roar, the selection tournament to determine the places in the Golden Sword Conference officially began. Jiang Kai, Winshan, get ready on the stage. At the referee's command, the 2 walked onto the fighting stage. No way? We're meeting in the first game? Winshan is the top 3 ranked alien in Mr. Li's class A. Winshan's supernatural ability is speed boosting, can Jiang Kai fight head-on? The people around them began to whisper and discuss the current battle. Humph. A mere person from the Life Alien Ability Department dares to call out to us from the Combat Alien Ability Department? Winshan exited in mockery. Student Winshan, may I ask who your instructor is? Jiang Kai was expressionless and asked directly. Ha! Why, you have to talk about human feelings in a fight. My teacher is Yang Ming. He had already told us at the class meeting a few days ago that your teacher Lin had gone so far as to make a bold statement that he would take out all of the battle faculty adepts that he encountered. Try it today, and if you can't it up, then your life will have to stay here. Winshan had a bloodthirsty expression on his face, as if he was going to destroy Jiang Kai straight away as soon as the referee shouted to start. Jiang Kai ignored Winshan's words and just stared at the other party with burning eyes. Matchmaking begins. The referee barks out an order, then quickly moves away from the fighting table. Boy! Suffer death. Winshan turned on his supernatural ability and increased his speed to an extreme. And Jiang Kai moves faster than him. Only to see Jiang Kai snap his fingers, a dozen or so dust fuses with small sparks spread into the air, then gathered in the direction where Winshan was standing. What the hell is this? Winshan hadn't seen Jiang Kai's fight earlier, so he wasn't the least bit prepared. By the time he was ready to move, it was too late. Bang! 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 Huge explosions blossomed in the battlements. After the smoke and dust, besides the dying Wanshan, only a huge gray ball of metal remained. Ha ha, this kid's supernatural ability has evolved. Lin Lu was filled with joy. Apparently, after fighting with his powers many times, Jiang Kai's powers had evolved. After a dozen seconds or so, the metal ball began to slowly crumble into a pile of powder that fell to the ground. Inside, Jiang Kai appeared in front of the crowd. Unharmed, one move to overcome the enemy. It was only at this point that the crowd realized that Jiang Kai was already a mountain that they could hardly overcome. Chapter 32 Evolution of Alien Energy. Chapter 32 Evolution of Alien Energy. The ambulance team was the first to arrive at the battlements and carried Fumiyama out on a stretcher. Anyone who's seen the look of Fumiyama knows that guy is wasted. Jiang Kai slowly walked off the stage, and the surrounding trainees automatically made a path. He came to Lin Lu step by step, and then the master and disciple high-fived each other. Ha, not bad, Jiang Kai, your supernatural ability has undergone evolution, right? Hey, nothing gets past you. Now I can change the nature of the dust and I can change the structure of the dust arrangement. That metal ball just now is the result of my infinite compression of metal dust. I found that with enough compression force, metal dust can surprisingly become a lump of metal, hence the metal protection sphere just now. This. Lin Lu was stunned, this kid could even operate like this. Then according to this, do a good QC on the dust ratios. I really can't think. As the saying goes, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a little sugar, Big Ivan. Not to mention demonic beasts, if operated properly, a city, all for you to raise. Jiang Kai, remember, your revolutionary ability cannot be mentioned to anyone. If anyone asks, just say it changes the variety of dust and you won't understand the rest. Get it? Understood. Jiang Kai nodded heavily. Watching his beloved disciple being killed by a single move, Yang Ming in the stands was furious. Jiang Kai. Lin Lu. You guys wait for me. On the other side, a living alien with very good hands was fighting a combat alien. Both sides fought back and forth, not giving way to each other. Oh, kid, it seems that you still have something. A burly combat psychic cadet swung a fist, and his arm instantly petrified. And those who were touched by this punch had their bodies fly backwards. I surrender. The life cadet yelled out as the referee raised the flag to stop the fight. But in the next second, the fully petrified combat cadet descended from the sky and crushed the life cadet's left chest directly with a powerful downward knee strike. Ka-chow! The sound of cracking ribs resounded throughout the battle arena. When the stoner stood up, the life cadet was out of vitals. You broke the rules. The cadets in the life department yelled and cursed. But the stoner shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, and besides, I'm already in the air, I can't even stop. Next hand, I'll be up against your life department's Lie Mang. Didn't you guys say he's good? I'd like to see how good he is. Oh? Yeah? A figure approached. What's your beef, kid? I'm Lie Mang, since you've already won, do you want to go and sign a deathmatch warrant? Life and death have their own destiny, victory or defeat depends on the sky? Lie Mang's sharp eyes burned coldly. The stone man looked at the distant stands where Li Feng was sitting. Seeing Lie Mang and his student talking about something, Li Feng immediately walked over. What? Lemon, do you have a problem with my student? Oh, Mr. Lee, nothing? The next hand I go up against him, I want to sign a life and death contract with him just. A death warrant? The people around them looked over. Lie Mang and Wang Hao sign a life and death contract? It seems that Wang Hao's killing just now provoked Lie Mang's anger. Exciting, this is a spectacle we haven't seen in a long time. The people around them became interested as soon as they heard Lie Mang's words. How about it, next time we play, we don't need a referee, the winner lives. The loser dies. Lie Mang's words were like thunder from the ground, making people not dare to believe. Ha ha ha, yeah. Go! Wang Hao made a long leap and jumped out of the battle stage. The two headed toward the president. What's the matter with you two? The presidential judge, who was processing data, asked without looking back. Teacher, we want to sign the life and death contract. What? What are you talking about? Not caring about the matter in hand, the presidential judge stood up at once. You better take back what you just said. A death warrant? Is that something you can sign? Especially you, Wang Hao, your opponent just ran out of gas.
And now you have to sign a life and death contract. We're in an academy here, not an underground death match. Lie Mang stopped talking and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Wang Hao thought that Lie Mang was going to run away. Yo? Are you leaving now? You think you've got guts, don't you? You're the one who brought this up. If you don't want to sign, get down on your knees and kowtow to me a few times. Or else. Wang Hao was aggressive. Then sign it. Lie Mang was expressionless as he took a life and death agreement from the presidential judge's table and signed his name. Seeing this, Wang Hao grabbed the pen in Lie Mang's hand and immediately signed his big name as well. You, said the presidential judge, feeling that he could no longer be dissuaded. There's still half an hour left for the fight to start, kid, don't run away. Wang Hao approached Lie Mang and taunted. Run? That's not possible. Just now you fought and consumed your physical strength, sure you don't want to rest and rest more? Lie Mang looked at Wang Hao and answered with a smile. Rest? Ha ha ha, that's a living alien, what harm can it do? I haven't even broken a sweat yet by destroying him. Kid, I won't let you die quickly in a while, I'll smash your bones piece by piece, letting you experience the ultimate pain. The two walked towards one of the battle stations and began to wait. Oh. Brother Lin Lu, the food is finished, I want more. Lin Xiao, who was on the side, looked at Lin Lu and extended her greasy hand. You girl, take it easy on the food. Just in these 2 days, I've already bought you 2,000 blue crystal coins for snacks and refreshments. Lin Lu had no choice but to directly take out a large bag of things from his subdimensional bag. When Lin Xiao saw another snack appear in Lin Lu's hand, her two eyes glowed with golden light and she snatched it. After several days of Su Shui's teaching, Lin Xiao already had basic human common sense. At this point she was so immersed in the world of losing that she couldn't help herself. Time passed by, and on a battle stage, Lie Mang and Wang Hao walked up. Teacher, do you think Lie Mang will just settle it with one move? Jiang Kai, who was sitting in front of Lin Lu, turned back and inquired. Ugh, that stoner could have died easier, now. I'm already imagining human swine. Kai-chan, tell me, is that kid's psychic ability also turned on to evolve? Facing Lin Lu's inquiry, Jiang Kai stammered for a while, Do you know? Or not? I don't. No. Don't. No. Don't know. Looking at Jiang Kai's difficult expression, Lin Lu understood a generalization. Feeling that these two boys have produced an evolution in their psychic abilities, and have been hiding it from me. Looking at Lin Lu's treacherous smile, Jiang Kai immediately changed his words. Teacher, Lie Mang said for me not to speak, ready to give you a surprise. Surprise? Lin Lu smiled and nodded. I think these two boys have something to hide. However, whether this guy can force out Lie Mang's other tricks, I can't say, Jiang Kai added again. Lin Lu, arrogant. These two boys are so arrogant now. Chapter 33 One Chop Through the Sky. Chapter 33 A Chop Through the Sky. Will the two contestants please come to the stage? At the referee's order, Lie Mang and Wang Hao walked onto the fighting stage. Wang Hao, finish that kid off. Lie Mang, be careful. Be sure to fight for our life department. Buy it and leave it. By Wang Hao to win, 1-5. By Lie Mang to win, 1-10. Crowd. Wang Hao twisted his neck. Kid, sorry, I'll take your life, Wang Hao. What do you think your life alien department is doing here to grab a spot in the Golden Sword Conference, preliminaries? Isn't this the inverse Big Dipper? You guys should just wait for graduation honestly and then go into the factory and hit the screws. Wang Hao chattered on, and Lie Mang closed his eyes and waited for the start. For Lemon, he wasn't in the habit of talking to dead people. Humph. A little cutie. Wang Hao spat, no longer truthful. Seeing that the two were already ready, the referee didn't delay and waved his flag. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao waved his hand, and his entire body instantly converted into a rocky state, his height instantly skyrocketing to about 2.4 meters. Ha, kid, aren't you a martial artist who uses swords? You come and try to see if you can sever this body of mine. Wang Hao's empty door was wide open, and it was obvious that he was very confident in the hardness of his body. After all, he had met many knives and swordsmen before. When these people chopped at his body with their swords, it was like scratching an itch, and some of the swords were even not hard enough, and they directly chipped the blade off. Facing Wang Hao's mockery, Lie Mang showed disdain. The name of this blade is Zenith Knight. Originally I wanted to understand you in one slash, but now, I've changed my mind. Lie Mang crouched down his horse, his eyes staring straight at Wang Hao. He was seen holding the sheath of his sword in his left hand and the hilt of his sword in his right hand, with his entire body in a state of poise. Humph. Garbage 1, making a pretense. Wang Hao no longer waited, and his heavy rocky body ran in the direction of Lie Mang. Knock, 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 knock. The heavy body made Wang Hao's steps make a dull sound. The surrounding people looked at Wang Hao's body that was running faster and faster, and they didn't dare to utter a single breath. If Lie Mang was hit solidly by this rocky body, it would be either dead or disabled. Wang Hao's rocky body was getting closer and closer, and many of the life department trainees had already closed their eyes. Lie Mang adjusted his breathing, and between one breath and the next, his concentration increased to a terrifying level. Ah, kid, go to hell. Wang Hao used his inertia to swing out his fist, and the huge rocky fist blasted straight towards Lie Mang's head. Coming! Lie Mang's eyes blazed, and when Wang Hao's fist was about to smash down, his left hand pulled the trigger of the knife sheath. The sheath of the knife emitted the metallic sound of gears running at high speed, and in less than 2 seconds, only a clang sound was heard, and the hilt of the knife that Lie Mang was holding tightly was unexpectedly ejected like a bullet. The alien energy was infused, and the scarlet blade's blood shadow with a mane flashed in everyone's eyes. The audience only felt a flash of light before their eyes, and the red-bladed shadow was still lingering in the air. Ka! 2 sounds of rock shattering rang out. Just now, Lie Mang's chop had severed both of Wang Hao's rocky thighs by their roots. Wang Hao only felt a flash of coolness in his thighs, and then he inexplicably fell to the ground. The moment the scarlet blade touched the rock's body, it was as if a fast knife had touched tofu. The silky smooth cut made Lie Mang's right hand not feel the slightest resistance. My leg. How can that be? Your knife. Ah. It hurts. My leg is gone. I surrender. Wang Hao fell to the ground and cried in pain. Although he was rock-bodied, his internal organs still functioned as a human structure. His body was enhanced after the rocking, but wounds like his thigh breaking as far as it would go also caused a puddle of blood to flow from his break. The crowd looked on with numbness. Ugh, looks like this guy didn't force out Lie Mang's evolutionary skills. Jiang Kai spat for a while. Lin Lu directly hit Jiang Kai on the head with a headbutt. Bastard, playing with me? Quickly say. What's changed after his supernatural ability evolved? Lin Lu pushed for a while. Now he was curious as to what progress Lie Mang had made with his powers. Hey, Lemon discovered that whatever he touches keeps the object vibrating for the 4 hours it's away from him. Ha! This? Invincible. Lin Lu's mind flashed all sorts of counterintuitive thoughts. So those flying daggers? On his waist, Lin Lu observed carefully and saw at a glance that Lie Mang was different from usual. Yes. He can parry the indestructible vibroblade. Before I fought him, he barely had any long-range attacks, but now. Jiang Kai was still a bit distraught at the moment. Yesterday when he was training with Lie Mang threw a flying knife. At first, he thought that Lie Mang had been unable to fight from afar, and was anxious, and thought of such a method, without paying too much attention, and directly used metal dust to compress and construct a metal wall. But the moment the flying dagger touched the metal wall, it was like cutting jelly, and it came straight through. If Jiang Kai hadn't reacted quickly, this knife would have killed him. Lie Mang was also a bit dumbfounded that day. He hadn't thought that his flying dagger after infusing it with his supernatural ability had such power. Ugh, Lin Lu let out a long sigh. I didn't realize that the 2 disciples I had taken in on a whim had already progressed to such a level of strength. Look, it's ending. A spectator's voice came from next door, interrupting the conversation between the master and disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lie Mang didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and cleanly cut off both of Wang Hao's arms with 2 chopping strikes. At this moment, Wang Hao was like a stone human swine, unable to move. Although he knew that his rocky body couldn't help Lie Mang, he didn't dare to lift it. Under the rocky body, the blood flow was very slow, and there was still a silver lining to dragging himself out. Once the psychic ability was lifted, I'm afraid that the bleeding rate of these 4 wounds of his own would surge. I surrender. Lemon. Please. I was wrong. Wang Hao continued to beg for mercy. Wrong? The cadet from the life department whose chest you shattered earlier, did you spare him? You'll get yourself killed if you don't do what you want. Go well. Lie Mang no longer waited and slowly walked towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao kept twisting what was left of his body full of fear. No one can save you today, in your next life, pay attention. After saying that, Lie Mang turned out a knife and slid it through Wang Hao's neck. A rocky head leapt high into the air and ended up in the center of the battle arena. Wang Hao fell. There were no cheers, no murmurs, the room was awfully quiet. Lie Mang's clean, cold and cold-blooded style sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Sun Dishing smiled and said to Sun Xing beside him, "See, the only way to force out the potential of these trainees is to do it for real." But so many people have already died in just these few. Older brother, I told you. If you want to cultivate outstanding exalts, you have to go through the test of blood and fire. The sword is sharpened. Without the test of life and death, they are flowers in a greenhouse. We can still help them reduce some accidental deaths now. Once they get on the demonic beast defense line and against foreign aberrations, what can they do without experiencing life and death tests? Going to deliver? Principal Sun Xing wanted to say something else, but no words were spoken. He chewed on his brother's words and took his time to think about them. Chapter 34, Deterrence. Chapter 34, Shock and Awe. Lie Mang's series of actions made the combat-oriented exalts shut their mouths. Sharp stance, almost perverted attack strength, cold and decisive fighting attitude. All of these qualities determined that Lie Mang would definitely be an excellent psychic warrior in the future. Is this lemon really in the life department? Is this group of people at the alien convocation a meal? This guy's strength, he already has the strength of a B-class combat alien. Everyone around them was shocked by Lie Mang's strength. This chopping attack, this sharpness that cracks mountains and rocks, it's terrifying. On a special grandstand, the triumvirate looked at the battle stage and fell into deep thought. Hey, what do you say? I told you that Mr. Lin's disciple is great. You guys still don't believe me. Lu Jiner looked at Zhao Gao and Zhou Qing with a look of contempt. Humph. It's just a coincidence. Plus he has a sharp knife. In other words, anyone who has that long knife can get to that point with him. Zhou Guak spoke as he sipped his coffee. Zhou Cheng on the side didn't answer. Was it really as simple as Zhou Guak said? At this moment, he recalled all the things that had happened at the White Tiger base. Although he heard about Lin Lu's reputation selling every day, he always felt that there was something wrong with these people's attitude. It was true that the people of White Tiger base were saying all sorts of bad things about Lin Lu, but they had never said that Lin Lu was weak. Especially General Chu Yunxian Chu, even though he had all sorts of virtues that were nearly perfect and had said that he wanted to become a legend and hero of the military department. But every time someone mentioned Lin Lu, a sense of longing and resignation would always appear in his eyes. Zhou Qing was an observant person, and his exposure during his time at the White Tiger base had given him a natural repulsion towards Lin Lu. But when he actually met Lin Lu and his disciples, a new weighing began in his heart. A reputedly trashy alien trainee. Another psychic ability that is considered useless. The two of them, after being taught by Lin Lu, had turned rottenness into magic and rode through the cadet selection competition. Zhou Qing really couldn't think of anyone else who could stop these two wild horses that were out of control. The first day of selection was fast and furious, with the top 64 being contested straight away. The two of them, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang, could be described as God blocking the killers and Buddha blocking the killers. It even got to the point where the opponents, upon hearing that it was these two, simply abandoned the match. It seems people still value their lives. In the past, this would only happen with the Trojans. And now, the two disciples of the Lin records have even done this. At the God of Fortune restaurant at night, Su Meng had chartered a private room to treat two disciples for Lin Lu. Alright, Xiao. Don't eat. People haven't even arrived yet and you've already eaten 2 tables of food. Su Meng looked at Lin Xiao who was feasting and had a headache. Woo. Sister Su Shui, I'll take a break after I finish this roasted whole egg. At this moment, Lin Xiao already had the mind of a normal teenage girl. But when Lin Lu and Su Meng asked her about the circumstances of her life, they still knew nothing. And Lin Lu also fought against Lin Xiao occasionally. He realized that even though Lin Xiao's fighting was unstructured, every time she made a move, it was just like that of a fierce beast, carrying an aura of fury. Not only that, her golden flame was called a divine skill. Any object, as long as Lin Xiao wanted it, would be devoured by the golden flame. It was simply just like a bug. That was why Lin Lu agreed with Lin Xiao that the golden flame's ability must never be put into actual combat until it was absolutely necessary. Crunch! The door to the private room was pushed open. You guys are finally here.
Su Shui looked at the Lin Lu trio who entered the door and smiled as she asked the waiter to set the tableware.
Ms. Suetsu? Why are you here? Lie Mang was a bit confused. Hey! Lie Mang, don't ask blindly, Ms. Su Shui is this.
Of Ms. Lin, Jiang Kai quietly compared a heart with his index finger and thumb.
Oh. What about General Su? Asked Lie Mang in a low voice. This is where our teacher Lin is great, it's all. All? Jiang Kai smiled evilly. Pop. Pop.
The two men's heads were dumbfounded by Lin Lu's slap. Okay, stop being poor and hurry up and sit down, treat you two today. Lin Lu said, making the two disciples sit down. The four of them savored the food and began to chat freely. After eating for a while, Su Shui seemed to have thought of something. Right, brother-in-law, did you have some conflict with Chen Dao before? Contradiction? Lin Lu thought for a moment. It's not much of a conflict, I guess, it's just that his disciple came to Lie Mang's martial arts school to cause trouble, and after we chopped off his disciple's hand, we wasted one of his disciples at the opening banquet. Su Shui was speechless for a while. What? That guy got something to say? He's gonna come after me? Let alone him coming, I'd have to break it off with your master. Su Shui was speechless for a while. How is it that master and this guy are both in a foul mood? Just yesterday, Master Heartless gave Su Shui a call. Xiao Shui, I heard that Chen Dao's disciples have folded too, is this true? Master, how do you know about this? Didn't you say that you would let me handle all the matters over here? Su Shui, who received the call, was a bit embarrassed. For you to deal with? The result of dealing with you is that you'll just waste one of his disciples? Well, Snowy, tell me, who exactly in the city of Nanyang is hostile to the Heartless stream and is laying down a vicious hand? Master Heartless was a bit impatient. Master, why don't I handle this person? If you were to handle it, I'm afraid it would result in a worse outcome. Su Shui seriously advised. What? Snow, did I hear you wrong or do you think I can't lift the sword? Come on, who the hell is it? Yesterday, Chen Dao called and told me about it, so I wanted to ask about it myself. Seeing her master being so tough, Su Shui was also a bit upset with Chen Dao and Master Heartless. Su Shui was a bit speechless. You say Chen Dao all said that he would handle it himself, he even stabbed this matter to his master's place, making it so difficult for him to be here. Besides, master, you're old, why are you still involved in these junior fights? Wouldn't it be better to let them fend for themselves? Why do you have to interfere? Come on, you're willing, I'll give you a chance straight away. Master, you really want to handle this yourself? Right. Say, who the hell is it? It's my brother-in-law. Humph. So it's him. Wait. So? It's him? Ahem, little Snowaw, master is old, there are some things that are not good to step in, and this is a fight that belongs between juniors. Then. These things this matter will be fully in your charge, and the master will not step forward. I believe you can reconcile your master's brother with Lin Lu. Good disciple, take care of yourself out there. Look, you've been out for so long and you didn't come back to see me. Snap, the phone hangs up. Su Shui, renewal. If I had known it would turn out this way, what were you so stubborn about? Haven't you learned enough from the last time Lin Lu taught you a lesson? Thoughts pulled back, Su Shui continued to eat her delicious meal. As Lin Lu was in high spirits and a cup of fruit wine went down, Su Shui's eyes dripped and made a very whiny sound, brother-in-law. This voice seductive to the extreme, originally already slightly drunk Lin Lu suddenly a jolt. Damn, what the hell is this girl up to? Chapter 35 Conflict with Li Feng. Chapter 35 Conflict with Li Feng. Brother-in-law Su Meng made a very whiny sound. Lin Lu had a heart palpitation. What the hell is this girl up to again? Look, you take in disciples, take in one is also take in two is also take in, or take in another one chant? Ha! Jiang Kai and Lie Mang on the side felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Lin Lu looked at the smiling Su Shui in front of him, took a bite of elbow and asked with a smile, tell me, what's going on? Seeing that Lin Lu didn't immediately refuse, Su Shui walked over and happily pulled Lin Lu's arm and talked about the reason. Brother-in-law, it's this. My oldest sister and I have a cousin who was very gifted in martial arts, but just has a bit of a problem with his powers. The last few days my sister-in-law and I have been calling me and asking us to take her into Budo. I thought, you also lack an attentive disciple on your side, why don't you take it? Jiang Kai and Lie Mang, who were on the side, had their eyes staring straight up.
Ms. Suetsu. You want to recommend disciples, cannot engage in pole step. What do you mean, lack of careful disciple? This is not pointing at us. Teacher, you eat meat.
Jiang Kai immediately chucked a pile of fatty braised meat into Lin Lu's bowl.
Lie Mang got up and walked behind Lin Lu, pounding his back. Master, heavy or light you speak? Limecroft, can this be rolled too? Ahem, how about this, Yuki?
You have her come to my place first.
If it fits, I'll take it. If it doesn't, forget it. If it's a grandpa or a petite girl, don't send it.
After all, this isn't just anyone I can charge here.
Moreover, these two disciples of mine right now are still very good. Well, talent is very good. Su Snow is a little red warm.
Lin Lu spoke seriously, almost moving Jiang Kai and Lie Mang to tears. The two of them looked at each other. We are also qualified before Mr. Lin took us in. But the next sentence directly dried up the two who felt good about themselves. If you have a good temper, you can come in. It's just sort of a Thai alien power and I can make it turn into golden poop.
Pust.
Lin Xiao, who was drinking water, sprayed a mouthful of drink onto Lin Lu.
Ha, brother Lin Lu, you're too funny. Ha ha ha. Slightly.
Lin Xiao sprayed Lin Lu all over him, not to mention that she kept mocking. It had to be said that Lin Xiao had recently learned the hard way by following Su Shuet around all this time.
One big devil, one little devil.
At this point, Lin Lu's upper body was wet. Had no choice but to go to the hotel locker room to change. Inside another private room of the hotel unit, Li Feng was talking to a fat-looking bald man.
Counselor Wu, thank you so much for coming.
Li Feng humbly accompanied the drinks on the side. Mr. Li, our alien convocation came to Nanyang this time in order to set up a review point here. Of course we will also look for local, prestigious families to work with. No, I instantly fell in love with your Li family.
Oops. Thank you for your love, Assemblyman Wu.
I've prepared a lot of specialties on my side, and I've already put them in your trunk.
In a while you take it back and taste some with your wife.
Speaking of the word specialty, Li Feng purposely aggravated his accent.
Oh. I see.
I'm really going to savor this later.
The two began to brag again.
Suddenly, the door was opened.
Not here?
Sorry to interrupt. Li Feng hadn't reacted yet, but Counselor Wu's two eyes were staring straight at the closed door.
Counselor Wu? Counselor Wu?
Li Feng kept asking softly from the side.
That girl just now, who is she? You help me ask.
Li Feng smiled heartily when he heard this, then used the excuse of going to the restroom and walked out of the private room. Sister Su Shui, the room number you gave me was wrong. Lin Xiao looked sullen.
Let's see,
It's really wrong. Why don't you go find Lin Lu in room 214, he should be done changing. Lin Xiao nodded and happily walked out of the door of the private room. But as she was about to walk to change room 214, a man blocked her.
This young lady, I wonder if you're free. One of our gentlemen would like to meet you. Li Feng acted as a roadblock.
I'm sorry, I'm going to look for someone, please get out of the way. Lin Xiao said politely for the first time.
Like this young lady, if you can go and accompany our Counselor Wu, I will give you 100,000 blue crystal coins.
Seeing that it was useless to speak directly, Li Feng directly opened up a monetary offense.
Blue crystals?
In Lin Xiao's perception, this thing was something to exchange for food, and Su Shui would give as much as she wanted.
In her mind, a bunch of blue crystal coins weren't worth as much as a braised elbow. This young lady. Don't know if you don't have any idea about 100,000 gold coins? In that case, then I'll raise you to 500,000. $500,000. Go have a drink with our Senator Wu, what do you think?
I'm Li Feng from the Li family in Nanyang City. Counselor Wu is a reserve counselor of our alien convocation, 81 Council, you see. The price was also increased and the identity was raised. Li Feng felt that the other party had no reason to refuse.
3. Miss, what did you say? 2. Li Feng, question mark. 1.
With a whooshing sound, Lin Xiao kicked out, from the bottom to the top, and the powerful force directly acted on Li Feng's crotch.
Ka chow.
Not only did Li Feng's soup dumplings shatter, his hip bone was even directly shattered.
The magnitude of Lin Xiao's force was not human strength at all.
Li Feng covered his crotch and kept rolling over.
Counselor Wu had just come out of the private room to get some air when he saw this scene. Young Master, X3. Several underlings rushed over to help Li Feng up. Kill. Kill this female for me. Li Feng's eyes shed tears. That's a physical reaction to extreme pain. The three subordinates obeyed the order and drew out the knives on their bodies as Lin Xiao surrounded them. You guys, you will die. After these days with Su Shui, Lin Xiao already has normal values. He has come to realize that indiscriminate killing is something that cannot be tolerated in a civilized society. If you don't get out of the way, all of you will have to die. At this time, Lin Xiao's ferocity had already risen, and her long black hair began to slowly float upwards due to her anger. Stop. Counselor Wu took a few steps forward and helped Li Feng up. I'm the reserve counselor of the alien convocation Wu Chang. Why did you little girl lay a deadly hand on Li Feng? The scene of Lin Xiao's foot shattering the egg unit just now happened to be seen by him. At that time, Wu Chang only felt a tightness in his lower body. Counselor Wu, help me control him, I want her to die. Li Feng was already shivering in pain as he spoke. On. The three thugs slashed at Lin Xiao with their knives. Bang! A fist cannon sounded out, only to see Lin Xiao swing out a fist, and an arriving head was instantly smashed open. The red and white matter was strewn all over the place, and the smell of blood spread out in all directions. You! How dare you! Seeing how strong Lin Xiao was, the remaining fighters panicked. Lin Xiao ignored the thugs around her and instead walked towards Li Feng. No! Don't come over! Wind blade! Li Feng waved his hand with force and a dozen sharp air blades slid towards Lin Xiao. Clang! 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 Lin Xiao didn't move, facing the speeding wind blades. She just swung her arm a few times and blocked them all. The wind blade hit her arm with a harsh metallic sound. At this moment, Li Feng and Wu Chang were really panicking. Chapter 36 Escalation of the Conflict. Chapter 36 Escalation of the Conflict. Stop! A roar came from one of the minions. It turned out that the hotel manager saw the situation expanding and called the police directly. White Guard arrived on the scene 3 minutes later. Stop it, all of you! A uniformed squad leader walked up to the second floor and began observing the scene. Tell me. What's going on? The junior captain began to ask, smelling the strong odor of blood. Leader by way, it's like this. Li Feng covered his painful lower body and came with a wicked statement. In his description, Lin Xiao was a person with a great propensity for violence. He himself was attacked after just talking to her for a couple of minutes. Li Feng also claimed that the surveillance recorded all the footage. Everything can be tuned and monitored. After listening to Li Feng's account, the White Guard squad leader looked at Lin Xiao. This lady, is he right? Lin Xiao shook her head and repeated what Li Feng had said when he molested himself. Nonsense! How can I, the son of the Li family, be like this? Right. As a reserve member of the alien convocation, how could I possibly let a girl I've never met drink with me? Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. After Wu Chang finished his explanation, he suddenly turned his words around. This by way, your Weiwei leader is called Qian Yun, right? Oh, before when he was promoted, he also looked for me to drink tea. The White Guard squad leader's face changed for a moment. Wu Chang threw this out, which was nothing more than using power to suppress reason. The subtext of which is, your director is looking at my face, you little shrimps know what to do. The White Guard squad leader weighed his options for a few seconds and began to give orders. Little Li, Little Wang, take this suspect away. The two White Guards walked towards Lin Xiao, who made a defensive move. Li Feng had a thrill of revenge in his heart. Once Lin Xiao dared to make a move on Bai Wei, then the charge of assaulting a political administrator would be ironclad. Pop. 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 A round of applause came from a distance. Yes. So wonderful. I can't believe everyone put on such a good show in between my changing. Brother Lin Lu. Lin Xiao's anger disappeared, followed by a resigned look that was adorable. Lin Lu walked over to Wu Chang and smiled as he patted Wu Chang's shoulder. Senator Wu, right? Nice to meet you. Lin Lu looked like he was smiling with him, causing Wu Chang's hanging heart to drop. Ha ha ha. Lin Lu, it's too late for you to admit your mistake now. Li Feng glared angrily at Lin Lu. There's really no room for maneuver at all? Lin Lu showed an expression of fear. Wu Chang's eyes dribbled. When Li Feng saw this, he was 100 times more upset. This fat-headed guy who's been eating, drinking and taking from me lately is a dog who knows how to be grateful. I can't imagine that this dead fat man has started to calculate the gains and losses because of Lin Lu's words. Wu Chang pondered for a while, and came to Lin Lu's body. Hey, it's not impossible, just now that girl called you brother, right? Let's do it this way, if you ask your sister to accompany me for one night, today's matter will be written off, how about it? Counselor Wu, I am now trying to help you, Li Feng complained. Shut up. What's the use of having your Li family if you can't handle such a small matter? Seeing that the scene was under control, Wu Chang immediately resumed his toehold. Alas! Xiao, those wearing white, really can't fight. Lin Xiao nodded and continued to look on pitifully. But this fat uncle, for example, can zigzag. Lin Lu's bracelet instantly covered Lin Lu's arm with a layer of armor. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Lu swung his fist at one of Wu Chang's arms. Ka chow! Wu Chang's arm and his body instantly separated. Ah! How dare you! Ah! Yo, you can still scream, huh? Go on! With a click, Lin Lu delivered another heavy hand slash, dislodging Wu Chang's other arm. Ah! I was wrong, don't come over. Wu Chang fell to the ground and cried in pain. Lin Lu didn't care about the others and stepped out with another heavy foot. Click! This kick directly crushed Wu Chang's right kneecap. That wasn't all, Lin Lu swung again and Wu Chang's last foot was crushed and torn apart by the powerful punch. At this moment, Wu Chang was no different from a human stick. Hotel Excelsior, please. Requesting backup. Where had the White Guard squad leader ever seen this kind of battle? He directly saw Lin Lu as a vicious thug. After Lin Lu finished typing, he greeted Lin Xiao and went over. Lin Xiao playfully walked behind Lin Lu, reached out her hands and put Lin Lu's neck in a hug, then rubbed her head against and against. Within 3 minutes, several teams of White Guards rushed in. All hands in the air, Lin head. A White Guard captain recognized Lin Lu as the White Guard squad leader from the previous berserking potion incident. Oh, Li Bo, long time no see. Captain Li, you guys know each other? The White Guard squad leader who came first issued an inquiry. Yes, it's my old officer from before. Sir? Damn, this is going to be tricky. Li Pa is from the military. Who's his old officer if not from the military? Li Bo, help me send a letter to the Inhuman Convocation later, I'll kill the person. Whoever dares to touch my sister. Don't blame me for lifting the table. Lin Lu stood up and held out his hands, signaling Li Bo to cuff himself. The squad leader on the side had just removed the handcuffs from his waist when Li Bo interrupted with a slap. Scram! Whoever dares to make copies, I, Li Bo, will destroy them tonight. Lin boss, aren't you making things difficult for us? If people knew I cuffed you, they could fly in and kill me tonight. Lin 2, I'll entrust you to spend the night in our South District Byway Center tonight, the conditions are quacking good, and your sister is with you, what do you think? No problem. After saying that, Lin Lu carried the somewhat tired Lin Xiao on his back as he headed downstairs. What? Lin Lu and Xiao were taken away by the White Guard? When Su Shui heard this news, she was instantly on fire. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang on the side were also furious. Jiang Kai, Lie Mang, tomorrow's audition, all of Li Feng's students, I don't want to see them live. Su Shui gave instructions, and the two little ones nodded desperately. Sure and Yang. Oh? Su teacher, he should be fine, right? Jiang Kai asked worriedly. Him? Anyone who arrests him is a dumbass. If they're not afraid of the military's retaliation, convict Lin Lu at speed. Do you think that Gai Renroku will blow up the table? Once he did set off a time when none of the 300 or so rank or higher combat aliens from Rice survived? Now a small Li family and a reserve member of the convocation want to pin him down? A fool's dream. Hearing Su Meng say this, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang were finally relieved. No. Wait. Mr. Su, what did you just say? Chapter 37 Lin Lu's Underlying Strength. Chapter 37 Lin Lu's Underlying Strength. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at each other. It had been said in the news before that due to natural disasters and other reasons, there had been a major casualty incident in the exchange between the Dragon Kingdom and the Meat Kingdom of Exotics a few years ago. And in that casualty incident,
the dragon military lost more than 200 xenomorphic fighters, while the Mi kingdom lost more than 300. This news was taken as a mere diversion by the common man.
Could. Began Lemon, making the connection. Alright. Don't mind your teachers. You guys have to give me a good performance in tomorrow's audition. Su Meng's face was icy cold as she issued a military order to Jiang Kai and Lie Mang. Yes.
At the Baiwei Institute, Li Bo walked in with Lin Lu and Lin Xiao.
Hey, Lippo, nice place you got here, huh? There are cigarettes and alcohol. Lippo smiled awkwardly. Captain Li, these two behind you are.
Xiao Wang, a little thing happened, these two arranged the best room, by the way I take out the special supplies we usually hide me.
Yes.
Xiao Wang sent the three away and opened the dossier Li Bo handed him. Turning over the first page, Comrade Xiao Wan was directly confused, the suspect of abusing and killing the reserve member of the alien convocation.
Is this such a tiger?
Xiao Wang was flabbergasted as to who the hell this pair were. At this moment, the news that Wu Cheng had been killed by Lin Lu had already spread. The military hierarchy held a high-level meeting for this purpose.
This guy Lin Lu, he's restless everywhere, I can't imagine going to teach and having the guts to do this.
Marshal, this time we can't give Lin Lu the benefit of the doubt, and his behavior this time has too many repercussions, a one-eyed general said with a serious face.
Big impact? Have you forgotten the last time a member of the convocation strutted around our base and berated our soldiers?
I think this is a good thing for Lin Lu to do, at least letting those stupid pigs in the convocation know that our military department is not something to be messed with. A country-faced middle-aged man stood up for Lin Lu.
Humph. Grand Admiral Dongfang, saying that is completely provoking a conflict between the two departments.
Now all we have to do is to reduce the civil wars and to develop all our resources externally.
We don't have time to drain the Dragon Kingdom on all this infighting. Internal? External?
If it wasn't for the idiots over at the convocation who keep telling us what to do now, we would have developed the eastern seas by now.
Well done, Rinlu. Well done, Grand Admiral of the East.
Now the Daylight Army, warp is something of a tailspin. You go to the Green Dragon base in the east and the Vermilion Bird base in the south, and see if your military orders work better, or if Lin Lu's words and personal prestige work better? It is absolutely unacceptable that some of the current military personnel do not follow orders and only engage in personal worship.
Orders must be enforced. This is the basic code for soldiers. Personal worship?
Dugoming, our family is the powerful clan in the east. If it wasn't for Lin Lu helping you to kill those city-destroying level demonic beasts, your family would have already lost an unknown number of people.
And now you're talking out of your ass?
Oh, knowing the favor is no concept at all in your mind.
Grand Admiral Dongfang Shua and Grand Admiral Dugoming led two waves of people in the meeting and argued. Don't you guys argue.
A lieutenant general shouted to dissuade him, but to no avail.
It's really lively.
Marshal Long Yi, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the scene in front of him and laughed out loud.
Marshal, don't add to the fire. Yes. Marshal, persuade them. Marshal, you quickly persuade.
Just as Dongfang Shua copied the chair and Dugoming picked up the teacup on the table, the military unit's supreme leader Marshal Long Yi spoke.
Okay, you two stop acting up here. They're all foxes of 1,000 years, what's the point of chatting with me here?
Now our question is how to reasonably fish out Ringrose. You don't have to tell me, the convocation was bossing us around in our barracks before, we have to fight back on this one, what do you all have to say about it? Seeing that the marshal had settled the nature of the matter, the others ceased to argue on the subject, and began to discuss how they could reasonably fish for a man. The military side was buzzing, as was the alien convocation.
Provocation, this is a serious provocation.
Abusing our reserve counselors in broad daylight is like ting on our alien convocation's head.
We have to make Rinlo take the punishment? Punishment? How do you take the punishment? Lin Lu is a member of the military? The military? If it wasn't for their military being overly pampered with Lin Lu, how could it have gotten to this level?
There are 81 seats throughout the hall. This group of people was the highest power executive group of the alien convocation, the 81-seat executive members.
Adon, how many seats do we have on the Joint Council?
An old man sitting on the main seat asked a young man.
Grand Counselor, we have 38 seats. 38? Folks, did you hear that? We have just 38 seats in the Joint Conference.
If we could have more than half of the seats,
Why would we be so wary of someone like Lin Lu, who we can get any way we want? The Grand Counselor's words caused the other counselors to lower their heads. Seeing that the crowd had stopped arguing, the Grand Counselor nodded. It's impractical to try to get rid of Lin Lu just by this incident. But it's still okay to give him an eyeful. The Grand Counselor revealed an inscrutable smile and looked towards Regulus Shua, who was deserting. Xiao Shua, I heard that your family is in the process of marrying the Su family, is this true? Shen Yuan Shua stood up and said respectfully, yes, Grand Counselor, but Miss Su Meng is already married, so… Oh, in our Daedalic homes, matchmaking is decided by the parents. If the Su family withdraws from the marriage, Su Meng is yours. I heard that Su Meng was Lin Lu's fiancée before. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Yes. This is a great opportunity. We're just in time to eyeball Lin Lu. The hatred of taking a wife is like the hatred of killing a father. After Lin Lu sees the result, he will definitely be disoriented and kill innocents indiscriminately. Well, that's a good move, brilliant. The rest of the legislators were complimenting the Grand Counselor. While the rightful owner, Shen Yuan Shua, is a face of righteousness, Grand Counselor, will this not be good? After all, Lin Lu is always someone who has contributed quite a lot to the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Shen Yuan Shua still considering Lin Lu, a group of people looked over. The Grand Counselor nodded, not bad, good heart, good character, not arrogant, able to see the essence of the problem. But Xiao Shua, sometimes being too moralistic can be a disadvantage. Hearing the Grand Counselor's words, Shen Yuan Shua hurriedly hugged a fist salute. Regulus thanks the Grand Counselor and all of you for your teachings. Everyone looked at Shen Yuan Shua with a satisfied smile. Powerful family background, good strength of alien energy, in a high position without the slightest single domineering, but is polite and courteous and wise. There's no one who doesn't like people like that. Even the Great Counselor had already groomed Shen Yuan Shua as his successor. But no one knew that after Shen Yuan Shua sat down, the corner of his mouth revealed a wry smile that was not easy to detect. Su Meng, the general trend, the hearts of the people, you are ultimately my thing. No one can take it away. No one is worthy of you, except me. Chapter 38 Li Family Strength. Chapter 38 Strength of the Li Family. At this time, the Li family was brightly lit. The head of the Li family, Li Mingjie, was sitting outside Li Feng's bedroom. Time passed, and finally, a few people in lab coats walked out. Doctor, how is my little Feng's condition? Li Mingjie's eyes were filled with worry. Alas! Mr. Li, after our treatment, your son's life is no longer in danger, but his lower body is so badly damaged that he can hardly be human. Clang! Li Mingjie's brain felt as if it had been hit by something. My Li family is going extinct? Li Mingjie has only one son, Li Feng. Unlike the Ouyang family, the Li family was a new family in the last few years. Li Mingjie started out in the underworld of Nanyang, relying on a fierce spirit and a decent head to defeat one formidable enemy after another to get to where he is today. His only son was now unable to humanize himself, and this was a score that he had to settle with Lin Lu, no matter what he said. Butler. Master. If you have any orders, you say. Where is the man who injured Peak now? The person who injured the young master is locked up in the Nanyang South District White Guard Center. If you look at. Say hello to the director inside and cripple him first. Yes, master. The butler retreated, and the anger in Li Mingjie's eyes had yet to be extinguished. Rimroku. Just wait. I'll pay you back twice for what you did to my son. What Li Mingjie didn't know was that it was because of this move of his that led to the destruction of the Li family. Who is Lin Lu? Someone that even the Alien Council wouldn't dare to mess with, and a small municipal family is trying to get him? It's a mirage. The White Guard has a rule that there must be more than 2 people in contact with inmates and suspects in the facility in case of special circumstances. Li Bo called an intern and led the 2 Lin Lu into the detention floor. Look, someone's coming in, and it's a pretty girl. Look over here, beautiful. That handsome guy isn't bad either. There was all kinds of uproar from one of the inmates and the suspects who came in temporarily. Perhaps it was because they had been locked up for a long time. This group of people could be extraordinarily excited to see Lin Lu and Lin Xiao. Li Bo, just give us cleaner rooms later. Understood. Forest Head. After walking for a while, Lippo stopped in front of a 60-square-foot room. Lin Head, this is the place, what do you think? Well, it's not bad. Make do. Just make do? The surrounding prisoners looked at Lin Lu's room dumbfounded.
Inside, not only is there a TV and air conditioning, but there are also sofas and chairs. There was also a blue crystal refrigerator inside, and as soon as she went in, Lin Xiao began to open the refrigerator and binge eat and drink. By the way, I'll give you my cell phone. Lin Lu was very knowledgeable and handed Li Bo his communication tool. Li Bo took it and gave Lin Lu another cell phone. Lin Head, this is my internal machine at the institute, you can call whoever you want, feel free.
It's a prisoner. It's more like an ancestor.
Looking at this treatment of Lin Lu, and then looking at his own, it was like one heaven and one earth.
If this is just an appetizer, it's going to really ignite the anger in a few moments.
Lin Lu laid down on the couch and began to fake sleep, and Li Bo had the good sense to leave with the other white guard.
Half an hour later, Lin Xiao on the side shook him awake. Brother, I'm hungry.
Looking at Lin Xiao, who was crying with an ugly face, and then looking at the food bags all over the floor, Lin Lu let out a long sigh of helplessness and dialed the phone.
Forest Head. Can I help you? Li Bo, I'm hungry, order for me. Go back out and I'll transfer the money to you. Mr. Lin, I'll get you anything you want right away.
That would be a problem, sweet and sour elbow, braised carp, stewed chicken, roast duck.
By the way, get me some more yummy snacks. That's all. Got it. Li Bo's side hung up the phone. Brother Lin Lu, when are we going to get out? I don't like it here.
Lin Xiao sat beside Lin Lu, blinking her ruby-like pupils in a playful manner. 2 days, in 2 days, if they don't release me, then someone will have to take the fall. 10 minutes later, Li Bo and a co-worker walked in pushing an extra-long food cart.
What, dinner tonight? So scrumptious? Look, you guys, these are for those 2 newbies. It's not fair, why do they have it and we don't? You white guards discriminate. A group of inmates were chattering away. It's been hard, and I'm still troubling you.
Lin Lu smiled and thanked Li Bo. It's no trouble, if everyone in the Daylight Army knew that I had the opportunity to bring you food, they would still be envious. During the conversation, Li Bo helped Lin Lu bring the meal to the room.
When Lin Lu entered the room again with a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, a discordant voice rang out.
Li Bo, how dare you?
Director Qian.
Li Bo saw the person in front of him and revealed a wary expression.
I'm going to arraign the suspect, you'll leave him to me for now.
This.
Are you going to disobey my orders too?
Lin Lu patted Li Bo's shoulder and said with a smile, it's fine.
Let's go. Director Qian, is it?
Old sister, eat slowly here and wait for old brother. Lin Lu yelled to Lin Xiao in the room.
Okay. Go and return quickly.
Lin Xiao smiled and waved as she continued to dry her rice. Seeing that Lin Lu did not resist, Xian Yun ordered his men to bring Lin Lu to a secret room. As soon as he entered the secret room, Xian Yun handcuffed Lin Lu to a stool.
Eat? You're dying and you're still eating? Doesn't someone want to take you in and you don't know it? Xian Yun laughed in mockery. Oh? Someone else dares to buy my life?
Lin Lu was a bit curious. Kid, to be honest, it's not good for you to mess with anyone but the Li family.
That's all.
You killed a reserve member of the convocation.
I just can't imagine how you're still in the mood to eat after all this.
Lin Lu scanned the chubby Qian Yun and laughed loudly. It's right if you can't think of it, because you're just a small director of the White Guard Institute, just a dog in someone else's hand.
What? Qian Yun was furious.
You too, give him dog meat to eat, so that this kid can get a taste of sweetness first. Xian Yun ordered 2 of his men to hold Lin Lu down and led a wolfhound from a room.
The wolfhound's teeth were sharp and his slender mouth dripped saliva constantly.
This wolfhound has been starving for 2 days, so let's give him a head start on one of your legs.
Xian Yun revealed a cruel smile. Li Mingjie told him to waste one of Lin Lu's legs first, and then slowly torture Lin Lu afterwards. Slow. Lin Lu issued a warning. Slow? Kid. This is my territory, in fact, you say slow can be slow?
Lin Lu smiled and responded, let me remind you first that I'm from the military. You let go, our liang can be knotted, after you and the people behind you, but one cannot live, or...
You think again? By the way, let me ask one more time, were the convocation people involved?
Ha ha ha, you're a small academy teacher, don't you even know how to write the words dead to the world? To tell you the truth, you messed with the Li family in Nanyang City this time. You guys wasted the one that was the only child in someone's family, and now Li Mingjia wants one of your legs before any other parts.
So don't think about how to stall for time, you kid. No one can save you here. Alas.
Can't imagine that those old foxes in the convocation still have some brains and aren't involved.
Otherwise.
This time, when the convocation members were killed, the convocation didn't make any moves, which in Lin Lu's opinion, was guided by someone high up. Once the convocation moves anything in this matter, the military can break bread with the convocation on the strength of this matter. It is not impossible to end up with 2 to 3 seats from the convocation in the joint session.
Kid, enjoy yourself. Xian Yun laughed and let go of the rope. The wolfhound snarled and ran at Lin Lu. Jojo.
A blue crystal ray penetrated the door of the interrogation room. That wolfhound's head was directly pierced through, and after twitching a few times, it lay motionless on the ground.
Chapter 39 The Death of the Lee Family. Chapter 39 The Death of the Lee Family. The wolfhound's brains were shot straight out and scattered all over the place. Forest Head. We're late. Several heavily armed soldiers walked in.
Their entire body was equipped with very high-end tactical equipment, and at first glance, they were psychic warriors who took orders from the military department.
Who are you people?
This is the White Guard's territory, and you people from the military department are violating the Dragon Kingdom's regulations by trespassing.
Ka Chow. The alien warrior helped Lin Lu unlock the handcuffs. Lin Lu craned his neck. I can't believe you guys are so fast.
Shen Yun was shocked. He had already laid out the consequences, who knew that Lin Lu and a few warriors couldn't even pay attention to him and chatted to themselves.
Hey, Lin Tu. Hearing that you've been captured, the entire Eastern Military Region and Southern Military Region are shaking with rage.
Had it not been for the deadly orders of the marshals and generals, at least half the army would have come to your rescue this time.
Thanks guys, it's not that much of a stretch, is it?
It's a shame it didn't bring the convocation down. It seems they're still smart enough to know you can't get involved in this kind of thing blindly.
Who says it isn't? Lin Head, what about these guys?
As soon as he heard that some people were going to deal with him, Shen Yun's heart and soul trembled.
Who the hell are you guys? You don't have any right to move us.
Shen Yun's eyes turned red as he slowly moved backward.
Who are we? How dare you ask that question?
Collect you guys. Lin Lu stared at Shen Yun and the others with a fierce look on his face.
Just when the atmosphere was a bit delicate, a figure bounced in. Brother, what are you guys doing here? Here, want to eat this, it's delicious nah.
Lin Xiao took out a chicken leg and handed it to Lin Lu's mouth. Looking at this mindless silly girl, Lin Lu was made to laugh.
He took Lin Xiao's chicken leg and asked with a smile, my sister, do you know what your biggest problem is right now?
Lin Xiao's red pupils trembled slightly, and after thinking for a while, she said timidly, could it be?
Good for sounds dinner? Lin Lu nodded, and what do you think the reason is? Yummy rice. So what's the experience of eating so much? Dinner is good. Big smiley face. What are you going to do in the future when you face this problem? Eat well. So what are your goals for the future? Eat well. LAML. Forget it, let's not talk about it. How many people did you guys have from the military this time? Reporting to Forest Head. 200 members of the Vermilion Bird Base Special Warfare Unit. Good. Separate 50 men and take control of this White Guard station, the rest will follow me on my mission. Yes. With that, Lin Lu rushed out of the White Guard station with 150 warriors and swept towards the Li family to kill them. At this moment, Shen Yun did not dare to move at all. Seeing that Lin Lu had already walked away, he weakly asked, excuse me, is this Lin Lu? In the end? The warrior watching from the side gave him a contemptuous look. You guys are bold enough. The entire Dragon Kingdom can count on the palm of one hand those who dared to take a shot at Lin too. Do you guys know why the convocation didn't dare to utter a single fart after Lin had exterminated the convocation's reserve members? The grass is a meter high on the grave of the last person who dared to do what you're doing. Seriously, I do admire you guys, I really do. Boom. Xian Yun's head was dizzy as if he had been hit by something. DDT. Before Qian Yun could react, his phone had already rung. Who is it? Who is it? I'm Xin from the southern district of Nanyang City. Mr. Qian, you're so powerful, you even dare to detain the major of the military department. And this matter has been stirred up to the top, and now the people from the military department have taken over the defense of our entire southern district of Nanyang City. Do you know how big a basket case you've stirred up? This time it's not a matter of you dying, it's a whole bunch of us getting jacked up along with you. Major? How is that possible? District Governor Shin, you now hurry up and get your ass back to the district and give me a clear explanation of what's there before and after. It's the only chance you have to stay alive. District Governor Shin, you haven't my words been clear enough? District Governor Shin, I can't go. Can't go? What are you doing? Do you want to die? Seeing Chen Yun and the district governor Shin on the phone making a scene, the warrior on the side took over the phone. Hello, may I ask if you are district governor Shin? Noticing that there was someone on the other end of the line, the voice on the phone regained its calm demeanor. That's right, and may I ask who you are? I'm privately MO from Vermilion Bird Base. Now that Director Chen is involved in the kidnapping of our military major, we have him in custody right now, and we can't come to you at the moment, so please understand. No. No problem. So do you have anything else? No. No more. Cut. The phone hung up. It's over. It's really over. Chen Yun, in order to flatter the Li family, you've now buried your career. With a wave of chagrin, Chen Yun sat down with his eyes dulled. What he doesn't realize is that not only is his career on the line, but now his life is on the line. The Li family mansion at night was brightly lit. How is it, Director Qian's call still hasn't gotten through? Li Mingjie had a heart palpitation for some reason. It was an instinctive habit of his. His heart beats extra fast when something life or death deciding is out of his control. And it was this otherworldly alertness that allowed him to avoid many dangers. The butler stood beside Li Mingjie and shook his head helplessly. Master, we spoke to Director Chen on the phone an hour ago, at which time he said that he was arraigning Lin Lu, and that he could waste half of him in the interrogation room tonight. But from half an hour ago, when we talked to Mr. Qian on the phone again, his phone was out of order. It's not that the signal is down, it's that there's no answer. Strange, if it had been done already, he would have come over here on his ass and claimed credit. Has something happened now that he hasn't been answering his phone? Li Mingjie picked up the already cold tea and drank it in one go. Click here. As Li Mingjie pondered, the glass of the room was suddenly shattered by the ammunition emitted from the firearm. Who? Faced with this situation, Mingjie hurriedly ran towards Li Feng's room. Coincidentally, when Li Mingjie ran up to the second floor, a dozen or so alien warriors had already tumbled through the window. Who are you guys? Don't you know that trespassing is a felony? Don't move. Move again and your body will be shot through. A warrior pointed a blue crystal ray gun at Li Mingjie. The way these warriors were dressed, Li Mingjie suddenly realized, you are from the military department, why? I have nothing against the military? Why did you come to my house and attack me? How is it possible that there is no injustice? Mr. Li, didn't you have Director Qian interrogate me and have him waste me? Lin Lu walked slowly through the window opening, and all the warriors made way. Seeing the situation in front of him, Li Mingjie has understood, Lin Lu's background is not simple, this time he is kicking the iron plate. Chapter 40, The Extermination of the Clan. Chapter 40, The Extermination of the Clan. I concede the point, tell me, what do you want in compensation? Li Mingjie sat down on the ground in a very barefaced manner. He was gambling that Lin Lu could not cover the sky with one hand, gambling that what he gave Lin Lu looked at, and at the same time gambling on his last resort. Oh? That's giving up? I thought you were going to struggle a bit, huh? Lin Lu handed the gun in his hand to the warrior beside him. Lin Lu, say it, I can give you anything you want, money, real estate, my overseas properties. Lin Lu shook his head, family master Li, you have to get one thing straight, you're the one who's going to kill me, do you think I'll let you go? At this moment, Lin Lu's smile was no different from a demon from hell in Li Mingjie's eyes. Lin Lu, as the saying goes, if you leave a thread behind, you'll be able to meet up later. Do you think that the rise of my Li family is really a mob? How did I get rich so fast without backing? Dragon Kingdom is so big, you've offended the big man behind the curtain, do you think you can still survive in Dragon Kingdom? The military can protect you for the rest of your life? Or can you stand up to the big boys? As he said this, Li Mingjie broke out in a cold sweat. His rise is indeed related to the big man in the Dragon Kingdom, and that big man gave him a word that he could not tell the things he helped himself with otherwise. What he gave to Li Mingjie could be taken back at any time.
After hearing Li Mingjie's words, Lin Lu laughed out loud. Looking at the debauched Lin Lu, Li Mingjie's heart was chilled.
Ha ha. Alas.
Li family master, let's put it this way, you really are a notable representative of this group of lower-class honored nobles in the Dragon Kingdom.
You haven't reached higher.
At home rely on parents, go out and rely on friends, even if it is on the top, it is also about leaning behind some big shot.
Depend on God and others. Only. Will not depend on themselves. What do you mean?
Li Mingjie felt a deep sense of humiliation.
I don't mean anything else, I just want to tell you that even if you call out all the top members of the Joint Council, your Li family will have to be destroyed today. Your Li family's life, I'm going to take it today, God can't stop it even if he comes, I said so. Dang.
Li Mingjie's chest felt like it had been knocked hard. Lin Lu, are you really
not giving any life at all?
Li Mingjie's eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. I'm sorry, but today is the day of sacrifice for you Li family members.
But after tonight, it seems you have no descendants to help you with your sacrifices.
Lin Lu pressed the bracelet button, and the daylight armament was instantly attired.
You
looking at Lin Lu's armor, Li Mingjie glared red.
You're the military hero, White Emperor.
At this moment, Li Mingjie realized what he had messed with.
Oh?
That's a title that very few people know, except for the military and the boys who are close to me.
Looks like your backstage isn't soft after all.
Li Mingjie shook his head helplessly. At the moment he had lost the will to resist.
All of you.
Kill. This night, the Li family mansion was on fire, and no one knew what had happened. As soon as everyone woke up, they received the news that the Li family had been destroyed.
The phrase, still under investigation, sealed everyone's mouths. Alien Convocation Headquarters.
It's a good thing we didn't make a move, this Lin Lu is still the same as before, with a pitifully small heart, so impulsive.
Yes.
Although Lin Lu's force is terrifying, but looking at the way he acts, he's reckless to the extreme and not enough to be worried about. Let's put an end to this matter. Right now our priority is to support the Neverwinter Nights army, and lift our people up.
Members of the convocation chatted about family matters.
Regulus narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Grand Counselor a few times, intentionally or not. Alright, let's call this matter off, don't clash head-on with that crazy dog Lin Lu for the time being. We've already laid out the plan, we just need to wait for it to blossom, there's no point in risking interrupting our own plans.
By the way, Xiao Shua, your marriage contract with the Su family.
Back to Grand Counselor, I heard that Su Meng is going back to visit her family next week, so the Su family has arranged a meeting for us.
Well.
Not bad, the Su family is also considered to be a member of the military department, if we can get them to defect to us, it is also a kind of icing on the cake. Most importantly, those two daughters of the Su family boss were too influential. Sister Su Meng Xiaoshua you take charge, Su Shui words. The Grand Counselor scanned the week, and the meaning couldn't be clearer, whoever has a suitable candidate for marriage, bring it up quickly.
Great Counselor, what do you think, how about General Bai Chu Xian?
A resourceful person immediately threw out a choice.
No way.
Although Bai Chu Xian has accepted our goodwill, his attitude is ambiguous, so we can't press our chips there.
How about the Dugu Wang? Of the Dugu family?
Dugu Wang, the second grandson of General Dugu Ming, an S-class combat alien. Now in charge of suppressing the demonic beasts in the eastern deep sea, his strength was terrifying, and he could be called the strongest among the younger generation.
Well. Good for you.
The Grand Counselor nodded.
But Grand Counselor, there is one thing that worries me, will the Su really do what we want? The Su family?
Don't worry guys, the Su family's elder Su has already retired. The Su family seems to be powerful in the military department, and Master Su's disciples are all over the place.
But have you noticed that none of the Su family's direct line, except for Su Meng, serves in the military department?
The top management of the military department was not a fool, and they directly eliminated the entry tickets of the rest of the Su family in the military department. Once Elder Su is gone, and the tea is cold, Su Meng, a woman, will not be able to make waves.
You see who's gonna care about the Su family when the time comes?
That's why they care so much about Su Wenqing's full counselor slot now. Once he becomes a full member of our convocation, his Su family is equivalent to renewing another mouthful of blood. The Grand Counselor spoke word for word about the difficulties facing the Su family.
So, Xiaoxua, you have to seize this opportunity to get your hands on Su Meng.
Not only does she represent a force in the Green Dragon base, she is the key for us to receive the forces of the Su family's military division.
Yes.
Xian Yuan Shura revealed a smile, his heart pounding. As far as he was concerned, Su Meng was already in his pocket.
Chapter 41 Arrangements. Chapter 41 Arrangements.
The next day, Lin Lu didn't go to the academy, he just gave Su Shui a peace report.
After learning the news, she didn't tell Jiang Kai and Lie Mang.
Round of 32, Lie Mang, by Luo on stage.
You're Lemon?
You.
That's right, you're the student in Li Feng's class?
That's right.
You. Cut the crap and get started. Shiro was upset by the interruption. Fight. Begin.
The referee gives the order and the fight finally begins.
Wind Blade.
Bai Luo waved his hands and summoned 5 wind whirlwinds around himself.
It looked like he could manipulate the wind element just like Li Feng's supernatural ability. Goodbye.
On the other side, Lie Mang bent down and then moved at high speed like a swift arrow off the string.
Ha, do you think you can break through my attack? Go ahead.
Bai Luo threw 5 wind spinners at Lie Mang, but the next second, he felt something was wrong. Lie Mang pulled the trigger of his sheath, followed by a flash of the scarlet blade.
Please. What's going on? How can I see my back? My neck is bleeding.
Both eyes went black, and Bai Luo's head fell straight to the ground. Lie Mang shook off the blood on chopping knight, took it back into its sheath, and left the battle stage.
Winner. Winner. Lie Mang.
Seeing Lie Mang walking in his direction, the referee unconsciously made a path for him.
Cold, tyrannical. This is the state of Lemon today. Next match, Jiang Kai, Shanju. On the other battle stage. Are you a student of Mr. Li Feng? I am not. I surrender.
As soon as Yamaji took the stage, he surrendered straight away.
Lie Mang's performance was a wake-up call for everyone.
These 2 beloved disciples of Mr. Lin are very off today. When you go on stage, you karma people, and you don't hold back at all. Jiang Kai's terrifying explosive ability, if he got a solid hit, he would really be dead. So for the rest of the match, Jiang Kai and Lin Lu went all the way to the top, and their opponents either surrendered or were killed in one move. Unexpectedly, our academy has produced these 2 killing gods. Principal Sun Xing Sun nodded his head continuously. At this moment he finally understood his brother's plan. See, brother, only seedlings watered by blood can withstand the wind and rain. The world we are in is infested with demonic beasts, and only by constantly cultivating the strongest, the Dragon Kingdom, the human race, will have a place. Finally, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang met victoriously in the final of the selection contest.
I never thought that the 2 of us would be on this stage one day. Lie Mang let out a sigh. Hey, yeah. By the way, Mr. Su just gave me a call, and the teacher is fine.
Will be waiting for us at the usual place afterward.
Jiang Kai revealed a quick smile. Since it's the finals, let's do it our old-fashioned way for one game. Hey, who's afraid?
The 2 approached slowly.
Look guys, it's finally going to start. This is simply an amazing battle. I can't wait to see them fight. Shut up and watch. No matter who wins or loses, they're both heroes of our living alien department. I must follow their example and carry forward my diffuse odor supernatural ability. Others, Sigma. Gentlemen, the battle begins. The referee gives the order and the 2 men begin their final tussle. Chaos. Just chaos. The 5 quartermasters. Just. Mess, 6666. Mess. Lin Zero's sister. Everyone's eyes widened.
We're nervous as hell here, and we're looking forward to a great duel between the 2 of you. You guys tell me it's surprising that you're paddling there right now.
If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Dishes. The audience is outraged. What with banana peels, orange peels, and the unfinished drink boxes from the morning all thrown into the battlements? Before the 2 boys could react, there was already a pile of trash beside them. Yay! I win!
Finally, after a few bouts, Jiang Kai won the rowing competition.
The Bohemia Academy's selection quota tournament finally came to an end in such an absurd scene. Sundance took the microphone and walked to the front desk. Guys. Now that the auditions are over, so as not to waste anyone's time, the rest of the class will please leave the room. The following students are asked to gather in the large conference room when called. They are Zhou Guak, Chou Qing, Lu Jinger, Jiang Kai, Lemon, Monique. Everyone froze in unison when they heard the name. Who was Monique? The triumvirate in Jiang Kai, Lie Mang can get a place that is deserved, but this Shin Mengli. 15 minutes later, the top management of the Bohemia Academy arrived at the large conference room with the triumvirate and Jiang Kai Lie Mang. Ahem. Everyone, now that you're here, let's get this meeting underway. Sun Xing opened the door and directly opened the meeting. Well, folks, the main reason for having you all gathered here today is to discuss the next arrangements. We have a total of 16 colleges in Nanyang City competing for city appearances this time. Only 2 colleges within these 16 colleges could represent Nanyang City in the Golden Sword Conference. We have a clear goal to get at least a city runner-up finish or better. In order to make it out of this one, we'll be opening up access to everyone's practice activities this time around. This year our college has run out of practice slots at the Xuanwu base, Zhuke base, and Baihu base. That's why this time our intensive training is scheduled at the Qinglong base in the east. I wonder if anyone has an opinion. Ha? Eastern Green Dragon base? Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at me and I looked at you with very surprised expressions. What's going on? What's wrong with you two? Sun Xing looked at the two. No. There's no problem, principal, you continue. Jiang Kai reacted and responded in a hurry. There's also a reason why we've arranged to be at the Eastern Green Dragon base this time. The first reason was because several, city destroyer level, demonic beasts had appeared over at the Green Dragon base, and there was a severe shortage of defense troops. The second is that there is a very treacherous dark zone environment over there, where you will be able to withstand more tests. Let me start by saying that training there is no different than entering a battlefield, and if you still think in terms of the Academy's mindset for your daily training and battles, then death will be very, very close to you. Sun Xing voiced his suggestion. The few people in front of him were the backbone of the Academy, and he was heartbroken at the loss of one of them. That's right, principal. Isn't the quota 6? There's one more spot, who are you going to give it to? Zhou Guak, who was sitting in the first row, issued a question. This time we have the last spot in the Bohemia Academy. Sun Dishing stood up and said loudly to the left door, Mengli student, come in. As the words left her mouth, a brunette girl walked in. The girl had long, silky black and purple hair. The turquoise eyes were like 2 brilliant emeralds set in a delicate face. The body was dimpled and a cold aura made all the males in the room couldn't help but take a second look. This is our interloper, Mr. Mengli, everyone applaud. Applause rang out. Mengli ignored the applause and instead walked over to Jiang Kai and Lie Mang. I'm Mr. Lin's disciple, the 2 senior brothers have much to teach. Jiang Kai, O. Lie Mang, Sigma. Colored glass. Chapter 42, Small Gatherings. Chapter 42, A Small Gathering. What? Is this beautiful girl our sister? Jiang Kai and Lie Mang were a bit confused. Good day senior sister, Jiang Kai stammered, unable to speak. Mengli didn't say much and sat silently. Student Mengli, you're Mr. Lin's disciple? Sun Dishing was also curious and blurted out a sentence. Yes. Monique finished her sentence. When did you pay your respects? Immediately. Sundowner was speechless for a while. What's with this girl's cold personality? Okay, now that everyone is here, it's up to me to talk about the next arrangements. Sundown stood up. I'll repeat, there are a total of 2 academies in Nanyang City for the Golden Sword Conference, delegate quota. Only the first and second place winners of this citywide selection will be eligible to enter the stage of the Golden Sword Conference. After saying that, Sun Dishing swept a glance at the 6 trainees. This vice principal's message is clear. I'm counting on you guys for the rest of the day. The competition for places in Nanyang City is very tough this time. These 3 are the ones we must focus on. When he finished speaking, Sunderson gestured to one of the teachers. The teacher commanded by Sun Dishing's eyes pressed the button and a huge blue crystal screen appeared on the east side of the conference room. People can look at it. The total number of colleges that can rank up with our Zijingwa College are these 3 colleges. And the 3 people in here were known to be the strongest among the younger generation in Nanyang City.
Li Shui from Jade Academy, her special ability is Demon Fox's Body, AB rank combat alien. Kodak of Skyglow Academy, his ability is Power of Earth Rock, AB rank combat alien. Thunder Academies, by Yujing, his special ability is Thunder Control, AB rank combat alien. After that, Sundishing said with a smile, we are the weakest among the 4 academies, so that means we are fighting with our backs against the wall this time. Sundishing's words directly ignited the displeasure in the hearts of the 3 giants. If they are great, aren't we great? This time in the class preliminaries, we must give the other side a good look. Sundishing swept a glance at the 6 strongest people in the academy at the moment, originally thinking that these words could get everyone's emotions mobilized, but he didn't think that Lin Lu's 3 disciples would be doing their own thing there. Lemon's eyes were closed and he looked like he was dozing off after a late night of training. Jiang Kai was happily playing a game with his own cell phone. Monique even placed a box of chocolate bars in front of herself and ate them one by one, unconcerned about the so-called meeting in front of her. LOL. Sundowner let out a sigh. These guys, can they do it? The meeting ended quickly, and in a week's time, the selection would be held at the White God Mountain behind the Thunder Academy. The selection will then be broadcast live to the entire city of Nanyang. So the Golden Sword Conference is also an opportunity for current students to show their abilities in front of everyone. This opportunity is very rare, and once you do well, you basically find your way out of graduation. Many powers, companies, and mercenary corps will see your potential and pre-sign a contract for post-graduation work with you. The meeting ended in Jiang Kai, Lie Mang Li and the 3 of them walked out of the hall. Do you guys still have to go to class? Monique inquired first. Calling you senior sister is still a bit awkward, why don't we just call you by your name in the future? You call us by our names as well. Jiang Kai said with a smile. Okay. Monique didn't say no, he felt weird too. We're going to meet up with Mr. Lin at the secret location, now, you should come along too. Lie Mang urged from the side. With that, the trio left the college and made the half-hour drive to the uninhabited creek. Yo, you guys came so early today? Lin Lu had already waited here long ago, and he was also a bit excited today. After all, Su Shuai had told him that there was something a little odd about this cousin's psychic ability. But the more bizarre something was, the more interesting it was to Lin Lu. Teacher, we brought Meng Li. Jiang Kai smiled and invited Lin Lu to take credit. Lin Lu scanned Meng Li and nodded. You're Meng Li, aren't you? Su Shuai has already told us all about you. Although I feel it's a bit redundant to ask, I'll go through the process. Meng Li, are you willing to worship me as your master? When he said this, Lin Lu's eyes were very serious. Master. Is a teacher for one day and a father for life. These traditional concepts have also been engraved in Lin Lu's mind. Pop. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Li bowed 90 degrees and paid homage to Lin Lu 3 times. I know all the rules, sensei, please take Monri. This is a 5 million blue crystal card, a small token of appreciation from my disciple, please smile. This sudden change directly made Jiang Kai and Lie Mang dumbfounded. No way, Ms. Monroe, you're for real. It's just worshipping a teacher. Is it necessary to play so big? We didn't have such a big gift when we worshipped before. Are you doing this to roll us? Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at me and I looked at you, embarrassment written in their eyes. Look at you too, how formal is it for people to pay their respects, and they even give big gifts. And look at you guys? Listen up, if anyone wants to worship in the future, Meng Li, this is the basic standard. Lin Lu's words directly refreshed the 2 little ones' values. You weren't such a snob before, were you? Get up, Meng Li, practice with Lie Mang, I'll see how strong you are. Road opens the door straight away and puts the 2 in a sparring match. Elder brother, more guidance. Senior sister, more guidance. The 2 men hugged a fist salute and entered the fray. Meng Li's figure shifted and disappeared under the noses of several people. Not good, behind. You, Lie Mang made an instant decision and drew out his lantern-cutting blade and thrust it into his back. Rub it in. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the riverbank. Only to see Meng Li holding 2 short blades in her hands, she clashed with Lie Mang's chopping knife. Oh? Shadow steps? You're from the Shen family of the martial Qi clan? Lin Lu saw the root of Meng Li's feet at a glance. As soon as the 2 fighting men made contact, they immediately pulled apart again. Yamari once again utilized this divine stance, while Lie Mang closed his eyes tightly and sensed the movements around him. Lie Mang's psychic ability had evolved once again, and he was able to detect the vibrations of the objects around him, which was nothing short of a godsend for a martial artist. There! Lie Mang made a turn and chopped backwards with chopping knife in hand. Clang! The crisp sound of a weapon breaking rang out. Without hesitation, Lie Mang did not hesitate, and with an upward lift, he aimed the blade of the lantern chopper at Mang Li's neck. How did you know I was here? Monique was puzzled. It's the vibrations. Everyone's heart emits a different vibration, and it just so happens that I'm a holder of the vibrational ability, so even if your figure disappears, as long as I focus my mind, I can still sense your location. Monique flashed a smile. It was the first smile she had shown since coming to Nanyang City. Alright, stop there, you're a good fighter, but you need to practice harder. But what's more important now is to solve your problem. Monique nodded, putting her weapon away and pulling a few metal blocks out of her own pocket. This is, Lin Lu said with a head full of questions. Teacher, you'll know next. Mang Li closed her eyes and began to activate her powers. Chapter 43, Trash? Invincible. Chapter 43, Trash? Invincible. Teacher, watch this, this is my psychic ability. Saying that, Mang Li unleashed her psychic ability. The metal block in front of Mang Li began to vibrate slowly. Could it be that your special ability is moving objects? Lin Lu whispered a grunt, then continued to look. The vibration frequency of several pieces of metal became faster and faster, and when a critical value was reached, several pieces of metal actually attracted each other and quickly synthesized into a whole piece. Snap! The continuous sound of metal clashing was very crisp, and several pieces of metal were synthesized into one piece for all to see. See, teacher, this is my ability to combine several metal blocks together. There was a time before when my alien energy injection was so large that I accidentally synthesized a dozen cars directly into a pile of scrap metal. Yamari said while lowering her head. Jiang Kai, Lie Mang, you guys go back first, I'll talk to Mang Li alone. The two little ones nodded sagely and left the creek bank. Well, they're all gone, so now we can talk about you. Not just about the powers, but about your life. Mang Li raised her head and just looked at Lin Lu. After 10 seconds of silence, she finally began her narrative. Mang Li is the illegitimate daughter of Shenhao, the ally of the Dragon Kingdom's #1 Qi clan, Jinqi League. Back then, Mother Su's sister in Shenhao secretly tasted forbidden fruit and became pregnant with Mang Li. After this matter was known to the family, the elders of the Su and Shen families were very shaken. The Su family was shocked that Mang Li's mother, a poor relative, had disgraced the Su family. What's a poor relative like you doing messing with the Justice League? And the previous generation of talkers of the Jinqi alliance were angry that their own son, Shenhao, was already engaged to the second young lady of the eldest house of the Morong family, one of the 8 great families. Once this matter spreads out, it will become a scandal and it will affect the power layout of the two families. Of course, Shenhao is still a man for once, demanding that he could not harm Mang Li's mother, otherwise he would never listen to his own father's arrangements. After that, Shenhao gave Mang Li's mother a large sum of money to live quietly. Mang Li's mother was also of a strong nature. Instead of listening to the others and aborting the baby, he gave birth to it. A few years later, the old man of the Shen family learned that he had an illegitimate daughter and immediately sent someone to bring Mang Li back. The reason, the Shen family bloodline must not be shed outside. For the sake of her own daughter's future, Mang Li's mother put aside all her preconceived notions and allowed her daughter to study well in the positive Qi alliance, while she herself lived a solitary life outside. After being received by the Jinqi League, Mang Li cultivated very hard in order to make a good life for her mother and also to be Yang Ming for her mother. At the age of 7, she was already able to outperform most 10-year-olds within the Jinqi alliance. Just when her martial arts path was flourishing, the heavens played a joke on him. When he tested his powers, the Inhuman Convocation rated his powers as a Class D living power. Parliament has 2 deliberations. One is the alien's alien rank, and the other is the alien's overall strength. Both indicators are on a scale of S to D from high to low. Although Mang Li's ability was rated as a trash life ability, she had also raised her combat rating to C rank by virtue of her awesome stance. But after that, her strength seems to have been capped. Not only did others have the added power of martial arts stances, but they were also able to display their battle exotic abilities to the fullest. One simply could not win against those with powerful psychic abilities with only martial arts techniques. Teacher, I want to be strong. Want to bask in the spotlight so my mom can stand in the sunshine with me and enjoy the praise of others instead of being pointed at. Mang Li's eyes were red, her thoughts were simple: become a top powerhouse herself so that her mom could get out of the predicament of being humiliated.
LOL. Filial piety is commendable.
Lin Lu sighed for a moment, then walked towards a few pieces of metal.
Metal control, this ability is really rare.
Lin Lu said as he pushed the metal apart with force. As he touched the hunk of metal and pushed with both hands, a surge of power came from his arms. Only to see that the metal blocks that had just been pulled apart unexpectedly merged with each other again as if by magic, with a strength beyond imagination.
Wait.
At this moment, Lin Lu breathed a little sharply.
Can't be, Mang Li, this supernatural ability.
In order to verify his thoughts, Lin Lu used all his strength to separate two of the pieces of metal forcefully. Immediately afterward, he flipped the chunk of metal in his right hand over and brought the two pieces together again. If it had been a strong attraction before, now the two pieces of metal were pushing against each other like two enemies who had died of old age and could not be brought together. Powerful repulsive force came from the two pieces of metal, and at this moment, Lin Lu turned his head and looked at Mang Li as if he was a hungry wolf looking at a lamb.
Magnetism.
This girl's alien ability is actually controlling magnetism. Lin Lu's chest trembled. This time, he could create a real Magneto. Could this not be exciting? Looking at Lin Lu's eyes that were filled with desire, Mang Li was truly a little scared.
Why is Mr. Lin looking at me like this? His eyes? His breathing rate? He wants to? No. No way.
Cousin said, Mr. Lin is a softie, has the heart of a thief but not the guts.
But now he's like this. Mang Li was a bit scared and took a few steps back.
Realizing that he was a bit out of line, Lin Lu put away his strange expression.
Ahem. Mang Li, my good disciple, those people in the Council of Alien Abilities are really a bunch of pigs, rating such a strong ability as yours as a junk life alien ability? Luckily you met me, and I'll give you a new life next.
Lin Lu spoke with a firm hand. When Mang Li heard Lin Lu's words, her originally gloomy expression instantly became cheerful.
Then, Sensei, we'll start training now.
Training? No, your ability to improve lies not in the proficiency of your training, but in the depth of your understanding of your psychic abilities. Your alien power improvement is not in strength, but in conceptual understanding.
It's too late today, let's talk tomorrow.
Hearing Lin Lu say this, Mang Li's heart was crawling like 10,000 ants. She simply couldn't wait for tomorrow.
Teacher, why don't you give me a head start tonight?
No way, I'm going home to rest. Teachers have their own lives too.
I'll never be 996's cow or horse. As soon as Lin Lu refused, Mang Li immediately stared at Lin Lu with a puff of anger like a kitten that had exploded.
Suddenly, when Lin Lu didn't react, Mang Li came to Lin Lu's side with a shadow step.
Boo!
Mang Li gave Lin Lu's rough face a kiss. As she did this, she quickly pressed her cell phone's photo button.
Ka chow! A picture that emboldened Lin Lu was immediately generated.
Teacher, I'm sorry La. Please you must teach me.
I've saved this picture, if you teach me tonight, I'll delete it.
Lin Lu was confused for a moment, followed by a burst of annoyance.
Good.
You girl, it's not good to learn anything, but to learn your cousin's cunning.
Mr. Lin, do you teach? Not teaching. Then I'll send it to my sister Suzu.
Humph.
That won't help. Then I'll send it to my two cousins. Let's plan it out. Lin Lu, ooh. I don't want to stay up all night.
That's the daily routine of the Blue Star Cowhorse. I've changed places and still come.
Finally, Lin Lu cried and gave Mang Li a lecture on magnetism all night. Chapter 44, The Alliance of Righteousness. Chapter 44, The Alliance for Justice.
At this moment, within the Jingqi Alliance, a group of youths were gathering around a handsome young man.
Senior Brother Shen Lian, this municipal selection, within your Thunder Academy, can you represent our Nanyang City to participate in the Golden Sword Conference this year?
Blackie, please remove this, ? Word of yours, Shen Lian can definitely come out on top this year. I heard that Shen Mingli went to Bohemia Academy, and even changed her name herself, removing the word Shen from the Shen family. Upon hearing this, the nameless fire in Shen Lian's heart immediately sprang up.
Shen Lian is the first son of Mang Li's father, Shen Hao, and his main wife, Morong Cheng.
It could be said to be the first heir of the Shen family, more than a year younger than Mang Li. Since childhood, Shen Lian felt that this sister was exceptionally talented and had always pressed herself. Just when Shen Lian had learned the family's mastery and wanted to make a clean break, Mang Li left. Xin Lian, who had a bellyful of fire with nowhere to vent it, pulled up his displeasure with Mang Li to the limit. Humph, that wild seed, who gave up the Xin family name herself, let her fend for herself. Our Xin family's Qi technique has always been passed down to males and not females, so just wait, when I meet her at the preliminaries, I'll make her prostrate at my feet.
Xin Lian's distaste for Mang Li originated from his mother.
After her marriage, Morong Qing almost didn't send Morong family assassins to carry out an assassination after learning that her husband had an illegitimate daughter. Fortunately, Xin Hao stopped it in time, and with the persuasion of Elder Xin, it was only then that the incident was calmed down. The next day, the four of Lin Lu came back to the creek. Lin Lu had big dark circles under his eyes and a lifeless look on his face. "Teacher, did you not sleep well last night?" Jiang Kai asked with concern. "Didn't sleep well? It's not just a lack of sleep. For one night, a whole night, Linus spoke from the nature of magnetism to magnetic poles, then from magnetic fields to magnetic inductance, then from magnetic flux to the Lorentz force formula, and finally to Maxwell's equations. Goddamn, what a way to order the tech tree in this world. Is it true that blue crystal energy covers everything? A lot of your basic science here is not developing at all." Lin Lu's mind was exhausted, while Miss Meng Li on the side was glowing. "Teacher, do I still have to fight against my senior sister today?" A surge of excitement ran through Lemon. Jiang Kai had no martial arts background, and every time Li Meng fought him, he was not happy. Meng Li, however, was a real martial arts magnate. Fighting with Meng Li, Li Meng had many new insights. "Li Meng, what do you mean, fighting Meng Li?" At this moment, Lin Lu's eyes were filled with contempt. "Yes, sensei, didn't you instruct Monique yesterday?" "I thought about testing." "Stop. If it was yesterday, it would be 30-70 between you and him, but today, it's not even 19-19. You won, she 9. What?" Lin Lu's words directly made Jiang Kai and Li Meng's heads go down on the spot. That much improvement in one night? "Meng Li, here, grab it." Lin Lu looked at the Zenith Knight at Li Meng's waist and then looked back at Meng Li. With a smirk on her face, Monique nodded and pulled back with her right hand. This time, it directly stunned the two little ones who were confused. Only hearing a whoosh sound, the chopping the knight at Li Meng's waist was like it had a consciousness and quickly flew to Meng Li's hand. This. Li Meng is full of shock. Get it? Meng Li can control the magnetic force of metal. Before he finished speaking, Lin Lu fished out a piece of metal from his pocket and smashed it at Meng Li. With a single wave of her hand, the metal block stopped moving in the air and then began to disintegrate, finally turning into a fine needle. Go! Meng Li lightly shouted, and these fine needles immediately rushed to the open space to the side, carpet attacking an area. The rocks, plants, and creatures in the area became riddled with holes in a second or two. This is too terrifying. Jiang Kai sighed for a while. This ability, which the alien convocation rated as a Class D living ability? Funny, huh? No wonder Mr. Lin Lu calls them pigs every day. It seems that calling them pigs is overestimating them. Well, Monique, your powers are overpowered, and you still lack a great deal of fire in shaping and magnetic strength control. After that you train towards both. Give. Lin Lu threw Meng Li an iron ball. All you have to do in the next few days is mold this iron ball to look like the few pictures I sent you. Meng Li opened her cell phone, which contained a variety of extremely complex 3D geometric shapes. Yes. Sensei. Monique replied with a smile. What this strong girl didn't realize was that the extreme joy was causing tears to seep out of the corners of her eyes. Jiang Kai and Li Meng smiled at each other and also accepted this new member of the Lin family class from the bottom of their hearts. And a few years later, the Lin family army that shocked the Dragon Kingdom and the world took its own shape at this moment. The Su family home in Shangjing seemed extraordinarily cold on the weekend. Sumo returned with his own luggage. For her, if it weren't for her own mother still living here, she wouldn't even want to come back. Yo! You still know to come back, ah? Su Wenqing, who was preparing to go out, had a teasing face. Su Meng ignored it and walked straight to her room. Humph. You think you're so great, just wait, Su Meng, you're just a tool for the family's marriage. When the dust settles between you and Xian Yuan Shua, I'll be an official member of the alien convocation. Su Meng came to his room, and after packing up his things, he opened his cell phone. On her cell phone, there were hundreds of pictures of her and Lin Lu in the same frame, and Su Meng just looked at them slowly, a happy smile spreading at the corners of her mouth.
And so the hours passed, and soon came the evening. Su Meng changed into a light attire and went to the restaurant where she had an appointment with her mother for dinner. Little dream, come on. Su Meng's mother, Lu Yunxiu, greeted Su Meng and sat down. Mom, why did you order so much food today? Is Xiao Shui coming back? Su Meng was a bit surprised as she looked at the table full of sumptuous dishes. It's just my mother and myself today, isn't it? Is there someone else? Mom, you honestly tell me, is there someone else? Today Su Meng's tone was icy cold. At this moment, Su Meng already knew that this meal was not that simple. This is Miss Su Meng, right? I'm Shen Yuan Shua, nice to meet you. Shen Yuan Shua is dressed in formal clothes, his handsome face with a sunny smile, together with that noble gentleman's temperament, can be called a female killer. Su Meng had a cold look on her face and immediately got up and prepared to leave. Miss Su Meng, you've misunderstood. I came here this time to come and thank you for saving my life. I have no other thoughts. The gift of saving your life? When Su Meng heard this, she was a bit puzzled, but she didn't leave in a hurry. 5 years ago, the figure of you icing the giant siren with a single move, I can't forget it for the rest of my life. Shen Yuan Shua smiled and sat down, then raised his right hand and assumed a, please, posture. Su Meng turned back around and sat down as well. Are you a student of that phase of the Brilliant Dragon Academy? Su Meng looked at Shen Yuan Shua and asked. Yes, if it wasn't for you in the first place, this group of us would have been buried at sea, so I'm not wrong when I say that you are my savior. Just like that, Su Meng, Mother Su, and Shen Yuan Shua started chatting. Chapter 45 What Happens When You Get Angry. Chapter 45 What Happens When You Get Angry. The three of them just ate and chatted, and after half an hour, the potluck was over. Su Meng stood up, her originally smiling pretty face instantly frosting up. It's getting late and we're almost ready to leave. Alumni Regulus, this is our first and last meeting. I hope the future is green and smooth for you. After saying this, Su Meng pulled her own mother and left the restaurant. Xiao Meng. What are you in such a hurry for? I see you guys chatting quite well. Su mother looked at her own daughter with a pang of regret. Mother, maybe I won't be back for a while for the next year. What? Su's mother's face changed drastically when she heard this. When she heard her daughter not call herself Mom, but the word Mother, it meant that Su Meng was really angry. Mother, this is the last time I'll do the Su family a favor. After that, I won't come back until I finish my marriage with Lin Lu. Boom. Mother Su's head went down for a moment. Mother, do you think I don't know anything? The Su family wants me to marry the Xian Yuan family for Su Wenqing's official counselor slot. Do you really think I don't know anything about this? The reason why I didn't bring this matter to the forefront is that I was concerned about everyone's face, about your face, father's face, and grandfather's face. Do you really think that Lin Lu and I will remain silent after you provoke them 3 times like this? Seeing her daughter angry, Su's mother was also a bit upset. Dream. What can he do as a teacher of a small college? Su's mother burst into contempt. What can I do? As long as he wants, he can raise his hand and destroy the Su family. Do you really think that his lack of any complaints is cowardice? He's trying to be sensitive to my feelings. Do you understand? My mother. When Su Meng said this, her face was filled with disgust for the Su family. Since the beginning, Lin Lu and I wanted to receive the blessing you gave us, but look, what did this group of Su family do? Mother, I'm going back to the Green Dragon base right now, and don't bother me about the Su family in the future. Rebel girl. A loud roar came from the distance. Su Meng's father, Su Tianqua, listened to all of his daughter's words from the sidelines. How could you have accomplished what you did on your own without the Su family? Family prosperity is the #1 goal of all family members. There are no 1,000-year-old dynasties, only 1,000-year-old lineages. Our Su family is working hard to become a family in the Dragon Kingdom, and every member of the Su family is working hard for it. But my 2 daughters, both of them have become such ghosts. Outrageous. Su Meng, go back to me and be grounded in the Su family for a year? Grounded? With just you guys, can you do that? Su Meng activated her cold ice ability, and countless ice crystals appeared out of nowhere, surrounding her. You. Su Tianqua burst into a fit of anger. Roll. Otherwise. Die. Su Meng took 1 step forward, and Su Tianqua's thugs unconsciously made a path. You unfilial daughter who forgets her ancestors. Su Tianqua covered his chest and kept gasping for air. Counting your blessings? Oh, good. Father. Mother. Today, in front of everyone present, I declare, from now on, I am not a Su family member. Me. Mang. I'll never set foot in the Su family again. If you guys keep pushing hard, then my butcher knife will only be aimed at the person surnamed Su. Don't forget, I'm a major general of the Dragon Kingdom, a general of the Dragon Kingdom with the power to transfer tens of thousands of troops. After saying that, Su Meng left without looking back. Without stopping, Su Meng directly boarded the military department's privileged Class Blue Crystal train and returned to Qinglong Base. General Su, aren't you going home to save your family? How come so soon? There's a bit of trouble at home, so I'm back first, so you don't have to call me for dinner tomorrow. It was already early in the morning when Su Meng returned to her room. Tears slowly wet his eyes. Once upon a time, the kindly grandfather, the amiable father, the close-knit mother had changed. Alas, in the end, I still don't live as freely as my sister. Su Meng let out a sigh. She still remembered her father arranging a marriage for Su Shui before, and Su Shui's sentence, "Dare to let me go to the marriage, I dare to kill that person." With a heavy heart, Su Meng dialed Lin Lu's phone. Hey! Leader, aren't you going home to save your family? At this moment, Lin Lu was reading a novel under his own blanket. Is there anyone bullying you? Looking at his future wife's expression, Lin Lu immediately sat up. It's not even about the Su family. Su Meng didn't hide it and told the whole thing. In front of Lin Lu, she would never put up a defense, because she knew that everything Lin Lu did was for his good. After listening to Su Meng's narration, Lin Lu's face was horribly gloomy. Okay, dream, give me 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, in the future, the Su family, you can still go back if you want to, trust me. Hearing Lin Lu's words, Su Meng's heart was as sweet as honey. After chatting with Su Meng for a while about parents, Lin Lu hung up the phone. Regulus, Su, convocation, Kana. Since you guys are doing the first day, it's no wonder I'm doing the 15th. At the Vermilion Bird base, 2 majors were resting in the lounge. Alas. Luozha, you say Lin Head obviously can be more higher level, why give up the position in hand again? I don't know, and I'm too lazy to go deeper, but once Lin 2 asks me to do something, it's up the mountain of knives and down the sea of fire, I'll also go, after all, my life several times he saved will come back. Wang Yuan, there is no need to be anxious, Lin Head is just resting and resting, I believe he will return to the military department soon. DDT. Just as the two were chatting, Luozha's personal cell phone rang. Luozha fished it out of his bag, and when he looked at the number, his face turned red. What's wrong? Are you alright? Wang Yuan looked at Luozha, who had a strange face, and thought he had some kind of illness. Yes. It's Lin Head. Luozha didn't dare to delay and immediately picked up the phone. Hey! Ringmaster! Is that you? It's me. Give notice, in 10 minutes, use our Daylight Army's secret line to hold a video conference. Those who can come to the meeting must come. Yes. But? Lin Head. Luozha showed a difficult face. Oh, Rose, I know your concerns. This people, once you leave for a long time, people go away, and some of them go towards the other side. Even if some of the daytime army have changed their minds. So what? What's he got to do with it if I'm going to kill him? In the face of absolute strength, conspiracies and tricks are all a bunch of paper tigers. Take my word for it and get informed. Yes. Rozel's heart had begun to race. This was Lin Lu, the super ruthless man who had once abused and killed 300 enemy psychics in front of 2 marshals. 10 minutes later, an oversized screen inside the Vermilion Bird base was split into nearly 100 videos. Every single person inside was fully dressed and seemed to be waiting for someone to review them. Luozha, the people have arrived, you see. Wang Yuan on the side asked with a smile. Okay, connect it. Luozha pressed a button. Lin Lu's unforgettable face appeared on the video. Forest Head, XN. Chapter 46, Wherever the Daylight Reaches, All is Daylight. Chapter 46, Wherever the Daylight Reaches, All is Daylight. Everyone, long time no see. Lin Lu saluted all the video conference participants. Forest Head, XN. All of them stood up and returned the hat salute to Lin Lu. Alright, gentlemen, I have a personal matter I want to trouble you all with today. Lin Lu opened the door without dragging his feet. My fiancé has suffered some aggravation, so. Ha? General Su Monroe is aggrieved? Who dares? What's the matter with you? Lin Head, whoever you say it is, Ike, will be the first to go. I won't stop until I rip that person's head off. You are aware of me, my admiration for you is like a torrent of continuous water, and like the Dragon River flooding out of control. Forest Head, we're suffering. You know what? Since you left, we have been like the night without a light, like the sea without a ship, like the seagulls without wings. With you, the daylight army is stable as gold. Without you, the guys look forward to, every day. At this moment, the entire video conference went quiet. Everyone stared at Ike's face in disbelief. The guy is a hybrid and has been Lin Lu's dogpile since he entered the military. Now this speech directly redefines the words, ass-kissing. This Ike guy said what I was going to say. He's shameless, you're more shameless than he is. At least Ike got the words out, you guys straight up plagiarized. Lin too, you know me Lao Zhou, I'm not good with words, but I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'm the same. The video conference blew right up. If the officers and soldiers below were to see this scene, they would surely have their perceptions directly turned upside down. The leaders who were usually full of majesty and serious expressions were now fawning. As he watched this group of former siblings begin to play tricks, Lin Lu was speechless. Cough. Quiet. Lin Lu's words finally silenced the scene. I remember that in 3 days, it's the military department's half-anniversary elite maneuvers, isn't it? Lin Lu inquired. That's right, Lin Head, like me, has arrived at the central base. An officer responded with a smile. That's good. Gentlemen, what is the death target for this exercise? Reporting to Forest Head. The reasonable death rate for this maneuver is under 5%. An officer from the intelligence department immediately responded. Who? Lin Lu took a deep breath, and then his eyes shot out a horrifying gaze. During the great exercise, give all of these targets to those who are close to the Alien Council and close to the Su family, and by the way, don't spare the Regulus family's people either. After saying that, Lin Lu extended his index finger and gestured twice at his neck, wherever daylight reaches, all is day. I'll send you the list in a bit. If everyone hasn't forgotten that once I said this, then get to work. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. One word determines life and death, and no one dares to question it. This is the military department, White Emperor. Yes, sir. All the video participants stood up and saluted Lin Lu. Time passed quickly, and the elite grand performance of the military department was held as scheduled. This exercise was not at all on the same level of intensity as the previous ones. On the first day alone, more than 50 people died. In response, the War Department launched an investigation team. A bit of investigation yielded nothing. The next day, this number continued to grow. It wasn't until halfway through the maneuver that anyone reacted, and some of the officers who had previously had an ambiguous relationship with the alien energy convocation and the Su family all hiccuped. Su's family. At this moment, Elder Su was sitting on the main seat with a sad face. Tell me, what's going on? Several of the military scions I had my eye on died in the big drill this time around. Has anything happened at home lately? Seeing that the matter could not be kept under wraps, Su Meng's father, Su Tianqua, stepped forward. The other day we had Little Dream and Regulus, finally. Su Tianqua swallowed. Ha ha ha, big brother, why are you stuttering? You can't go on, let me do the talking. Dad. Xiaoming rejects Xian Yuan Shua outright after meeting with him. Not only that, she also said that she severed her relationship with our Su family. Su family's second oldest, Su Tianxiong, would not let go of this opportunity to strike his elder brother, a verbal output. What? Elder Su was taken aback for a moment. How could this have happened when he had only taken a day or two off? And then? Su Yunlong continued to ask. Later? Later on, my big brother tried to ground Su Meng, and was deterred by Su Meng's move, and ended up returning to the Green Dragon base. Su Tianxiong continued to narrate. LOL. Elder Su let out a sigh. A pang of disgust as he looked at his two sons and grandson. If one of you guys could be good, would I bother to sacrifice my granddaughter? This matter at first glance was Lin Lu's warning to the Su family by utilizing the power of the military department. That's why the War Ministry wants to depose Lin Lu. A group of diehards arose from every place Lin Lu visited. If we let Lin Lu stay any longer, almost all the young officers in the military department will be named Lin. Elder Su understood that if this continued, the Su family's power in the military department would be uprooted. Send out a notice that Su Meng and Su Shui are still young and have no intention of joining forces for the time being. Su Yunlong had a decision. Dad. If that's the case, when Xing can be? Su Tianxiong was shocked. His own son had to get to the top of the panchayat by association, so how did he change all of a sudden? Dad. We've already promised the Xianyuan family, if we renege now, what should we explain on the Xianyuan family side? Su Tianxiong had a worried face. Regulus? Lao era, the Xianyuan family offended us will just be worn small shoes, if we don't stop the deaths of the Su lineage officers. The Su family will have to break its roots. Su Yunlong's words directly pointed out the gist of the whole thing. Upon hearing this, no more words were spoken. Sun Wenxing, who was standing in the corner, had a fierce look on his face. Lin Lu. Su Meng. You have blocked my path to promotion, I will definitely settle this account with you. On the other hand, the alien convocation was also notified. Grand Counselor, the Ministry of War is doing this without giving us a second thought. Most of the military officers close to us are now dead. Do you think we should make a complaint? A counselor yelled. The large senator with a full head of white hair sighed. Alas! I originally thought that with the disbanding of the Daylight Army, Lin Lu's influence would drop to the freezing point. It seems that this guy's prestige is still hard to suppress. Grand Counselor, are you just going to let Lin Lu act like this in the military department? Xianyuan Shua stood up. That night's awkward conversation made him realize one thing: if Lin Lu is not removed, his own will never be able to get Su Meng. Alright, that's the end of the matter. This guy Lin Lu acted too overbearingly, and one day, he would fall into the abyss because of his behavior. In this land of the Dragon Kingdom, only those who have a sense of propriety in advancing and retreating and abide by the middle ground can live a long time. After the meeting, Xianyuan Shua returned to his home. Young master. Is not good. Young master. An underling presented a notice. What's the matter? Panic. Xianyuan Shua took a look at the notice, instantly reddening his eyes. Yes. Su family. A small family like you dares to tease our Xianyuan family, very good, very good. Xianyuan Shua was burning with rage, but he didn't lose his mind. Luckily, it was just a verbal commitment with the Sos before. If the wedding invitation is really issued, once the Su family's notice of no marriage for the time being comes out, where will the face of the Xianyuan family go? Chapter 47, Base Practice begins. Chapter 47 Base Practice begins. The Green Dragon base was very busy in the early morning. Everyone was doing their thing in an organized manner. The 6 representatives of Zijinghua College's competition came to Qinglong base under the leadership of Sun Dishing. As soon as he stepped off the train, an aura of solemnity greeted him. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Okay, why don't you guys come with me? We're going to say hello to the head of practice here today. Saying that, Sun Dishing led the 6 people towards a tall building on the side. During the walk, Xiao Gao had an excited look on his face. I can't imagine that the facilities of the Qinglong base are much better than the Xuanwu base. It seems like we'll be able to get better training this time. Hey! Have you 3 never been to this place before? I tell you. This is the battlefield that the aliens can only dream of. Here, you are able to fight with demonic beasts and are able to become a warrior defending the human fortress. Listen up, the alien warriors here have a great killing aura on them due to their constant battles with demonic beasts. Some of them even have very eccentric temperaments, so in a while you guys try not to lock eyes with the other alien warriors. Zhou Guak began to chatter. After all, he had already been practicing at the Xuanwu base for some time. Oh? Is that so? Jiang Kai was embarrassed for a moment. Right at this moment, a team of alien warrior groups that had just finished their mission passed in front of Sun Dishing's group. This squad had fought with Jiang Kai Lie Mang and nodded to the two with a warm smile as they passed by. Lu Jiner, hey, Senior Zhou Guak, didn't you say that people are mean here? How come those guys were so nice? Zhao Gao was also confused. How was this scene different from the one he encountered in Xuanwu base? Cough cough. Occasionally it's not the same, you guys see, that squad in front of them is covered in blood, which proves that they just experienced a battle. It's best not to bother them now. Zhao Gao began to show off his practical experience. Again,
but the next second, a blood-covered alien warrior directly drew a bottle of spirits from his waist and threw it at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai laughed and caught it with one hand.
Boy, this is the new ancient spirit. Taste it. Great.
Jiang Kai unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a sip, then both his eyes widened and he kept coughing.
Ha ha ha. The warriors laughed and then left the area. Lu Jiner, Sr., what you said did not come true. The alien warriors here are very amiable, well, not as horrible as you said. Finally, a few people walked inside a building. Principal Sun, long time no see. A clerk from the War Department wearing glasses approached.
Seeing this, Sun Dishing also greeted him and then began to shake hands.
Secretary Zhao, this practice is going to trouble you.
Where, the few combat adepts that your academy recommended to us last year are already excellent fighters. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and got down to business. Secretary Zhao, you see, who will take them to familiarize themselves with the battlefield this time? Sun Dishing opened the mountain and asked directly.
Well,
at the moment the only team suitable for them is the squad that will go on a crusade against the Fierce Beast grade, Demonic Beast, Armored Ant King, tomorrow.
But?
Secretary Zhao hesitated for a moment.
What's wrong with this team? Sun Dishing asked cautiously from the sidelines.
Secretary Zhao pondered for a while, but still told him truthfully, although the Armor Ant King is individually weak, it can summon large numbers of armor ants to fight. With any luck, it has no problem summoning a number under 500.
But once the numbers are large, I'm afraid.
Secretary Zhao's words were understood by everyone present. Whether the Armor Ant King was powerful or not was not based on his individual abilities, but rather on how large a population of armor ants he was able to harness. After hearing this, Sun Dishing was also in deep thought. The Bohemia Hua Academy currently had such a small family base, and the loss of any of them would be a thunderbolt from the sky for the academy.
Secretary Cho, if we wait a day or two longer, are there any other squads on the same level of mission?
Principal Sun, I've been going through the quest list for almost half a month, and only the Armor Ant King is a Fierce Beast level demonic beast. The others are either Calamity Beast class or ordinary alien beasts, and there are really no more missions that are suitable for your school. Secretary Zhao was also helpless.
Principal Sun, why don't we just take this mission?
After all, we're not here to go through the motions, we're here to make enhancements.
If there's no danger at all, we might as well play pickleball at home, don't you think?
Meng Li spoke directly. For her, the stronger her opponent was, the more opportunities she would have to test the strength of her powers. Hearing Meng Li's words, Sun Dishing let out a long sigh, then looked at the people present. What do you few think?
Zhou Guak, headmaster, those little ants are only as big as a dog, and I'd be afraid of them?
Zhou Qing, at the White Tiger base, I've already killed fierce beasts independently.
Lu Jiner, hey, principal, if I can't beat you, I can run away, don't you think so?
The three giants were very confident. After all, they were also people who had fought demonic beasts. Sun Dishing nodded and turned his head to look at Jiang Kai and Lie Mang again. Jiang Kai and Sun Dishing looked at each other wide-eyed for more than 10 seconds. Sun Dishing felt that he saw a sense of clarity called stupidity in Jiang Kai's eyes.
You too, okay?
Sun Dishing was a bit impatient.
Okay, no problem.
Jiang Kai realized that the atmosphere was not right and directly agreed. Lie Mang, on the other hand, closed his eyes and went into a false sleep.
Secretary Zhao, let's just join the Armor Ant King's crusade. What time do you see for departure? Okay. Going to do a personnel check-in in a minute. Departure is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., and there will be a squad of 50 with you at that time.
Secretary Zhao also made a point of urging some details, and by the time Sun Dishing and his party left, it was already evening. Alright guys, we'll meet here at 9:30 tomorrow morning, now I'll walk you to your dorms. In this way, it was already late in the evening when the trainees of Bohemia College reached their dormitories. Late at night, there was a knock on the door from Monique's room.
Who is it? It's me.
At the sound of the voice, Meng Li immediately put on her clothes and opened the door.
Cousin, you're here. Meng Li revealed a happy smile. I see you're on a mission tomorrow, so I came to check it out. Your teacher Lin didn't come along? There was some anticipation in Su Meng's eyes.
Teacher Lin, he went to Thunder Academy, in advance to step on the spot. After we finish our practical intensive training, we'll be the first to get there.
Meng Li told the whole thing.
In this way, the two cousins talked and talked late into the night.
Chapter 48, Armored Ants. Chapter 48, Armored Ants.
It was an unusually cold morning at Green Dragon Base. Shui. Jiang Kai looked tired, looking like he hadn't slept well last night.
What's wrong? Look at you, you went through something last night, didn't you? Lie Mang asked from the sidelines. And to think,
who was snoring so loud last night that I basically didn't get much sleep.
Do you know what condition your snoring is in?
That guy. It was gongs and drums and firecrackers.
Just as the two of them were juggling, a squad of 50-man compiled alien warriors approached. May I ask if you're students of the Bohemia Academy?
He.
Jiang Kai. Lie Mang. Squad leader Locke saw the two men at a glance.
Ha!
So it's Captain Rock, long time no see.
Jiang Kai waved his hand smilingly, and Lie Mang on the side also smiled and gestured.
Ha ha ha.
Brothers! I can't believe it's little brother Jiang Kai and his group. Today's mission will be much easier.
Go! Get in the car.
Surrounded by a group of warriors, the six were wheeled into the car. The three combat vehicles pulled out of the gates of the base and headed deeper into the dark zone. On the traveling road, Zhao Gao and the others looked at each other.
This officer, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang. You know each other? Zhao Gao asked carefully.
Hey! That's for sure. These two boys are now the biggest celebrities on our base. Every battle team leader wants to take them on a battle, and that battle is gosh darn efficient.
You are not.
These two boys are now on the red list. But our commander has already red-circled their names. As long as these two boys can join our Green Dragon base, then come in with the rank of lieutenant or above. Aside, the big three sucked in a breath of cold air. The three of them were performing some basic combat work at the remaining three bases, and they weren't asked to participate in any large-scale meetings or high-intensity battles.
Listening to this warrior, had Lie Mang and Jiang Kai executed multiple battles? Just as everyone was chatting, the combat vehicle stopped. Everyone! Armor ant swarms are appearing in front of us, start building a defensive formation.
Yes. Immediately after the captain gave the order, the fighters arranged themselves back and forth to form a human wall. Brush, brush, brush. Dozens of armor ants leaned back and forth toward the group. Captain, conserve your bullets, I'll go first. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate and started the show. He was seen waving his hand in a big way, and a huge dusty mass appeared in the ranks of the ants. Explosion! Jiang Kai snapped his fingers, and the dust fuse moved quickly with sparks towards the swarm of armor ants.
Boom! Boom! One explosion after another kept going off.
Each rumble brought up large swaths of armored ant limbs and arms. Zhao Gao and Zhou Qing looked at each other and both saw shock in the other's eyes. He hadn't seen it in the academy before, but now that he was on the battlefield, Jiang Kai's strength was perfectly displayed, and this was a proper mobile turret. The constant output of firepower made dozens of armor ants see God. But as time went on, the junior captain noticed a hint of what was going on. Jiang Kai, stop and conserve your strength. The squad leader issued an order, and Jiang Kai complied. How does it feel like these things are getting more and more numerous the more I fight? Jiang Kai sat down in place and opened a packet of energy liquid and drank it. Captain, it's not good, a large number of armor ants have gathered around us. The number of ants in the colony, analyzed from the radar,
is estimated to be around 2,000.
What? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. How can that be? If that's the case, this mission is beyond our ability to handle.
Communicator, is there a route by which we can retreat?
The squad leader asked anxiously.
Captain,
we've been locked in 360 degrees, the only way out is to break out. The correspondent grimaced. Damn it, all of you, start attacking. The weak points of the armor ants are their abdomen, joints, and eyes. Everyone start shooting freely and don't let the swarm get close to us. Little brothers of the academy, I hope you can help us. The triumvirate nodded and began to make their own lookout. King of Power, Zhao Qiuo took the lead, only to see him rushing into the approaching ant colony, grasping a 1-meter-tall armored ant with both hands and wrenching it with all his might. Tear away! The sound of shattering limbs came out from the broken body of the armor ant, and then Zhou Guak swung his fist out, directly bursting the abdomen of another armor ant. The green sap soaked all over Zhao Gao's body, and from a distance, he looked like a furious Hulk.
Water controller, Zhou Qing kept creating water blades. Sharp blue-bladed strips continued to fly through the ant colony, chopping off the joints of the armored ants one by one. The armored ant that had its joints chopped off immediately lost its ability to move, waving its broken limbs of less than a meter on the ground like a dragon boat that couldn't walk. Swift cat, Lu Jiner does have a delicate heart. She pulled her speed to the extreme, constantly weaving in and out of the ant colony, her small body like a shadow warrior with her agility points pulled up, harvesting one armored ant after another. Lie Mang and Mang Li didn't make a move. They were stopped by Jiang Kai, who originally wanted to make a move. The two of you are suited to carry out second kills with your supernatural abilities, not suitable for long-lasting battles. Don't go depleting your stamina until the armor ant king appears. The two nodded. Although Jiang Kai is usually cheeky and out of shape, his decision-making at critical times is exceptionally reliable. Lie Mang, can you use your powers to find the armor ant king's hiding place? At this rate, we're going to get more and more tired. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Lie Mang slapped his head, then closed his eyes tightly and began to perceive. This perception didn't matter. Lie Mang also found other information. Found it. There's a huge object 20 meters underground in the southeast, and 2 more in the northeast, 10 meters underground. And there are a couple of watchers. Over there. Go! Whoosh! Lie Mang raised his hand and waved it, and the 3 vibrating flying daggers clipped between his fingers were instantly thrown out. Not good. The 3 adepts with stealth powers were unable to react in time and were pierced by the flying daggers. Dang! 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 As the 3 fell off the top of the tree one after another, Mang Li, Lu Jiner and Lie Mang simultaneously struck out, placing their weapons on the necks of the 3. Who are you? Did you lure these armor ants? Jiang Kai raised his blue crystal gun and pointed it at one of the cryptids and asked. Humph. We're just passing through, you guys. Jojo. The rays penetrated the man's head and red and white things fell all over the place. You, go on. Jiang Kai aimed the blue crystal gun at the second man again. This is too decisive. Jiang Kai, how did this guy become like this? Lu Jiner, who was on the side, approached Lie Mang and asked softly. Oh. You say this thing This guy has always been very clever. You do not look at him usually smiling. The key time, this heart can be ruthless. Lie Mang's sentence directly refreshed the impression of Jiang Kai from the people present. Tell me, how did a sunny boy turn into a cold executioner in a flash? Don't say that. Jiang Kai wanted to pull the trigger. I said, don't kill me. Those who hide dare not hide anymore. Chapter 49 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. Chapter 49 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. Don't kill me. I said, I'm a member of the Cobra Mercenary Corps, and the girl named Mang Li in your team is on the underground bounty list. Our purpose this time is to assassinate her. Originally there was only one armor ant king here, but we lured the other 2 over ahead of time, so their numbers more than tripled. Oh? Aren't you guys killers? Why is it so easy to account for these? Where's the professional ethics? Jiang Kai burst into contempt. Alas, brother, work is work, life is life, we are all wage earners, why work so hard for what? Brother, look, I've given you all the information you asked for. Why don't you let me go? I'm just a supporting role, a small supporting role. Ah. Please. Jiang Kai didn't make a move. Instead, Mang Li swung 2 short blades and wiped the necks of the remaining 2. That's a stop to this matter. Mang Li shook the blood off her short blade and returned to the group. Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at each other and walked back as well. They don't know why Monique is preventing the pursuit of the truth, but choose to believe her anyway. No, the number of armor ants is increasing. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. A warrior roared loudly, his face filled with despair. Who? You 6 little guys. Listen to me, in a moment we will fight to the death to brush a passageway for you. Your task is to escape and then return to the base alive, understand? The captain's face was determined. At this moment he was ready to die. Jiang Kai looked at the captain with a resolute face and saluted. Thank you, Captain, for sacrificing your life to save us, but we haven't lost yet. What? There's a way out? Jiang Kai took out a piece of armor ant limb from behind him. Mang Li, look, what kind of material is this? Is this metal? Is it? Mang Li's pupils dilated. At this moment, he seemed to understand Jiang Kai's plan. Mang Li, you gather them all together, then I. Boom boom, and finally Lie Mang single-handedly goes to kill the armored ant king. How? Jiang Kai revealed a smile. At this moment, he was back to his usual cheeky self. Although Jiang Kai had the title of Berserker Yen, later on, people seemed to prefer his other name, Laughing Master. Talking and laughing, the boom is gone. Captain, you stand behind the three of us and follow us back in a moment. The junior captain nodded. You three, come back. Jiang Kai let out a roar, and his voice reached the ears of the three giants. As soon as the triumvirate heard Jiang Kai's voice, they returned to their camps in a sensible manner. Mengli, start. Jiang Kai said with a smile. Understood. Mengli closed her eyes tightly and took a deep breath, then opened her eyes and began to unleash her powers. Magnetism. Mengli let out a cry, and the entire area underwent a terrifying change. In everyone's eyes, an armored ant seemed to be manipulated by a mysterious power and began to gather. 3, 5, 10. Hundreds of. In just a minute, several hundred armor ants had actually gathered into a huge ant colony sphere. What is this? A warrior couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The scene in front of him was beyond his cognizance. No. This is not the object control ability from the ability manual. The heaviest record holder for the object control ability only has a record of 2 tons, but now. Zhou Qing said while looking at Mengli, whose eyes were glowing green. Awesome. If she has such an ability, why didn't she use it to tear all the armor ants apart in the first place? Lu Jiner covered her small mouth in a burst of amazement. Hee, little Lu student, haven't you noticed that Mengli, she uses 1 ant to attract a dozen ants every time? If every ant was covered in magnetism, she would have died of exhaustion long ago. Now give an ant increased magnetism and it will suck the surrounding ones in, which will save a lot of effort. Oh. So it is. Everyone nodded. After 2 minutes had passed, a huge sphere made up of the bodies of armored ants was displayed in front of the group. Jiang Kai. Hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Sweat continued to emerge from Mengli's forehead. Okay. Everyone stay away from here. Next, I'm going to show off the big kill that my teacher taught me. Jiang Kai raised his arms and his eyes became cold and sharp. Next, you will see real art. 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a little sugar. Big Ivan. Up. In an instant, hundreds of huge dust clusters suddenly formed, spreading all around the ant colony sphere and wrapping up the entire ant colony sphere. Good. Positioning successful. Next, nature transformation. Jiang Kai bellowed. The dust changed its nature. They became Lin Lu told Jiang Kai before the explosive formula ratio concentration, waiting to be detonated. Gathering. Jiang Kai unleashed his ability once again, and the gunpowder dust began to gather up and turn into a ball block. Ha ha ha. Next. Please enjoy. Art is. Explosion. Pop. Jiang Kai snapped his fingers, and hundreds of dust fuses with sparks departed from his right hand and darted toward the orb. Everybody run. It's going to blow up. It's going to blow up. Jiang Kai covered his ears and ran wildly backwards. Finally, the group made it to safety a few seconds before the explosion. Rumble. 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 With a deafening roar, an unspeakably terrifying force erupted from the dusty mass. A dazzling ball of fire instantly expanded and burned as fiercely as the sun, coloring the surrounding sky into piercing daylight. In the flames, countless body fragments of armor ants splattered in all directions like a meteor shower, making a trajectory. The air was filled with heat and destruction. 10 seconds or so later, there was nothing left but a scorched earth. The group was pushed around by the shockwave of the explosion. At this moment, the 3 giants were finally putting down their proud heads. Me. Not as good as them. Zhao Gao was straight, and with one sentence, he spoke the truest thoughts of his heart. Zhou Chang and Lu Jiner on the side nodded in agreement. Whoosh! Just before the crowd could react, a figure flashed out. 5 minutes later, Lie Mang returned to the group with the heads of the 3 armored ant kings. This is the armored ant king, it's not much? Lu Jiner took a look at the ugly ant head and spat for a while. Ms. Lu. That swarm of ants just now, they were the ones who commanded them, do you think she's awesome? Zhou Qing disliked it with a single sentence. All right. Mission accomplished. Let's go back. Jiang Kai clapped his hands, signaling everyone to return. Along the way, the crowd talked and laughed. After this moment, the triumvirate and the Lin family army had also let go of their preconceptions. Stereotypes in the human mind are a mountain that you will never move no matter how hard you try. But Jiang Kai told everyone, the mountain is high, then bomb, not enough, and then increase the amount of explosives. Chapter 50, Encountering a Conceptual God? Chapter 50, An Encounter with a Conceptual God? Pop. Inside the Jingqi alliance, Shen Hao slapped his wife Morong Cheng. What are you doing? Shen Mengli is my daughter no matter what. Was your previous appointment with me all bull? Morong Cheng knew that she had hired a murderer and was not much of a sophist, knowing that she was at a disadvantage. But with a twinkle in her eye, she immediately responded, that wild seed has been operating under the name of Mengli, outside, even losing the Shen surname. What is the point of keeping this kind of person? Do you think there's a need to exist when you've even forgotten your ancestors? This is a matter that I can stand even if it goes to my father. You. Although Shen Hao was angry, there was nothing he could do. Originally, his own father was displeased with the concubine Mengli, and before, when Shen Mengli discarded the Shen surname, Elder Shen was still infuriated. Now, if we make another mess, isn't it an eye-opener for the old man? At this point, Shen Hao was considered crestfallen. Next time, I'll expel you from the Shen family. After saying that, Shen Hao left the room. Morong Cheng sat down. Although she had been hit a little, she didn't have many complaints. If you do it, you have to admit it, and if you get beaten, you have to stand up straight. Morong Cheng was upset that those killers couldn't kill Mengli. Humph. Escaped once, I don't believe you can escape every time. Thunder Academy is located in front of the White God Mountain Hill in Nanyang City. This alien energy academy had a long history and had produced many powerful alien energy fighters for the Dragon Kingdom, and it could be ranked in the top 50 in the country. Inside a luxurious conference room in the academy, a black-haired, white-clothed youth was sipping tea. This was the Thunder Harnesser by Yujing, who possessed the Thunder Control, Psychic Ability, and A-Class Combat Psychic, and the true uncrowned king of Thunder Academy. At this time there were 6 young men and women about his age sitting at his table. Boss, this time out of the line quota, we are bound to win, but well. Bohemia Academy has a person we must abolish. Oh? Why? Bai Yujing took a sip of his tea. Because, said the speaker, a little embarrassed. Ha, let me say it, because this guy Shen Lian's sister is in the Bohemia Academy. That guy is an illegitimate child. Not only that, but he also made a high-profile announcement of shedding his Shen surname. Bai Yujing listened and nodded. Well, the generation that counts the classics and forgets their ancestors really doesn't deserve to live in the world. Shen Lian, send your sister's picture to everyone, and once you meet them at the selection meeting, kill them on the spot. Yes. Shen Lian revealed a wry smile. Just wait, Shen Mengli, you'll be buried in the thunder of our Thunder Academy judgment. Get on, my lovely 11 who never gets stuck in traffic. Lin Lu stuck her hands in her pockets and twisted her sexy stride in a catwalk. Behind her, Lin Shio was happily eating a leg in her left hand and a sausage in her right. Ah! The whole air is free with that Suzuki girl out of the picture. Brother, look, what's that? Lin Shio pointed at the dozen or so transportation vehicles in front of him. Oh, that's a moving company's car. The fighting platform that White God Mountain uses for fighting will be set up in a few days, and they're all transporting things. Lin Lu was unimpressed. So, then, moving things, why can they be like that? Lin Lu looked over in the direction Lin Shio was pointing, and it was clearly a few life exalts. Oh, that's people with object control powers. Their powers are able to move specific objects, so they're very popular in the transportation world. Lin Lu didn't care and continued walking. But as he passed the transportation team, a steel pipe inexplicably flew out and then came at Lin Lu with an incredible speed. What's going on here? Lin Lu couldn't react in time and was about to open the daylight armament. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, who was on the side, slid in front of Lin Lu with an arrow step and stretched out her hands. Crunch! The sound of metal bending rang out. Lin Xiao blocked the steel bar with the strength of her arms. But the overly fast steel bar surprisingly continued to move towards Lin Lu, and then folded under Lin Xiao's strong arm strength. Lin Lu's eyes glowed with a cold light as he glanced toward the transport. Bastard! Chen Xian! What are you doing for food, you brat? The foreman's voice resounded throughout the transportation team. a young man with glasses and a dirty face walked out. Although the youth was wearing a carrying work clothes, but the overall temperament of the refined, with a sense of dealing with things calm and steady. "Brother Joe, I'm sorry. Just now, my object control ability went wrong again. I'm very sorry." "Apologize? If apologizing is useful, why do we need by way? You go deal with the people there yourself, and if there's any compensation, it'll be deducted from your paycheck." Chen Xian had a bitter look on his face as he hurried to Chen Fan and Lin Xiao's side to check the situation. "I'm sorry, guys, are you okay? If there's anything you need me to do, just mention it." Lin Lu smiled, a glint in his eye. "You're the one who sent that steel bar my way, aren't you?" "Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm having problems with my object control ability." Chen Xian stammered. "Then, how are you going to compensate for it?" Lin Lu continued to smile in response. I. Chen Xian had a sad face, and he didn't know what to do now. "As compensation, you'll buy me a bowl of noodles. It's right over there in the little noodle shop." Lin Lu smiled and pointed to a noodle shop outside the academy gate. "What? That's it?" Seeing Lin Lu's smile with good intentions, Chen Xian ghostly nodded. "You go back to work first, let's get together there later. My name is Lin Lu, I'll wait for you there now, see you in a while." After saying that, Lin Lu really went to the small noodle shop and ordered a few bowls of noodles and sat down to rest. Weirdos come and go every year, but this year there are especially a lot of them. Seeing that the other party was no longer pursuing the matter, Chen Xian let out a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the team to continue working. Night came quickly. After a busy day, Chen Xian arrived at the noodle shop that Lin Lu had mentioned. The scene before him shocked him greatly. More than 100 bowls were neatly arranged beside Lin Xiao. "Yo! You're here! Boss, 2 bowls of noodles." Lin Lu handed Chen Xian a pair of chopsticks and gestured for him to sit down. "This gentleman. You. Don't be so outgoing, call me Mr. Lin, I'm a teacher at Bohemia Academy." Upon hearing the words, teacher, academy, Chen Xian's pupils visibly shrunk. Once people are full, they talk more. Looking at Lin Lu, who had a kind face, Chen Xian thought about it. There was nothing he could make him cheat, so he just ate a lot. Warm bone broth, strong noodles, and fatty pancetta. These 3 things intertwined in his mouth, constantly stimulating Chen Xian's taste buds. Finally, as the bowl of noodles went down, Chen Xian revealed a cozy smile. "Who? Burp. Mr. Lin, is it? Tell me, what do you want me to do? I was wrong this afternoon, so I won't refuse your request as long as it's within reason." This kid. Lin Lu was speechless for a while. Is it necessary to be so vigilant? Oh, then I'll get right to the point. Your psychic ability. Isn't object control, is it? What? Chen Xian was shocked. Impossible. My psychic ability has already been appraised by the psychic convocation. It's a D rank, object control. You don't bull. Chen Xian had some panic in his heart. If he didn't have the object control ability appraisal, how could he earn any money? He still needs to pay for his sister's treatment at home. Guess what the psychic ability is? I'll keep it a secret. This power needs arithmetic OO. Chapter 51, Master and Disciple at last. Chapter 51, Finally becoming Master and Disciple. Berserk Inferno, Laughing Master, Jiang Kai. Although I don't know why you're hiding it, but from what I can see, you still want to return to the Alien Energy Academy to continue your education. The light in Chen Xian's eyes flickered before he silently lowered his head. I no longer have a chance. Oh? Don't you owe me an explanation, tell me about it. That's what I want. Chen Xian looked at Lin Lu's serious expression, and with another sigh, he narrated to Lin Lu. It turns out that Chen Xian used to have a wonderful family. He was once still a student of the Thunder Academy. But the good times didn't last, and 2 years ago Chen Xian's parents were killed in a traffic accident. The compensation that he was supposed to receive was fraudulently claimed by his own great-uncle father's brother. The heavy blow made him emotionally unstable, and during an ability test, his ever-fluctuating emotions caused the object control ability to go berserk. A dozen heavy objects slammed into the test crowd at breakneck speed. 4 people were seriously injured in this accident. The compensation is astronomical, but coincidentally, Chen Xian's sister is diagnosed with a rare disease.
In order to raise money for his sister's treatment and to pay off the compensation for the test accident, he had no choice but to give up his studies and start working alone. Because Chen Xian's psychic ability had caused accidents, the Psychic Ability Convocation had rated his psychic ability as a D-rank life psychic ability, ineffective object control. At work, he could only carefully use his powers to do simple lifting.
If I'm not mistaken, once you speed up the carry, it gets out of control, doesn't it? Yes. If you tell an object to move in 2 directions, it won't choose either direction number 1, will it? Mr. Lin, how do you know?
Oh, in general, the object control ability has an override. If there is a new ability command, it will discard the previous command. In other words, controlling objects is a single line of control.
So, your psychic ability is not object control. What? Chen Xian's eyes went wide. Chen Xian, now as a teacher of the Bohemia Academy, I invite you to enter the Bohemia Academy to study and become my disciple. Are you willing to do so? Surprised, excited, happy, sad, desperate. In just a few seconds, several expressions flashed across Chen Xian's face.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I don't want to cause you any trouble, and besides, I still have to earn money for my sister's treatment, and I have to compensate others for their huge medical bills, so. Chen Xian's meaning made it clear that he wanted to, but life wouldn't allow it.
In that case, Chen Xian, can I go back with you to see your sister?
Perhaps there is something I can do about your sister's illness.
Ah.
Chen Xian revealed a look of surprise.
Oh, your sister can be cured, I'll pay for it. Your medical compensation. I'll pay. Your tuition. I'll cover it. I ask only one thing of you, from now on you will only follow my orders.
You will be my sharpest sword, and where the sword goes, nothing can survive.
Would you like to?
Looking at the mesmerized man in front of him, Chen Xian was in a bit of a trance.
I see. You want to.
That's not it. Go see your sister.
Chen Xian, I didn't say the word willing.
At Lin Lu's urging, the 3 of them arrived at Chen Xian's residence. It is a small suite of only 30 square meters.
Chen Xian opened the door, and a voice came out, "It's walk back?"
Lin Lu entered the door and a 10-year-old girl in a wheelchair was looking at them with a smile on her face.
This is my sister, Shen Yu. Lin Xiao took an arrow step forward and pulled out a fruit pudding from her own bag. Here you go. Thank you, big sister. Chen Yaya happily tore open the pudding and took a big bite. Your sister's leg? Asked Lin Lu in a whisper. Alas.
Mr. Lin, my sister did not know what happened a year ago and could not stand up. Doctors say it's because of an unknown virus that causes the treatment to be
unpredictable. So every month, it must be treated conservatively. The cost of treatment, it's high.
Lin Lu looked at Chen Yaya who was eating her pudding and nodded, then dialed a phone number.
Do. Hello? Lin Lu kid? It's been over half a year and you've never given me a single call. What are you doing, Revolt?
An old man's brisk voice came from the other end of the line.
Ah, Dr. Chanson, haven't you been busy lately? The sandblasting machine schematic was sent to you earlier, did you receive it? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Hey, that of course. Can't imagine that metal particles for high-pressure jetting can be that powerful, you kid. Call me, is there something else? Hey, it seems that nothing is hidden from you.
I have a disciple whose sister can't stand up, and I want your dominant, Shinong Pharmaceutical, to help.
Hey. Small problem. Give me that kid's identifying information and I'll have someone there tomorrow for a home checkup and treatment. Okay. Thanks. You kid.
Come back and visit sometime. You know, that interference experiment you came up with related to wave particle duality is driving a bunch of old guys crazy, and these guys are already suspecting that something unnameable is watching us. 2 old guys are starting to burn incense and invoke the gods.
And talk about how human science has been gagged. Ah. This. Ha ha.
Lin Lu burst his head. After chatting for a while, Lin Lu hung up the phone.
A team of medical professionals will be here tomorrow to help your sister. Tomorrow morning, you quit your job for me, bring your identity information, and come to Thunder Academy to find me, got it? Chen Xian's entire body trembled slightly, and his eyes filled with tears. Thank You, Mr. Lin. Chen Xian cried. The unknown disease of his sister, the bottomless pit of treatment costs, a high compensation, the alien ability that would go out of control at some point, all of these things pressed Chen Xian to the point where he couldn't breathe. He's like a taut string that could snap at any moment. Now, Lin Lu helped him with everything, like a sun illuminating his gray life. The next day, Chen Xian arrived at the Thunder Academy, as promised. Look! It's that Chen Xian who caused the test accident. He's still got the nerve to come here. Has he finished paying his compensation? Finished? What company would dare to hire him when his powers could go berserk at any time? Under the guidance of the crowd, Chen Xian once again stepped into the Thunder Academy. Hello? May I ask where is the rest area of the Zibawing Academy? I was called by Mr. Lin Lu. Oh. Zinnia Academy, over there. The doorman pointed to the reception area. Chen Xian walked straight over. As soon as he entered the hall, a familiar figure stopped him. There you are! Lin Lu was bursting with joy. This disciple who would later possess the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth was finally in his pocket. Every time this happens, Lin Lu's heart screams out, friends are. They were able to turn a blind eye to such a terrifying alien. Chapter 52, a humble stone washed clean and turned into jade. Chapter 52, a humble stone washed clean and turned into jade. Looks like you're punctual, go, follow me. Lin Lu led Chen Xian to a secret open area of the White God Mountain. Is your sister alright? Lin Lu gestured for Chen Xian to sit down. It's fine. My sister was received into Shinnong Pharmaceutical for treatment. The doctor who treated it said that it was a nerve block condition, and that they had a way to regulate it. Chen Xian revealed a long-lost smile. I've settled your compensation. Good man, those little yakuza gave me a lion's share of the money, I taught them a lesson and they all got honest. Alright, now I'll ask you again, Chen Xian. Are you willing to be my disciple? Lin Lu had a serious face. Willing. Master is above, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian knelt on both knees and banged his head on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Lu immediately pulled up. Alright, there's no need to be like this, in the future you'll be my Lin Lu's disciple, if there's anything you can't handle, just give it to me directly. Chen Xian continuously nodded his head. Lin Lu was truly speechless to him, his own life, handed over to Mr. Lin. There. Now I'm going to start freshening up your supernatural abilities. Lin Lu had a serious face. When Chen Xian heard this, he was also extremely serious. Your special ability is an extremely rare ability, if my observations over the past few days are correct. Your ability is vector control. Vector control? Chen Xian felt himself confused. Simply put, the thing about speed is that it has both a numerical value and a direction. Direction? Chen Xian concentrated and continued to listen. The biggest reason why you can't use your powers well, or even let your powers run riot, is because you haven't built a vector model in your own head. Let me ask you a question, how many meters is it from start to finish when you walk 3 meters east and then 4 meters north? Isn't it easy, 7 meters? No. Is. Lin Lu took out a stick and drew a triangle of hook 3, stock 4, and gen 5. This is. Chen Xian was shocked. See? You have to think of speed as a quantity with direction. Again. You see I have a speed of 5 meters per second to the east and a speed of 5 meters per second to the north, so its combined speed is? I understand, teacher. Without waiting for Lin Lu to make a move, Chen Xian picked up a branch and drew an arrow in the northeast direction on the ground. What about size? Lin Lu asked with a smile. This. Chen Xian's just excited heart sank to the bottom all of a sudden. Just remember one thing, vectors have 2 fundamental properties, one is velocity and one is direction. After saying that, Lin Lu took out a few thick books from his sublime pouch. Fundamentals of Mechanics, Geometry Analysis, 3 years of simulation, 5 years of college entrance exams? Teacher. You give me this? This is the secret book that unlocks your abilities. Your ability relies on horrible arithmetic. To live it, you first need to create a set of your own vector model and arithmetic model in your head. Take your time to look at it. Ask me any questions directly. From today onwards, you are a student of the 3rd year class of the Zijingwa Academy, and my close disciple. Yes. Well. Maybe this is a little hard for you. Start with the basics and remember the phrase, panning without distortion. As long as the vectors are the same size and parallel in direction, you empower any object and they all have uniformity in their state of operation. With that, Lin Lu temporarily acted as Chen Xian's math and physics teacher. In just 2 days, Chen Xian had undergone a tremendous change. In an open field on White God Mountain, Lin Lu was practicing against Chen Xian. Careful oh! Lin Lu took out a homemade Gatling from his sublime pouch. Ta-da-da-da-da. The tongues of fire continued to hiss with explosions. A barrage of bullets shot out at Chen Xian. Only to see Chen Xian raise his hands, the bullet rippled a little in the air as it was about to approach him, stopping instantly. Nice! It looks like you've got precise control over the movement state of a small number of objects. Try adding an acceleration. Chen Xian nodded and casually waved his hand toward a stone block. The poor boulder was instantly pierced by a bullet hovering stationary in the air, leaving only a honeycomb of stumps. Lin Lu, this kid is horrible. Now it's just a lack of arithmetic power. If we can help him improve his arithmetic power, it won't go to heaven. Suddenly, Lin Lu threw a handful of sand that he had prepared long ago at Chen Xian. Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately turned on his supernatural ability and prepared to block. In the next second, the sand sprinkled directly onto Chen Xian's chest as if nothing had happened. Sure enough, you can't do anything about objects over a certain number, the math is still too low. It is fine to meet a small number of solids and large objects, but once it meets a small particulate object, it cannot be resisted. Not to mention vector manipulation of fluid and element classes. Chen Xian nodded and fell into deep thought. Well, that's enough for today. Come with me to meet your fellow disciples. Yes. At this moment, Chen Xian had already treated Lin Lu like a god. His own supernatural abilities, under Lin Lu's tutelage, had become extremely terrifying. Once this kind of supernormal ability involving the conceptual level was developed, it was 2 words, insoluble. Right now, Chen Xian's arithmetic power was insufficient to launch effective vector control against large numbers of attacks. But Lin Lu said that he would design an algorithmic eyeglass for him when the time came, and with the aid of the eyeglasses, his ability would increase horribly. It finally arrived. I can't believe a few of us almost mailed it. Jiang Kai let out an exclamation. How dare you say that? That's a city exterminating level, demonic beast with many special abilities. If it wasn't for Meng Li's decisiveness and flying out with us, the 2 of us would have been finished directly. What are you talking about? You're so crazy, why don't you have a fight with the teacher? Lie Mang cursed at Jiang Kai for a while. Well, don't even say it, we're here. Under Sun Dishing's leadership, the few people finally arrived at the Thunder Academy. At this time, the entrance to Thunder Academy was packed with people. All of the academy participants from the entire city of Nanyang who had taken part in the Golden Sword Conference selection tournament had gathered here. Huh? Where are the people from our school? I don't see them. Jiang Kai grunted for a moment. See? Look. Lin Lu and Lin Xiao stood together, holding up a sign, and a young man with glasses stood quietly beside him. Hey! Teacher! We're here! Jiang Kai shot out in an arrow step, but he had to be fast and accidentally knocked over a figure. Sorry. Jiang Kai said, apologizing. It's fine. You guys are here to participate in the Golden Sword Conference selection contest, right? The young man with a country face who was knocked over by Jiang Kai asked with a smile. That's right. You guys too? Jiang Kai asked with a smile. That's right. This year. Our goal is the championship. The country-faced youth had a resolute face. The 2 smiled at each other and then separated. Sensei. Long time no see. Jiang Kai excitedly arrived in front of Lin Lu. Not bad. You guys seem to have gained a lot. Especially Jiang Kai, I've heard that you're a crazy kid, daring to mess with a city-destroying level demonic beast? You're quite bold. At first it was fine, but Jiang Kai felt that the words behind it were a bit off. Pop. A slap to the back of Jiang Kai's head. Lin Lu shook off his hand. Next time you dare to mess around, I'll personally waste you. Hey! I wouldn't dare. Teacher, this is. Greetings, senior brother Jiang Kai. I'm teacher's disciple Chen Xian, please bear with me if I've been unkind. After speaking, Chen Xian respectfully held a fist salute. Hello? Jiang Kai snapped the back of his head and gave a goofy grin. Lin Lu looked at the bookish Chin Shin. Oh yo hey, this is like a real disciple well, and then look at the other, like barbarians like. Chapter 53, The Great War will begin. Chapter 53, The Great War will begin. Hee hee, Mr. Lin, you've taken in another one?
Sun Dishing led the crowd over. Colonel Sun, this kid is better, so I'll take it.
Lin Lu snorted. Let's go, let's quickly go inside. Immediately the opening of the Nanyang City Golden Sword Conference selection will begin. Led by Sundance, the group walked in.
Arriving at the Thunder Academy, a huge piece of flat terrain came into view. Thunder Academy's open field is the size of 7.8 soccer fields, which is enough to highlight the strength of the academy.
Shine, this way.
Principal Sun Xing Sun shouted and waved from an area where seats were set up.
The crowd took a look and immediately quickened their pace and walked over.
I won't bother with the meeting, I'll take my disciples to get together, you guys can have the meeting. Lin Lu was very honorable and took his students in one breath. The triumvirate and Sun Dishing had no choice but to walk towards Sun Xing. Seeing that the people from his academy were all intact, Sun Xing's face showed joy.
Why did Mr. Lin and the others leave? Aren't they going to attend this opening?
Mr. Lin said that the person who invented the spit conference was the thing pusher, and he's going to do a little pre-war mapping.
Lu Jiner smiled and explained for Lin Lu.
Sun Xing smacked his lips, Teacher Lin is still really. Forget it, let them go, as long as they can be there when the match is held. After saying that, Sun Xing looked at the big three with anticipation in his eyes.
How about it, how do you feel about your Qinglong base practice trip? Sun Xing asked with a smile after everyone sat down. Alas.
Principal, this way over, I realized that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, Zhao Gao sputtered for a while.
Oh? Tell me about it. Not only Sun Xing, but the other executives of the Bohemia Academy were also washing their ears.
Mr. Lin's 3 disciples are too scary. At first with them I thought they were Teddy.
After a day of going to the base, I feel like they're Tyson. After a week of going to the base, I feel like they're Taylor. These guys. School Son, I just want to ask, are you deliberately making their psychic ability evaluations into life psychic ability? In order to snowball their strength?
Hearing Zhao say this, everyone became interested.
Snowing what ability? Don't talk nonsense. Their ability ratings are the result of the Alien Council, which makes decisions based on the Alien Handbook and the Alien Manual, so what can I manipulate from that?
Sun Xing was speechless for a while.
Alas. Colonel Sun, we can definitely win this battle. Is there a gambling board? I want to stud Bohemia Academy. Let them conserve a bit of their strength for these battles ahead, and let us triumvirate open the way. Let them chew on the rest of the hard stuff. I'm really looking forward to what they're going to look like at the convention.
Zhou Qing sipped his drink and spoke his decision.
Are they really that powerful?
Sun Xing didn't believe it and looked at his brother, Sun Dishing.
Brother, all 3 of them went and fought hard against city destruction level demonic beasts for half a day. Do you think they're awesome?
Sun Dishing spat out with a displeased face.
Ha!
Sun Xing and others don't have enough brains.
You're going to do it with City of Extinction? That hard? That was an existence that only an S-class alien would dare to fight head-on.
And it takes multiple S-classes to go all out to dispose of a single city extermination class, and the 3 of them.
Silence is tonight's cornbridge.
The senior members of the Zijingwa Academy looked at Sun Dishing's expression and understood that he wasn't lying.
Everyone, welcome to our Thunder Academy.
A high-pitched voice resounded throughout the grounds.
Thunder Academy's principal Feng Yu began his welcome speech. A corner of the White God Mountain. All right, everyone sit down. Lin Lu beckoned, and everyone sat down on the ground.
Tell me, how far have your powers evolved now?
Lin Lu opened the door.
Jiang Kai raised his right hand. Let me introduce it first. Now my powers are capable of transforming the nature of dust, as well as compressing and spreading it within the dust area. Lie Mang pondered for a moment. Teacher, I can already make objects I touch vibrate continuously within a range of 1,000 meters, but the continuous vibration will consume my stamina until I stop the supply of supernatural energy. Not only that, but I was able to adjust the amplitude of the vibration, which is now capable of reaching 10 centimeters. After saying that, Lie Mang picked up a small stone. When he had shown the stone to Lin Lu before, it could only do a slight tremor, but now it was able to move in small periodic movements. Mengli took the lollipop out of her own mouth and said with a smile, "Now I can change the shape of the metal through magnetism, as well as being able to manipulate the size of the magnetism. Most importantly, I've been able to feel where the magnetic poles are on this planet. Depending on the state of its magnetic field, I can change my own magnetic state, which results in magnetic interaction. Like this." Monique stood up, then spread her arms out, only to see her entire body slowly begin to float upwards and finally hover in the air. "Not bad. It seems that your enlightenment and understanding is excellent." Lin Lu nodded. After the three finished speaking, they looked towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian smiled and pushed his silver-framed glasses. "My ability is vector control, capable of controlling the vector state of any object, such as..." Chen Xian waved his hand, and a large tree was uprooted before flying off into the distance. Jiang Kai was shocked. What kind of power is that? Do the words follow the law? Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. "Elder brother, there is one of those bead-playing game halls around here. Let's get together in the evening and plan it out." La. Pop. Lin Lu kicked Jiang Kai, "Young and not learning, grow up to be careful, no one wants." "Chen Xian, at night, you and I will go alone to pull some exercises." Lie Mang. Monolith. Ahem. Everyone's progress has been very noticeable lately. For all your strengths, you still have weaknesses. Once these weaknesses are known by others, then the consequences are unimaginable. So that means you must learn how to overcome or hide your shortcomings in battle. After saying that, Lin Lu handed out a pamphlet to each of the four. "This is my study schedule and direction of alien evolution for each of you. JK, code of practice for aluminum heaters? Lemon, razor hell? Monique, floating units envisioned? Chen Xian, advanced mechanics? Well, now that you've all received these, spend the next few moments poring over the contents of this. When you apply these contents skillfully, your psychic battle power will go further. Listen up. This time, Golden Sword Conference, we must make sure that the school emblem of Zijingwa Academy sits on the #1 throne in the country." After saying that, Lin Lu revealed an unspeakable smile. "Those executives in the Dragon Kingdom, you think cutting the Daylight Army off from me is enough? Just wait, when I rebuild the new army, I'll have to plow that part of the Footbasin country high and low." Lin Lu's eyes were filled with a solemn look. In his heart, it seems that there has always been a knot. A knot that requires thousands of killings to untie. Chapter 54, Pre-Game Analysis. Chapter 54, Pre-Match Analysis. The date for the start of the auditions is set for 3 days from now. In the morning, everyone from Zinnia Academy gathered in an exclusive conference room. Of course, Chen Xian was among them. In just one night, Sun Xing approved Chen Xian's application for enrollment. Now he was a die-hard loyalist to Lin Lu. As long as it's a recommendation from Ringling, come as you are. Ahem, everyone, for this conference, although all the other academies have powerful characters, the following few are considered to be the strongest new generation in the entire city of Nanyang. Sun Dishing opened the screen, and 3 people's profiles appeared on the blue crystal screen. First to be introduced is Thunder Academy's recognized uncrowned king Bai Yujing. Sun Dishing tapped the remote control and Bai Yujing's profile appeared on the big screen. Thunder Academy, Bai Yujing, his psychic ability is Thunder Control. Although the information is of B rank strength, he has already passed the A rank combat psychic test. The information just hasn't been refreshed yet. I recently heard that he has been able to make his body appear semi-elementalized. Although he was still a trainee, he had already participated in several battles to stop tides of demonic beasts. There's no downside in terms of strength or psychic abilities alone. Drop. Sundance continues to switch screens. Kodak of Skyglow Academy, his ability is Power of Earth Rock, AB rank combat alien. With his psychic ability to manipulate rocks and earth, he claims to have inexhaustible stamina as long as he stands on land. This person is not. Jiang Kai couldn't help but call out as he looked at the familiar country face. Seeing Jiang Kai's expression change, Sun Dishing smiled and asked, "What, you know him?" Jiang Kai smiled and said, "I've seen it at the gate of Thunder Academy, and had a side relationship." Sun Dishing continued without pause, "This last one is Jade Academy, Esli Shuet, with the ability of Demon Fox's Body, a Class B combat alien. Since there are very few videos of her appearing in battle, his abilities are almost a mystery. The information known so far is that she is able to transform her body into a fox demon state and perform illusion attacks on others." Only at this moment did Sundersun stop, giving everyone time to think.
Lie Mang pondered for half a minute and raised a question. Colonel Sun, may I ask what kind of state Bai Yujing's elementalization is? If he's able to turn his body into an elemental form, then our physical attacks are almost useless. Lie Mang hit the nail on the head with one sentence. You can do it, kid, you caught the key to the matter at once. Sun Dishing did not mince words of praise. That's right, it's said to be elementalized, but it's not as exaggerated as one might think. Look everyone. Sundance switches out a photo. On the photo, Bai Yujing's body took on a bluish glow, with electric pulses lingering around him. At a glance, it was like a thunder god that manipulated lightning. Is this half elementalization? Lin Lu issued a question. The photo shows Bai Yujing with a blue color all over his body, but he is still essentially a flesh and blood person. That's right, this is half elementalization. His internal organs and body organs still retain the composition of the human body structure, but his skin has turned into surging electric currents. What makes it tricky is that Bai Yujing in this state is ridiculously fast. Sundersun stated the crux of the problem. Bai Yujing hadn't fully turned into his current state, but his speed had taken on the characteristics of lightning, and almost no one could outrun him in a head-to-head duel. Everyone was in deep thought. Sun School, when fighting, what way do we fight? Is it open space or limited space? Jiang Kai looked at Sun Dishing, wanting to know the answer. Ah, good boy, quite smart. The battleground was in an area of open, flat terrain in the backcountry of the White God Mountains. Do you want to cover all the terrain with your explosions? There was once an alien who could control fire who faced off against Bai Yujing. At that time, he had already covered the entire venue with a blazing fire, but Bai Yujing was still able to travel freely within it. As for the explosion, I honestly don't know if it will have any effect yet. Everyone fell into silence, facing a powerful opponent like Bai Yujing. It seemed that all of their supernatural abilities had become Renamental. Slap. Seeing that the atmosphere had hit rock bottom, Sun Xing drummed a few slaps. Don't be like that, one person's powers do provide a horrible boost. But it's not absolute. And we haven't met Thunder Academy yet, so there's no need to be so frustrated right now. It's time for everyone to eat and drink for our first game, that's the key. Sun Xing's words lifted the emotions of the members of the Bohemia Academy present. Several of the first year 3 classes all looked at Lin Lu in unison, hoping for a solution. What are you guys looking at me for? This is your match, your stage. Let me put it this way, all 4 of you have ways to restrain this lightning man. It's just that you guys haven't thought of the right tips and tricks to use. I'm not going to tip you off too much. Fighting conditions will be 100 times harsher in the future. When the time comes, should there be an emergency, am I going to be around like a babysitter to help you guys out? I've said what needs to be said, and you must have your own ideas as to how to develop your powers. Lin Lu stood up, picked up a pen, and said with a smile, "Oh my foolish disciples, let me give you some tips. Brush up." Linus began to write on his writing pad. A few minutes later, an excellent outline of the battle took shape. 1. Lightning requires a conductive medium to travel. Creating a non-conductive or insulated environment can limit an opponent's ability to do so. 2. Controlling lightning may require a lot of energy. 3. Thunderbolt elementalization cannot perform certain physical actions, such as grabbing objects or using tools. Everyone, the master leads you to the door. The cultivation is up to you. This trip to Thunder Academy is also my test for you. Okay, I'm going to take a lunch break, you guys think about it. After saying that, Lin Lu opened the door and walked out. Lunch break? Boss, it's only 9:30 in the morning? Hee, Mr. Lin is still really spontaneous. Sun Dishing spat with a leathery smile. Gentlemen, this conference needs you to fight for Zinnia Academy. Go back and get ready or rest today. We start the race in 3 days. This tournament is a mixed division system of group and solo battles. All colleges were divided into 2 divisions. Colleges and academies compete against each other, with the winners advancing to the next round and the losers being eliminated outright. The group battle sends 2 players to fight in a 2v2 battle to test the cooperation between members, and the college that wins the group battle scores 2 points. Solo battles are where each academy sends 3 members to fight one-on-one for a total of 3 rounds, and the sent members can fight back-to-back, scoring 1 point for each win. To summarize, 2 points for winning a group battle, 3 points for winning 3 solo battles, 5 points total, 2 colleges BK, college with higher score advances. With that, the Golden Sword Conference in Nanyang City kicked off the battle.
This event would not only produce many outstanding young adepts, but it was also a reshuffling of the Dragon Kingdom's academy schools.
Top-ranked colleges get more investment and good students.
The colleges that are ranked at the bottom of the list don't get much in the way of students or investment.
Chapter 55 Chen Xian's debut, Vector Control. Chapter 55 Chen Xian's debut, Vector Control. Vector Control, Chen Xian. The time is on schedule.
3 days later, the first round of selection finally began.
The selection was divided into two divisions, the first half and the second half.
Purple Bohemia Academy was lucky that it wasn't in the same region as Thunder Academy.
Wow, why are there so many spectators?
Jiang Kai looked at the crowded stands and felt a little hairy in his heart.
It can't be helped, it's your first time, it's inevitable that you're a bit nervous. You'll get used to this kind of thing in the future.
Zhao Gao patted Jiang Kai's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous.
Well, let's let our three giants on in the first game.
Zhou Qing smiled and started to solicit work.
Wait a minute, Lin Lu interrupted Zhou Qing. Teacher Lin, do you have any plans?
Zhou Qing was puzzled.
Chen Xian doesn't have much combat experience, so it's okay to let him fight a few times, right?
Lin Lu made a pleading gesture.
That's fine, as long as the registered participants are allowed to fight. Up to 7 participating members. Yesterday, Principal Sun already brought up Chen Xian's name.
Hearing Zhou Cheng say that, Lin Lu nodded in satisfaction. Just as the members of the Purple Bohemia Academy arrived at their resting area, the sound of chattering came.
You guys look. Isn't that Chen Xian? Why is he in the Bohemia Academy's team?
A sharp-eyed teen Thunder cadet recognized Chen Xian.
How can it be? Let's see. Yeah.
It's still true.
Dozens of gazes gathered on Chen Xian. How about it, the match will take place soon, are you afraid?
Lin Lu sat down and flirted with Chen Xian to the side.
Teacher, when you say it like that, it's kinda.
By the way, teacher, in the first round, how far do I have to play?
Chen Xian asked with a smile. What degree?
The first round we have to establish the power, although Zhou Guak said to open the way for you, but their physical strength, but also can save on saving, your hands have not seen blood right.
In the first round, pick a lucky person at random. And then.
Lin Lu extended his index and middle fingers and gestured at his neck.
People, Sigma. Teacher Lin, it's just an audition, does it need to be like this?
Sun Xing, who was sitting in the first row of seats, was a bit worried.
Colonel Sun, look at who our opponent is in the first match.
Lin Lu said with a smile.
Flying Bird Academy, isn't this the same academy that poached a dozen outstanding students from our academy this year? As soon as Sun Xing heard the name of this academy, he became angry. Listen carefully, Chen Xian. You'll exterminate every man you see in this academy. I'll take care of you if anything goes wrong. If a tiger doesn't make a move, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Poaching so many people from me without even giving me a heads up. And now it's shamelessly sharing the stage with us. Such an academy should be yellow.
Sun Xing was called a gasa, digging the corner of my Zijingwa, gripping the wool of my Zijingwa, you Flying Bird Academy.
Should be damned.
Chen Xian, a burst of embarrassment, just a moment ago you were still sad and compassionate and now become murderous. Just as Sun Hing was complaining about how awesome it was to be tapped out, the referee walked over. Fellow teachers and students of Zibing Academy, this is your battle sheet, please fill out the solo and group battle participants within 10 minutes.
Attention!
Once filled in, it will not be possible to change it. If there is a situation where no one participates in the battle, it is considered a forfeit.
Lin Lu took the matchup sheet and looked at it. May I ask if a player who has fought consecutive battles is unable to participate in the next one after the previous battle, can they be substituted?
The referee had a serious look on his face. I'm sorry, matchups can only go strictly by the name on the matchup sheet, no substitutions. If ever such a situation as you described occurs, then whoever's player is unable to play is condemned to lose. Lin Lu understood. It seemed that he couldn't send strong people up there mindlessly. In case the guy you send on a multiple game streak is too weak and just karma's out, the later games with him and them are ruled a direct loss. By the way, there's one more important point to emphasize. If you're in a group battle, you need all the players on one side to surrender or fall to the ground before you're judged to have lost. And a lone player who collapses or surrenders is awarded a loss. After 10 minutes, the referee comes over again and takes the matchup sheet away. There were dozens of large battle stations throughout the grounds at this point. Each one on the battle stage was a battle between members of 2 different academies. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ring 7 matchup list is as follows. A large screen shows the 2 colleges' exhibits. Flying Bird Academy was fine, there were no serial fighters, after all, the first round, did not dare to take risks.
And after the matchup arrangement of Zijingwa Academy was displayed on the big screen, the whole room boiled over. Bohemia Academy lineup. Solo battle number 1, Chen Xian Class D Life Alien. Solo battle number 2, Chen Xian D Ranked Life Alien. Solo battle number 3, Chen Xian Class D Life Alien. Regimental Combat. Chen Xian Class D Life Alien. Shouguak Class B Combat Exalt. Ha 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 ha. Is this college academy here to be funny? Even if you send a D-rank life alien onto the field, how the hell dare you even fight? Isn't this the guy with the Yi object control ability who was expelled from our Thunder Academy? He went to Zinnia Academy? Crazy. The top management of Zijingwa Academy is crazy. You were once the top academy in Nanyang City, how did you fall to this point? The lamenters, the abusers, the disdainful are countless. Oh, go ahead, Chen Xian. In the past, it was difficult for the dust to stand on its own, but now it is a giant tower standing proudly in the sky. You have to take back your honor and dignity here. Lin Lu cheered for Chen Xian. Yes. Chen Xian responded loudly, then put on a strange set of inner armor and a pair of somewhat strange shoes. Solo battle number 1, both players on stage. Chen Xian walked up blandly, oblivious to the taunts around him. Flying Bird Academy, on the other hand, walked up to a tall man. Ha ha, strange things happen every year, and this year is especially bullish. Kid, you're a living alien who dares to walk onto this stage, should I admire your courage or your intelligence? The man turned on the taunt. Finished? Let's start when you're done. Chen Xian had a faint smile on his face. Matchmaking begins. The referee gives the order and the 2 men immediately enter the fray. Go ahead, Ice Cone Blade. The man waved one hand, and a 1 meter and 2 long ice blade instantly formed, starting at his wrist. So it's an ice-based, styling, let's see how this kid named Chen Xian responds. How to respond? Wait to lose. Not necessarily, it feels like there's an undercurrent. The audience on stage whispered. Kid, go to hell. It's a good thing I left the Bohemia Academy, or else it would be hard to win when I meet you teammates. The man began to accelerate with his ice blade, slashing down as he approached Chen Xian by about 2 meters. Die! The man roared, slashing hard. Chen Xian revealed a shallow smile and stretched out his index finger to point forward. In the eyes of all the spectators, the ice blade that was originally going to split Chen Xian's head unexpectedly cut back in reverse in the blink of an eye, at a speed faster than when the man swung it. What? The man was caught off guard and was cut in the head by the returning ice blade. He couldn't understand how his ice blade had slashed back upside down. Click! The ice blade slashed back at the man's face, plunging straight into a dozen centimeters. The man dropped to both knees and then fell backwards. At this moment, the silence around Battle Stage 7 was terrifyingly quiet, and the spectators and other contestants who witnessed this only felt cold sweat. This, ice styling, Exalt just karma'd it? Chapter 56, This Sun is Too Evil. Chapter 56, This Sun is Too Evil. Everyone dared not utter a single breath. The referee saw this and rushed over and began to examine the man. The referee shook his head after half a minute and then announced, winner. Bohemia Academy. Chen Xian. What? This time the entire audience in the stands directly exploded. Isn't he a D-ranked life alien? How is that possible? Are you guys cheating? Is this something that can happen under normal circumstances? There was a wave of discontent from the group. Some even think it's an arranged farce. Chen Xian ignored it, holding his own glasses and smiling as he asked the referee, continue? Lin Lu sat on his bench and crossed one of his legs, in a relaxed mood, hee. This kid actually knows to save his strength. There is no need to calculate this kind of straightforward attack, just reverse the direction of its speed. Learning to conserve arithmetic, not bad, not bad. Damn it. It's too much of a bully. Fei, you go? The principal of Flying Bird Academy had an angry face. Now that's a disgrace. With everyone watching, the second match was about to begin. Kid, how dare you lay your hands on death? Yuan Fei, will definitely make you taste a life worse than death. Chen Xian shrugged his shoulders, signaling his opponent to start quickly. Outrageous, deceiving. People too much, Yuan Fei became more and more angry. The battle begins. Kid, watch the move. Wolfmanization. Yuan Fei completed his werewolf transformation in 3 seconds. The werewolf was 2 meters tall, with sharp teeth exposed, and a pair of sharp claws that glittered with a chilling light that shifted at regular intervals, making people's bones creepy. Suffered? This guy is an agile melee type, his speed and direction are not good for math. Chen Xian had a headache. It can also quickly calculate the direction and speed of an object if it's going straight ahead. But now a swift werewolf who could move back and forth and shift left and right was a bad idea. Kid, go die. Yuan Fei did not hesitate as his body suddenly accelerated, like a bolt of lightning, towards Chen Xian. Look at the claw. The distance was closed, and Yuan Fei swung a claw downwards towards Chen Xian's neck. Chen Xian still showed a smile. As the sharp claws arrived, he chopped the soles of both shoes hard into the ground. Click. A gimbal appeared at the bottom of the shoe. Subsequently, in the sight of the crowd, Chen Xian's body seemed to be pulled backward by a mysterious force, and he also utilized a backward sliding motion to easily dodge the werewolf's claw strike. This kid, Chen Xian, is awesome. I told you why he's wearing a set of exoskeleton light armor, so it's to add speed to himself. Jiang Kai slapped his own head, nodding in favor of Chen Xian's idea. Kid, don't even think about escaping. Yuan Fei, who had transformed into a werewolf, was furious. This claw of his own did not do any damage to the enemy. It was very humiliating for him. He then began to run wildly, chasing Chen Xian all over the battle stage. At the moment, Chen Xian was like a child playing with a remote control racing car with a remote control. And this race car is the lightweight exoskeleton inner armor that one wears. Not only is this kit well protected, but it is molded in one piece. All one needed to do was apply a vectorial ability to the equipment, and it would carry their entire body in the desired direction. In order to avoid friction between the soles of his feet and the ground during movement, Chen Xian specially made a pair of running shoes fitted with universal wheels. This time he only needed to control the exoskeleton vectors on his body to move in any direction. Yuan Fei was no cutie pie either. Changed his strategy after he realized that he couldn't catch up to Chen Xian fast enough. At this moment, he was no longer running aimlessly, instead, he was constantly changing direction, forcing Chen Xian into a right-angled corner. Finally, after more than 2 minutes of you chasing me, Chen Xian was forced to the corner of the right-angle part of the battle stage. Kid. Who? Still running. Now see where you run? Yuan Fei had a wolfish grin on his face. Hey, you're overthinking it. Chen Xian gave the other party a blank stare before giving his inner armor an upward vector value. Under the gaze of all the spectators, Chen Xian slowly ascended. In less than 4 seconds, Chen Xian was already more than 5 meters off the ground. In the end, Chen Xian made slight up and down movements in the air, realizing a state of near levitation. Lin Lu under the stage saw the clue at a glance. Oh, even the wind can affect your arithmetic, it seems, you need to practice more. Big Wolf, it's time to take the medicine. No. Big Wolf. It's time to take the bullet, you had a great time chasing me just now, didn't you? Next, we're going to have to attack and defend. Facing Chen Xian's high-altitude taunts, Yuan Fei attempted several jumping attacks, but he was unable to touch the soles of Chen Xian's feet. Attention to time for both contestants, there are 15 minutes left for the battle to end. If time expires without a winner being decided, then the game will be counted as a draw, with no points scored by either college. Chen Xian shook his head and extended his index finger and thumb, comparing them into a shooting shape. Then from his belt he took out an iron bead box like a cartridge and inserted it at his wrist. After securing the iron bead box, Chen Xian once again pulled on it, and a simple sight appeared on his wrist. Omega L ===. Chen Xian raised his right hand with his left hand, closed one eye, and used the other to make the eye, index finger, and werewolf Yuan Fei form a 3-point line. Bang! Chen Xian let out an excited simulated shooting sound. An iron bead, chirping, shot out of the mouth of the conduit. Please! The iron ball directly pierced through Yuan Fei's thigh with an unbelievable speed and deeply disappeared into the ground. Ah! My leg!
Yuan Fei regained his human form, and at this moment, he was hugging his bleeding thigh and crying in pain.
Wobbly shooting is really bad for accuracy.
After a moment of spitting, Chen Xian began to prepare to release the second iron ball. As soon as he saw the airborne eyeglassed handsome man take up his shooting position again, Yuan Fei's voice begging for mercy immediately spread across the arena.
I surrender. Yuan Fei had the good sense to issue a surrender. What if I don't surrender? Others stay in the air and can't hit themselves.
The opponent, however, can keep sending attacks downward, and it takes a head iron not to surrender.
He got off to a slow start.
Chen Xian blamed himself for a moment. The inner armor was then controlled and slowly descended downwards, finally landing firmly.
For the second battle, the winner is Chen Xian.
The referee let out a loud roar, causing the crowd, which had been somewhat frozen, to return to their senses.
What did I see? What shifter are you telling this is? Is this still that weak-ass Chen Xian? These two battles today are simply enlightened. No way.
I'm going to take a good look at it. Bohemia Academy is the academy in the lower half of our region, so sooner or later we'll face each other. Chen Xian once again revealed that trademark amiable smile. Continue.
Rush. Chapter 57, Winning Streak. Chapter 57, Winning Streak. It's a joyous time on the side of the Purple Bohemia Academy.
But this side of the Flying Bird Academy was cold.
Will someone tell me what's going on?
The principal of the Flying Bird Academy was furious and kept scolding his trainees.
And the cadets can't breathe a word. Soaring Bird Academy, please hurry up and send out the opposing trainees.
The referee began to urge.
My turn. A tall girl stepped onto the battle stage. Flying Bird Academy second-year student Fengyu, please instruct me. Bohemia Chen Xian, please instruct me.
The two men gave each other a fist salute, and then assumed fighting positions. Next, you'll experience what it means to have no way out. Fengyu smiled and finished a sentence, surprisingly slowly disappearing in everyone's eyes.
Stealth? Chen Xian was also taken aback that it wasn't an attack-type ability.
Jiang Kai under the stage looked at the contemplative Chen Xian and smiled helplessly. Alas, if I were to come on, a few balls of dust would directly turn her entire body into a powder person and stealth my ass.
Too bad it wasn't me on the field. This time Chen Xian had a headache. How should I attack without a target? Versailles. Lie Mang. Monique.
Lin Lu, who was at the side, also nodded. Not being able to lock on to a target means that you can't attack the enemy, which is still a bit troublesome. The group of people from the Purple Bohemia Academy offstage were also pondering their countermeasures.
Whoosh!
A sharp flying knife shot out from an unoccupied corner.
Chen Xian was quick on his feet and used skidding to avoid this attack. But in the next second, the flying dagger unexpectedly disappeared again after shooting into an area. It can still be like this?
Jiang Kai and Lie Mang looked at each other.
It's a bit of an old six, this ability. No, there's no sound. Chen Xian began to think quickly.
If it was just stealth, then the person should still be around, so how could there be a sound when running or when moving? But just now the wind and moon's attack unexpectedly did not have any sound.
Then what exactly is the principle of her stealth? Humph. Wanting to beat our Soaring Bird Academy in a row is a fool's errand.
The principal of the Flying Bird Academy finally revealed a long-lost smile.
Whoosh! Several sharp flying daggers once again shot out from a corner.
Suddenly Chen Xian seemed to have grabbed onto something and stood still without dodging.
Get out of the way!
The triumvirate shouted for a while. But a miraculous scene happened. The flying dagger passed through Chen Xian's body and disappeared at the end of its flight. In contrast, Chen Xian was not in the least bit bothered.
What's going on here?
The audience went crazy, and something called curiosity rose up in everyone's mind. Since you still won't surrender, then don't blame me for laying down my deadly hands. Chen Xian didn't have any emotional cleanliness of a man letting a woman go, only to see him raise his right hand and shoot out a dozen iron beads at the place where Fengyu stood at the beginning.
No. Me. Please. The
iron ball projectile jetted out with terrifying speed.
Straight out of Windy Moon's body.
The on-site medical team immediately stepped forward to check on Fengyu's injuries, who was covered in bloody holes. The Lin family class buried their heads in thought, followed by a look of relief.
What's going on? Tell me about it.
Zhao Gao was puzzled.
Feelings you all understand? I haven't gotten it yet. You all get on the bus, I'm not on the bus yet, I haven't gotten on the IQ's special bus yet. Sun Dishing looked at Zhao Gao with a speechless face, can't you see? That girl's psychic ability is not a stealth at all, but a psychic ability that deceives the eyes in a similar way to illusion. That's right. If I'm not wrong, that girl can control the light around her and perform a visual overlay, just like creating an unreal world for your eyes. Lin Lu explained. Light? Zhou Guak seemed to understand something, and then he didn't. In a nutshell, it's changing the light reflection that creates the illusion that she's not there. Lin Lu replied with a smile. Fengyu was carried away on a stretcher, dead or alive, only God knows. The referee got up and looked at the gentle young man in front of him, feeling a little hairy all over. I announced that the winning academy of this round is Zinnia Academy. Snap. Applause after applause went up. The world never lacks the worship of the strong. Chen Xian's 1 victory 3 fight directly ignited the audience's enthusiasm. This kid is called Chen Xian, right? Good job, Chen Xian. Gave us living shifters a fighting chance. You'll be my idol from now on. Chen Xian, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Don't you guys realize that Chen Xian's white hair looks handsome with his glasses? At this moment, Chen Xian became an idol in the hearts of a bunch of people. Stepping off the battle stage, Chen Xian walked over to Lin Lu, respectfully clasping both hands and bowing in salute, teacher. I'm honored to be here. Lin Lu, oh yo, look, this is a table of talent, let me see those 3 crooked. After glancing at Chen Xian, Lin Lu looked towards the other 3 disciples. Jiang Kai was all smiles and giggles. Lie Mang closed his eyes and had a serious face, like a wooden man. A newly dressed Monique, blowing gum bubbles and playing with her cell phone at the same time. LAML. It's really the old saying, no comparison, no harm, huh? You 3, how's your comprehension of what I've given you going? Tonight at the usual place we'll have a tactical wrap-up meeting. Yes, X4. The 4 little ones nodded heavily. In the conference room of Thunder Academy, the Academy's principal, Fengyu, and a group of executives, as well as the players of this participating team, were having a meeting. Tell me, what's the deal with that Chen Xian? Personnel department, is this how you screen talent? Fengyu's words caused a bald middle-aged man to sit on pins and needles. Headmaster, Chen Xian's ability was given a rating by the alien convocation, there's nothing we can do about it. At that time, Chen Xian's psychic ability was out of control, and I didn't offer to fire him, he left on his own. By the way, Principal, I heard that Chen Xian has a disabled sister, why don't we give some favors and recruit some? Too late. Fengyu gave the person who said that a blank stare. Chen Xian's sister has been sent to Shinnong Pharmaceutical for treatment, this should be the handiwork of the Bohemia Academy. We've lost a top talent. Fengyu let out a sigh. Hee, Headmaster, there's no need to be like this, aren't we, Thunder Academy, invincible from the start? The one who spoke was none other than Bai Yujing. Powerful, smart, and superbly organized. All of these virtues made him stand as a pinnacle of Thunder Academy. Everyone, rest assured that anyone who hinders Thunder's wrath will be punished horribly. When Bai Yujing said this, everyone in the conference room's minds became permeable. Yeah, we've got white, what are those enemies? Thus, the meeting ended on a cheerful note. The Shirakami Mountains were quiet at night. The 5 figures assembled at a hidden location. Chapter 58, A Serenade from Hell. Chapter 58, A Serenade from Hell. Come on, you guys, now read with me. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine and neon. Sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. Calcium, potassium, sulfur, chloroargonate. Deep in the White God Mountain, Lin Lu built a simple small wooden room. The room is brightly lit and 4 disciples are sitting down and memorizing the periodic table of chemical elements. Lin Lu great, finally finding the feeling of the old blue star teaching. Look at their stupid clear eyes, that scratching of their ears that they still can't remember after memorizing it a few times, cool. After half an hour of studying, Lin Lu led the 4 to the clearing. Well, my dear disciples. Didn't I give you a couple of pamphlets to study before? Now is the time to test the results of the research. Tell me, what have you learned from this? Or what advances have been made in one's powers? Lin Lu pulled a bench and sat down with his arms crossed. Seeing that Lin Lu had entered the teacher's state,
a few people didn't dare to hide their clumsiness and began to show off. First was Lie Mang, only to see him take out a very large stone from his waist. "Sensei, this is my special pointed stone bomb." "Oh?" Lin Lu came to be interested. "Hey, this is the special stone block I asked Jiang Kai to specialize, look at it." After saying that, Lie Mang threw the stone block into the air with force. It had to be said that as a martial artist, Lie Mang had a lot of strength. Using the inertia of his own rotation, he threw the stone. The stone flew in a parabola in the air, and after flying a certain distance, Lie Mang followed Jiang Kai's example and snapped his fingers, explode. The seemingly normal stones exploded violently in a flash. Stone dust rained down in mid-air. Next will be Razor Hell. Lie Mang's eyes glazed over as he began to unleash his powers. The originally falling rain of dust actually began to vibrate back and forth under the influence of Lie Mang's supernatural ability. As Lie Mang injected more and more alien energy, the dust vibrated faster and faster, creating an extremely fast cutting pattern. Some of the dust clashed together and even produced sparks. After 10 seconds or so, everyone saw a large area of woods, which was actually cut into pieces by these black dusts. When the dust had completely fallen to the ground, it was as if the entire space had been swallowed up by some unknown object. Lin Lu's heart fluttered. What is this kid doing? I just want him to make dozens of blades to spread out and make group cuts. This kid is good, even directly Jiang Kai's dust to use, but also use these dust for indiscriminate high-density cutting. Kid, I'm helping you raise your Wii strength, not your sins. Your power is even comparable to the highest-grade high-pressure sandblasters on the blue planet. If you use it on a large scale, it's going to devastate the world. You're going to graduate school? Teacher, how about? Lie Mang was full of pride. Originally, his ability was only suitable for point-to-point limit attacks, but now he also had the ability to attack in groups. That black dust is? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Oh, you mean those black powders? That's the obsidian dust I had Jiang Kai make. Didn't you say that in nature obsidian cuts like a champ? And the stuff is still very crunchy. So I came up with the idea of simply making dense dust showers out of obsidian and eventually using them for cutting. You see, everything turns to crumbs under the cut of my dust. Kai Jiang, I've learned to use the periodic table. Lie Mang, carat omega carat good buddy, fly together. LAML, LLL. Chen Xian pondered for a while and asked with a smile, Senior brother, we know the principle of cutting, but how did you make them disintegrate and explode in the air? The master and disciples looked at Chen Xian together. Awesome, got to the heart of the matter in a heartbeat. Didn't I see last time that Jiang Kai could make explosives? So I asked him to slip me something in the center that didn't need oxygen to detonate when he was making the obsidian stone blocks. We chose for a long time to use this mercury fulminate stuff. I ended up using my vibrational powers to energize 2 flints, and it created an explosion. This explosion is still a pain in the ass. One needs to think one level up, and Jiang Kai told me that he categorizes explosions into primary and secondary explosions. I don't understand it anyway, just as long as he can make it. Jiang Kai turned to Lie Mang and patted his shoulder. Hey, teacher, we've been thinking about this trick for a long time, making secondary gunpowder with the TNT ingredients you taught us, and then, Duong blew up. Mercury, fulminate is too sensitive, I am afraid that Lie Mang will take an accidental hit and lose his life. Lin Lu's face twitched. You guys are getting farther and farther down the road of making detonators. Monolith looked at it and fired off a direct line. The impact lost a lot of energy. If obsidian were metal, I'd just use magnetism to get the dust in the right matrix arrangement, and that would be powerful. Stop. Let's not discuss this anymore. Lin Lu was sweating profusely. Lie Mang and Jiang Kai, who were on the side, instantly lit up when they heard this. Okay, next up is your conception of using magnetism as a levitating blade. A hover blade? What the hell, I made that. Gun. Meng Li smiled and waved her hand, a set of 2 fist-sized metal boxes levitated beside Meng Li. What is this? Lin Lu was puzzled for a moment. Hey, teacher, watch this. Charge. With a command from Meng Li, something indescribable seemed to happen inside the box. Lin Lu only felt that the metal box was building up a terrifying power. Time's up, attack. Meng Li commanded the box to attack in one direction. In a flash, a metal ball popped out of the box's exit. The metal ball shot out at an unbelievable speed, and as it flew it was piercing through trees and shattering rocks.
This is an electromagnetic cannon. Lin Lu was shocked beyond belief. This girl worked this out in such a short period of time? Teacher, you have to help me. This thing breaks after a few uses, and even though I can recover it immediately, there's no time to repair it once it's damaged in battle. Lin Lu nodded and gestured for Mang Li to open the metal box. He wanted to take a look inside. Mang Li understood Lin Lu's meaning and opened one side of the metal box. Lin Lu took a look. Good guy, Mang Li. This girl actually made a small coil ring gas pedal. Only she put a small metal ball in. The magnetism control, alien energy, was then turned on at full power. The metal ball, under the action of the magnetic force, begins to move in a circular motion along the circular channel formed around the coil. Time passed by, and the speed of the metal ball became faster and faster. When the metal ball reached a certain speed, Mang Li activated the switch, and the metal ball flew out along the launching port with a terrifying initial speed. Sensei, I made this electromagnetic floating cannon according to what you taught me. At first I made it with a long tube, which worked well, but it was too big to carry and control. So I changed my mind and designed it with this ring cavity. But right now I'm limited to controlling 5. Also, after a few uses of this EM gun, the internal metal becomes fatigued and breaks. Mang Li also voiced her headache. Lin Lu nodded. This electromagnetic cannon of yours is very powerful. It's very strong. But there are 2 fatal weaknesses. For one thing, the storage time is a bit long. Second, you can't use it more than a couple times. Mang Li nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 59, Birdshot for Cannon. Chapter 59, Birdshot for Cannon. Looking at Mang Li, whose eyes were full of expectation, Lin Lu was speechless. Monique, the construction of your metal toroidal coils has actually been very sturdy. Do you know why this is happening? Lin Lu's expression started to become serious. Why, X4? It wasn't just Mang Li at this point. The other 3 also looked at Lin Lu with great curiosity, hoping that he would give an answer. Phew! When the ball is in circular motion, and we set aside the effects of friction, do you know how much force the outer walls of the circular channel are subjected to? After saying that, Lin Lu pulled over a moving blackboard and began to explain. For an object to force a circular motion, there is a concept involved: centrifugal force. Centrifugal force is the reaction force of centripetal force due to inertia of an object in circular motion. It is not a real force, but a virtual force introduced to characterize the motion of an object in a non-inertial reference system. The 4 people in front of them were all confused except for Chen Xian, who nodded. Lie Mang, who am I? Where am I? JK, where is this? Is it in China? You've had me abroad? Monolithic, Abba Abba Abba. Lin Lu burst his head. Simply put, if you were to force a small iron ball moving in a straight line to move in a circular motion, the outer wall of the passage would be stressed. I just did the math on a small iron ball 1 centimeter in diameter moving at the speed of sound 343 ms in a 10 centimeters diameter circular channel. The centrifugal force on the outer wall is approximately 9,608 newtons, with an equivalent weight of 980 kilograms. This is equivalent to the outer wall being subjected to the gravitational compression of a 1-ton weight. I see, no wonder I can't use my electromagnetic cannon more than a few times. Mang Li finally understood Lin Lu's meaning now. Not only that, but because the little iron ball is undergoing a high-speed motion, the friction between it and the outer wall and the air increases as the centrifugal force increases. That's one of the factors that makes you slow to pick up speed. Linus explained again. So, in conclusion, you can make the following changes. First, you need to make the little iron ball rotate by providing it with centripetal force. Second, you need to do some good calculations to see if you can get the little iron ball to accelerate with levitation inside the annular acceleration chamber. You can only call this thing a gun now, not a cannon yet. A real cannon looks like this. Lin Lu came to an abrupt halt in his speech and raised his right arm to point into the air. The daylight bracelet attached a layer of armor to Lin Lu's arm. Lin Lu took out a special coin and pinched it in his hand, and in an instant, powerful electric currents wound between the mechanical arms while also forming a terrifying magnetic field. Lin Lu flicked the coin, and it spun in mid-air, drawing a beautiful arc. Immediately after that, Lin Lu used his arm as a starting point and shot outward countless green-colored electric lights. At this point, the coin begins to fall slowly. When the coin descended to the height of Lin Lu's fingertips, he lifted his fingers entwined with bright electric light and flicked them against the coin. This flick, seemingly easy and casual, contained an astonishing amount of power. Chirp! Boom! The coin, wrapped in electric light, shot out at 3 times the speed of sound while emitting a sharp whistling sound. The coin cut through the air with a destructive momentum, leaving a blue-colored trajectory in the black night sky. At this moment, the 4 people's eyes are filled with stars. This move is simply too handsome. The current dissipated, and Lin Lu disarmed, daylight arming. Get it? Now that's a gun. Yours is only a gun. 4 little eyes stared straight ahead. The greenish-blue electric aura from just now was still reverberating in the hearts of the 4. Alright, class is over for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow. With that, the evening class is over. Back at the dormitory, Lin Lu opened the communication. After a few seconds passed, Su Meng's voice came from the phone. Hello? Leader, how have you been? Hey, it's not bad. In a few days I'm going to be seconded to the Southern Vermilion Bird Base to assist in the defense. Hearing the word, co-defense, Lin Lu's expression began to become serious. Those small countries in the southeast are getting restless again? As Lin Lu said this, a sense of solemnity filled the room. Hearing Lin Lu say this, Su Meng was also heartbroken. Lin Lu, Sanbao's death is not your fault. I know that Sanbao's death was the work of an insider. But it was the 4 countries in the southeast that did it. Little dream, keep an eye on that side for me. Once there's a chance, I'm going to sacrifice their lives to the 3 treasures. Lin Lu didn't dwell on this matter, and after chatting with Su Meng for a while, he rested. The next match was much easier. With Chen Xian in front of him, the big 3 were on fire like chicken blood. After successive victories, Bohemia Academy finally advanced to the top 16. Early in the morning, Lin Lu led a few disciples towards the competition venue. Since Jiang Kai's few people had seen that divine, super electromagnetic cannon, they had long since lost their frivolity, and all of them had recovered the apprentice mentality they once had. When everyone was seated, Lin Lu sighed for a while. Hey, today is really windy and sunny, it's really the best time to kill and bleed. Others. Alright, you 3 are tired today, so let Jiang Kai and Lie Mang go up and practice. The triumvirate nodded. At this moment, Lin Lu was a great savior in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Bohemia Academy. The original student population was withering away, and now so many perverted trainees have appeared. Now, not to mention the municipal additions, maybe we can take the top 10 of the Golden Sword Conference with a bang. That's right, top 10. This is the goal of Sun Hing and Sundance this conference. Until now, they hadn't comprehended the terror of Jiang Kai and the others. The first solo battle, please bring both players to the stage. Lemon walked up. On the other side came up a masked man wearing a black mask. Lie Mang D rank life alien. Zhao Shan class C combat exalt. Identity confirmed, battle commences. The fight started with a command from the referee. Split. Zhao Shan bellowed, and a dozen of his identical selves instantly appeared on the field. Living aliens should go to the factories and production lines honestly, this is the ring for the demon chopper warriors. A dozen or so Zhao Shan drew the long swords at their waists and ran towards Lie Mang from all sides. Ha, this guy Lie Mang hates thinking the most. Originally one-on-one can still practice, this time, Lie Mang should use that move in order to save his mind. Jiang Kai voiced his speculation. Lie Mang on the field was indeed as Jiang Kai said, too lazy to think. In Lie Mang's thinking, he didn't bother to find out what was true or false, destroy them together and be done with it. Lie Mang reached down to his waist and a metal whip appeared in front of the crowd. Brother, be careful. Don't die. Lie Mang finished speaking and started pulling the metal whip in place. The whip, in his hands, began to move in a circular motion around the whip wielder like a white snake. What's this guy doing? Is he dancing? Ha ha ha. It's true that the living alien was never able to make it to the stage. Look, that one called Lie Mang is going to die. Just when the crowd thought that Lie Mang was going to be rounded up, Lie Mang suddenly pressed the whip switch. The fist-thick giant whip suddenly opened, revealing its interior. Only one neatly arranged stone block was seen to detach from the whip at certain intervals. Under centrifugal force, the stones flew out next to each other in all directions in 360 degrees. Explosion! Lie Mang detonated the obsidian block. Zhao Shan's main body and doppelganger were immediately enveloped in obsidian dust and debris. Seeing the moment the obsidian debris spread, Lie Mang raised one hand and squeezed it tightly. Razor hell. Chapter 60, Out of Competition Clashes. Chapter 60 Out of Competition Clash. The debris lagged for this second, emitting a horrible hissing sound. Jojo. All the bilocations as well as Zhao Shan's main body were plunged into a terrifying cutting hell.
The debris was like a swarm of horrible locusts, churning up and devouring everything in sight. In everyone's eyes, the hissing swarm of debris was like a cutting inferno, with any creatures and objects within it turned into shards.
Zhao
Shan couldn't even say the word surrender before he was drowned in this cutting hell. His skin, his bones, every bit of skin and tissue in his body was ripped alive. Before Zhao Shan in everyone's eyes could call out, surrender, it felt like his entire body shattered into a puddle of bone fragments and bright red tissue in the blink of an eye. Blood painted the ground a bright red.
Vomit.
Some people couldn't stand the horrible images and started vomiting. The people around them could no longer look straight at the scene.
Go on. I'm in a hurry. Rush my ass. The next fight is mine.
Jiang Kai took an arrow step forward and kicked Lie Mang off the fighting stage.
Referee, carry on. I'm up next.
Don't worry, I'll keep it tight.
Referee.
There was nothing to be done, and without bothering to clean up, the battle continued to begin. Needless to say, the appearance of Jiang Kai's lively smile enlivened the atmosphere of the scene. If Lie Mang was allowed to stay any longer, it would give everyone a really bad impression, and the impression of being murderous would follow Lie Mang for the rest of his life.
Hey! Sure enough, this guy hasn't thought about letting go of the water for a while.
Lin Lu was speechless for a while. This Lie Mang kid is good, but he just doesn't know how to stop.
Be careful of bad publicity if you're too heavy-handed.
Look at Keiko, that's a big smile and gives people a feeling of spring breeze.
Boom!
Lin Lu hadn't finished recounting what was on his mind when a terrifying explosion rang out in the stands.
Boom!
A huge explosion flooded most of the battle stage. The opposing combatants, on the other hand, had been torn apart in the explosion, charred and blackened body parts littering the ground.
Is this a competition? Is this a direct attempt on a person's life? Even if you're good, you can't do this? Complaint. You're a bunch of executioners.
Some of the spectators in the stands began a tirade. Jiang Kai looked at them with a smirk and finally uttered a hate-pulling sentence, if you're a vegetable, practice more.
This is simply. It's too arrogant. The Bohemia Academy is too arrogant.
Lin Lu covered his face with a slap of sadness.
It's all a bunch of questionable people. Hey! It seems the formula is still not right, it's not very powerful, should we change the mercury fulminate?
Jiang Kai was in deep thought while the referee looked at the other side, signaling the opposing trainee to continue on the man.
No! I don't want to go on, I'll die. Don't you guys look at me, go on if you dare.
A man in the opposite academy team was about to pee in fear at the moment.
You guys are going up or not?
If you don't go up, you guys lose.
The referee continued to ask.
The principal of the rival academy saw that his cadets had lost control of their emotions and sighed heavily. We
admit defeat. Ha! The first academy to surrender before the end of the fight in this year's Nanyang City Selection Tournament has appeared. Bohemia Academy, don't think you've won, you'll definitely be punished for your brutalization of your compatriots.
Hey, Sun Xing let out a long sigh.
Now the Sisyphus Academy is also riding a tiger. You don't need these guys, do you? Can't win the game at all.
Using these guys, I guess, was like a double-edged sword that made Zinnia carry the impression of being murderous. And La, headmaster, a few years ago, Thunder Academy, also, accidentally, caused the accidental death of dozens of people during a competition. To penalize us because of this, every championship from previous years would be a bloodbath.
So don't worry about these things. How we can better win the game next is the important key.
Lin Lu smiled and calmed the crowd.
Yes. Only through the storm can become an elite.
Sun Dishing coldly came to a sentence.
With that, Bohemia Academy went all the way to the semifinals as a dark horse. There is a 3-day break before the semifinals.
Lin Lu changed his usual strictness and gave a few people a day off. The 5 of them, Meng Li, Jiang Kai, Lie Mang, Shen Xian, and Lin Lu, went to a barbecue restaurant where they could do it themselves and relax and rest. I have to say, Lin Lu Yuan's craft from Blue Star is a real downgrade hit. Compound soy sauce modification, various spice proportioning, for Lin Lu that is hand in hand. A few people were talking and laughing, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, when an uninvited guest arrived in the open field of the store.
Look, Shen Lian, isn't that still your sister? Wow, that's pretty much it. I never thought I'd run into it here. As soon as Xin Lian and his three companions walked in, they set their eyes on Lin Lu's table. Looking at Meng Li, who was talking and laughing, Xin Lian was furious. This is the woman who put her own mother and father at odds for years. It was the same woman who had cast a shadow of shame over her otherwise good life. Yo, I can't imagine that the wild seed who gave up his name can also eat here. Xin Lian exited, a sentence that caught the attention of Lin Lu and the others. Oh? Lin Lu looked at the four people in front of him, revealing an interested look. Xin Lian, you'd better not come and cause trouble. I'm no longer a member of the Xin family. You walk your sunny path, I'll cross my wooden bridge. Meng Li stood up, a pair of eyes cold and terrifying. Huh? Not Xin's family? So where did you get your old living expenses from? Where did you learn all your skills? Enjoying the benefits of the family and then finally patting your ass and walking away, you disloyal, unfilial, and unkind wild. Whoosh! Before the word seed was even uttered, Xin Lian had already been struck by a powerful force and flew out backwards. Noisy, eating something is not mindful, Lin Lu continued to brush the barbecue. You guys, take him. Teacher. Xin Lian is my half-brother of my half-team. Meng Li had a tangled face. Alas. When the time comes to make a decision, it is not a good thing. Look at this brother of yours, does he deserve to live? Girl, remember my saying, never leave any room for your opponent. Lie Mang, an arm. Lin Lu continued to shuck roasted chicken wings, but his eyes had already given instructions. Click. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, Lie Mang pulled the scabbard trigger with his left hand and drew his sword with his right. Daring. How dare you commit murder in the street? Guardian armor. A companion of Xin Lian's team summoned an armor and blocked in front of Xin Lian. The armor is gray and has an indescribably heavy feel to it. Boring. Facing his opponent's defense, Lie Mang didn't stop. The terrifying high-frequency chopping attack swept out, and the hard armor was easily sliced through like tofu. The shifter inside was also stabbed in the stomach by Lie Mang. The surrounding people were stunned. This is a large public, how do this group of people dare to directly move their hands? Chi condensation fist. Seeing this, Xin Lian knew that he couldn't run away, and condensed a stream of chi visible to the naked eye, wrapping it around his fist and swinging it towards Lie Mang. Seeing this, Lie Mang snorted and with a ghostly pace, came to Xin Lian's side. Break one of your arms and grow a memory. Lie Mang held the chopping lantern in one hand and lifted it upwards easily and casually, after which one of Xin Lian's arms flew into the air, blood spurting out. Chapter 61, Escalation. Chapter 61, Escalating Matters. Ah, Xin Lian roared loudly. Blood continued to gush out of the bloody broken arm. This is the territory of Thunder Academy, how dare you commit murder in the street? Do you think our academy has no one? One of Xin Lian's companions took out a transmitter from his body and pressed it. In less than 2 minutes, 100 or so people came from Thunder Academy. These people surrounded Lin Lu and the others, preventing them from leaving. Watching the situation escalate, Lin Lu acted as if nothing had happened. He distributed the grilled chicken wings to the 3 people beside him, and shouted to Lie Mang, "Don't worry about him, come and eat." Lie Mang threw the blood-stained chopping lantern with force, then sheathed it and turned to leave. Wow, teacher, your chicken wings are so deliciously grilled. Jiang Kai heartlessly took a bite and praised it. I told you, I'm strong in this craft. Unbeatable. And a few skewers of half strong, that's the right flavor. Facing the angry stares of more than 100 people, Lin Lu and Jiang Kai smiled and chatted as if nothing had happened. Seeing that everyone was so relaxed, Chen Xian simply picked up a bunch of chicken wings and followed suit. But as he ate, he calculated the terrain and environment around him. Meng Li's expression was a bit shocked. She didn't expect her teacher and fellow disciple to be so decisive. You sit down and eat too. You're my student, and anyone else who dares to scold you, other than your parents and me, will be punished. At this moment, Jiang Kai, Lie Mang, and Chen Xian also looked at Meng Li and nodded with a smile. Something instantly clogged up inside Monique's heart. Growing up, there was no one but my own mother to tell me how I should deal with outside bullies. And today Lin Lu and his fellow disciples told themselves that if others hurt you, then you have to double back. Violence against violence, though undesirable, is the most effective means. How dare you guys be in the mood to continue eating? Go eat in hell for me. Inferno Dragon. One of Xin Lian's companions gathered a 1-meter thick fire dragon and prepared to attack. Floating cannon.
Meng Li no longer hesitated, she waved one hand and the 4 boxes at her waist quickly floated in the air. The box hovered in the air, making a regular shrill sound. Immediately afterward, 4 metallic iron balls approaching the speed of sound erupted from the box. Chirp! 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 The 4 munitions were precisely aimed at the fire-controlling alien's feet and legs. Before anyone had time to react, the 2 kneecaps and elbows of Xin Lian's companion were precisely shot through. A sharp pain hit the fire controller, and he immediately fell to the ground, and the fire dragon created with his powers faded away.
Ah! My hands, my feet! This time, no one dared to make a move.
Anyone who tried to make a move, the 3 people who were severely injured in front of them would be the downfall.
Get out of the way, Senior Bai Yujing is here.
A voice reached the crowd.
The people from Thunder Academy quickly made way. Boss, I.
Xin Lian was very lousy, he didn't exert his supernormal abilities, and he was subdued by the other party with one move.
Take your broken hand and hurry to the hospital, you might be able to get it back on.
Bai Yujing walked in with 2 Thunder Academy officers.
Yes.
Xin Lian grabbed his broken hand and prepared to leave.
Did I tell you to leave? A demonic voice came from behind.
Only to see that the always smiling Jiang Kai had collected his smile at this moment.
Oh. Interesting. Bai Yujing looked at Jiang Kai's few people and came to be interested. You are the people from the Bohemia Academy, aren't you? May I ask what explanation a few of you have for seriously injuring our Thunder Academy's people for no reason? Zigzag. As he uttered these words, greenish-blue currents emerged from Bai Yujing's entire body. It seemed as if Jiang Kai and the others were going to wipe out all of the few people in front of them if they didn't give a statement. He had a foul mouth first, but you're blaming us? Want to practice? Jiang Kai put down the cleanly gnawed chicken wing skeleton and stood up. Oh? Then let's practice. Bai Yujing raised his right hand and a current shot out. Seeing this, Jiang Kai also unleashed his supernatural ability, and a wall of high-density ceramic dust was instantly formed. The current comes into contact with the high-density ceramic dust and immediately disappears. Lin Lu, who was on the side, nodded. This kid Jiang Kai has progressed from the macro to the micro or even molecular level, not bad, not bad. Oh? Seeing Jiang Kai block the lightning easily, Bai Yujing was a little surprised. I can't believe you have this kind of strength, so how about this? Bai Yujing increased the voltage. Dark blue plasma jumped and flew in his hands, and an aura of destruction filled the entire space. All 4 of Jiang Kai's men were on standby, and once Bai Yujing made an attack, they would immediately return fire. Stop! A loud voice came. The crowd looked toward the place where the sound had come from, and several men in white uniforms appeared on the scene. Oh, you should be thankful that if these white guards hadn't arrived, all of your lives would have been accounted for here. Bai Yujing withdrew the plasma and left without looking back. Lin Lu and the others were also released after being cross-examined by Bai Wei. It was common for there to be private fights between members of different academies during tryouts. As long as no one gets killed, White Guard won't overreact. Back at the Thunder Academy, Bai Yujing gathered the participants in the auditions. Boss! What's the matter with calling us in such a hurry? A 2-meter-tall man asked with a smile. Boss! I just heard that Xin Lian had one of his hands wasted? The people below began to keep asking about the status. All right. I asked you all to come here so that you can carry out one thing. The people of the Bohemia Academy, as long as they meet up with us, all of them will be exterminated. The few people below immediately understood in seconds. Xin Lian did have an arm chopped off, but it will be restored tomorrow. But this breath, we can't swallow it like this. Everyone go back and prepare to prepare. Bai Yujing was full of gloom, but he did not lose control of his emotions. Just now, Jiang Kai's hand of perfect defense made him feel a hint of threat. Boss, what if Bohemia Academy doesn't make it to the finals? A cadet asked. Oh, we'll definitely be able to cross paths, don't worry, because it won't be a ring contest anymore starting with the semifinals. Ha! A change in the tournament format? A hint of anticipation rose in the hearts of the group. The 10,000-year-old ring match would finally go to hell. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Lin Lu's 5 people continued to enjoy the food. How did you feel just now? Was there any pressure to fight against an A-class alien? Lin Lu ate with his mouth full of oil. Very impressive. Before I evolved my powers, it was hard for me to win against him.
Lie Mang was the first to speak. Bai Yujing's lightning can already affect the magnetic field. I tried it and the magnetic field around him are constantly changing.
I have a hard time controlling it. Meng Li voiced her thoughts. Teacher, you know me, I can't even manipulate fluids yet. Let alone the use of microscopic charges, Shen Xian was honest.
With the exception of Jiang Kai, the rest of them were very open about being inferior to Bai Yujing. Lin Lu nodded, with pressure comes motivation. Bai Yujing's appearance caused Jiang Kai and the others to completely return to the mentality of challengers and apprentices.
Chapter 62 New Tournament System. Dark Zone Smash. Chapter 62 New Tournament System. Dark Zone Mayhem.
So, you guys gave up?
Lin Lu asked with a smile.
How is that possible, X4?
The four little ones once again showed a resolute expression.
You have to fight even if you can't win, you have to fight hard if you want to get ahead. Lie Mang skimmed his lips.
That guy isn't an unbeatable character, think of a tactic and you can always win. A small flame bubbled in Meng Li's eyes.
Teacher, electric current is also nothing more than the result of the movement of electric charge. Tonight I'll go back to advance the knowledge of the current part of the enlightenment. Shen Xian held his eyes.
Just do it.
Jiang Kai grinned broadly. The old man lost his mare. Bai Yujing brought pressure to the crowd, but also motivation. Finally, the day of the semifinals arrived. When the crowd from Zijingwa Academy entered the venue, they realized that the audience was pitifully small.
Why is there no audience? Where are the people? Zhou Guak was dumbfounded. The people from Bohemia Academy have arrived, so let's begin now. A man in a luxurious uniform walked up to the podium.
Below the podium, the people from the four colleges that had made it to the semi-finals sat in clear separation.
Hello everyone, I am the director of the Nanyang City Alien Energy Bureau Jiang Xia.
First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for making it to the semi-finals of the Golden Sword Conference in Nanyang City. Below is the list of colleges that made it to the semi-finals.
Thunder Academy, Jade Academy, 10 FAI College, Bohemia Academy.
Tisk, TSK,
Look at you, school son, we won just by looking at the name.
Sun Xing looked curious, how so? Lin Lu, our college name is longer than all of them.
Crowd, you don't say.
Jiang Xia continued his speech, all of you are among the people of Nanyang City, I don't need to elaborate on your excellence. But there's an old saying, it's a mule or a horse out for a walk.
That's why we're not using ring battles for this tournament.
Instead, conduct a dark zone hunt.
What?
Most of the people in the room were wide-eyed.
Dark zone hunting?
What the hell is this?
This final is very simple, you will be dropped into a less dangerous dark area for demonic beast hunting. The settlement score is
0.1 points for killing or capturing, Fey.
5 points for killing or capturing, Fierce Beast.
Kill or capture, Calamity Beast, for 50 points.
Finally, the scores are used to arrive at the winner and runner-up belonging to.
After explaining, Jiang Xia didn't continue the narrative, giving everyone a time to digest.
Suddenly, a cadet in Thunder Academy's seat raised his hand. Bureau Jiang, may I ask if we can snatch someone else's prey?
One sentence stirs up 1,000 waves. The cadets and executives of the other academies present outside of Thunder Academy looked angrily in the direction of Thunder Academy.
Hee, funny as hell nah. Li Shui from Sueyu Academy opened a purple fan and covered her mouth.
Interesting, I hope your Thunder Academy doesn't eat its own.
Kuda from the Sky Glory Academy clenched his fists.
On the other hand, on the side of Bohemia Academy, the four little ones looked at me, I looked at you, and they all saw the same answer in each other's eyes. Combination technique.
Equals OO.
Equals. This time, the final's new system gave the four youngest such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The bodies of the four little ones were stupid and constantly trembling.
Jiang Kai, I'll build it hundreds of mercury fulminate dust clusters and let Lie Mang rub all of them to explode, wouldn't that be?
No, the C4 in the detonator is more cost-effective.
Shen Xian, Jiang Kai builds explosive dust and merges it into a solid, I shoot the solid out, Lie Mang comes with a wave of strong vibration inside the explosive to generate heat, then won't it be able to boom all the time? Jiang Kai builds a metal dust block, I make it levitate in the air, Shen Xian makes it move in a circular motion, Lie Mang then vibrates it at a high frequency to make it turn into high-temperature dust, and a high-temperature magnetic storm doesn't come?
Unfortunately, Shen Xian can't control large bases of dust yet. Lie Mang, seeking a band. Ha ha ha, look guys, a few cadets from the Bohemia Academy are actually shivering at. The participants from Thunder Academy let out a snort when they saw the condition of Jiang Kai's few people. I don't think they've been to the Dark Zone, have they? People who haven't even been to the Dark Zone practice, of course they're going to be a little scared. Pussy. Thunder Academy swarmed with taunts, but the four little ones weren't impressed at all. Jiang Xiao looked at the trainee who asked the question with a stern look in his eyes. Of course you can, when you enter the dark area, it's a matter of life and death, and wealth and riches depend on the heavens. I will say this though, don't keep thinking about stealing the fruits of other people's labor. Sometimes the sheep and the lions have their moments of offense and defense. Seeing that no one asked any more questions, Jiang Xia yelled, 2 days later, gather here. Those who don't want to go can present themselves within the next 2 days. Dismissed. Lin Lu stood up and turned around before saying, I know what you guys are thinking, 2 days, totally enough, now dismissed. The four little ones rushed out of the meeting place in a swift manner and headed deeper into the White God Mountain. For 2 days, the White God Mountain became an experimental site. Hill after hill was destroyed. The four little ones stopped after a tornado of red-hot metal crushed through a hill. Looking at the large expanse of black ground in front of him, Jiang Kai looked at Chen Xian, his face filled with shock. Chen Xian, you can already control large base objects? Jiang Kai asked with a smile. It doesn't. You grab a handful of sand and throw it at me and I still can't catch it. But there is a cheat. By coalescing the dust into chunks, and then turning it into dust after I gave it vectorial powers, he was able to follow the pattern I had set before. It's like I typed in a program and it moves on its own. Now I only need to devise 2 rules, one so that the dust has a forward initial velocity moving forward, and the other so that the other velocity is always pointing in the direction of the tangent to the initial velocity, and in this way, circular motion is achieved. Chen Xian took out a tree branch and wrote and drew on the ground, teaching the remaining 3 a lesson. This combination technique is too horrible, it really hurts the sky and. Mang Li coldly ventured out. Lemon, who is Tianhe? All, this old illiterate man. Everyone, since we've created a combo, shouldn't we give this combo a name? Jiang Kai raised an interesting point. Since it was created by us together, how about extracting a word from our names to combine into a name? Lie Mang suddenly became interested. It couldn't be helped, martial artists had a bad habit of naming their stances. With a farting powerful chopping attack, he can give you a yin yang wuji qian kuendo dome blade. Yes, it was Lemon's father who did this. Chen Xian pushed his eyes, all extracted one word. I extracted only this combination is suitable, Mang Li Kai Xian. Dream triumph? Want to win? Daydreaming? A bunch of people are disgusted as hell. How about moon bloodstorm? High-end atmosphere? Lie Mang came to be interested. Stop, to that. Jiang Kai immediately vetoed. Let's call it Scarlet Magnetic Storm, I think. Lin Lu walked out from somewhere. Sensei, X4. The 4 people who were originally sitting on the ground immediately stood up. It's almost time, we're leaving at night, this combination of your skills, it's great, it's already a bit of a furnace. Lin Lu didn't mince words in delivering the praise. Chapter 63, Southwest Dark Zone, the finals open. Chapter 63 Southwest Dark Zone, the finals open. At night, the people from the 4 academies took a special car to the southwest center of the Dragon Kingdom Fugu City. Just after stepping out of the security lane, there was a special shuttle to the hotel for check-in. On the road, looking at the nightly illuminated Fugu City, Jiang Kai and Lie Mang let out bursts of admiration. I've heard that this is the southwest hub, I can't imagine that this place is so prosperous. Jiang Kai continuously marveled. Oh, you boys should be careful, oh, this place is very dangerous for you. Lin Lu heard Jiang Kai's discussion and immediately interjected. Why? Not only the 3 men, but even Monique became interested. Haven't you heard, the city of Fugu is crooked except for the roads, which are straight. Like a few of you pretty boys, when you go out for a walk you can receive all sorts of partner invitations. Lin Lu burst out laughing. Impossible. Jiang Kai vetoed with a single breath. As it happened, the blue crystal-driven auto rickshaw pulled up in front of the hotel. A few people grabbed their luggage and started to check in. Once he entered the hotel, Jiang Kai was a bit confused. He saw a short-haired handsome man with pinched orchid fingers and a wobbly walk approaching him. Hi. Handsome guy is so pretty. About it. My name is Jiang Wo, you're a newcomer, right? Do you need someone to help you? Aha!
At this moment, Jiang Kai was as hard as eating. Not only him, but his companions behind him were all confused.
What's going on here? Told you guys to be careful. This city is very tolerant, so. You know, Lin Lu awkwardly explained. Hurry up! Just like that, Jiang Kai spent a night that was hard to sleep. On the second day, all 4 academies arrived at a small base in the southwestern part of the country under the escort of the Alien Energy Bureau.
This place was not under the jurisdiction of the military, it was a talent training base built by the Alien Energy Bureau itself to train its own squad. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Jiang Xia didn't talk nonsense and directly began the battle arrangements. Everyone, welcome to our Inhuman Bureau's Moonwatch base, where this Nanyang City final will take place. Each academy must send a squad of 7 people to enter the Dark Zone next to the base to hunt demonic beasts. Hunted demonic beasts can be shipped to the base for settlement. As for how to ship it back, you guys figure it out. If there is a situation where they can't be shipped back, they can be partially shipped back. Let's say a sword-tailed tiger, which would have been 50 points, but you can bring back its most valuable tail sword, which also has 28 points. So how to ship it, what to ship back, and staffing arrangements you all need to think about.
What? Transportation? Chen Xian's face began to become excited.
He was part of the transportation company before, now if he was given specific coordinates, he could do a vector calculation and bring his prey right back. We have judges on base who specialize in scoring to review your results. When you enter the Dark Zone, you will need to stay inside for 2 days. Anyone exiting the Dark Zone early is considered to have forfeited the race. As long as you don't go outside the Dark Zone, even if you're wandering around in front of the base gates, it's not a violation.
There is a dedicated intake staff at the base gate.
All you need to do is mark the demonic beasts and place them at the gate, and they will be accounted for immediately.
2 days later, the scores will be ranked, understood? Everyone nodded.
By the way, to avoid the problem of crashing at the beginning, you will be transported by transporter to a field 5 kilometers away.
Finally. Wishes everyone a safe return.
After Jiang Xia finished speaking, he left the crowd. A group of staff members began to prepare various supplies for all.
I'll be waiting for you here, next, whether you die or live, it's up to you. Lin Lu said with a smile. Yes, X7.
The eyes of the people from the Purple Bohemia Academy burned. This was the closest they would ever come to honor, and even if it cost them their lives, they would bring that honor back to Zinnia Academy. Transportation trucks loaded the contestants in batches and drove into the Dark Zone.
Lin Lu, are they okay with it?
Sun Xing asked worriedly from the side.
There's a saying that it's up to them.
After that, Lin Lu went to rest in the base's restroom.
Big brother, you don't have to worry, those kids, they can come back.
Sun Dishing smiled and comforted his brother.
Yes. Can come back.
Sun Xing looked at the departing transportation vehicle, his heart mixed feelings. After half an hour of time, Jiang Kai and the others were let down by a small, peaceful lake. Gentlemen, you have our base transmitter on your bracelets. Once the transmitter is used, our base will send assistance immediately. However, using the transmitter means withdrawing from this contest, so please use it with caution. Also, your transmitters will record your academy scores, so try not to damage them.
The base transporter informed this and left the scene.
It was still morning, and an air of dangerous solemnity permeated the entire forest.
Alright, let's start looking for prey now.
Chen Xian carefully observed his surroundings and prepared for a big fight. It's no problem to do it, but we also need to think about what prey to find to start with first. Zhou Qing asked with a smile.
Is there any need to ask?
Of course it's a calamity beast class. Jiang Kai said with a big grin.
No. There's no need.
Chen Xian immediately spoke out.
Oh?
What do you suggest?
Hey, just before I came out I asked for a map and calculated the distance, so?
Are you saying that we don't have to go for transportation?
Jiang Kai's eyes lit up.
That's right, as long as it's prey, I can vector it straight back to base, why don't
we give it a try?
Hey, just try it.
Lemon ran out with a sprint. We don't have to help?
Lu Jiner inquired from the sidelines. Hey, no need, we're familiar with the situation here in the Dark Zone nah, we'll be back soon. Jiang Kai told everyone to set up their tents and camping spots in place, ready for the team to rest for the night.
At the moment, the triumvirate created an illusion. Are we racing or camping? In less than 10 minutes, Lie Mang returned carrying a foreign beast. No, a boar with big tusks, you pass it back and try. Lie Mang threw the boar on the ground. Okay.
Chen Xian took out his cell phone and then began to calculate.
Good. A dozen seconds later, Chen Xian touched his hand to the boar, whose body emitted a faint blue light. Look out, everyone!
Right in front of everyone's eyes, the boar seemed to be endowed with a kind of magical power, and then flew into the sky with a whoosh.
Look at this speed, there's still a good while to go before we arrive, right?
Chen Xian held up his glasses. The staff of the Moonwatch base was at the moment going about their daily work in an organized manner.
Suddenly the alarm went off. What's going on? Could it be that a demonic beast is attacking? It's not right. All the powerful demonic beasts in this area have been pretty much cleared by us.
A staff member complained in a panic.
No, that's not a demonic beast, you guys look.
Everyone looked down at the hand of a staff member. The body of a boar unexpectedly flew from a distance and fell from the sky.
This parabola is still really long.
Lin Lu was powerless to spit out.
You little bastards, why don't you just bring the stuff back? Why are you making it so dangerous? The whole thing is the same as a demonic beast sneak attack in the air.
You guys, this isn't a sneak attack by a demonic beast, this is the corpse of a wild boar.
There's a couple words on it, it's...
The crowd walked over and saw a line of bloody letters on the big-toothed boar, Purple Bohemia Academy.
Chapter 64, Meeting Yoshiko Again. Chapter 64, Meeting Yoshiko Again. Is this the spoils of war from Zinnia Academy? How did they send it back? How were they sent back? Didn't you see them sent straight back through the air? A group of people chattered in disgust.
The scorer breezed over and examined the boar carcass. Not bad, the degree of preservation is intact, no excessive damage to other parts of the body except for the bones that shattered during the fall, you can be able to score 0.1 points.
After the inspection, the referee added the score to the account of Zinnia Academy. Ding!
Jiang Kai and the others' bracelets issued a prompting sound.
Look guys, it's already added. Lu Jiner shouted excitedly.
It was her first time participating in such a competition, so she felt both nervous and new.
Chen Xian, not bad, so now we can go for a group capture operation. Jiang Kai laughed out loud. Group arrest? Could it be that you guys are trying to...
Zhou Qing guessed what Jiang Kai and the others were thinking. That's right, instead of going to the trouble of searching for ferocious beasts and calamitous beasts, we should just pack up and put back all the foreign beasts we see in front of us. It's not like Chen Xian's ability uses up too much physical strength anyway.
It's decided. Lie Mang, what else is there in that place you went to? And a herd of black cattle and 3-eyed sheep, how do you mean? All in one? That's for sure, let's practice while we have time.
The triumvirate stayed behind to watch over the camp at the end, and the remaining 4 headed towards the beasts.
Ah! Comfortable.
Zhou Qing opened a can of drink and took a big gulp.
You're still in the mood for a drink, senior, don't you think we're all being neglected? Everything is done by a few of them now. Lu Jiner was a little emotional.
Old sister, you really don't know how to enjoy life. The first few years were all about me and Ah Ching working our asses off.
It was really hard at that time.
I was injured all over and I was really tired.
Isn't it nice that we have someone to help us charge ahead now, and we get all sorts of honors for lying down? One has to learn to be content, not everything you have to take advantage of.
Now let them go and earn their points back properly, and in the end we'll still get the medal easily. Hey, it's pretty good. Zhou Guai also opened a bottle of drink and clinked it with Zhou Qing.
This side of the world is relaxed and happy, but the base is blowing up. Beast after beast flew like rain from afar. Holy! What the hell is that supposed to mean? Keep flying stuff our way. Fly even if you want, the point is that they're pretty accurate. Don't bother checking anymore, it's all about the scores from Zinjibur Academy.
The judges kept adding points to Zinnia, although each Fei had fewer points, but they couldn't help the fact that he had more volume. In just 1 hour, the base had harvested 200 Fei, and Zinnia Academy had gained 20 points. At this time, the frozen food warehouse in the base could no longer fit, and in order to avoid wasting food, the base specially hired a group of people to carry out the curing of meat. A couple of guys dressed as chefs set up a smoker's table outside the base.
Oh, I can't imagine that people here already know how to use smoking to preserve food. Lin Lu watched these chefs operate and felt a hint of nostalgia for Blue Star. Just as he was getting ready for bed, the figure of a young man caught his attention. The young man was seen carrying 2 buckets of water and setting them aside. One hand went into one bucket and the other into the other. In less than 10 seconds, one bucket surprisingly began to freeze while the other began to become boiling. "Xiao Yi, you don't want your hand." A chef rushed over and took the lad's hand out of the hot water. "Hey, brotherly, so much meat simply can't be smoked in one go. So I thought about making some ice to keep it fresh. Also over here, let the water get a little hotter so you guys can heat it up quickly for the hair pulling operation." "Alas, child. Your thoughts are good, but this will hurt you." "Hey. This child." The middle-aged chef shook his head. Saying nothing, he walked away quietly. Lin Lu walked over and began to think as he watched the youth pouring there. "This leader, what are you looking at?" The middle-aged chef walked over and greeted Lin Lu smilingly. "Yo, hello. That young man just now is. Oh. Little Ya, he is an orphan abandoned by his parents since he was young. There is only a necklace worn on his body with the word Yi written on it. That's why we call him Yi. He grew up with our Oriental chef, and he cooks well. But lately it's been a little frustrating because of the awakening of her powers. In his heart he had the ideal of getting rid of demons. But now the ideal has been shattered? Hey. Poor kid." The middle-aged man let out a long sigh, as if he was feeling sorry for the boy. "Oh, did something happen?" Lin Lu was curious for a moment. "When he awakened his powers, we in the chef's group were very happy, but when his powers were evaluated, it was a D-rank life power. With a costly temperature control? This uncle, can you tell us a little bit about his powers?" "Hey, sure." The middle-aged man took a liking to Lin Lu. Because from the very beginning, everyone else on the base had an innate contempt for their group of cooks. Instead, it was Lin Lu who kept looking at his group with a smile on his face, showing a very egalitarian friendliness. Xiaoya's supernatural ability is strange, being able to control the temperature of objects. But there was a very serious problem with his powers. For example, if he wants to heat up an object, the temperature of his own body will be lowered if he uses this ability. If the object is cooled down, then his own body temperature rises. You see, he had to put another bucket aside in order to make the ice so that the increased heat could be transferred to the other bucket. There are times when his powers are not even as good as the average heater. Alas. Jussi, may I ask what other strange things have happened to Sayaka besides the temperature? You think carefully. About things that are the opposite of our daily life. Strange things, oh. Right, I remember one time, when I went out to work with Sayaka, I accidentally cut my hand and it bled profusely. Subsequently, Sayaka was anxious. But a few seconds later my hand was better for some reason. By the time he got home, Sayaka was inexplicably sick. And a horrific stab wound, 1/2 meter long, was discovered from his abdomen. I was shocked and rushed him to the hospital. Sure enough. At this moment, Lin Lu's heart was pounding. My goodness. Is there even such an alien power? Luckily, the koha in Uncle's mouth was merely exercising this ability on a temperature level. If it were applied in other directions. Lin Lu shook his head as a familiar and unfamiliar word popped out of his head. This lad called Yi, he wants to settle. Quiz, everyone's favorite quiz session is back, ask what powers. Kotoha's persona picture is still in the works, so stay tuned. Chapter 65 You can control the end. Chapter 65 You can control the end. Lin Lu walked over to Yi, bent down and asked with a smile, "Oh, your name is Yi, right? Is it okay if I call you Yi?" Aya looked at Lin Lu with some confusion, then nodded. Yi, I'm Lin Lu, the teacher of the Bohemia Academy. I'll get right to the point. I think you have the potential to become a super alien warrior, so now I'm inviting you to enter the Bohemia Academy and become my disciple. May I ask if you agree? Huh? Yi looked at Lin Lu, his head in a daze. He didn't even notice the water temperature rising and falling. Wow! Watching Yi lose control of his emotions, and the temperature of the water in the buckets on either side of him began to go in an extreme direction, Lin Lu immediately pulled his hand out. Yes. Sorry. Mr. Lin, just now I. Seeing this, the middle-aged man on the side immediately ran over. What's wrong, little Yi? What happened? Brotherly, it's like this, Teacher Lin said that he invited me to enter the Bohemia Academy. Yi swallowed.
The middle-aged man was first joyful, then became wary. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi is my brother. I would also like to see him enroll in a senior college to further his education. But his psychic ability is a Class D life psychic ability, so I really can't think of any reason for you guys to recruit him in? So, I'm sorry. Please allow me to decline. Lin Lu didn't get angry when he heard the middle-aged man's words and said with a smile, although a few years ago there were scandals of morally degenerate colleges recruiting living aliens to do human experiments, our Bohemia College is ranked at the top of the pyramid in Nanyang City. You also know that the Yi Golden Sword Conference selection tournament is going on here, and we're one of the top 4. Do you think we'd do something like that? And do you really think that Yi's ability is a D-rank life ability? Yi, whose face was originally in despair, seemed to have grasped something and raised his head. Teacher Lin, my supernatural ability can fight demonic beasts? Of course you can. Not only can you fight, your powers are beyond belief.
In this case, brotherly right, I'll make a bet with you. If I can't make Yi form a sizable fighting force within half a day, how about you reject me again?
Lin Lu smiled and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder.
But you can, and if you can really make something of this kid, I'll never stand in the way. Just like that, Yi was brought to a corner of the Lookout Moon base by Lin Lu. Mr. Lin. Me. I know you have something to say. Tell me, what kind of thoughts do you have? I'm afraid you have a reason for wanting to fight a demonic beast.
Yi nodded. I grew up without a mom and dad, and it was Big Brother Lee's parents who took me in. They told me that when they picked me up, all they had was this leaf necklace around my neck. I want to know my own life, so becoming a demon-hunting mercenary is my dream. This way I can travel around the world investigating my origins while earning money to support Lee's dad and mom. After listening to Aya's introduction, Lin Lu nodded. Not bad, filial piety is commendable and you have your own opinion. Lin Lu patted Aya's shoulder, then his face turned serious. Okay, here we go. Since I've promised your big brother Lee to make you stronger, I have to speed things up. Your abilities are special. To be precise, the power of your ability comes from the height of your perception. Cognitive height? Yi was a bit confused. Don't all psychic abilities require exercise? How did it come to be that you need to be enhanced by raising your cognition? If I'm not mistaken, your ability is similar to Maxwell's demons, allowing for entropy increases and decreases. Entropy? What's that? Aya was flabbergasted. Lin Lu smiled and began a detailed explanation. Our sages summarized a lot of interesting laws. Some were able to reveal the laws of natural law, while others were able to reveal the laws of the universe.
The first thing you need to understand is the first law, the second law of thermodynamics. Let me ask you, can a cup of hot water become cold water under natural room temperature conditions? Yes. Aya nodded. Then let me ask you another question. Can a glass of cold water be changed into hot water without any intervention? Lin Lu asked again. Can't. So what if I have to force it into hot water? With fire, or using blue crystal energy? That's right.
So we're coming to the conclusion that heat can't be transferred spontaneously from a low-temperature object to a high-temperature object without causing other changes.
Aha!
Mr. Lin, are you saying that if we want to make a low-temperature object into a high-temperature object, we have to pay extra?
Not bad. This kid can understand. Good, then let's continue.
Next, we introduce the concept of entropy. You can simply understand that entropy is the quantity used to describe the situation of disorder and chaos within a system. The higher the entropy, the more chaotic it is. The lower the entropy, the more ordered it is. At this moment, Aya's head started to spin.
Phew. Sure enough. Still have to do the bootstrapping.
So the two began a slightly longer conversation about preparing for mastery.
Lin Lu, Yi, when you usually use your supernatural powers, do you ever see things that normal people can't?
Aya nodded. That's right, Mr. Lin, I can feel very tiny particles.
And I found that the particles are tightly packed together in a very orderly fashion, then the water is in the form of ice. If the particles are free to move around, all over the place, then it's the form of water. Nice. Have you ever observed what happens when ice is placed on a table?
It will melt and end up in a puddle.
So if I put warm water on the table, will it freeze on its own? No way. So bring in the perspective that you can see, why does the ice melt and the particles get messy in natural situations? And water can't turn itself into ice and get organized? I seem to get it. Does it mean that everything gets messed up in natural conditions and natural situations? Snap. Linus clapped his hands together. The children are teachable, and we have a name for this level of chaos called entropy. We categorize order as low entropy and chaos as high entropy. Remember one thing. Entropy always gets bigger, just like ice at room temperature melts into water. This leads us to the second law of thermodynamics: isolated closed systems become more chaotic. This process of becoming chaotic we call entropy increase. Aya continued to nod. Entropy increase is absolute, just like time will eventually pass and people will become senile. However, there is one guy who manages to defy this rule. That's you. Me? Aya was shocked. That's right, you're like a law-breaking demon, bringing order to particles that would otherwise be chaotic. This is entropy reduction. Sensei. Are you saying that I have the power of reversal? Lin Lu's eyes became even more stern. Kid, as far as the current situation is concerned, can't see as a last resort, you are not able to carry out alien energy operations other than temperature. Lin recorded, not only hands are reversed. Time, cause and effect, the fact that as long as it is glued to the entropy reduction, it is a big problem. Chapter 66 Ice and Flame Dual Defense. Chapter 66 Ice and Flame Dual Defense. Yeah. Hee, kid, if I'm not wrong, your real age should be in your 20s. Lin Lu hit the nail on the head. Air. I'm 22. Aya answered truthfully. Look at you, now you look like a big boy of 16 or 17. If I'm not mistaken, you should be in this situation to save someone. Teacher, you're amazing, how did you know? I've been feeling a little younger since the last time my body inexplicably developed a knife wound. He. Nonsense. Lin Lu let out a roar. Yi was startled by Lin Lu's yell and immediately quieted down, not daring to speak. Both entropy increase and entropy decrease are not much of a problem as long as you operate on dead things, and the surrogate is also dead. But once you get involved with living things or life forms, you have to be careful. You'll most likely be punished by something that will even disappear from this world without a trace, and that's entropy debt. Aya's eyes went wide, and she was a little bit fuzzy inside. Ha! For a thing to get the desired result, an equal price must be paid. This used to be the maxim of the alchemists. But what they don't realize is that to get something to pay for it must be more. If I'm guessing correctly, when you convert temperatures, you have to release more heat whenever you want to convert something to a lower temperature, and vice versa, right? Aya was completely overwhelmed by Lin Lu's erudition at this moment, and everything he said was exactly like his own situation. When you perform entropy decreasing operations, you have to add more entropy increasing to compensate. You lower the temperature, the laws of the universe will take it back with interest. This explains why you release more calories. It also shows how you obviously only reversed a small wound on Brother Lee, but you yourself suffered such a large stab wound, and lost time, growing up, and got a serious illness. In terms of the formula, it is entropy debt equals reversal of condition X number greater than 1. What this number greater than 1 is, there is no way to know now, and it is, instead, the compensation factor that the universe demands of you. Got it? Understood. But Mr. Lin, how should I utilize this ability? According to you, the punishment mechanism is so strict that I don't even dare to make an expanded use of it, huh? At this point, Aya had both excitement and fear. One's every move may be subject to entropy debt, crusades, and who knows what the entropy debt claiming mechanism is? Now only the temperature is familiar to you. That's what I'm talking about when I say that your ability isn't to improve proficiency, it's to improve perception. Here. Snap. A pair of specially made armored gloves fell into Aya's eyes. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? It's one of my vomit-inducing creations, and it's called Ice Inferno Dual Royalty. A glove that can withstand high temperatures while being able to fire and push energy by turning a huge amount of energy into a single point of excitation. The other glove can withstand extremely low temperatures and contains a micro-coil charging system. Providing energy as you swing the glove, the built-in air conversion system draws in air and expels it quickly, allowing the gas that you've cryogenized to be ejected for point-blank shots or large gas coverage.
By the way, your low temperatures happen to allow for cryogenic superconductivity in the gloves, and the microcoils will be much more powerful.
Don't ask me why I have them, because it's my hobby. At the moment Aya's eyes were a little moist.
The fire of the heart that had been extinguished in the pursuit of the powerful was once again ignited.
Caution.
You mustn't get the order of ice and fire wrong.
But getting it wrong can be used in the wrong way. Try it first.
Excitedly, Aya put the gloves on top of her hands.
Alien power. Initiation. After a call, Aya's two hands took on different effects.
One hand was burning with a blazing fire, and these flames could actually coalesce and morph under Aya's control. The other glove exudes oozing cold air that is so cold that it is capable of causing severe frostbite to even living creatures.
Okay, let's try the stability of the Inferno set first. Try to shrink and coalesce your calories.
Aya obediently obeyed and coalesced all the energy from the Inferno sleeve into a small ball.
Very good, then try to control that heat and push him out hard. Aya did as he was told, compressing the heat in his hands.
The originally fiery red ball of light took on a bright red color. But as the temperature climbed higher and higher, the original orange-red ball of flame turned blue.
It finally turned from blue to a dazzling white light. Incandescent meteor. Aya pushed the white ball of light in his hand fiercely, and an aura of destruction came over him.
Only the ball of light in Aya's hand was seen flying into the distance like a meteor that pierced through the sky.
The collision finally occurred as they approached a small hill. Boom!
A huge explosion came, and the entire hill had been obliterated by a blinding white light.
Mr. Lin,
There's no need to be so nervous, try how effective the ice set is next.
Aya nodded, gathering a terrifyingly cold aura in his right hand before flicking it off, dusty white death domain.
A large area of the woods on his side was covered by this terrifying cold aura, and in the end, it even turned into cold ice crystals. Cell freezing, metabolic damage, membrane system damage, metabolic stagnation. Lin Lu carefully examined the situation of this forest in front of him and made a summary.
Dead. Can't come back alive.
Lin Lu also sucked in a breath of cool air.
That's a pretty unreasonable temperature control. Teacher, do you think this is okay for me? Aya had a coy look on his face.
Okay?
Row. That's too good.
Lin Lu was very happy, he could not imagine that he had brought another terrifying disciple into his pocket.
Alright, go and report to your big brother Lee, I think that way he shouldn't stop you from becoming my disciple.
Lin Lu revealed a satisfied smile, but his heart was a bit furtive.
Alas, for the time being, let Aya first on the entropy of temperature, if used elsewhere, I really do not know what will happen, this thing is really too horrible, Maxwell Demon.
So the two came to the middle-aged man. When Aya once again displayed the terrifying destructive power of ice flame, the middle-aged man directly opened his own mouth wide, not knowing what to say.
Brother Lee, right? You see now that this brat has gotten so strong. It should be able to be taken away by me, right? Can. Definitely can. Great, now Sayaka's wish will come true. Xiaoya, when you get to the academy, you must listen to Mr. Lin, do you hear me? Don't do anything to damage Mr. Lin's reputation.
You can have such a blessing all thanks to Mr. Lin's great help. We are people who know how to repay others, we must repay others properly. The middle-aged man rambles on like an old lady a couple dozen years older. Lin Lu couldn't look away and tapped him on the shoulder to shut him up.
Alright, Aya, now I'll ask you once more, are you willing to become my disciple?
Lin Lu once again asked those familiar and solemn words.
Willing. Master is above.
Please accept my disciple's obeisance.
Aya dropped to both knees and knocked his forehead heavily on the ground. Not bad, finally another smart disciple. Alas, aside from Chen Xian, I really want to spit on the remaining 3 stickmen. Chapter 67, The Silent World. Chapter 67, The Silent World.
In the inspection room of the Moonwatch base, Director Jiang Xia was frowning tightly.
It seems like these guys aren't fools, all thinking about reaping the benefits.
Jiang Xia sipped a cup of green tea and revealed a wry smile.
Does the director want to start working on that program?
The subordinate in front of the surveillance screen asked with a smile.
It's almost time.
Half a day of the 2 days have passed, it's time to get them started moving.
Activate the notification function of the bracelet. The subordinate nodded, then pressed a button.
At this point, the 4 academy powers within the dark zone were clearly separated and did not engage in long-distance hunting. Faced with prey beyond a certain distance, they did not attack and tried to stay put and rest as long as possible. After all, whoever strikes first means being the first to consume battle power, and everyone is not a cutie pie. All thinking about picking up benefits when the end is near. Just when everyone thought this would continue, the bracelet sounded a warning. Attention, attention, in 1 minute you will be randomly transported to a specific location, please be prepared. Once again, once the bracelet leaves the player for 1 minute it is ruled a failure. What the hell? Lie Mang was dumbfounded as he listened to the sound the bracelet made. It looks like we'll be forcibly separated, but can we do that with just this bracelet? Jiang Kai asked with a smile. No, you mustn't forget that the Bureau of Alien Energy has an alien who is proficient in ectoplasmic teleportation. He is able to teleport an object to another specified location based on specific coordinates. Zhou Qing spoke the truth. This man is Director Jiang Xiajian. Cho Guak added from the sidelines. What? This bad is really bad nah. Everyone, the next step is the real battle. I just want to give you one piece of advice, run if you can't beat them. When Zhao Gao finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared. Guys! Cheer up! Chen Xian said with a smile and disappeared. One by one, the people in the rest camp began to disappear. Jiang Xia's purpose is simple, match everyone on a one-to-one basis for a brutal screening. Whoosh! The crowd left, leaving Jiang Kai standing alone. Jiang Kai, what's going on? You're not going to teleport me? Everyone else is gone, and I'm the only one standing guard here? Jiang Xiaoyu, this is not forget me, I did not get on the car I did not get on the car Lie Mang, who had been teleported away, only felt a flash of scenery in front of him. Blinking again, in an open green field. And across from him stood a plainly dressed man. So that's what it was all about in the first place? Interesting. Your name is Lie Mang, isn't it? I saw you perform in the previous battle. Listening to the man in front of him speak eloquently, Lie Mang pressed the sheath of his sword with his left hand and gripped the hilt with his right. No way? You're going to start a fight with me as soon as we meet, don't you want to wait for me to finish introducing myself? The man pretended to be scared. 10 seconds. Lie Mang was succinct. My humble self, a third-year student of the Yi Jade Academy, Yi Futian. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lie Mang began to move quickly and rushed towards Yi Futian. Kid, you're really impatient, but well, you can't win this time when you run into me. Visual deprivation. Yi confused Tian snapped his fingers. Lie Mang, who was running, suddenly felt that the scenery in front of him instantly darkened, and finally became pitch black. Lie Mang, who was sprinting, immediately stopped and then took a defensive stance. Ha 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 ha, is it that you can't see out of your eyes? My powers are pretty special. According to the explanation in the manual of the Alien Council, I am able to deprive my enemies of their 5 senses, including sight, hearing, smell, touch and taste. But right now my powers can only take away 1 sense. How's that? It's not nice not being able to see things. You have to be careful, oh don't die here. Lie Mang didn't panic, instead, he composed himself and stood still. His ears twitched slightly, being careful to feel the source of the other man's voice. Kid, to be honest, I don't really want to kill you, you're right up my alley. Competition, it should be a little more bloody, there is not so much of a family thing. So that means that today, as long as you admit defeat and give me your bracelet or break it, I'll spare your life, how about that? Yi Puishan threw an olive branch to Lie Mang. Seeing that Lie Mang remained motionless, he said again, you can't see anything anymore, do you still want to struggle? Go back. This year's champion must be our Jade Academy. Over there. Lie Mang searched for the source of the voice, and with a shake of his hand, several vibrating flying daggers suddenly flew out. Whoosh! 2 cracking sounds emanated from Lie Mang's palm, but unfortunately, the results were only those 2 sounds. Kid, do you think I haven't encountered such a situation before? What just spoke was just one of my enunciators. And the real me. Whoosh! Lie Mang threw a few more flying daggers out. These flying daggers were again the result of a punt when they were shot out. At this moment, Yi Futian was walking in a circle around Lie Mang, and as he did so, he threw the pronouncer on his body onto the ground along with a special device. There are 7 or 8 enunciators surrounding Lemon. Instead, Yi Zhutian held a controller in his hand, which could control any one or more of the vocalizers to make a sound. Since you're not attacking, it's my turn. Bang!
A heavy sound rang out, and Lie Mang felt that his back had been hit by a heavy stone, and was already flooded with bruises. Ha, it's a little toy I invented, I call him the nailhead gun. It won't kill you like a blue crystal ray gun, but it will hurt a lot. How's that? Kid, surrender, you can't win against me now. Lie Mang was unmoved, still standing silently. Kid, since you still won't listen, enjoy yourself. Bang! 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 Successive nailhead rounds hit Lemon, causing his body to ache immensely.
East, 15 degrees northeast, 25 degrees northeast, 45 degrees northeast.
Although his body gave out a warning of pain, Lie Mang continued to grit his teeth. He was silently calculating the direction in which the slugs were shooting over. Finally, between the gaps after a slug shot, Lie Mang suddenly performed a stance and slashed back due north of himself. Chopping the curfew from top to bottom, it drew a graceful arc in the air. However, the expected sound of muscles shattering did not come. Oh, a little more for you. The warhead that was just sent out was not fired by me personally, but was delayed by a device I designed to fire at you. Amazing, to be able to project the angle and place I'm about to arrive at by the warheads I fired. Not bad, not bad. So next I have some good news for you, my powers have evolved recently and I can already deprive the second sense, auditory seal. As Yi Futian issued the closure command, Lie Mang felt like he had fallen into a dark and silent world. Here he could hear nothing and see nothing, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 68, The World of Waves. Chapter 68, The World of Wave. So falling into the abyss feels like this? Lie Mang retracted the chopping knife back into its sheath and just stood straight up. The current Lie Mang was unable to perceive anything other than the sensation of pain. No, besides the pain sensation, there's another thing I can feel, the touch. As well as the vibration. Yi Futian still continued his attack. Lie Mang was a very interesting toy to him.
Immersed in the extreme darkness, Lie Mang also saw a different scene. In this world all had fallen silent, but the vibrations of the creatures, the slight tremors of the world he could truly feel. He could feel his heart beating. He could feel the grass on the ground shiver slightly in the breeze. He could even feel a regular tremor emanating from the entire world. At this moment, Lie Mang sees a picture that is very different from the whole real world. Dot after dot continued to vibrate, sending out a ring of ripples. The ripples intertwined with the ripples to create a new residual wave. Some of the ripples traveled very quickly and violently. And some ripples are slow as an old man. In this way one vibrating point after another continued to send out ripples, one after another rebuilding the dark world of Lemon. Here, like a prophet who enters the world of ripples, he accomplishes his epiphany in a world built entirely of vibrating points and ripples. All right. Kid. I'm not going to play with you anymore, I'll unleash my maximum power shots next, so just get some sleep. Bang. A dull ringing sound appeared, and a conical nailhead projectile shot towards Lie Mang. Yi Futian had originally thought that this strike would be able to make Lie Mang fall to the ground in response. But in the next second, Lie Mang turned around with a handsome draw of his sword and cut the thumb-sized nailhead bullet in two. Impossible, your hearing and vision have obviously been completely closed off by me, how could you possibly know the direction of the nailhead shot? Kid, take that. Yi Futian turned on continuous shooting, and a continuous stream of nailhead bullets shot towards Lie Mang. In his perception, Lemon was as if he had fallen into an infernal hell, unable to perceive any sound or image. But the reality was that these nail bombs were as conspicuous as an amplified signal in the ripple world. Clang clang clang. Lie Mang quickly swung chopping knife. The nailhead bullets were chopped off one by Lie Mang as they approached him. The ground was covered with broken pieces of warheads lying on the ground, and at this moment Yi Futian began to feel fear. How did Lemon sense the direction? No, this was no longer an ordinary direction of perception, this was simply the ability to make the quickest reactionary judgment to all situations. I have to say that this ability of yours to seal the five senses is really strong, I almost fell into this endless darkness. But thank you as well, it is because of your world of darkness that I have been able to further my powers. Just when Yi Futian didn't know what to do, Lie Mang arrived behind him in a body style. Your waves, disorganized, show that you're in a panic inside, and since you gave me a chance in the beginning, I'm giving you one now. Remove your powers and destroy your bracelet or give me. Lie Mang's voice was filled with a horrible killing aura. Yi Futian was certain that if he didn't follow Lie Mang's approach, then his own little life would be accounted for here. Okay, I'll give it to you. But I want to know, how did you know where I was?
No. Exactly. How were you able to move around even when you lost your sight and hearing? Box. In a flash, Lie Mang's sense of sight and hearing was fully restored. Yi Zutian stood in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Because each one of them emits an energy called a wave. And I can see all the waveforms. Even though you have sealed off my sight and hearing, I am still able to construct the entire world in my mind through vibrating ripples. In some ways, it's even more accurate than the real world. And Bo also told me your mind is messed up, you have no desire to fight now. Alas, Yi Bufutian sat paralyzed on the ground. He took off his bracelet and handed it to Lie Mang. I lost. Kid, I'm not afraid of anyone I meet with this ability. But I really felt restrained when I met you. It's amazing that you were able to circumvent all the effects of my ability with another World Watch method. Awesome. Well, kill or be killed as you wish. Lemon flashed a smile. He took Chopper back into his sheath and then sat down as well. I'll stay here with you until the rescue truck arrives. After all, that attack of yours is really as funny as it sounds. Limon skimmed his lips and started spitting. Kid, do you think our academy is the same as yours? All we know is fighting and killing all day long. We are talking about a martial arts to meet friends. Of course our goal is also the champion, but not as utilitarian as you guys. By the way, Lee Mont is it? Since your powers have evolved, can you show me a few tricks? What I know now is that you're able to cut off all matter. But you can only fight in a physical fight. Once you meet a long-range opponent, won't you still be pressed by the enemy? Without realizing it, the two actually began to talk in harmony. Evolution? Speaking of which, I seem to have been able to control the vibrational frequency of smaller particles. Try. Say it and do it. Lifting his index finger, he aimed it at a rock and began to activate his powers. The air molecules in contact with Lie Mang's fingertips began to vibrate and accelerate. More and more air molecules begin to increase in frequency and gather. Finally, these air molecules formed a directional ultrasonic beam that instantly pierced the rock that Limon was pointing at. Wow, Lemon, that's a sneak attack. Yi Bufu Tian sighed. Wait a minute, if that's possible. Lie Mang drew the chopping knight. He then attached his powers to the chopping knight. Immediately after that, he held Chopper Knight in both hands and swung it forward with force. Whoosh! An air chop visible to the naked eye flew off into the distance and into the woods. All the trees, plants, and rocks were split in two by this air chop. It wasn't until this air chop had carved a path forward of 600 to 700 meters that it managed to stop. Holy! Lemon, pay up! One fight with me and you've improved so much. This means that the silent and unimaginative environment I just cast on you is very important. Pay up. Hurry up and pay. Or I can't take it. Leaf Confusion called out from the sidelines. Looking at the chirping Yi Futian, Lie Mang gave him all the bracelets. I'll give you the bracelet as a repayment for the favor of not killing you and the favor of advancing. Let's part ways, I'm going to find my companions. Don't leave so soon. Why don't we all go together? I'm going to find my companion, too. And if my guess is correct, your target should be Thunder Academy. Lemon nodded and the two walked side by side. Lemon, there's one thing I'm curious about. Why is it so easy for you to believe me? Aren't you afraid I'll give you a sneak attack while you're resting or spending time with you? Yi Putian asked with a smile. It's simple. First, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done it when you closed off my vision and hearing. Secondly, I don't detect any hostility in the ripples you emit. Invincible, that new skill of yours can still feel the kindness and malice of enemies? Yi Bufu Tian's eyes widened. Lemon stopped talking and started walking in one direction. Before entering the dark zone, Chen Xian utilized his vectorial powers to create 4 vector pointers. The direction that Lie Mang was going now was the direction that Jiang Kai was in. Chapter 69, Sisters and Brothers. Chapter 69, Sisters and Brothers. In an open area of a small forest, a man and a woman had their left hands behind their backs and their right hands flicked forward in a fighting stance. Oh, what an eye of the old heaven, I can't imagine that I would have the honor of being parted with a cheap bastard like you. Shen Mengli, you're bound to die this time. Mengli looked at her half-brother with no confusion in her eyes, replaced by a firm look of determination. Shen Lian, I didn't expect to be able to split up with you either. Your mouth still stinks. If you spew anymore, then I won't be polite to you. Anymore. By the way, don't call me Shin Mengli, I've long since lost that last name. You. Shenlian burst out in anger. The Shin family is located at the top of the pyramid of the martial arts world, and you, Shin Mengli, dare to say that you don't want the Shin surname. This was not only an insult to the Shin family, but also an insult to himself. Ha, you're a wild seed, where are you qualified to judge our Shin family? Watch the move. Shenlian stopped talking and gathered his entire body's chi to attack Mengli. Seeing this, Mengli also greeted him. The two men punched and saw each other out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two were from the same school and were siblings. Although everyone within the Righteousness Alliance had always treated Mengli poorly, Shin Hao had loved this daughter and taught her many things. Oh, I can't imagine that father would be so biased as to teach you many secret techniques. Eccentric? Don't you know these secret techniques as well? Mengli sneered. Those things were mine in the first place, so what makes you, a bastard, entitled to them? Not playing with you for the rest of the day. Suddenly, Shenlian struck a very strange pose. You. Dream Lily gasped. This move, which she had seen on her own father and grandfather, was the direct secret technique of the Jingqi Alliance, Qi skill. A Qi energy visible to the naked eye was generated around Shenlian's body. Mengli knew that this was the effect produced by condensing and gathering Qi. Qi technique, white crane spreading wings. Boom! A huge gas explosion suddenly appeared. Shenlian's entire body was shrouded in terrifying might as he flew towards Mengli. Mengli did not dodge, and her eyes kept watching Shenlian's moves. Bang! The two men once again fisted each other. Ahem! This time, it was no longer an even match. Mengli was sent flying by Shenlian's punch, and after a few coughs, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Ha, so what if you know those moves? Without the cooperation of the Qi technique, what you use is just an empty shelf. At this moment, Shenlian was refreshed. The resentment accumulated in his chest was released at this moment. Aren't you a psychic? Why don't you use your supernatural abilities? Shenlian continued to sneer. There's no need for that. Go on. Mengli's eyes were cold, staring straight at Shenlian. You're welcome then. Again. Shenlian repeated the same technique and attacked Mengli with his qi. Just as the two were about to collide, Mengli let out a loud shout. The white crane spreads its wings. The two men's stance movements were once again unified. Bang! This time, the one who flew out backwards wasn't Mengli, instead, it was Shenlian. How is it possible that you know the Qi skill? This is our Shin family's crushing skill, and it is passed on to men and not to women. How could you? How could you? Mengli revealed an evil smile. Of course someone taught me this move. Who? Who dares to teach? Who dares to make such a pact against the ancestors? Shenlian yelled towards Mengli. Who taught me? Oh, wasn't it you who taught me just now? Mengli replied with a smile. What? Shenlian's expression began to freeze. Shenlian, I know this move of yours after reading it once. Isn't it that Qi starts from the Yongquan acupoint, passes through the Taishi acupoint in the knee and foot part, the 3 Yinjiao, the 3 miles of the foot, and the Sea of Blood acupoints, then gathers a second channel of Qi, rushes up to the Guanyuan acupoint, the Tanzhong acupoint, the Dashi vertebrae acupoint, and finally gathers in the Fingfu acupoint and the 100 meetings acupoints. Am I right? Mengli knows all these acupoint luck, all thanks to her cousin Su Shui. In her home, she has a collection of books on acupressure points. Su Shui tells her that these are Lin Lu's masterpieces. What? Yellow Emperor's Internal Canon, Suwon, Examination of the 8 Channels of the Qi Jing. Linus, it's got nothing to do with me, I'm just hugging my old man's leg. Shenlian's face turned pale when he heard this. There are a total of 720 acupuncture points all over the body. The Qi secret is the mnemonic for efficient luck found in these points. This mnemonic is the result of how many grandparents have traded their lives for it. If the luck goes astray, the strength will be nullified if it is light, or the life will be jeopardized if it is heavy. Moreover, the acupoints that Mengli said were not at all the same as the names of the acupoints on the existing Qi secrets. Is she self-taught and uneducated? Shenlian, you can still change this way of luck, like this. Mengli closed her eyes and began to luck out.
Terrifying waves of qi continued to surge over Mang Li's body, and a suffocating sensation that made people gasp for air came at Xin Lian. It was only at this moment that Xin Lian suddenly realized that when he and Mang Li competed in martial arts in the past, the other party was giving way to him. No wonder Grandpa asked her to come back. No wonder even when her own mother had advocated that she was a feral child, the uncles of the Righteous Alliance had loomed large. No wonder even when Xin Mangli announced that she had given up the Xin surname, the older generation of the Jinqi Alliance did not issue an extermination order. It turns out, Xin Mangli's martial arts talent shines through the past and present. No. Can't let her live. With her around, our younger generation of martial arts prides will not have a day of reckoning at all. Xin Lian's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had moved to kill. With a cross in his heart, Xin Lian directly swung out a fist. Mang Li didn't think much about it and continued to make moves as well. When her fist with qi energy collided with Xin Lian's arm, it was as if her body was pulled by a huge force, and in the end, she was unable to move. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xin Lian lifted his foot and kicked it with force, hitting Mang Li squarely in the abdomen. Woo! This teaching is powerful. Mang Li was kicked a dozen meters and finally fell to the ground. Finally fooled. Do you think I really don't know how to use my powers? Before I was just testing your strength and to corroborate something. Originally, I didn't want to kill you, I wanted you to be my whetstone. But your strength is too outrageous for you to survive in this world, and your existence will be a roadblock for me. Mang Li didn't get up and remained lying on the ground. Oh, since you're going to die, I'll let you die as well. My ability is action imprisonment. As soon as you are touched by me, all your movements will be bound by a mysterious power. In 10 minutes, you'll become a vegetable who can only think. How about that? This feeling of powerlessness is great. Ha 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 ha. Xin Lian let out a wild laugh. At this moment, she could finally exterminate Mang Li, the sister who, in his opinion, should not have been born. Alright, have a good trip. Xin Lian drew a sharp dagger from his waist and threw it hard at Mang Li's chest. The dagger was fast, but the moment before it touched Mang Li's body, it unexpectedly stopped. What's going on here? A bad feeling came through his head. Xin Lian was sweating coldly and just looked straight at Mang Li in the distance. Chapter 70, The Great Mutilation. Chapter 70, The Great Mutilation. The dagger in midair suddenly activated again, circling around Monique's body and unlocking all the pockets and backpacks behind her. In Xin Lian's eyes, a bizarre scene occurred. As if they had a mind, the pieces of metal formed a piece of outer armor that covered Mang Li's body. In just under 5 seconds, Mang Li's entire body looked like it was covered in a layer of armor. The armor began to move under Dreamlily's fine manipulation, and with the help of the armor, Dreamlily actually stood up like a normal person. No. What happened? Xin Lian had been stunned. His psychic abilities could be put to use before. Even a strong person of a rank or above would be at a great disadvantage if they didn't know about his special ability. And Xin Lian's identity as a martial artist was very confusing. Martial artists like to fight in close quarters. So if Xin Lian approached his opponent, it would be considered a normal habit of being a martial artist. But now, his once invincible powers were useless. Mang Li stood up and then began to float into midair, pulling away from Xin Lian. In the next second, a large pile of metallic sand particles on the ground began to float upwards. Under Mang Li's control, they began to shape and arrange themselves, and in just a blink of an eye, the metals actually formed a sentence. Sure enough, this kind of underhanded tactic is still very much your style. Why the hell are you? You? Why the hell can you do this when you obviously can't move? The metal morphed again, transforming the shape of the font. Since you used your powers, I'm going to use them too. You know, we could have never crossed paths. You and your mother have tried to put me to death again and again. If I'm not mistaken, the last time the Green Dragon base happened, it was also your mother and son's tactic, right? Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'll make you lose your ability as a martial artist. At the sound of the words, 4 floating cannons rose from the grass. No! No! Boundless fear rose from Xin Lian's heart. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed into the woods. Mang Li's eyes flashed as she began to accelerate in the air, giving chase to Xin Lian. The two began a game of eagle and rabbit for the rest of the day. Phew! Phew! Xin Lian kept running. He didn't dare to stop because he saw a killing intent in Mang Li's eyes that he had never seen before. After running for a long time, Xin Lian rested under a rock.
Damn it! Why? Why is this happening? What exactly are his powers? At this moment, Shen Lian's heart was extremely regretful. If he had done his homework on Mang Li's psychic ability earlier, I'm afraid he wouldn't be in such a mess now. Finally, the calm broke in a flash. Chirp! An iron ball with a wind-breaking sound pierced through the rock and also brushed past Shen Lian's ear. She's coming! My powers, it's time. At this time, Shen Lian had already panicked. Oh my foolish brother. At first I was thinking that no matter what you do, I will not retaliate against you. But you have gone too far. I recognize all that you have done to me, but you have put my companions in danger, so you will have to account for something today. Mang Li was suspended in mid-air, her eyes staring at the panicked Shen Lian. Well, brother, it's time to pay the debt. If a boulder had been pressed against my head the moment I was unable to move, I might have gone to my grave. But there are no ifs in this world. Shen Mang Li, what are you doing? I'm the only heir of the Righteousness Alliance. If anything happens to me at your hands, Dad, Grandpa will never let you go. One of the 8 great families that my mother belongs to, the Morong family, will take endless revenge on you. Can you afford to be so responsible? Dad? Grandpa? Morong family, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Mang Li let out a slightly maniacal laugh with one hand over her stomach and one hand pressed against her face. What are you laughing at? At this time Shen Lian felt a hint of tyranny. Ha ha ha. Do you think, what you say, I care? My teacher once told me. When I was weaker than others, I didn't dare to kill him. When I'm the same strength as someone else, I'll count the gains and losses. When I'm far more powerful than anyone else, that's all there is to say. To kill you. What's it to you? Mang Li's words were like glass slag that zapped Shen Lian's hope for survival to pieces. Brother, you may not be dying. Monique raised her right hand. All the metal in front of us began to reshape and combine. 10 seconds or so later the sky was covered with spikes made of various metals. Brother, this is the last time I call you your brother. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. If you can survive this vertebral storm, I'll let you go. The metal spikes that had been lined up in a matrix in the air began to rotate on their own. As they got faster and faster, the metal matrix of over 200 spiked vertebrae filled the air with destruction. Goodbye, Shen Lian. Mang Li pressed her raised right hand downward, and the metal spiked vertebrae matrix suddenly accelerated and shot in Shen Lian's direction. Looking at the overwhelming matrix of spikes, Shen Lian gave up resistance. Unable to reach Mang Li, he could only watch as the high-speed spinning spikes that filled his eyes came at him. TSK. Seeing Shen Lian resigned to his fate and not moving, Mang Li gently waved her finger. All the shoulder vertebrae avoided the vital parts of Shen Lian's body and just pierced his hands and feet. Poo 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 poo. The spikes pierced Shen Lian's limbs, only his internal organs were not attacked. Aha! The sound of pain resonates throughout the woods. With a click, Shen Lian's bracelet was shattered, and a coordinate signal was immediately transmitted to the Moonwatch base. Who? Why? Don't you kill me. Shen Lian was bleeding and unable to move. He was surprised why Shen Mang Li didn't kill him. Shen Lian, you're right, if you want to become stronger, you need a whetstone. I used to think it was best to be able to avoid the mines of growing up. But now I've changed my mind. One cannot avoid all the mines in this life. No matter what you do, you'll eventually step on it. It's just a matter of stepping on it earlier and later. Now, I'm going to use the Righteous Alliance, the Morong family, as my whetstone. I won't kill you, but you've lost all your meridians and become an invalid. The next Righteous Alliance and Morong family will definitely send all kinds of strong people to hang me. Really enjoying it. Blood. Battle. Shattered desire to survive, and the battlefield where the undead roam after the Great War. Mang Li began to become a bit strange. In this battle between life and death, she actually felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This lunatic. Shen Lian fell asleep due to blood loss. A few minutes later, the rescue team arrived at the place where Shen Lian was unconscious. What's happening here? How come a large area of the ground has been indiscriminately destroyed? Look, that's Shen Lian. Cut the crap, get it checked out and send someone back. Shen Lian, whose entire body was covered with oozing blood holes, was finally discovered and retrieved a small life.
Mengli, on the other hand, had long since left and moved in the direction of Jiang Kai.
Chapter 71, Desire and Thoughts. Chapter 71, Desire and Thoughts. Braised wings. My favorite.
But you Jiangxia forced Deng not to pass me.
If you don't pass it on to me, the more I'm going to eat it, the more I'm going to eat it. If you don't eat it now, you won't get a chance to eat it again. If you don't eat it now, you won't get a chance to eat it later.
Jiang Kai was alone in front of the campfire roasting chicken wings, humming a song Lin Lu had taught him earlier. At this point he's at the mercy of the pendulum.
What do you mean? Everyone's passed away, leaving me here alone. I can eat and drink, but how do I feel like I am not valued?
Just as Jiang Kai was feeling sorry for himself, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a girl dressed in white, with a head of red hair that moved with the wind, showing her youthful beauty. The voluptuous figure was wrapped in a sexy corset, giving people infinite fantasies. Yo, I told you, it smells so good in here.
The girl didn't have any intention of being out of the ordinary and sat down opposite Jiang Kai. This beautiful woman, you are. Don't ask, bake it for me.
Big sister, there has to be a first come first served for everything, right? I've been baking these wings for a long time, surely I should eat them first. Jiang Kai argued with reason.
Cut the crap, give or die.
The girl's eyes turned crimson as she said this.
Give. Mess with.
Seeing the other party being so aggressive, Jiang Kai didn't bother to explain to her and gave him his baked chicken wings.
Eat, only baked this little bit.
Jiang Kai silently walked to a corner of the table and took out a covered box. The girl elegantly took small bites of the chicken wings, looking at Jiang Kai every now and then as she did so.
Hey, I'll just eat these to make do.
Jiang Kai sighed for a while and silently opened the huge box on his chest. It's filled with all sorts of barbecue food. The lamb is fat and lean, the meat is roasted to a charred and oily finish, the pungent aroma of cumin and chili noodles wrapped in the mellow fat, the aroma is mouth-watering. The skin of the chicken wings glows with an amber honey color, the charred and crispy edges curling up slightly, and when torn apart the tender white shredded meat is wrapped in piping hot juices, mingling with the charcoal aroma as it explodes on the tongue. Mushrooms in tinfoil packets soak up the fresh spiciness of garlic and millet chili, and the silvery white strands are drenched in red oil and quivering.
Jiang Kai, start.
At this moment, the girl opposite Jiang Kai put down her chicken wings. Jiang Kai, who was eating with his mouth full of oil, saw that the other party had stopped eating the chicken wings and asked with a smile, "Eat, why don't you eat, beautiful girl? Those chicken wings are baked deliciously." At this point, the girl's eyes went from crimson to a normal human color again.
Ahem. You're holding something to share with me. That's not good enough, I failed to bake that chicken wing, these are the ones I succeeded in baking, no. Jiang Kai continued to eat the fragrant baked goods, not caring at all.
Seeing that Jiang Kai didn't give it, the girls didn't say anything and just laughed while waiting. 10 minutes later, Jiang Kai wiped off his mouth full of grease stains and stood up. Phew, enough to eat and drink, let's fight.
Oh? You know who I am? The girl came interested. Who else could it be?
This aura of yours, this temperament of yours, and this unreasonable style of yours, other than Demon Fox's body, Li Shui, I can't think of a second person.
Hee, you're funny, can I know your name?
Li Shui deliberately revealed a charming smile.
Hey. My name is Jiang Kai.
Li Shui's smile seemed to have a special kind of magic, and Jiang Kai unconsciously followed what Li Shui said.
No, you are.
Jiang Kai cold sweat. Just now he unexpectedly fell into Li Shui's way. Oh, little handsome boy, come here, play with my sister. At this moment, Li Shui's sultry voice was like a bone-crushing and heart-gouging demon, constantly hammering Jiang Kai's will until it collapsed and became a slave to his desires. Yo, little brother Jiang Kai, I can't imagine that your willpower is that strong. If a normal shifter would have thrown herself at me by now at this time, and you've managed to hold out until now, not bad, not bad. Li Shui smiled even more demurely, and behind her there seemed to be a lust demon that constantly aroused the most primitive desires of human beings.
Damn it, pretty girl, I'm warning you not to use that trick again or I'll fight back. Ha, defiance. The more you resist, little handsome, the more excited I get. Beauty, I can't take it anymore.
At this moment, Jiang Kai's eyes were red, his harlotry was flowing all over the place, and his remaining sanity was about to be wiped out by Li Shui's charming power. Oh, unleash your most primal desires, then.
Become my slave.
Li Shui swiped open her short skirt all over again while using her powers. This was a big deal. How could Jiang Kai, who was a magician reserve, stand all this? And his eyes immediately turned peachy. But Jiang Kai was, after all, a strong-willed, exotic warrior, and in the moment his sanity collapsed, he raised his right arm and shouted, "Dust, telluric elemental!" Without a shred of defense. Telluric dust appeared where Li Shui's entire body was, and between one breath and the next, Li Shui sucked some of the telluric dust in, and some of it stuck to her skin. Seeing these small things around her body, Li Shui immediately took a long leap away from the spot. "Hee, little brother, I have studied your attack pattern. You have to create a line of ignition to set the dust off. So, as long as I'm out of your dust ball, you can't do any harm to me." "Ah. Right. Jiang Kai's eyes were still pink peachy. "Come on, come over here, come closer to me, handsome guy." Li Shui repeated her trick, making Jiang Kai keep coming closer to her. In the past experience, as long as the alien who was completely captured by his own charming power, there was basically no such thing as escape. And it was just as he thought. Jiang Kai was like a walking corpse approaching him little by little. "Oh, seeing as this little handsome guy is so cute, let him run naked in the grass for half an hour after he breaks his bracelet later. The charm will be lifted in half an hour." Li Shui gave a bad smile. However, things didn't go the way Li Shui wanted them to. As the completely charmed Jiang Kai got closer and closer, a bizarre scene occurred. The expression of Jiang Kai, who was originally a contented, dripping harridan, began to slowly change. It changed from an initial giggle to a non-smile to a look of disgust after smelling a foul odor. Vomit. A dry heaving from Jiang Kai snapped him out of his charm. "My goodness, I originally thought that the flavor of this vomit would be heavier? But I didn't think that vomit would be this heavy. What? How is it possible? You actually woke up charmed." Li Shui was up to her old tricks, and Jiang Kai was in a harried state again. After 10 seconds or so, Jiang Kai had a vomit-like fit and came to his senses. What's going on? Is it a hell of a day? At the moment, Li Shui seemed to be at loggerheads with Jiang Kai. Once Jiang Kai woke up, she immediately used her charm power. So here's the picture. K3. Jiang Kai, C. K3. Jiang Kai, C. And so on and so forth. Jiang Kai, may I ask which one to choose, flavored chocolate or chocolate flavored? Chapter 72 Tellurium Elemental Terror. Chapter 72 Tellurium Elemental Terror. Stop. Vomit, Jiang Kai yelled, then pulled away. Even the most beautiful woman will get tired of looking at her after a while. Coupled with the stench, Jiang Kai began to become immune to Li Shui's seductive powers. How can you? Li Shui was in a stupor. How could he not understand how Jiang Kai had broken free of his charm powers? This kind of psychic ability is similar to a mental attack, and it simply cannot be disarmed on its own. JK, what can't be undone? When you have a pile of X's stuffed in your mouth and nostrils, are you going to run with them towards a beautiful woman? Just as Li Shui was a bit confused, a cute bun-headed girl slowly approached from a distance. "Sister Snow, did you finish off that guy yet?" "Ha! This smell. Vomit." The girl had no defense. A mouthful of vomit. "Ray, you too, what's going on here?" "Sister Snow, don't come over, vomit. Your own people." Ray continued to back away as her nose and eyes suffered from the horrible stench with every step Li Shui took closer to her. "Vomit. Sister Snow, can't you smell it yourself? There is an unimaginable stench on your body, especially when you are talking. This stench is even more pronounced." "Stench? No, I can't smell it at all?" Li Shui was confused. "Vomit, is he telling the truth because you've been exposed to telluric elemental dust crystals?" Jiang Kai began to explain. "Telluric element, what is that?" Li Shui was puzzled for a moment. "What your skin just touched and that dust you inhaled is tellurium. Once it enters your body, it is metabolized to produce conversion to organotelluric compounds with volatile properties. These compounds have a strong garlic-like malodor and the stench is very strong. This compound is eliminated from the body through breath, sweat and urine, resulting in abnormal body odor, which means right now you're no different than a portable cesspool." Boom! At the moment, it was as if Li Shui had endured a natural disaster. At the moment, her eyes were lifeless, and her entire strength seemed to have been drained. After a second or two, Li Shui came back to his senses, but it seemed he was still undeterred and slowly walked towards his schoolmate.
Sister, my dear sister. Vomit. You do not come over, ah. Vomit. Sister Snow, I'm still young. I don't want to. Ah. Vomit.
Seeing how Ling reacted like this, Li Shui was already sure that the truth was just as Jiang Kai had said.
How dare you? You humiliate me like this.
Li Shui's own anger value instantly reached its maximum. Normally, he was the high and mighty academy pride, the academy's pride of heaven.
But now it's turned into a portable septic tank.
How could this be acceptable to such a beautiful woman?
I want you to die.
A ball of terrifyingly tyrannical energy suddenly appeared and wrapped Li Shui's body. Immediately after that, the energy ball began to expand continuously.
After 10 seconds, a 5m tall demon fox appeared in front of Jiang Kai. Ha! So it's Beauty and the Beast. Awesome!
Jiang Kai clapped his hands and revealed his trademark smile.
Kid, I want you dead.
The giant fox's eyes emitted a terrifying red light, and more than 50 huge balls of fire slowly surfaced around his body.
Foxfire!
The giant fox let out a roar and attacked Jiang Kai with hot flames.
Hee, senior sister Li Shui, your move won't work on me, oh. Dust shaping.
In an instant, dense dust particles appeared around Jiang Kai's body, and these particles went from being haphazard at the beginning to being arranged in an orderly manner at the end, finally forming a conical metal cover. The flames hit the metal cover without any reaction, and eventually slowly dissipated.
You.
Li Shui felt a pang of trouble. I didn't realize that Jiang Kai could apply dust to such an extent.
Hey, Li Shui, if this is all you have, then you won't be able to leave today.
Jiang Kai, I've seen a lot of powerful freshmen, some of them are incredibly confident, some of them think they're the best in the world, some of them keep bragging about how powerful they are, and at the end of the day, how is it?
Right now. You're not qualified to defeat me. Spirit Beast stance.
Finally Li Shui stopped hiding her clumsiness and put her final combat form on display. Red fire surrounded the giant fox, then grew smaller and smaller, finally coalescing into an adult-sized shape. When the flames dispersed, a seductive to the extreme beast-eared maiden face surfaced in front of Jiang Kai. White ears, snow-white silver hair, ruddy eyes, and a voluptuous figure. At this moment, Li Shui's knitted brows and smile carried an unspeakable charm. It would be fine if this body only functioned as a charm, but his combat power was just as terrifying. Blood Blade 1000 releases. Li Shui let out a roar as dozens of red blood blades instantly formed and shot towards Jiang Kai.
Pink wall. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate and struck out with a ringing finger. A huge area of high-density dust instantly appeared in the path of the blood blades' flight.
As the blood blades flew through these areas, they surprisingly began to slowly become smaller, and in the end, disappeared within the wall of dust.
You.
Li Shui was furious, her attack was unexpectedly blocked by Jiang Kai again. Zeolite dust has powerful adsorption properties, so your blood blades will be drained as they pass through the wall of zeolite dust that rises up.
Then how about this move? 1,000 shadows and 10,000 flowers.
Li Shui let out a chirp, and hundreds of figures identical to Li Shui appeared around and surrounded Jiang Kai.
Jiang Kai, since you're so confident, how are you going to deal with my current legion of doppelgangers?
Li Shui still had that superior look. In her opinion, this man named Jiang Kai was also just lucky to be able to just restrain her various abilities. He had also never expected Jiang Kai's battle power to exceed his own.
Ugh! Jiang Kai let out a sigh. What are you sighing for?
At this moment, Li Shui's whole body was a bit terrified. He seemed to have a premonition that something bad was about to happen.
My teacher said that to back down is to disrespect your opponent. So in order to give my senior sister the grandest respect, I'm now about to perform one of my stunts. Aluminum hot pink cloud. Still a crisp ringing finger.
Massive clouds of aluminum and iron oxide dust covered the entire legion of splitters.
Sister Li Shui, have you heard the cool line the art is? Burning. Snap.
The ringing of the fingers plunged everything around them into a sea of sparks and heat. Of course, this ocean is as hot as 3,000 degrees Celsius. All of Li Shui's detachments turned into dust in this sea of flames. This scene is like the God of heaven descending to the earth, destroying all sins and falsehoods one by one with that holy sword.
The brilliant white sea was like a demon devouring everything in sight. And Jiang Kai, having made an adiabatic shield of his own, quietly waited for the burn to end. Ugh, I wonder if that would be too cruel. Chapter 73 Attacking from Afar. Chapter 73 Attacking from Afar. Phew. Done. Jiang Kai craned his neck. Alas. It seems that there are still a few brushes, the main body even ran away. Jiang Kai was speechless for a while. I can't believe I almost blew myself up just now. Looks like it's better not to play like that in the future. A kilometer away from Jiang Kai, two figures walked slowly. Wang Xiaoling found a mask from somewhere and put it on her head. Li Shui was all black, like a black bear. Damn it, Jiang Kai, Zijingwa Academy. You guys wait for me. Ah. Pain, 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 pain. The rest of the first year in third class ended the fight. However, Chen Xian's side was still fighting in full swing. Ah, it hurts. Ouch. It's been a long time since I fought like this, Chen Xian, right? Come on, let's continue. Boulder after boulder continued to fly towards Chen Xian. Senior Kodak, as I said, these attacks of yours have no on me. It's not working. What about that? Your attacks don't work on me either. As you know, my psychic ability was rated by the convocation as Power of Earth Rock, and as long as I stand on the ground, I have inexhaustible psychic abilities. Come on, kid, let's not talk about each other. You think I don't see it? You guys are sharpening your knives on me. After fighting for so long, have you realized any new moves? Koda, the country face, asked with a smile. Wherever, thanks to Senior Kodak's unstinting advice, I now have an understanding. Chen Xian smiled and hugged a fist salute. In that case, I won't hide it. I can see that your fighting sense is very raw. It's all thanks to your object control ability that you've been able to hold out until now. But even if you are controlling things, you still have a limit of control, right? Kid, don't die. Oh, Sky Stone Burial. Kodak unleashed his powers. At this moment the entire earth was constantly shaking as if it had turned into a semi-fluid body. A boulder surprisingly rose from the ground and then exploded. The rocks that exploded apart flew in the direction Chen Xian was standing as if they were on a tracker. The entire several hundred stones smashed into Chen Xian like a continuous rain of stones. Kid, if you can survive my move, we might have some things to talk about. Kodak has issued a declaration of victory. In his opinion, with such a high-density rain of rocks, not many people could survive from it as long as they were locked on. Previously, Chen Xian had been able to fight himself to a standstill, and a large reason for that was that the frequency and density of his attacks were just not large enough. Now that he had increased the frequency and density of his attacks to a terrifying value, it was impossible for Chen Xian to survive such an attack. Oh yeah, there's something I want to talk to Kodak-senpai about too. Come on Kodak-senpai, vector armor. Chen Xian pushed his glasses, then began to unleash his vector control ability. One could only see a light blue halo enveloping Chen Xian, while he himself stood there as if nothing had happened, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Good boy, good guts to not make any defense. Kuda was becoming more and more appreciative of Chen Xian, who was wearing glasses in front of him and was dressed as a scholar. Fell. Without any hesitation, Kodak slammed hundreds of stones at Chen Xian. Kid, if you don't dodge again, don't blame me if you get smashed to death. Don't worry, senpai. Smash it. With that, the sea of rocks finished accelerating in the air and crashed to the ground. Ordinary ground was smashed by these stones, and one depression after another appeared. On the contrary, Chen Xian's body seemed to be protected by some mysterious power. Any rocks that hit him flew out in the opposite direction, and he himself was unharmed. Kakaka. The stone rain continued to fall, yet Chen Xian strolled idly through it. If Lin Lu were here, he would definitely give Chen Xian an award for being a third-rate student. Previously, Chen Xian had all attempted to achieve complete individual vector control over their one object. This kind of control takes a lot of alien power and a lot of arithmetic. But the current Chen Xian did the opposite. In the face of Kodak's high-frequency, high-density attacks, he no longer exerted control over each object, but instead enveloped his entire body in the power of his powers, turning it into vector armor. And this vector armor has only one command: vector take reverse. All stones that attempted to approach would instantly lose their original vector direction once they touched Chen Xian, while an opposite direction would be applied with the same magnitude of speed and acceleration. Of course, the armor isn't all-encompassing. People need to breathe and receive sound. None of these areas are covered by armor. Also, a variety of extreme environments can be fatal to those inside vector armor. Finally, after 10 seconds, the rain of stones fell. Senior Kodak, what do you think? About us talking about it. Chen Xian was still smiling lightly as always. A slight sweat stain ran down Koda's forehead. This kid, he's practically the nemesis of shooting attacks. If you don't understand Chen Xian's supernatural ability in advance, you come and go with a single shot to the soul, and you immediately ascend to the heavens with 2 feet on the ground. Terror. Insurmountable. This is what Kodak said about Chen Xian. With that thought, Koda stopped his attack and pressed his hand into the ground. The powers were activated and a set of stone tables and chairs suddenly appeared in front of the two. Sit down, there are some things we can talk about, Kodak smiled, signaling Chen Xian to sit down. The two just sat down. Senior Kodak, may I ask what your goal is in attending the Golden Sword Conference this time? Chen Xian asked with a smile. Oh, truth be told, I'm aiming for the title. Kodak didn't even think about it as the title declaration came out of his mouth. Oh? Really? Does Senior Kodak really think that your Tianhui Academy can win the championship in this conference? Kid, what do you mean? What I'm trying to say is, Senior Kodak, there are 3 other people as strong as me in our Zinnia Academy. When Chen Xian said that, Koda's face sank. Senior Koda, what I'm trying to say is that none of us are aiming for this little city tryout. That's right. So I want to make a deal with you. After that, if we, the Zijingwa Academy, fight with the Thunder Academy, I hope that you will stand by and watch. We'll take care of Thunder Academy and not let that you guys out of the picture. But at the end of the day, the city championship has to be ours, and after the Dark Zone tournament, if you're counted as champions, I hope you'll relinquish the title. This way you have no risk of attrition, an easy ticket to the national convention, and Thunder Academy is taken care of by us, so why not? Chen Xian asked with a smile. I have 2 questions. First, why are you targeting Thunder Academy like this? Second, are you guys really not afraid of us, Tianhui Academy, turning against you? Chen Xian pushed his glasses, Senior Kodak, as to why they are targeting Thunder Academy. I can tell you that they are by far the best whetstone. My brothers and sisters and I need such whetstones to produce evolution in our powers. As for the second point, do you think Tianhui Academy is as strong as Thunder Academy? Of course your individual abilities are truly impressive, but what about the overall strength? Kodak was deep in thought. Chapter 74, Urgent Matters. Chapter 74, A Matter of Urgency. Koda was silent. Chen Xian had been watching Kodak's demeanor. From Conan's hopeless eyes, Chen Xian seemed to have grasped some important information. Senior Kodak, could it be that the incident of Thunder Academies by Yujing abusing trainees a few years ago? Shut up! It was as if Chen Xian's words had flicked a certain switch, causing the originally gentle Koda to become manic. Sure enough. If I guessed correctly, you were one of the people who survived that incident, weren't you? Chen Xian's words are like a barbed clockwork, turning Kodak back a few years. A few years ago. Was in such a similar state as it is now. At that time, only 4 academies remained in the final zone, including Tianhui Academy and Thunder Academy. Still in this familiar place Moonwatch Base. Still in this familiar dark area. But Kodak's group went through a horrible 2 days and 2 nights. For 2 days and 2 nights, they were racked up in a cave, bound and gagged. Bai Yujing used them as human experimentation equipment, constantly attacking them with electric current. To Bai Yujing, these attack feedbacks were important data for the evolution of his powers. It was hell for the rest of the academy. By the end of the day, all but Kodak, who possessed superb powers of recovery, died in agony after experiencing extreme torture. After the incident, the Inhuman Bureau also only verbally punished Bai Yujun. There are 2 reasons for not imposing a heavy penalty on Pak Yuk-kyung. For one thing, his abilities were so rare and his combat prowess was so strong that an S-rank combat alien was the nail in the coffin for him. Instead of scrapping a future son of heaven, it would be better to minimize the impact of the whole thing in a big way. Secondly, Bai Yujing had prepared a case at the Xuanwu base early on. The commander of the Xuanwu base had named him, and as soon as Bai Yujing graduated, he would immediately report to the Xuanwu base. With the military's endorsement, Bai Yujing was naturally safe and sound. And that's how the tragic death of the trainee went unnoticed. So, Chen Xian, you can't intervene in this matter, I want to avenge the death of my companions. This is something that is more important to me than winning the championship. Chen Xian nodded. As they were about to continue chatting, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. Lu Jiner? At this moment, Lu Jiner was in a very sorry state. Her body was tattered and torn, and her bare skin seemed to have been scorched by the heat, with charred black spots and blisters appearing. Chen Xian. Fast. Fast. Have the people of Year 1 Class 3 gather and quickly go save Zhao Gao and Zhou Qing. Chen Xian held Lu Jiner in place. What's going on? How did you guys get hurt like this? Could it be that? That's right, the three of us were assembled again after we were teleported through our own means of orientation. But bad luck ran into Bai Yujin. Now Zhao Gao and Zhou Qing are intercepting them in order for me to escape. Quickly go to save them. Bai Yujin's strength is too horrible. This is the directional pointer that all three of us have, and it has the direction of Choguak and Zhou Qing on it. After saying that, Lu Jiner fainted. Kota didn't hesitate, snatching the pointer as soon as he could. This is from your academy, isn't it? There's no one to take care of her now if you and I both go. So you take care of him here. Bai Yujing will be handled by me. After saying that, Kodak began to run wildly into the woods, moving quickly in the direction of Zhou Qing and Zhao Gao. Ugh. Only way to wait for the rescue team. If Lu Jiner is awake, I can vector her back to the base. Lu Jiner, I'm a lady, not a courier. A group of people were fighting fiercely in an open space in the dark zone. Surrender, Zhao Gao, Zhou Qing. You have no chance of winning when you meet us. One of Bai Yujing's men held dual swords entangled with Zhao Gao. This dual swordsman's name was Sig, and his special ability was Sharpness Enhancement, which was able to enhance the sharpness of the weapon he held. On the other side, a 3-meter-tall Rhino Man was chasing Zhou Qing. The Rhino Man's name is Gak, and the ability, Rhino Divine Power, allows him to transform into a Rhino Man and get high armor and tonnage. Damn it, where on earth did Thunder Academy find these two people? What a nuisance. Zhou Qing sputtered for a while. His elemental attacks had a powerful cutting ability. But this humanoid rhinoceros in front of him was invulnerable to knives and spears, and was unable to cause any effective damage to him at all. Zhou Guak was even more speechless. Originally, he relied on his immense strength to fight hard with others. But the cutting ability of the other weapon was too strong, and it had just cut off a piece of his flesh with a single slash. Both sides fought anxiously like this. Alright, you two get out of the way. Seeing that his teammates could not attack for a long time, Bai Yujing became a bit impatient. He wasn't interested in anyone else right now, and the priority was to find Jiang Kai sooner. The dangerous seed of Jiang Kai must be nipped in the bud. Yes, X2. Upon receiving the command, Gak and Sig immediately closed their hands. What do you mean? Zhao Gao was furious, annoyed at Bai Yujing's contempt. Don't worry, I won't kill you guys, you're the bait I used to fish with. Since it's bait, it has to look like bait, doesn't it? Zigzag. Powerful electric currents covered Bai Yujing's body, and it was at this moment that Zhao Gao and Zhou Qing truly felt the true meaning of the word, fear. Quick, run away. Without saying a word, Zhou Qing ran backwards. Escape? Thinking too much. Bai Yujing waved his right hand, and a thick greenish-blue electric light suddenly shot out. Zhou Qing subconsciously launched a wall of water to block it. But in the next second, the current of water entrapped with air impurities became a conductor, allowing the current to conduct to Zhou Qing. Ah! A scream came. Zhou Qing fell to the ground in response. Seeing this, Zhao Gao on the side immediately swung his fist and slammed it towards Bai Yujing. Oh, overrate yourself. Zigzag. Another thick current shot out. A green light flashed, and Zhao Gao's entire body was scorched and black, lying on the ground. Humph. Unconscionable. Break their joints and bones and hang them. Yes. Click here. The unconscious Zhou Qing and Zhao Gao's hands and feet were stomped on by Gak and Sig. Heh, Bohemia Academy, that's this kind of strength? Such a person can also be sent to the competition. Ridiculous to the extreme. After spitting, Bai Yujing sat down on the ground. The act of letting go of Lu Jiner, who had been electrocuted by herself just now, was intentional, in order to get Jiang Kai and the others to hurry over. It was too troublesome to look for them one by one. Now Bai Yujing wanted to gather all the people from the Bohemia Flower Academy together and kill them all in one fell swoop. Knock knock. Heavy footsteps came from the distance. Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance as a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Oh, Kodak, so it's you. Honestly, you're probably the only one left who can bring me joy in this game. Kodak's anger rose to a critical level. Bai Yujing, I will pay you back properly for the behavior you did to my companion before. Alas. How do you this point of reason do not understand? This world is originally black or white, 99% of the people to serve the 1%. I'm the 1%, so your fellow man should be honored to die for me. Isn't that right? Chapter 75. Chapter 75 Late Arrival. For the sake of revenge, I have been training inhumanly every day, and today is the day of your burial. Hard earth prick cell. Kota stopped talking and pressed his hands to the ground. With Bai Yujing at the center, the ground around them erected a wall of barbed earth that moved towards Bai Yujing. If you looked down from the sky, it was like a yellow wave gathering towards Bai Yujing. Alas. Kodak, after all this time, you still haven't learned your lesson, and all this lust of yours poses no threat to me. Thunder Network. With Bai Yujing at the center, a thunder net crocheted by lightning spread out in all directions, and the moment these nets came into contact with the spiked earth wall, they shattered it with a devastating momentum. Good thing too, before Jiang Kai's group comes here, you'll have a good time with me, White Snake. Bai Yujing's entire body was churning with thunder chi, and in an instant, a giant snake made up of thunder and lightning slowly appeared from behind Bai Yujing. The giant snake was more than 10 meters long, its entire body composed of lightning, and its sharp lightning fangs flopped outwards. Go on, play with him. The giant snake heard the command and twisted its body, coming at Kodak. Giant Rock Guard. Kodak didn't hesitate to use his powers to shape a 3-meter-tall rock giant. With that, the two elemental creations began to close ranks. At this moment, Bai Yujing's eyes were glowing. It's possible, I originally thought that your strength was still the same, but I never thought that you had also learned elemental shaping. Awesome. Bai Yujing, as I said, in order to kill you, I have been training intensely every day, and today is the day of your death. As soon as Kodak said this, Bai Yujing's face changed. Oh, Kodak, get one thing straight, I'm not praising you because you're better than me, Snakebite. With a look from Bai Yujing, the lightning giant snake suddenly sparked with electricity. The originally evenly matched elemental creation PK was split in a flash. The rock giant was shattered by the terrifying piercing force of the lightning giant snake, and what was left behind was a field of rocky debris. Damn it! Rock burial. Kodak continued to send out his powers, and the entire earth began to squirm. Zigzag. Bai Yujing's entire body transformed into a blue lightning bolt and rushed towards Kodak. 9 rocks. Seeing Bai Yujing transform into a stream of light flying towards him, Kodak cast his strongest defense. A rock wall of a special color rose up and blocked Bai Yujing's front. Just when Kota thought he could stop Bai Yujing, reality gave him a big slap in the face. Although these rock walls were hard enough, under Bai Yujing's impact, they were all shattered like plastic foam. Well. Kota's body flew far away when he was hit by Bai Yujing's thunderbolt. The chest was scorched black. Still as weak as ever. Bai Yujing revealed a wry smile. Kota stood up, the wound in his chest covered by a yellow halo. Oh? Your healing ability has gotten stronger again, it seems like you didn't put in a lot of effort. Bai Yujing clapped his hands. Who? And? Again. 2. Zigzag. At this point, Bai Yujing no longer wanted to play, the lightning in his entire body began to gather, and in a short while, a thick mass of electric plasma condensed in his hand. Even if you have superb recovery abilities, I'm afraid you won't be able to recover if you're blown to smithereens by a single blow. Looking at the plasma leaping in Bai Yujing's hand, Kodak felt a pang of bitterness. Sure enough. Still can't top him. Brothers, I'm sorry. I can't help you guys get your revenge. Kota slowly closed his eyes. Senior Kota, the battle isn't over yet, why are you surrendering? A voice rang out from a distance. You. Chen Xian. A handsome man wearing glasses appeared in front of the crowd. Kid, helping people out can get you killed, don't you know? Chirp. A bolt of lightning suddenly shot out, heading straight for Chen Xian. Quickly dodge. Chen Xian. Kodak yelled. He had personally experienced Bai Yujing's attack, so he knew the terror of Bai Yujing. But Chen Xian stood there frozen as if he hadn't heard. Just like that, he watched the lightning fly towards Chen Xian's face door,
but in the next second, an air ripple was created at the very tip of the lightning. The ripples flickered away, and the lightning bolt, surprisingly, reversed its direction in an instant and flew towards Bai Yujing. What? Everyone around them stared in disbelief. What the hell is this? There's such an operation? Bai Yujing's attack was reversed just like that? Lightning shot backwards, and with a gentle squeeze from Bai Yujing, the returning lightning instantly disappeared. What did you do to my attack? Bai Yujing was a bit curious. Oh, Senior Bai Yujing, what you do to me is what you do to yourself, understand? Shen Shen stood there quietly like the Riddler with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Shen Shen, the essence of electric current is actually the directional movement of electric charge, but I can just know these myself, so go ahead and take your time to guess. Oh, I can't imagine you have this level of object control ability. What about this? Bai Yujing unleashed another current attack. But this time, instead of just one power streamer, dozens of rounds were fired in one breath. Kid, your object control has a quantity limit after all. Let's see if you can catch this attack. Bai Yujing's eyes were filled with contempt, looking at Chen Xian as if he were looking at a mole cricket. Oh, the chief of the Thunder Academy. Xuanwu base mouth of the reserved genius. Is this? Chen Xian still didn't dodge as he extended his own right hand, and as the lightning arrived, he shouted, controlling objects. The dozen or so current projectiles remained the same as the previous current attacks, reflecting back once they approached Chen Xian's body. Boom boom boom. The current bomb caused an explosion. However, Bai Yujing's eyes had already begun to become grave. This guy called Chen Xian, his supernatural ability was definitely not object control. It wasn't that Bai Yujing hadn't seen the object control ability before. The way they used it was truly a world away from Chen Xian. Kid, report your name, you shouldn't be a generalized person. No. You're the cadet from Thunder Academy. Who caused the accident? I remember you. Bai Yujing's voice was not as frivolous as it was before, instead, it was a bit more thick. Ah, not bad, it's exactly me. Senpai, I didn't expect to be able to speak to you in this way, it's a great honor. After speaking, Chen Xian stroked his chest with one hand and nodded slightly. Humph. I can't imagine that you went to another academy, really counting your roots. When Bai Yujing said this, he thought of Xin Lian again. Earlier, he had also said that his sister had discarded her family name, and now Chen Xian had betrayed the Thunder Academy and joined the Bohemia Academy. Senpai, since we used to be from the same academy, can you let me take my current senpai away, after all? Chen Xian held up his glasses. After all, when I kill you in a while, I'm afraid that it will spread to them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Chen Xian. This guy is so crazy. Chapter 76. Chapter 76 Strong Support. Stunned. Surprised. This type of expression surfaced on the faces of everyone outside of Chen Xian. Bai Yujing was even more incredulous. How long had it been since anyone had dared to talk to their own like that? Is this a dream? Or are you sleepwalking yourself? After a brief moment of dismay, Bai Yujing's face began to twist. A long, horrible, reckless laugh covered his face. Kid, I won't let you die easily this time, I'm going to torture you so much that you'll feel happier dead than alive. Oh? Is that so? Looks like you're going to have to step up your game. Chen Xian, I'll come to you right after I take Zhao Gao and Zhou Qing away. A nice voice came from behind Bai Yujing. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and it was actually Meng Li. You! Without any hesitation, Bai Yujing shot out another round of thick, high-voltage current. Ugh, I saw this coming, net clothes. Meng Li shouted, and the metal of his entire body quickly formed a dense metal mesh suit covering his entire body. The high-voltage current was at first like a raging beast rushing towards Meng Li with an aura of destruction. The next second this raging behemoth, surprisingly, jumped lightly on the netting a few times like a well-behaved kitten, then disappeared. This is impossible. At this moment, Bai Yujing was in a daze. This high-voltage current could absolutely electrocute a person to the dregs, and now it's inexplicably disappeared? That's right, the very technique that Dream Lily used was to construct a layer of Faraday cage on the surface of her body. Faraday cages achieve an electrostatic shielding effect by counteracting external electromagnetic fields through induced currents on the surface of the conductor. For an electric current to pass through the body, there must be a potential difference that creates charge movement. There is no potential difference between the Faraday cage and the internal objects. The internal electric field is zero, no current flows through the body, and naturally no electrocution effect can be caused.
How did this happen?
Bai Yujing's expression became more and more twisted. Sculpture, I'll take these two away first. After saying that, Mang Li maneuvered the metal pieces to form two stretchers and transported the two away.
You don't want to.
Bai Yujing tried to stop it when a dark-haired youth with a smile stepped out from the woods on one side.
Phew. Everyone's so hilarious.
I've been watching from this side for a long time, and I didn't bother when I saw you guys chatting so enthusiastically.
Jiang Kai smiled and walked out. Crowd.
Old 6.
Monolith flew away.
But Bai Yujing didn't dare to act rashly. Although the current format was 3 against 3, the 2 on their side were not on the same level as the 3 on the other side.
Gark, Sig, you guys hold back the half-crippled Koda and Chen Xian, I'll meet Jiang Kai.
Bai Yujing issued a command, and his 2 subordinates nodded. Senior Stone over there, just take a break, I'll meet them. Another familiar voice came from the distance.
Lie Mang brought Yi Zhutian to this battlefield. Wow, little Li, that's really exciting.
Your Purple Bohemia Academy is actually in direct confrontation with Thunder Academy.
Funny, so funny. Leaf Bewilderness consciously walked over to Kodak and sat down on the floor. Captain Kodak, I can't believe you've been injured so badly.
Aren't you the man who claimed to be undefeatable if you fought on the earth? Why are you now as if you have a weak kidney? Yi Futian's words caused a group of people to spit.
Lie Mang, you found such an excellent
product in that place, Jiang Kai asked with a smile.
Roll.
This guy has done me a favor by helping me achieve the evolution of my powers.
Lie Mang laughed and cursed. All right.
Senior Shiratsuki, those 2 seniors of mine just now received a lot of care from you. Jiang Kai said smilingly, his eyes narrowed into a slit, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze.
What, you want to retaliate?
Bai Yujing still looked like he had no one else in his sights, but compared to before, there was a trace of gravity in his demeanor.
Kid, look at the knives.
Sig did not hesitate and maneuvered his own twin swords to slash at Chen Xian.
Vector armor. Chen Xian's entire body flashed with blue light, and then the light disappeared. Sig's dual sword swung towards Chen Xian, and in the next second, the swung but dual swords unexpectedly suddenly appeared with a counterforce.
Sig was too late to react, and the 2 short knives suddenly flew out of his hands.
Shoot!
Seeing this, Chen Xian covered his supernatural ability over his twin blades. For objects, if the 2 powers didn't have conflicting commands, they would execute the command of the power they were given at the same time. For example, sharp, and vector control. Sig's supernatural ability made the twin swords incomparably sharp, but Chen Xian had become the sword wielder.
After that it was a boring game of double dagger chase.
On the other hand, Gark was not the least bit polite to Lie Mang and turned into his Rhino Man form after a roar.
Kid! Don't die too soon. Gak mocked Lie Mang, then began to accelerate.
Your wave
is disorganized, said Lie Mang, posing with his sword drawn. Ha, boy, the armor of my body can't be cut even by a sharp blade.
You want to cut it with your knives, fool. Lie Mang ignored it and began the attack process.
The chopping knife vibrated at a terrifying frequency in advance in its sheath. Click.
When Lie Mang pulled the trigger of his sheath, the crimson blood blade ejected. When Lie Mang slashed out horizontally, a sharp red air blade instantly formed. Lie Mang has mastered the transmission and increase of waves. Not only did he pass out the high-frequency wave with this slash, he also tuned the frequency of the wave to a terrifyingly high value.
Oh, a mere air blade. Ah! My hand.
The air blade sliced right through one of the Rhino Man's hands like it was tofu.
Why are you attacking?
The Rhinoceros Man stopped in his tracks with an incredulous look on his face.
Oh, it's very simple. Lie Mang pulled a sword flower. My ability transmits high-frequency vibrational waves.
When the frequency reaches a terrifying peak, the vibrations emit waves that become the scythe of death.
Not only does it have amazing cutting ability, it also has an extremely high temperature. Your defense is like a plastic sheet in front of it. Lemon laughed and told everything. Gak looked at Lemon with resentment in his eyes.
The fight on this side was in full swing, and the battle between Jiang Kai and Bai Yujing was also exciting.
Bai Yujing kept firing lightning attacks.
Instead, Jiang Kai acted like a rogue and constructed a defense with some transparent white dust. Watching each of his current attacks fail, Bai Yujing was enraged. As soon as his greenish-blue electric light entered Jiang Kai's wall of dust, it began to weaken, finally until it disappeared. His own long-range attacks couldn't help Jiang Kai at all. JK, ceramic and glass dust is so good, come on, go on, come on. Kid, I've always wondered how you made my attacks ineffective. Bai Yujing stopped attacking. Oh, it's very simple, all this dust of mine is all insulator, it's not that simple for your current to come in. Jiang Kai still had that trademark giggle, infuriating Bai Yujing with a face full of irritation. Chapter 77, The Old King is Weakening, the New King is in Place. Chapter 77 The Old King is Weakening, the New King is in Place. The Dark Zone was in full swing, but there was harmony within the Lookout Moon base. I practiced entropic changes in temperature on the side. Lin Xiao gulped down a variety of food. As for Lin Lu, he was crossing his legs and leisurely enjoying the green tea and sunshine. Ta-da-day. A group of troops dressed as sergeants entered the Moonwatch base. Director Jiang Xia, how are you doing? A man dressed as an officer arrived at the command room. Oh, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Xian, goodbye, Jiang Xia responded with a smile. The person who came was none other than the Xuanwu base commander Nightcloud's beloved. I don't know what Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Xian's business is when he comes to our Lookout Moon base. Oh, the rookie election for the Xuanwu base is about to begin. All previous reserve members must attend after 1 week. And the 10 outstanding exalts that the commander is more concerned about will be escorted by us personally. So, you guys are here for Bai Yujing, right? Inquired Jiang Xia. Hee, that's right. The commander specifically instructed that the Thunder Academy's Bai Yujing cadets must be brought safely. Don't worry, we know the rules, and we won't want anyone until after the municipal tryouts. Jenga nodded. After the conclusion of this Dark Zone audition, there were still 2 months before the national competition of the Golden Sword Conference. Bai Yujing was the reserve favorite of the Xuanwu base, and it was no excuse for people to send special people to pick him up. Director Jiang Xia, with Bai Yujing's skills, this selection is almost over, right? Jiang Xia looked at his watch, there are still 18 hours. Then, do you have a live video or something on your side? We would also like to see how Bai Yujing performs. Jiang Xia shook his head, this batch of trainees is very strong, the tracking cameras we set up at the beginning have all been damaged by the aftermath of the battle. That's really a pity. However, the people I brought this time include warriors with the scouting mirror image ability, you see. Oh? You still have such strange people? Jiang Xia was a bit surprised. That's for sure, of the 4 major bases, it's our Xuanwu base that emphasizes talent the most. However, this is your territory, we operate like this, or we have to go through your consent not. Jenga smiled and nodded. With that, the leaders of the 4 major academies, the higher-ups, were all invited to a hall. Everyone, thank you for being here, and we are honored to have Major Zhao from Xuanwu base here with us today. It just so happens that among his subordinates there are aliens who can send back real-time footage, so I invite you all to watch the final battle. After saying that, Jiang Xia smiled and nodded to an officer. The officer smiled and spread his hands. All that could be seen was a tub of liquid on the floor slowly floating upwards, eventually forming a fluid mirror in mid-air. It didn't take long for the image to come through. Look! It's Bai Yujing, he's going toe-to-toe with an opponent. What did I see? His opponent was able to cancel out the lightning. What kind of ability is that? Not only that, you guys see. Bai Yujing also has to dodge his opponent's instant explosion attacks every time. As the crowd watched, Bai Yujing's speed was pulling full speed back and forth, but his opponent was walking idly. Impossible. The principal of Thunder Academy was the first to stand up. In his impression, Nanyang City's Bai Yujing had few comparable opponents. Not to mention opponents, even opponents of the same age that could last more than a minute under Bai Yujing's perverted speed were few and far between. But now, not only was Bai Yujing's entire body sticky with dirty dust, his stony expression also showed that he wasn't relaxed right now. The principals of the other colleges were also filled with shock. The people from the Purple Bohemia Academy, they're too fierce. Right at this moment, the informants from Bohemia Academy and Thunder Academy walked in and muttered a few words in Sun Xing and Feng Yu's ears, and in a flash, the 2 principals unexpectedly stood up suddenly and broke into a fit of rage. Good you Sun Xing! How dare you let connive your trainee to lay a deadly hand on my trainee,
Shenlian of our Need Academy, with all his limbs and meridians broken? You still have the nerve to ask me. Our academy's Zhou Qing and Zhao Gao had the bones in their limbs shattered by Bai Yujing, most of them with crushing fractures. How do we settle this score? The two were wide-eyed and angry, looking at each other as if they wanted to swallow each other whole. All right, both of you. This is the selection tournament for the Golden Sword Conference, and it's normal for there to be seriously injured trainees. Our aim is to select the best, so these casualties are inevitable. Jiang Xia came out to round up the two principals before they sat down in exasperation. The battle continued as Bai Yujing and Jiang Kai were still testing each other. But the battle on the other two sides was over. A few high-frequency slashes from Lie Mang directly caused Gark the Rhino to be seriously injured. Sig was ultimately stabbed in the abdomen by the twin swords controlled by Chen Xian and fell to the ground. During his confrontation with Chen Xian, Sig had also sharpened certain attacking parts of his body to attack Chen Xian. However, whenever one was about to hit Chen Xian, the attack sent out bounced back as it was. And just then, Meng Li, who was transporting the wounded, went and returned. Now, Bai Yujing was faced with a serious problem. Do you have to fight these four guys one-on-one, or four guys and one of you in a group fight? Guys, Bai Yujing was caught in a passive position. The three opposite sides all had moves that restrained their lightning. And it's the kind that is completely eliminated. Lie Mang. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yujing, who was caught in a disadvantageous position, suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Not bad. Not bad. It's the first time you guys have been able to push me this far. But do you guys think that makes me lose? So naive. Since you're asking for a death, then I'll fulfill you, Thunder God Incarnate. Bai Yujing let out a roar as a terrifying aura spread out from him. Finally? The smile on Jiang Kai's face disappeared, followed by a serious expression. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Yujing's entire body turned azure blue, and after 10 seconds or so, Bai Yujing turned into a pure elemental lightning man, looking down at the crowd from the air. Inside the conference room at the Moonwatch base. Snap! Sun Xing, who was looking at the liquid screen, immediately stood up. We, Zijingwa Academy, surrender and withdraw immediately. The others in the conference room all wore skeptical expressions when those words came out. Look at, Sun Xing stretched out his finger and pointed at Bai Yujing in the screen. Complete elementalization? Everyone was shocked. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, those who were able to fully elementalize themselves were none other than a party of great power. Bai Yujing has been able to fully elementalize? We, Jade Academy, withdraw. Please terminate the selection. We, Tianhui Academy, are also withdrawing, so please ask Director Jiang Xia to stop this selection immediately. The principals of all three colleges have offered to stop the selection process. Their intentions were simple, they didn't want to continue causing the deaths of cadets on their side. Completely elementalized, and a terrifying lightning system at that, it's just a no-brainer in the current manual of psychic abilities. Chapter 78 Intervention. Chapter 78 Intervention. Jiang Xia looked at the three principals in front of him and nodded. After all, 3/4 of the academies didn't want to keep fighting. Sun Dishing looked at the situation in front of him and let out a long sigh. It seems that the dream of a city championship for the Purple Bricks Academy is shattered. Good, since everyone has this idea, then. Jiang Xia nodded, ready to agree to the three deans' request. Wait. A voice broke the atmosphere of the request for a stoppage. Everyone turned their heads to look and found Fengyu from Thunder Academy standing up. Oh, as you all know, this is the site of the municipal selection. No one can finish before the end time. This is also the rules of the assembly. Are you going to take the Golden Sword Assembly as constitution in vain? When these words came out, the principals of the three academies all looked at Fengyu angrily. Fengyu, you have a cruel heart. If you don't stop the selection, if Bai Yujing kills a bunch of people indiscriminately, Nanyang City's elite will be missing a large number of people for this. Haven't you thought about the future? Oh, so that's how it is. You want the other academy's elites to break down, and then you, Thunder Academy, will be the only one, right? Sun Xing had an angry face as he opened his mouth to question. Principal Sun, don't put a high hat on me. You can go ahead and stop this selection today, but I will also reflect the situation to the organizers of the Golden Sword Conference. Seeing Fengyu's resolute attitude, Sun Xing looked at Jiang Xia again. Jiang Xia's face is torn, although he is very optimistic about this group of outstanding young people.
but compared to his own career, what is that? It's fine if there's no violation, but if there is a violation and one's story gets out there, it's going to be a problem. When Jiang Xia didn't move, Sun Xing turned to Zhao Xian, who was sitting on the side. Zhao sir, you see, this matter? Ha ha ha, look at this principle, we are from the Ministry of the Army, while the organizer of the Golden Sword Conference is the Alien Energy Bureau. Therefore, we have no right to intervene. Zhao Xian had a helpless face. Well, Sun Xing's face turned red, obviously infuriated. Colonel Sun, sit down and take a break. A figure walked in. The crowd took a look, and it was clearly Lin Lu. It's you! Zhao Xian immediately stood up. He had heard that Lin Lu had left the military department and had become a schoolteacher. But I never thought I'd run into one like this? Oh, someone from the military department? Lin Lu smiled, no longer concerned. Only to see him bring Ai Yi and Lin Xia with him, he walked to a seat with a big grin and sat down. Sun School, there is no need to be like this, there is a saying that the wind and water will turn, this year to my house. They don't stop, have their regrets. Ha 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 ha, regret? Bai Yujing is an insider in the Xuanwu base this year. You think you can win with those tripe from your academy? A fool's dream. Feng Yu laughed maniacally. But the next second, the scene in the video was the opposite of what Feng Yu said. The battle in the dark area continued, and the fully elementalized Bai Yujing was like a heavenly god descending to earth, exuding a terrifying pressure. Damn, didn't I say it could only be semi-elementalized? How come this guy's entire body has turned into plasma form? Lie Mang was dumbfounded. Elementalization is elementalization, who cares if it's half? Mang Li was full of concern. Seeing that a group of people didn't have the slightest bit of respect for themselves, Bai Yujing moved to kill. Thunder surge stab. Bai Yujing let out a roar, and with terrifying speed and thunderous power, he took the lead in rushing towards Jiang Kai. What, as soon as you come to me, why don't you go to Lemon who has a whiter ass? Lie Mang. But you think you can catch me just like that? Watch the move Chen Xian save me. Bai Yujing's speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiang Kai. Bai Yujing swung out with a fist that carried the power of thunder that destroyed everything, and slammed down heavily on Jiang Kai's head. And Jiang Kai's body seemed to be pulled by some kind of mysterious force, quickly panning 200 meters, managing to dodge Bai Yujing's strike. Boom! The plasma hit the ground, creating a horrific explosion. Oh! How dare you run away? Although they couldn't see Bai Yujing's greenish-blue face, the crowd still felt a sense of contempt from his tone. Does this guy really think he's invincible? Jiang Kai was infuriated for a while. At this moment, he no longer stayed his hand, and after a ringing finger, with Jiang Kai as the center, a lump of metal dust began to be born continuously. Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately applied vector alien energy to the metal chunks that had gathered from this dust. Phew! Phew! All the metal blocks, under Chen Xian's vector assignment, did a metric mode movement. Click, click, click. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jiang Kai once again unleashed his supernatural ability, and one by one, the metal blocks unexpectedly disintegrated into piles of dust, building a huge, tyrannical metal dust tornado in just 3 seconds. Oh, going to use that move? Mang Li had stars in both eyes, here it comes, finally. Magnetic matrix. Seeing that the amount of metal dust was already high enough, Mang Li immediately activated the magnetic control and arranged all the dust in an orderly fashion. This time, the gap between each metal ion is unified, reducing kinetic energy consumption. Ultra-frequency vibration. Without hesitation, Lie Mang made all the metal particles begin to vibrate periodically. The vibrations became faster and faster, and high-frequency friction and impacts occurred between the metal particles, generating high temperatures. In everyone's eyes, a metal storm blooming with the color of blood, with terrifying high temperatures, with high-frequency particle cutting, and with terrifying rotational speeds was formed. It was like a messenger of doom, about to destroy all that was visible before it. What the hell is this? Bai Yujing tried to flee while Chen Xian somehow revealed a wry smile. Chen Xian, here's your chance. If Bai Yujing was in human form, it's not really easy to calculate, now that he's turned into a lightning man form, it's all about charge flow dynamics, and I'm a fetching counter. At this moment, Bai Yujun was shocked by the blood-colored storm in front of him. High temperature, particle cutability. This blood-colored storm will destroy everything it touches. What the hell is this thing? Quickly!
Chief Jiang Xia, stop it. Feng Yu said anxiously. He is not a cutie. The terrifying blood-colored storm in the mirror projection was too terrifying. Rocks, trees, and dirt. Anything that enters the storm becomes fine dust. Oh? Stopped? I wonder who's swearing that this is an irregularity. Lin Lu asked with a smile. This. Feng Yu's heart is anxious, but he is dumbfounded. No, this can't go on, we have to stop this match, Bai Yujing's life can't be in jeopardy. Zhao Xian stood up. Joking aside, his mission this time was to come and pick up Bai Yujing to go to Xuanwu base to recognize his family and familiarize himself. If Bai Yujing dies here, how should we explain to the commander? Director Jiang Xia, please perform a rescue immediately. This. If it can't be done, can we get in touch with the participants? Zhao Xian had a bright idea and immediately said. Jiang Xia thought for a moment and instantly understood in seconds. Here, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao, this is a communicator that can send messages to all the participants. Chapter 79. Chapter 79 Winning and Losing. The blood-colored storm kept getting bigger and bigger, and wherever it went, it turned into dust. You want to kill a god? The fully elementalized Bai Yujing had been bewitched. In this state, he feels omnipotent and even claims to be a god. Deicide? Ha 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 ha. Don't you think you're so ridiculous with this little wind pumping? In our eyes, there is only exploration of science and reverence for nature. Jiang Kai's eyes burst with excitement and determination. DDT. Attention all participating members, the auditions stop immediately. Zhao Xian's voice traveled to all the contestants. Stop? Jiang Kai and the others were a bit confused. We're about to beat Bai Yujing, and the organizers are telling us to stop? Ridiculous. Speechless. Ha 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 ha. You guys see? The world revolves around the strong, and you life aliens are only worthy of struggling at the bottom of society. Damn it. Mengli, who was hovering in mid-air, gritted her teeth in anger. The four of them had managed to overpower Bai Yujing, and now they're asking them to pause? Just then, a voice a little smaller than the announcement just now came again from the bracelet. Listen up, everyone in the third-year class, cut off all the things in front of you, who cares about the trouble afterward? Yes. Teacher. The four little ones' eyes lit up, their eyes grew more determined as they continued to increase their alien energy output. The orange-red storm expanded again, moving towards Bai Yujing. Lin Lu, what are you doing? Inside the conference room, Zhao Xian's eyes were red. What for? Continuing to let my disciples continue to compete, of course? What? No. You hit me? You hit me. Lin Lu made a look that owed him a beating, a look that was with skin in it. Do you know that Bai Yujing is a character that the Knight Commander personally named? Do you know who you are offending? Snap. Lin Lu raised his own legs and rested them directly on the table. Isn't it just defending Nightcloud? What, being a commander is great? Think of the year. Forget it, the good man does not mention the courage of the year. Do you believe it or not, now I kill you. He will still grant me a note. Your pension will also have to come out of Xuanwu base for you. Wow. Everyone looked at Zhao Xian, waiting for his outburst. This is a major colonel of the military, you Lin Lu dare to humiliate it like this, are you not afraid of retaliation? Feng Yu was overjoyed. Good you teachers of the Bohemia Academy dare to do this, see how Zhao Xian will punish you next. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Zhao Xian didn't do the fuming behavior that everyone imagined, but slowly sat down with a gloomy face. Sigma Chuan. What's going on? Aren't you a soldier? People are riding you? Why don't you fight back? Zhao Xian sat down and scanned around. I resisted? I beat up Lin Lu? You guys are sick in the head. Feng Yu froze and looked at Zhao Xian with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Zhao Xian looked at Feng Yu like Penumbra Ba looked at Hydra, then turned his head away. Older brother, tell me, what exactly is this teacher Lin Lu? Sun Dishing pulled over Sun Xing. I don't know, the military didn't give instructions on how to use it when they sent it to me, huh? But just tell me if it works. Sun Xing had a smug look on his face. Brother, this Lin Lu is not an ordinary person. I know.
The four little ones who had received Lin Lu's order didn't hesitate and pushed the glowing orange-red metal storm towards Bai Yujing. Humph. You guys are still trying to catch up with me at this speed. Bai Yujing let out a cold laugh and unleashed his supernatural abilities, trying to move away from this huge storm. As he began to move, a magical scene occurred. Originally, he was going to fly west, but his body moved in the opposite direction. This can't be. Bai Yujing finally felt a wave of fear. The direction in which he was moving was locked. Jiang Kai looked at Chen Xian and nodded. The latter also pushed his glasses. Don't worry, he can't get away. Bai Yujing's mood was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. You, Chen Xian. Are you? You're the one controlling the direction of my movement. Chen Xian smiled. Senior, don't struggle. In front of the four of us, you have no chance of escaping. 4. Truth and natural science are on our side. Bai Yujing has clueless natural science? What is this natural science you guys are talking about? Is that the secret to your ability to go from trash aliens to super aliens? Bai Yujing's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something extraordinary. Oh, Senior, you've been standing over the treasure trove from the very beginning, it's just that you don't have the key to unlock it. Chen Xian once again spoke in a shocking manner. The key to the treasury? Humph. If I had your cultivation methods, I would. You don't have a chance. When a teacher gives the order to annihilate, you have no future. On the occasion of your departure, let me send you a message. The end of strength is not the end of us, we must conquer the universe. Jiang Kai's eyes glowed blue as he gazed at the storm in front of him. Since Senior Jiang Kai has said so, I'll also send Senior a word. Scientific inspiration can never be waited for by sitting and waiting. You've been sitting on the merit badge for too long. It's time to come down. Chen Xian watched Bai Yujing's movements, preparing for a speed direction take in reverse, the moment he attempted to fly. Lie Mang raised his hands and once again intensified the periodic vibrations of the metal dust. Science has no smooth avenue, and there are countless reefs and dangerous shoals in the long river of truth. Only a medicine picker who is not afraid to climb can reach the peak and pick up the immortal herbs. Mengli floated in the air, her clear voice reaching Bai Yujing's ears. Man's vocation lies in the courage to explore the truth. Crazy, you're all a bunch of crazies. What are you talking about? You're all a bunch of executioners. Jiang Kai smiled and responded, oh, what we just said are the most important words of the sages of natural science. Senpai, if I guess correctly, you still have one more trick you're not using, right? Jiang Kai looked at Bai Yujing with a complicated look. You. Jiang Kai's words left Bai Yujing speechless. He did have one more move, and that was Thunderbolt Self-Explosion. Compress your body's voltage to the limit and then let it out in one breath. But once this move was used, a large amount of electricity was drawn out of his body, and his essence could no longer return to its normal state, and his power would be drained. The Lightning Man state of Bai Yujing was consuming energy all the time, and once the consumption exceeded a certain threshold, he would never be able to return to normal. Therefore, he wouldn't use up all his energy in one breath until he had to. Bai Yujing, there's only one chance. If you hesitate any longer, you really won't have a chance. Our teacher once told us that a gentleman who went to his death in conquest said this: the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. Bai Yujing, you don't even dare to fight with all your might, and still you often clamor, smash the darkness with thunder? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Chapter 80 Vermilion Birds Emergency. Chapter 80 Vermilion Birds Emergency. Ah! You. All of you. Die. For me. Bai Yujing was completely enraged by Jiang Kai's words. Since you want to die, let me give you a ride. A few of you will end your lives in regret and despair. Ray coming. Zigzag. Bai Yujing's body began to change color. What started out as a greenish-blue color began to shift to white. Get out of here or we're all gonna die here. The crisis-sensitive Yi Futian pulled Koda beside him and was about to leave. Wait, what about the four of them? Don't care about them? Koda pointed in one direction at the four little ones. Control them? Look at the expressions of a few of them, are they scared people? Yi Futian cursed loudly. Kodak took a closer look, and it was true. Jiang Kai was full of excitement. Meng Li's eyes revealed an ineffable curiosity. Lie Meng's eyes were glued to Bai Yujing's body, as if he had seen some kind of treasure. There was no emotion in Chen Xian's eyes, only the cold emotion of measuring data. Crazy people. It's all a bunch of crazies. This is what Kodak said about the four little ones before he left. Jiang Kai, the time is ripe, it's not often that such a strong voltage is available. Can we start our particle accelerator experiments? Wait, my electromagnetic converter comes first. Mengli unleashed her supernatural ability, and a single metal part automatically formed a half-man tall instrument. I'll go first, I want to see if I can't reach new heights with my vector coverage. In this way, Bai Yujing had become an ingrate, and his own self-detonation had created sizable experimental conditions for Jiang Kai and the others. Boom! A huge white light arose, and the four little ones weren't at all afraid of the plasma that filled the sky. Jiang Kai had made the insulation equipment, Mengli had made the Faraday cage, and Chen Xian was even standing in front of the three, so that in the event of an accident, his vector armor could still be the last barrier. At this moment, Bai Yujing was a giant capacitor discharge device in the eyes of the four. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Finally, the foreign energy in Bai Yujing's body had been used up. His body reverted to a human body, and from a distance, he looked like a mummy, bone-thin and covered with cracks. You. At this moment, Bai Yujing was filled with despair. In his perception, there was simply no one who could resist his own elemental lightning attack. But these people in front of him were like a halfway decent nemesis that had firmly grimaced their abilities. Dehydration is severe, cellular activity is almost gone. Jiang Kai glanced at Bai Yujing and made a final judgment. He shouldn't be able to die, but if he wants to recover, then. Lie Mang stated his judgment. DDT. The blue crystal energy bracelet emitted a sound. Due to special reasons, all people are requested to terminate the match and immediately rush to the base to gather. Jiang Kai and the others looked at each other, nodded, and began to return to the base. Knock. Zhao Xian slammed his fist heavily on the table. Lin Lu, is this the result you want? Do you know that your actions have strangled a future S-ranked elementalized combat exalt? Zhao Xian and Feng Yu burst into flames. Oh, the wind and water have turned, and today it's my house. You turned a blind eye to Thunder Academy doing human feedback tests during the tournament a few years ago, and now you can't stand it when your Bai Yujing is a wreck? Lin Lu went tit for tat, not giving any good looks at all. Lin Lu, I will report your behavior to the military department. You never return to the military department. Zhao Xian cursed profusely. Oh, if you can't go back, you can't go back. What, since when do people from the military department only talk big? If you have any complaints, let's go out and practice? Sign a letter of life and death, let's cross the line, how? Lin Lu's face began to become gloomy. You. Zhao Xian was dumbfounded by Lin Lu's sentence. All right. Everyone. All the wounded are being transported, and in half an hour we'll have a score tally with the results. Interrupting the test is this matter. Jiang Xia gave Zhao Xian enough face. If Zhao Xian disrupted the competition again, then he, Jiang Xia, would not show any mercy. Lin Lu, the Knight Commander won't let you go. After saying that, Zhao Xian left with the people from the military department. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia sent out an announcement for the audition. This, Golden Sword Conference, selection tournament in Nanyang City is over. Winner, Bauhinia Academy. Runner-up, Tianhui College. Third place, Jade Academy. And the Thunder Academy, which had been arrogant and domineering before, hadn't gotten anything out of it. The four little ones returned to the Moonwatch base. When they saw Ai beside Lin Lu, their eyes began to light up. It was well known that as long as Lin Lu took in an apprentice, none of them were simple characters. This is Yi, your youngest brother. Lin Lu smiled at the introduction. Hello all senior brothers and sisters. My name is Yi. Aya is a little shy and stammers when he speaks. Hey, once we enter the Lin family's door, we're all brothers and sisters, don't be formal. By the way, senior brother, what are your abilities? Introduce them to us. Jiang Kai picked up the glass of water beside him and began to drink. My psychic ability is entropy change control. Pust. Jiang Kai spat a mouthful of water directly onto Lie Mang's face. What are you doing, you asshole? Spray me all over. Wait, what did you say? Lie Mang's expression from the beginning of the displeasure to the final color surprised. The four little ones looked at Ai as if they were looking at a terrifying monster. Alright, right now I can only control the entropy of temperature. I warn you, don't let him try other levels of entropy for now. After all, the cost and coefficients of entropic debt, who knows what they are? Linus began a serious warning. The sight of Lie Mang's eyes gurgle straight turn. A Leaf Master brother, this ability, if like Chen Xian can be written on the object in advance record, my 1000-edge vibrating knife will have landed. It wasn't just Lie Mang who thought this way, the others had the same idea. Just as everyone was still chatting freely, a phone call came in. Where are you now, brother-in-law? Su Shui's nightingale-like voice came out from the phone. I just finished the Golden Sword Conference selection tournament on my side. What? Did something happen? Brother-in-law. My sister and I are at the Vermilion Bird Base. The Vermilion Bird Base has been attacked by a large number of demonic beasts, and the small country in the southeast is also restless. The commander of the Vermilion Bird Base had lent some of the Green Dragon Base's forces over, and was only able to do basic defense. If this continues, the Jubilee Base will be lost in less than half a month. So my sister and I have been thinking about it and would like to ask you for a favor. After all, Vermilion Bird Base is one of the Daylight Army's main camps. Lin Lu thought about it and responded with a smile, no problem, I'll be there in a day. Hanging up the phone, Lin Lu turned his head, everyone, I'm only going to give you all 1 day of rest, and after that, we're going to rush to the Vermilion Bird Base immediately. Yes, X5. Seeing this, Sun Xing walked over and asked with a smile, Teacher Lin, do you think you should let them rest for a few more days? Also, did something happen over at the Vermilion Bird Base? Oh, it's nothing, don't worry about it, Principal Sun. The number of demonic beasts over at the Vermilion Bird Base has increased greatly. I thought that this is a good opportunity to let them go and practice. Anyway, the National Golden Sword Conference still has some time left, doesn't it? A day later, Lin Lu and the disciples headed towards the Vermilion Bird Base. 81. Military Situation in the South. Chapter 81. Military Situation in the South. Inside a luxurious room of the Xuanwu base, a middle-aged man in his 40s was perusing the information slips. Beside him stood a sensual beauty wearing glasses. The beautiful woman was in her 30s, wearing a military uniform, her face as ancient as a statue. Oh, funny, it's this Lin Records again. Commander, Lin Lu's behavior has seriously hindered our plans. Do you see the need for eradication? Eradicate? Are you going or am I? Nightcloud rolled his eyes at the beautiful woman beside him. Commander, our elemental special warfare team is missing by Yujing. It's missing a major battle force, you see. Oh, Atao, you have to know one thing. I am the chess player. The chess pieces are less chess. Can still continue to play. But this guy Lin Lu, he can flip the board at any time. Tao. Oh, when I say that, I don't mean that I'm afraid of him, but we have better ways to weaken his strength and power. The 4 southeastern countries are stupid. Some of the families collude with the interests of the 4 countries. What these guys did could be said to have slaughtered their entire clan. Right now the Jupiter base is the center of this maelstrom. Once you're in deep, no matter what you do, you're going to offend a whole lot of powerful people. It's all about profit. Tao nodded. So, don't bother with Linus. As long as he's not in the War Department, he can't have a fundamental impact on it. As for his Daylight Army, this great disaster in the southeast will turn into a huge meat grinder, strangling the Daylight Army in bit by bit. Nightcloud revealed a wry smile. In his opinion, Lin Lu was a king of beasts that could only flaunt its power in a cage. Himself, on the other hand, is the better in the stands, the gamer. The Vermilion Bird Base in the south was the base with the toughest defense conditions among the 4 major bases in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only were there all sorts of land-based demonic beasts here, but the ones in the sea were even more numerous, constantly harassing the base's defense line. In addition to the demonic beasts, the 4 southeastern countries had long coveted the territorial sea and coastal lands in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Frame. The gates to the base opened, and several 10-person squads left the base in combat vehicles. And outside the base, a group of combat wounded slowly paced and walked back to the base, assisted by their teammates and medics. Li-san, your establishment? Alas, 10 people came back 3, the front battle cannot be objective. A few of my brothers, in order to save me, were eaten by demonic beasts. In the face of the demonic beasts' beast-tied tactics, we're really at our wits' end. The 2 sighed a few times before going their separate ways and doing their own thing. Inside the command room of the Vermilion Bird Base, a group of senior officers were discussing a plan.
Commander Nani, right now the wave of demonic beasts keeps devouring our southeastern defense line.
If we continue at this rate, in less than 4 days, the demonic beasts will arrive at our Vermilion bird base. A clerk projected the current situation on a large screen in the form of a panoramic map of Sandy Creek. Nani, commander of Vermilion bird base, with the rank of Grand General, 50 years old, is an absolute hawk in the military ministry. Especially when it comes to the attitude towards the 4 southeastern countries, it's a tough as nails. It was such an iron-blooded commander with a strong iron constitution who was now rendered helpless by the wave of demonic beasts. Everyone, we all know that this wave of demonic beasts came inexplicably. Here today we have been engaged in fierce resistance for about a month. Material and personnel assistance for the joint meeting was also delayed. We have to be prepared for the worst, and we need to make appropriate plans to deal with the southern bases once they are lost. Su Meng and Su Shui, who were sitting in the last row, looked at each other with a surprised expression on their faces. The situation has gotten this bad? Nani didn't let the sadness continue to spread. Instead, he made an introduction with a smile on his face. Although the situation is rather critical, the Green Dragon base has also assisted us with a very outstanding talent, and this is Major General Su Meng.
Wow! The others in the conference room focused all their eyes on Su Meng. Is this the Frost Sky Valkyrie of Green Dragon base? I heard that he's Lin Lu's fiancé. With her joining us, our frontline defense against the tide of demonic beasts should be able to withstand it for a little while longer. Alas, if only there were a few more elemental type adepts like General Su Meng. By the way, will Senior Colonel Lin Lu come? People started whispering. Facing Nani's introduction, Su Meng graciously stood up. Thank you, Commander Nani, for your kind words. Today I represent Green Dragon Base to your place for support, and I will strictly follow the operational arrangements of Vermilion Bird Base for the operations afterward. After saying that, Su Meng sat down. Kind glances were thrown around. This wasn't a thank you to the Green Dragon Base, it was purely because of Lin Lu's face. Hey! Sister, should we tell them that their brother-in-law will be here soon? I'm sure they'll shout loudly with excitement if they hear the news. Grinchy Sumo smirked as she made her suggestion from the sidelines. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Thus, Su Meng stood up once again. Commander Nani, I have a piece of news for you and everyone else. Teacher Lin Lu from the Bohemia Academy will bring his students over for practice, and by then, they should become a major force in the Vermilion Bird Base's defense against the wave of demonic beasts. I'm so just. As soon as these words were said, the atmosphere of the entire conference room made a 180-degree shift. Most of them were red in the face, their whole body trembling and stupid, as if the demonic beast seemed to them to be moving merits. Forest Head is coming? Tell me earlier. After the meeting I'll go and do some thinking for my troops. What? Lin too has brought people to support us? Great. No, when I get back later, I'm going to dress up. Looking at the chaotic scene, Nani did not stop it. The stress that had been building up for half a month was finally released. Lin is coming? What's there to be afraid of? Major General Su, now that the offensive and defensive situation of Vermilion Bird Base has shifted dramatically, may I ask which direction Lin Lu is coming from? Nani asked with a smile. He said he was coming from the rocky plains of the southwest. Everyone's faces fell once again. No. General Su Meng, the stone forest plain was once indeed a safe transportation corridor, but now it has been occupied by demonic beasts. And a city destroyer level demonic beast inhabits there. I'm afraid. Su Meng smiled. Don't worry, he'll be there. With Su Meng's assurance, the crowd's mood was once again cheerful. There were even chants of, when the forest head comes, the Jubilee base will be peaceful. When the forest head comes, the green sky of the Vermilion Bird Base will be there. Nani's face darkened for a moment. Whoever was yelling at the last table. You come over. You give me a good talk about how I have you guys. With that, the meeting ended on a peaceful note. Chapter 82, Ambush. Chapter 82, Ambush. Get in my beloved combat vehicle, it never gets stuck in traffic. Lin Lu sat in the passenger side with a cozy look on his face. The 5 little ones and Lin Xia were passed out in the back seat. The combat vehicle carried 8 people, including the driver, into the plains of the rock forest. It has a variety of uniquely shaped rock pillars and stones, and is called the Stone Forest Plain because of the flat and open terrain. Lin Head, I can't believe that I'm the one who came to send you to the Vermilion Bird Base this time, it's really a 3-life blessing.
The driver's comment caught the attention of the 5 little ones.
Jussie, is our teacher that good? Can you tell us any stories about his past? Monique asked with a smile while in the back seat. Stories? That's a lot of them. Like, ahem. Drive your car. Keep your mouth shut. Yes.
The 5 little ones looked at Lin Lu, who had interrupted the story, and the questions in their hearts deepened. Of the 5, only Jiang Kai knew what Lin Lu's identity was. The combat vehicle continued to move forward, but as it drove on, things got more and more wrong.
No, it's obviously not that silent when I used to drive this road, is it?
Why do you feel so much quieter today? The driver was puzzled for a moment. He hadn't made this journey for 3 months and was completely unaware that this place had been taken over by demonic beasts. The battle wagon continued onward into the depths of the stone plains, and at a calm point in time, the unexpected happened.
Ow!
Click, click, click. Kariko kariku. There was one horrible sound after another.
Various sounds came from all directions.
There were the sounds of beasts grunting, insects grinding their teeth, and mucus being squeezed.
Stop! Looks like we're in a den of thieves.
At Lin Lu's command, the combat vehicle stopped. At this moment, the originally clean view and sunny plains of the stone forest became very scary. The sky began to turn cloudy, and the surrounding vision began to become blurry and distorted. Finally, after a minute, the sight of despair swept through the brain of the driver beside Lin Lu. The surrounding densely packed demonic beasts approached the combat vehicle, a rough count of at least 1,000 of them.
Suffered. We are dead.
The driver looked desperate. Lin Lu looked at the driver with a puzzled expression.
Hey! If you've heard of me, why are you still scared like this?
Lin Head. I have only heard that you are very powerful, but how powerful it is, they didn't give me a word.
So? Can we go back alive today?
The driver looked at Lin Lu apprehensively.
Go back? Can't go back.
Lin Lu replied with a smile.
Huh? Can't get back?
The driver's voice was tinged with trembling.
Dang. I meant to get rid of everything in front of me before going back. What were you thinking?
Ignoring the driver with a desperate look on his face, Lin Lu stepped out of the combat vehicle.
Alright, you guys hurry up and get down here, it's rare to get so many targets.
Jiang Kai and the others sniffed and stepped out of the combat vehicle.
Hey, teacher, what's the word? All destroyed?
Jiang Kai had a bad smile on his face.
Total extinction.
When the driver heard that, the whole thing went bad.
You're bragging about that? And all of them?
This is thousands of demonic beasts, and their strengths are all above the fierce beast level, and there are dozens of calamity beast level. How can they be destroyed?
Jiang Kai, just don't make a move, there's nothing left for you to make a move, let the 4 of them try their abilities.
Listen up guys, I'm only giving you 10 minutes, if you don't exterminate it in 10 bells, go back to the base and do 100 push-ups for the rest of the day.
Got it?
Yes, X4. The excited voice came. Aside from Jiang Kai, the others were divided into 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north, and began their own demonic beast cleanup.
Did I hear you right? What's this? Why does it sound like there's a few of us surrounding a bunch of each other?
Lin Tu's disciple is this strong? The driver was no longer afraid, but instead looked out the window.
Hee, so many demonic beasts, can try that thing, although it's a disposable item for now. With that, Lie Mang took out a peculiar blade from his waist.
This long blade was covered in dense cracks all over, giving it a sense of light. The demonic beasts on the east side, seeing that only Lie Mang walked over alone, were suddenly ferocious. Hundreds of demonic beasts suddenly rushed out of the group of demonic beasts and ran towards Lie Mang.
Ha! Not bad. So many demonic beasts to experiment with. Bloom. 1,000 blades.
Only Lie Mang threw it with force, and the long blade covered in cracks instantly shattered into hundreds of small pieces. These small pieces of debris were endowed with high-frequency vibration alien energy by Lie Mang. Each piece of debris, under the terrifying high-frequency vibrations, not only generated high temperatures by friction with the air, but also had an unrivaled cutting ability. Lie Mang used the hilt of his blade as a guide to scatter countless small pieces of debris forward, and a terrifying red high-temperature cutting barrage instantly formed. The demonic beasts that were covered by the barrage were like being cut by hot metal sheets, their originally intact bodies were cut into many portions of shattered pieces with a charred odor. Lie Mang's strike directly subdued the demonic beasts behind him. Their group of demonic beasts eating blood and drinking meat is already cruel enough. I did not expect Lie Mang to be even more cruel than them, coming to a place where they do not leave a whole body. Alas! Too bad it's a disposable item. If only it could be restored with entropy reversal. Lie Mang turned his head and silently looked in Ye's direction. Although Yi was a disciple that Lin Lu had just taken on, he was extremely perceptive and talented. At the moment, he used the Inferno sleeve as a fire jet device, continuously spewing out hot gases. The reaction force of the jet allows Aya to burst in any direction. An ice jacket's gas injection system was used by him in a different way. The refrigerated gas is no longer emitted diffusely, but rather is clustered. The scattered streams of freezing air began to coalesce, finally forming a terrifying blade of cryogenic air. Chop! Aya turned his Inferno glove downwards, the jet of heat sending him airborne, and after a second of stalling in the air, he raised his ice glove and swung down with a single slash. The hand's cluster of cold air blades fell instantly, like a spiritual finger of God, instantly freezing a long strip of land 10 meters wide and 300 meters long. After landing, Yi once again struck an ice sleeve sweep, turning dozens more demonic beasts into ice sculptures. Suffered. The temperature is too high. Need to compensate. Perhaps the experience of fighting and the use of his abilities were rusty. Aya didn't notice that the temperature of the Inferno set had become very hot. There's no way out. Inferno fist. Boom. Aya stopped cooling down, then swung the Inferno set out with force. The horrific heat wave transformed into a demon scythe and began to claim its life. Before dozens of demonic beasts had time to react, they were swept away by this wave of high-temperature heat and their entire bodies were mercilessly burned. Awesome! Lie Mang cast a praising glance at Aya. Yi also seemed to sense the encouragement from Lie Mang and the others and revealed a happy smile. Since you're all playing so big, I'll start too. Meng Li laughed as she ascended into the air, her arms spread out, and a strange metal device appeared behind Meng Li. Crowd, it's not going to be another hack, is it? Lin Lu, did this girl work that out? Chapter 83 Plasma Leaps, One Man Becomes an Army. Chapter 83 Plasma Leaps, One Man Becomes an Army. Plasma Cannon. Deploy. Meng Li's eyes glowed blue. The huge box behind him rose high into the air and began to morph. Only the solid metal boxes, which had been tightly connected, began to reorganize and reconfigure themselves, ending up as four oddly shaped long tube launchers. No way! Meng Li got the plasma cannon out? Jiang Kai's face was complicated as he looked at Meng Li with her long hair flowing in the air. Ha ha! Teacher said, poor is tactical penetration, rich is firepower wash, sorry, all of you are going to be under my gun today. Manri raised her hands happily and the four hovering plasma cannons went to work. The plasma gun principle is based on the ionization of a gas into a plasma, or plasma, by heating it to an extremely high temperature. A magnetic field is then used to accelerate the plasma and launch it. Plasma is extremely energetic and capable of destroying a target instantly. Magnetic field change. Meng Li let out a roar, and the magnetic field of the team around the plasma cannon began to change in a cyclical manner. The rapidly changing magnetic field produces an induced current that heats the gas, turning the gas in the metal box into plasma. Seeing that the time was right, Meng Li gave a big wave and used the magnetic field to restrain the plasma and prevent it from spreading or cooling. The inside of the four metal boxes began to pulsate with blue-white plasma, from a hint at the beginning to slowly beginning to thicken. Seeing that the time was right, Meng Li created a directed magnetic field gradient to accelerate the plasma to a very high speed. Electromagnetic plasma cannon. Fire. Meng Li dashingly compared a shooting pose, and the four plasma cannons behind her were like giant beasts roaring, pouring plasma into the ground in front of them. The air twisted and boiled in an invisible vortex, and the arcs of electricity around the plasma swam like wild snakes, reflecting the earth in front of them into a piercing pale blue. Chirp! A piercing sound resounded through the heavens and earth. Plasma shot. The magnetic field collapsed steeply, and the plasma turned into a pillar of blazing white light that penetrated into the group of demonic beasts. The demonic beast that was struck couldn't even send out a mournful cry, its scale armor instantly vaporized in the terrifying heat, and its skeleton turned into a charred black frame. The aftermath wave swept across the battlefield wrapped in ionized hurricane winds, and piece after piece of demonic beasts tumbled down in pieces like straw, their flesh and blood exploding and splattering in the purplish-red plasma flames. The smell of burning and ozone filled the air, the earth was scorched with sinuous cracks of lava, and the sound of electricity from the changing magnetic field still hummed.
This. The driver freaked out. Is this the kind of strength an average alien can possess? Unwillingly, I can't imagine that I let Meng Li get the plasma cannon out first.
The particle collision between Jiang Kai and I is still in the experimental stage.
Li Meng burst of envy. Chen Xian snapped his head. Senior sister Meng Li, you've taken care of all the demonic beasts in my direction together. What am I doing? Hey, don't say that. I didn't want to try the power of the plasma cannon.
Meng Li landed safely on the ground and explained to Chen Xian with a smile.
Come on, call it a day after the fight.
Lin Lu told the crowd to get in their cars and head towards the base. And hidden beneath the surface of the ground, reddened by the plasma cannons, was a huge gray serpent. This snake was the city destroyer grade, demonic beast of this place, Earth Rock Python. Earth Rock Python, it's a good thing I didn't go out. These blue beams of light, they can melt rocks. It's too scary. I need to leave this place. 2 hours later, Lin Lu and his group finally arrived at the gate of the Vermilion Bird Base. As soon as they got out of the car, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of Lin Lu. Su Shui was valiant in her military uniform.
Su Meng was dressed in a white tight-fitting practice outfit, sexy and alluring.
Looking at the beauty in front of him, Lin Lu revealed a long-lost piggish smile.
Hey, brother-in-law.
You finally arrived. I thought you guys would be delayed there at the Stone Rock Plains.
Little Meng Li, little Xiao, don't come back well.
Su Shui laughingly grabbed Lin Xiao with one hand, and then rubbed it on her head. Sister Su Shui, it hurts. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Lu helplessly, hoping that he would rescue her.
This is the girl Lin Lu rescued in the Dark Zone? Su Meng came to Lin Xiao's side and began a careful scrutiny. Hello Sister Su Meng.
Lin Xiao was a self-acquaintance. Seeing Su Meng looking at her, she responded with a smile. Lin Lu, the Vermilion Bird Base's defense is under too much pressure. Commander Nani has decided to hold a small strategic meeting tonight, naming you to attend. You see, Su Meng smiled and spoke out the arrangement.
No problem, I'd like to know the specifics as well. It's all right if the demonic beasts are causing trouble.
If it's the 4 southeastern countries, especially the footpads, that are causing trouble, then don't blame me for coming down hard. A murderous streak flickered in Lin Lu's eyes. Seeing that Lin Lu's mood was a bit abnormal, Su Meng hurriedly changed the topic. At night, Lin Lu finished dinner and was invited to the large conference room. As soon as he entered, the eyes of everyone in the entire hall gathered on him.
Lin Head. I'm Wang Kong, I've teamed up with you before.
Lin Head, long time no see.
I'm Li Lei Lei.
Forest Head. The officers present gave Lin Lu an unusually warm welcome.
Ahem, okay, quiet.
Nani coughed and the scene quieted down.
Wow, I can't imagine that Mr. Lin is so popular in the military department. Who was he before?
Chen Xian let out a question.
I do know who she is.
In terms of his accomplishments, I can only use one sentence to describe it. In heaven and on earth, he is the only one. Jiang Kai said with a smile. Senior brother Jiang Kai, if you know, tell us.
Chen Xian's curiosity was piqued. You'll know when the time comes, I'll sell it first.
Jiang Kai stopped talking and silently followed behind Lin Lu.
Oh, it's been a long time.
Lin Lu. Thinking about those days when you fought on our southeastern front, it was really enjoyable.
Nani revealed a beatific smile of pleasure.
Don't look at this Vermilion Bird Base commander's amiable smile, but he has a terrifying title, Ghost Pen Judge.
The title also came about thanks to Ringrose.
Back then, when the allied forces of the 4 countries stormed the Vermilion Bird Base, Lin Lu was transferred here. Well, the commander is an absolute hawk, and so is Lin Lu, the first-line super soldier. The two of them hated each other as if they were looking at green beans in the eye.
That month, Nam Yi was frantically approving notes.
Today, we sent Lin Lu to end a blue crystal artillery building in the footbath country. Tomorrow, let Lin Lu take his men to the Monkey Nation position for a big kill. The day after that, we had another ammo wash from Ringulo and blew up 1 or 2 military camps in the AZ. In short, this old man and young man work well together, with one approving the note and the other laying down the gauntlet. According to statistics, the total number of Southeast foreign shifters who died at the hands of the two amounted to more than 3,000, and that was still a clue that could be found.
Who knows how many foreign aliens these two guys have exterminated behind everyone's back? Commander Nani, you're also old and strong now.
By the way, Commander, I've discovered a serious problem.
Oh. The two of them revealed lewd expressions together, leaving everyone present speechless for a while. At this moment, the two of them were as if they were a pair of friends with the same heart, uttering a sentence at the same time. Let's plan it, X2. Nan E and Lin Lu. Omega Omega. The Sue sisters. Others, Y. Chapter 84 The Plan. Chapter 84 Plans. Lin Lu, right now there are almost around 10,000 demonic beasts in the eastern part of the Vermilion Bird Base. There are around 5,000 demonic beasts in the south. There are around 2,000 demonic beasts in the southeast. At the same time, there are 3 demonic beasts of the extinction level hovering around the base. Are you sure you can bring the warriors of the Vermilion Bird Base to force them back? If you can push them back, I'll authorize any note you want. Senior officers, huh? There's more to it? But I like it. Open a cop? Well, no problem. But I want one thing. Lin Lu responded with a smile. You say? I want the right of free attack on other countries. Lean. Sure enough. All the senior officers in the room had an I get it look on their faces. And the right of free attack? You are more apt to say directly that you want an order for an acquittal massacre, Lin Head. Nanny didn't answer immediately and fell into thought. Commander, do you think that this wave of demonic beasts is really just due to demonic beasts? Lin Lu uttered a word of warning. Are you saying that the current predicament of our Jubilee base is all caused by another country? Nanyi's eyes were heavy, as if he had thought of something. If my math is correct, this period is all about the days when demonic beasts give birth to their young, right? And the Joint Council has recently been talking to the Footbath country about the ownership of several small islands in the southeast, so I mustn't think about it more. Lin Lu voiced his judgment. You don't say. You really don't say. Nanny was ready to start cracking up. Commander, watch your manners. Lin Lu reminded. Cough cough. By the way, Lin Lu, there's a 5-nation military exchange in a few days. The location is at the southeast maneuvering range of our Jupiter base. I can't spare a hand on my side, so go and help me cope. Other officers, my Lord Commander, are you sure you want Lin Lu to deal with it or to stir up trouble? What are you boys looking at me for? It's not that you're too weak. Look at the batch of people from the 28th issue, they talk and sound good, and they're solid. Nanny looked at his subordinates and became angry. The 28th, also known as the holiest class of people at the Central Military Academy. The graduates of this class are pricks wherever they go. Remember which dangling Maoist leader sent a couple of 28th big brothers to negotiate back in the day? As soon as the meeting came up, he went up to the other guy and gave him a couple of big slaps in the face for disrespecting him with his hat on crooked. Do you realize how much those big slaps in the face hurt the exotic negotiator at the time? There were also a couple of older brothers who talked about giving preferential treatment to POWs and ended up hitting all of them. When I asked them the reason, a few old men asked the inspectorate in return, are they your fathers? Do you want to do your filial duty? Even more outrageous, once, after the battle, a few 28th-old brother heard that the other side to clean up the battlefield, the enemy's body to transport back to the ritual burial in the way into what shrine. So, started the operation overnight. The next day the local body collection team came and found their soldiers without their heads. More than 1,000 heads were all taken away and stacked up into a kyokan at the border of the Dragon Kingdom. You have to ask who the 28th issue bearer is. Needless to say, it won't be anyone else but Master Lin. All fighters in the 28th period will memorize a poem called Dragon Armor Chant, created by Lin Lu. Whoever touches the dragon's scales will be executed under the 9 heavens. Whoever strengthens our country's prestige should be buried in the Tower of Loyalty. The sword boils out of the mountains and rivers, and the blood stains the battle armor mute. The beacon fire refines the real gold, the liver and gall shine on the dragon's summer. An inch of earth will not be invaded, and the cold blade will condense the frosty flowers. The horse treads on the snow of the lonely mountain, and the arrow breaks the enemy's capital tile. The fathers and elders leaned on the door and looked on, and they dared not lose their gray hairs. I have pledged my life to my country, and I will live and die as a soldier. Thus, the graduates of the 28th Central Military Academy became a terrorizing force in the military department. If the Daylight Army was Lin Lu's whim, then the 28th military cadets were Lin Lu's true core strength. Most of this group of people had already entered the various special warfare sequences of the Dragon Kingdom. Some even became super soldiers.
That's why Lin Lu was able to run roughshod over the military department before, and there was the secret watch of the 28th alumni. At the graduation party of the military academy, Lin Lu drove everyone's mood, and with a sentence, "Gathering is a piece of, dispersing is a sky full of stars," humorously and wryly sent his last blessing to the alumni of the 28th period.
Commander, why don't we change someone else? After all, we're fending off demonic beasts right now, and once we piss off the other 4 kingdoms and they come together, I'm afraid we won't be able to fend them off. The secretary on the side reminded Nanny.
Don't worry.
This kid and I work very well together.
Thinking back to the days when the two of us had abused the 4 southeastern countries over and over again, I'm relieved that this kid is here today.
He doesn't come and I may be wishy-washy.
I'll hit him hard when he comes.
Well, never mind, I'll make my own arrangements back there. With that, the meeting was adjourned. Sensei, why don't we go to the front line and help them now?
Aya voiced his thoughts.
It's okay to help, but you still have to follow the arrangements.
Right now, Commander Nanny hasn't given any specific battle orders yet, so we just need to rest, and we'll talk when it's really time for us to step in. As night came, Lin Lu brought the crowd to enjoy a dinner in a corner of the base.
Hey, brother-in-law, tell me honestly, are these little guys the new army you created?
Su Shui leaned over with a glass of juice.
What are you talking about?
It's not that time yet. These guys have very strong comprehension abilities and they have infinite possibilities.
Infinite possibilities?
Su Shui was skeptical for a moment.
That's right.
The only way to break the existing pattern of demonic beasts and humans was, one force breaks all laws. My purpose is not just to create a new army, but
to create God. Su Mang was also shocked and walked towards Lin Lu, listening to Lin Lu's ramblings.
Dream, do you remember?
The time we used to be stationed in the southeast. It was so cozy. Back then there was you, Sambo, Aaron.
Lin Lu seemed to be caught up in his own memories. Suddenly a meteor streaked across the sky, interrupting Lin Lu's reminiscing. A few years ago, in order to save me, Sanba was counted to death by a shifter from the Footbath country and a ghost within the Dragon country.
Today, I'm back. This time, I'm going to make these people pay.
Lin Lu's eyes glowed red. The blood debt of a dear friend must be avenged by himself. A temporary base rose up on a small island in the southeast. Brigadier Yamamoto, 8 of the 10 southeastern islands already belong to us. The Vermilion Bird Base was overwhelmed by the tide of demonic beasts and lost control of the southeastern islands.
Yosi. Well done. Uyama-kun, your squadron did a great job. Here's the next task list. You and a few other squadrons must take the 10 southeastern islands before the negotiations, understand?
Hi.
Shigechi Yamamoto, a brigade commander in charge of the 10 islands strategy in the Footlands, was in his 30s.
This time, taking advantage of the gap between the Vermilion Bird Base's resistance to the wave of demonic beasts, his troops took the 10 islands.
The 10 southeastern islands are a buffer zone between the Dragon Kingdom and the Footbath Kingdom. Whoever takes these resource-rich islands will have absolute control over the surrounding waters.
Oh, Dragon Kingdom. Your officer named Lin Lu killed my brother and brother a few years ago, and to this day, I'm going to make you pay. The carefully crafted 10 blades under my command will exterminate all of your super alien fighters, you Dragon Nation people.
Don't deserve to enjoy such rich resources and territory.
Ha 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 ha. Shigechi Yamamoto's laughter rang through half the base. In his opinion, the 10-island strategy was about to succeed, and the Dragon Kingdom would eventually lose control of the southeastern seas.
Chapter 85. Chapter 85 The 10 Blades.
The western base of the Footbath country.
10 oddly dressed warriors were gathering. They were men and women of all ages. A correspondent in uniform walked in. Gentlemen, an order from Brigade Commander Shigechi Yamamoto. 10 blades, everyone. The 10 Islands campaign has been successful.
When the people in charge of the Jubilee base reacted, they would surely engage in a counter-recapture.
Now,
the Brigadier General has asked each of you to lead 2 squadrons to garrison the 10 islands.
Depart as soon as you receive the order.
Hi, X-10. The 10 samurai nodded and then filed out of the party room.
Tokyo, wait. A man called a woman.
Oh?
What does Crowfetch-kun want?
The man hesitated for a few seconds, after which he slowly said, "Be careful with everything."
The woman smiled, didn't say anything, and simply left the party house.
At this moment, Nan Yi's face was very ugly. The military report in hand showed that the Footbath Kingdom had taken advantage of the gap between the Vermilion Bird Base's resistance to the wave of demonic beasts and quickly seized control of the 10 islands in the form of a blitzkrieg. Not only that, they also joined the remaining 3 countries to put pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. This incident had serious consequences. The decision was taken after a day and night of discussion at the joint meeting. As commander, Nami must retake control of at least 5 islands within a week or be removed as commander. In the meantime, to make up for the political losses, the Joint Conference and the War Department will not send a single soldier. All materials and personnel for the recapture operation will be arranged by Southeast and Vermilion Bird Base themselves. In addition, the decision also specifically mentioned that if the recapture operation fails, all officers above the rank of major in the Jubilee Base will be disciplined and demoted at the time of Nan Yi's removal. This directly ignited the powder keg of the Vermilion Bird Base. Many sergeants were even more perplexed that they had bled and shed tears, and in the end it was such a result. The Vermilion Bird Base was already stretched to the limit in terms of troop strength in order to defend against the wave of demonic beasts, and even many of the injured fought a second time without fully recovering. But now, instead of relief supplies arriving and relief troops arriving, what we get instead is a piece of paper with a reprimand. Complaints, helplessness and suffocation permeate the entire base. Crunch. The door to Nan Yi's office was suddenly opened. "What's the matter? Things are a bit tricky." Lin Lu walked in with a smile. "Yeah? Take a look." Nan Yi handed the results of the joint meeting to Lin Lu. Receiving the stamped decision slip in Nan Yi's hand, Lin Lu scrutinized it carefully. "So that's how it is, with the 10 islands taken, there's a reason to move you. As soon as you step down, a large number of senior officers in the south will be replaced and demoted. It seems that this is not the handiwork of one person." Lin Lu saw the problem at a glance. "Oh, yeah. For a conference decision in the military decisions category to be adopted, at least half of the people in the morning of the joint assembly must vote in favor of it. Kid, how many people have you messed with? And don't you see that this kettle of fish is aimed at your daylight army?" Nan Yi had been observing Lin Lu's expression. After reading through it, Lin Lu pulled on this decision slip with both hands and gave it a firm tug. The decision sheet was split in 2. "Commander, do you believe me?" Lin Lu's eyes revealed a wave of excitement. "Oh? Tell me about it." "I read the decision. It says the requirement for you is to take back the 10 islands. What can you do after taking back the 10 islands? They are not mentioning anything." Nan Yi blew out his beard for a moment. "Taking back the 10 islands is hard enough, and you still want to? Wait a minute. This kid can't be trying to. You've guessed what I think. This kid, he wants more than just the 10 islands." Nan Yi broke out in a cold sweat. "The 10 islands are to be captured, and when we get them back, can we continue eastward?" Lin Lu's eyes burned. "Boy, this has come down to country. I'll just ask you if you're with it." Lin Lu directly interrupted Nan Yi. "Ha? You dare to order me? The time to seize the island is 1 week. After 1 week, I'll give you 10,000 C-rank combat exalts, and if you don't take down the western state of the Footbasin country, I'll disassemble you and feed you to the pigs." Nan Yi stood up and gave Lin Lu a splitting curse. After a few seconds, the two smiled at each other again. "Are you sure? What do you say?" With that, an old man and a young man accomplished a unity of opinion. 2 days later, Lin Lu, accompanied by a group of officers, arrived at the place of negotiation. Upon entering the negotiation room, an air of solemnity filled the room. "Yo! You're all here." Lin Lu raised his right hand and walked in like he was greeting an acquaintance. "Ambassador Dragon, you are late." A footsie state officer issued a stern warning. "Alas, the traffic jam. We all work for a living, so what's the point of putting up a fight, isn't it?" Lin Lu took a seat on the main seat. Seeing that Lin Lu had already taken his seat, the ambassadors of other countries also sat down. "Ambassador Long, we, the 5 of us, are gathered here today to discuss how we can work together to coordinate our defense." The ambassador of the Foot Locker state had a smile on his face and got straight to the point. Seeing this, Lin Lu nonchalantly stirred the drink in front of him and smiled. "Cooperation? Cooperate? It can be If you want to assist in defense, how about we talk about it after your Footbasin kingdom returns the 10 islands to us first?"
Upon hearing Lin Lu's words, the ambassador of the Footbasin Kingdom was astonished. Ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom, what are you talking about? The 10 islands have always been the territory of our Footbasin Kingdom. Why would we say that they were returned? Is that so? Then there's no more talking, wait for the fierce retaliation of our Dragon Nation's psychic warriors. Lin Lu got up, ready to leave. Wait a minute, is this how your country sent you to talk about things? Is this the attitude of your Dragon Kingdom Alien Bureau? As we all know, the Bureau of Alien Energy is in charge of foreign affairs, so by all rights, this negotiation should be negotiated by the Bureau of Alien Energy. But no one is willing to come to this kind of negotiation where a glance at the end of the world will lead to the humiliation of the Dragon Kingdom. So the pot once again fell on the Jubilee base. Hearing the accusation from the ambassador of the Footbath country, Lin Lu smiled and responded, "To be honest, I really didn't take you guys seriously. What we've lost, we'll take back. Longbo Lin Lu. Put my words down here, none of the footbenders of the 10 islands will return alive." Lin Lu's words directly subdued everyone present, including those who accompanied him with Lin Lu. Whoosh! The ambassador of the Monkey Nation stood up on the sidelines. Arrogant! It's so arrogant! You! Sit down for me! Lin Lu's eyes looked at the Monkey Nation's ambassador with icy coldness. Yes! Snap! At Lin Lu's roar, the Monkey Nation ambassador quickly sat down. The ambassador of the Footbath country looked at the ambassador of the Monkey country with a look of contempt. "You coward, where is your temperament as an ambassador? Ambassador of the Monkey Nation, if you're good, you go. The year before last, this is the guy who slaughtered 300 of our aliens without batting an eye." Snap! Lin Lu slapped a palm onto the table. "Monkey Kingdom ambassador, I'm going to exterminate the Footbath Kingdom exalted on the 10 islands. You guys won't be involved, will you?" It won't. Definitely not. Rinulo smiled and laughed, looking at Agri and Stick Country again. "Don't worry, Ambassador Lin, we won't get involved." Engage? Involved in what? Looking at the reactions of the ambassadors of the other countries, Lin Lu nodded in satisfaction. "It is fine for you to come, but remember one thing: foreigners are forbidden in the 10 islands' possessions. Whoever comes, be prepared to die. I declare. The meeting is closed." Who's in favor? Who's against? No one answered, and Lin Lu got up and left the negotiation site with his own people. Chapter 86, Distribution of Combat Power. Chapter 86, Distribution of Battle Strength. Lin Head, are we really okay like this? On the way back, an accompanying officer was a bit worried. Worry? Worried about what? There's nothing to talk about in the first place. On La. With that, the group returned to Vermilion Bird Base. As soon as he returned to the base, Nanny called Lin Lu to his office. "Kid, you're pretty strong. I heard you scolded the ambassadors of all 4 countries." "Not at all, those people have itchy skins and need me to loosen them up." "Alright, no more bull with you, 10 islands recaptured, how so, any detailed strategy?" Hey, that's for sure, just watch, Commander, after my detailed analysis and careful weighing, I'll assign my personnel in an extremely scientifically rigorous set of ways." Southease, a scientific approach? A rigorous approach to distribution? Half an hour later, Lin Lu summoned the group over with a quill containing 10 bamboo sticks. Come on, 1 person, 1 island, first one to draw gets assigned first." Lin Lu shouted, placing the quill on the table. "First things first. 1 day later we'll help Vermilion Bird Base retake the island." According to the scouting information from the scouting unit, there is now a group of combat aliens stationed on each island. 1 island for me, Su Meng, and Su Shui, and you guys cover the rest. Ha? Jiang Kai and the others were dumbfounded. Ahem. Don't worry, you'll be assisted by the regular soldiers and psychic warriors that will accompany you. I've applied for you for the temporary rank of Major. The team is under your unified command. The accompanying warriors will help lead the way and get you to the island, and will cooperate with you in combat. Jiang Kai's eyes instantly brightened when he heard this. Isn't this just asking them to lead an alien squad on a combat mission? I'll go first. Jiang Kai took an arrow step forward and drew out a stick with a 1 written on it. Not bad, the first island, and the island where the footpads are heavily deployed. Your powers are perfect for fighting here. Immediately afterward, all began to draw lots. Xiao, what are you waiting for? Smoke it.
Seeing Lin Xiao still showing off her snacks, Lin Lu immediately urged.
Ha? Brother? I'm going to be on it too? Lin Xiao looked reluctant. You must go too. Lin Lu feigned anger. Ugh. Okay. Lin Xiao walked over and drew out a stick. In the end, the 5 little ones, Lin Xiao, Lin Lu, Su Meng, and Su Shui all got their numbers. Ha? There's another one? Sensei. There's another island who goes? The people from Vermilion Bird Base? Jiang Kai let out a doubt. Hee, last one, let's go together. But with your speed, I'm afraid you're not as fast as me. Underestimate us. The 5 little ones had fire in their eyes. All along, Lin Lu had been their teacher. But since opening the door to science, they have realized that their teacher is not so far out of reach. From looking up in the past to catching up now, Lin Lu became the ultimate goal in the hearts of the 5 little ones. By the way, I'm here to give you a heads up, especially Jiang Kai and Meng Li, you two take it easy and don't destroy the island altogether. That's my stuff from now on. Your stuff? Everyone was confused. I made a deal with Nani, as long as I can realize the strategy of recapturing the 10 islands, he can use over the commander's authority and give us an island as a training base. Do you get it? Lab X5. Everyone's eyes were glowing. With the rise in strength of all, many natural science experiments must be on the agenda. But these experiments are not only dangerous, they require a large site. Take the basic linear collider, which requires about 3 to 4 kilometers of acceleration length alone. Not to mention the tens of kilometers of circumference of the circular acceleration bins of the Large Hadron Collider. Many of the experiments cover large areas, are dangerous, and also require a high degree of concealment. These characteristics doomed large-scale precision experiments that could not be conducted in the interior of the Dragon Kingdom. If you had an island of your own, then you and others could just build on it however you wanted. Well, it's getting late, so let's get started after a day's rest. Attention! Drop all illusions of sympathy for the weak for me. This is war, and as long as the other side isn't dead, it could strike us dead at any time. Anyone who has that sanctimonious heart better put it away. Even if the other guy looks dead through and through, you guys are going to give me 12 points, got it? Yes. Thus, the island attack plan ended in an almost child's play manner by Lin Lu. The ambassador of the footbath country, at this time, also brought back information about the negotiations to Shigechi Yamamoto. Brigade Commander, the Dragon Kingdom's Lin Lu doesn't pay the slightest attention to us, look. Oh, you don't have to take this matter to heart. 10th Island is a giant meat grinder right now. Any Dragon Kingdom alien who tries to enter the 10 islands will die. After Shigechi Yamamoto finished speaking, he turned to the secretary beside him and asked, 10 blades, have all been sent to the island, haven't they? Rest assured, Brigadier, the 10 blades have arrived. In addition, each 10 blades is equipped with a tactical team consisting of 3 squadrons. Listening to the secretary unfold the story, Shigeru Yamamoto nodded. The 10 blades is the biggest weapon in the hands of Shigechi Yamamoto. Every single one of them had strength that was infinitely close to S-class. For this reason, the Weapon Research and Development Organization of the Footbath country had specially customized the knives to suit their psychic abilities, as well as their various forms. Lin Lu, just wait, I've arranged everything this time, and in the words of your Dragon Kingdom, it's 4 words inviting the king into the jar. Ha 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 ha. Shigechi Yamamoto once again made a maniacal sound. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Lin Lu's group arrived at the beach. Commander Nani had specially equipped Lin Lu's group with 9 combat ships. As he left, Nani smiled and said to Lin Lu, listen carefully, winning or losing this time is not only concerned with my future, it's also related to the discourse power of the Daylight Army Department. There's a saying, win a clubhouse model. If you lose, you'll be working in the sea. I've bet all my fortune on you, don't fall off the wagon when it matters. Commander Nani complained with a sniffle and a tear. But Lin Lu knew that in Nani's tears, 20% was about career considerations, 79% was about the control of the entire battlefield, and the last 1% was about his own concern. The combat ship took Lin Lu and the others away. After traveling for half an hour, the beginnings of the 10 islands were faintly visible. Alright, I'll go that way first. Jiang Kai smiled and greeted everyone, becoming the first to leave the large group. The others responded with smiles. After 10 minutes of traveling, Jiang Kai arrived at island number 1. What was unfolding in front of Jiang Kai's eyes at this moment was a large island with a diameter of several kilometers. Flocks of seagulls flew up and down around the island in a peaceful manner. But only those who fought knew that this place was about to become a horrible battlefield where blood and blades were intertwined. Chapter 87, Encounter. Chapter 87, Encounter. On the eastern island of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Kai landed from the west with 15 alien warriors. Major Jiang, do you think we should make any battle plans? A warrior asked apprehensively. The plan is indeed. Everyone over here. As soon as everyone heard that, they moved closer to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai revealed a warm smile. The battle plan for a while is, as soon as the battle starts, you guys will quickly move away from me. Huh? The alien warriors were confused. What kind of plan was this? The teacher explained before that the battle should be very intense. To avoid unnecessary sacrifices, you guys stay as far away from me as possible. You should all be aware of my ability to explode. Once I meet a strong enemy, I may cast a large explosion, so for safety, please stay away from me. Hearing Jiang Kai say that, the crowd nodded. And the truth is, Jiang Kai, teacher said that there is a mole. The later one's true abilities are exposed, the better. With that, the group began to make their way to the center of the island. After 10 minutes of walking, the group saw a campground. Dozens of shifters from the Footbath Kingdom and the camp were talking and laughing and eating barbecued meat. Okay. You guys can go back, Jiang Kai said with a smile. That's it? The 15 alien warriors looked at each other in disbelief. Major Jiang Kai, do you think you want us to help you with some reinforcements? After all, there are so many people on the other side, and they're all Xenos? Ha, I appreciate your kindness, but for your safety, I still want you to approach our landing. Seeing Jiang Kai's insistence, the Dragon Kingdom exotic warrior could do nothing and gently walked back. 5 minutes later, Jiang Kai stood up abruptly after making sure his people were far away. He was seen with a big smile on his face, walking out of the woods on the side. Ah, guys, enjoying your stay here? All of the Feet Basin country's alien warriors immediately grabbed their blue crystal guns and aimed them at Jiang Kai. Who are you? How did you get here? Oh, who am I? I'm a courier from East Wind Express. You know, our slogan is, East Wind Express, mission accomplished. Send something? Send what? A Footbend country warrior actually asked Jiang Kai rhetorically with a smile. Send what? Send your lives, of course. It was still the same warm smiling face, still the voice that spoke like a spring breeze, but the last word, life, made everyone's spine rise with the cold air. Shooting. Slow. Explosion. Snapping, Jiang Kai snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions resounded throughout the base. All the warriors of the Footbath Kingdom were affected by the sudden explosion. Some are charred black and not breathing. Some were missing arms and legs, where they kept howling and eventually ran out of breath. The worst of the worst were vaporized into dust by the horrific heat wave. The Dragon Nation alien warriors who had just left wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads when they saw a violent explosion in the direction of the Footbath Nation camp. Fortunately, he and others went away. This kind of array of explosions once caught in the wave, either dead or disabled. Too terrifying. Is this the disciple of the forest head? Fortunately, we left far away. Alright, let's keep a good watch over the landing combat ship. When Lin Tu's disciple finishes off all the enemies here, he'll come back for us. Wait, aren't there 15 of us? Why are there only 14? Where's the other one? Flames spread across the makeshift base, and in the blink of an eye, the base had been destroyed by an explosion created by Jiang Kai. This time, Jiang Kai didn't use the fuse detonation method. This approach is too slow to be effective and easily perceived. So he used a nested combination of dust. Chlorine trifluoride ClF3 dust was added to the explosive dust. Well-constructed chlorine trifluoride is one of the strongest known oxidizers, capable of burning or exploding violently on contact with almost any organic material, e.g., wood, rubber, plastics, and even igniting inert materials such as glass and asbestos. So Jiang Kai invented this method of using chlorine trifluoride as a detonator. Trichlorofluorine dust can become gaseous at room temperature and explode when it comes into contact with organic materials, turning it into a detonator that is uniquely Jiang Kai's. The stragglers are gone, the main man. It's time to appear.
Jiang Kai looked in one direction and said in a calm tone.
Snap.
The continuous applause came from one direction, and within moments, a man in a red kimono stepped out.
The first blade, Rift Maru, holder of the 10 Blades, troop of the Footbath Kingdom Oniga UC. Attends.
As he said that, Onagasha Yusai licked his love blade with his tongue.
Boom.
The explosion rang out where Ghost Tooth Yusai was, and a quick blast was immediately generated. However, Ghost Tooth Yusai was not affected by the explosion and dodged to the side, in advance.
Oh. Interesting ability.
Jiang Kai revealed a stream of meaningful smile.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
To be honest, before meeting you I originally thought you were just a cocky brat, but now my assessment has changed, you are a terrifyingly wise man.
Wise man?
You're joking, I'm just a Dragon Kingdom warrior who wants to take back the 10 islands.
Inflammation Explosion Matrix. Jiang Kai didn't talk nonsense and unleashed his supernatural ability.
Ghost Tooth Yusai's scalp tingled as he looked around at the dense mass of dust.
In hell. This guy's all about accuracy and quantity, isn't he?
No, he must be approached, and if he is approached, this boy who has been smiling all the time will be the death of my sword. With this thought in mind, Ghost Tooth Yusai kept dodging, and with each explosion, he was able to precisely avoid the blast impact.
Ha ha, kid, go ahead.
Ghost Tooth Yusai tried to provoke Jiang Kai with his words.
1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The explosions became less and less frequent, and finally, they stopped.
Jiang Kai gasped for air, bead after bead of sweat flowing from his forehead. Boy, we samurai have been training in stance and the length of each step we move since we were young.
As long as I can get away before the explosion happens I won't be fatally injured. Let's see if you have more alien energy or my stamina. Cracking chop.
Ghost Tooth Yusai timed it right, raised his right hand, and swung out with a slash. The powerful chop drove the air, forming a high-pressure air blade that came at Jiang Kai.
Powder wall.
Without hesitation, Jiang Kai pushed his hands together, and a high-density wall of metal dust immediately formed.
Knock.
The air blade hit solidly on top of the pink wall and finally dissipated into the air.
Cut.
Feeling a bit sorry for himself, Ghost Blade Yusai spat disgruntledly.
Now that you've had enough fun, I'll move on. Continuous cracking chop. Ghost Blade Yusai kept sending attack after attack at the powdered metal wall.
Finally, the wall of powder shattered under the continuous attack of the air blades.
Ghost Blade Yusai seized the opportunity and began to approach quickly.
Chapter 88, 10 Calculations in 1 Step, The Laughing Master's Power. Chapter 88, 10 Calculations in 1 Step, The Laughing Master's Power. Seeing his opponent approaching, Jiang Kai bitterly smiled and pressed down on the ground, and with him at the center, a 100-meter radius sphere of dust suddenly formed.
Kid. You're going to die with me?
Looking at the thick dust around him, Ghost Blade Yusai's heart thumped. Just now, such a small dust ball has already had a sizable explosion, such a large ball of giant dust, hell knows what the hell will blow up into.
Hurry up, you must hurry up.
With a vertical leap, the Ghost Blade Yusai moved away from Jiang Kai again. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's face changed, and he actually knelt down on one knee.
Damn it, my alien energy.
Looking at Jiang Kai's twisted face, Ghost Blade Yusai's good mood returned.
Ha, kid, you even used up your stamina early, now it's my turn. Whoosh.
Ghost Tooth Yusai swung out, the air blade passing through the dust mass and striking Jiang Kai's arm directly. Facing the air blade that came at a rapid speed, Jiang Kai's physical strength was not good enough to dodge. After barely dodging it, the air blade still cut a gash in his shirt at his arm. Luckily I dodged in time, or else I would have been karma. Jiang Kai's face was pale, but he still wore an optimistic smile. At this moment, Ghost Blade Yusai began to swell. He had already determined that Jiang Kai was not having enough psychic abilities. Whether he was faking it or not, it didn't help. You can dodge the blast yourself and not be affected by it. His own powers allowed him to leave the dust cloud unharmed, and there was nothing Jiang Kai could do to help himself. As soon as the dust appeared, one immediately dodged out of the way and then just used air chop to slash and slash.
In doing so, consume all of your opponents.
O shifter of the Dragon Kingdom, be the one to test my sword.
As you are about to die, give your name. I will erect a monument in your honor.
Oh, seriously, you're a pretty good person except for your talkative nature. My name is Jiang Kai.
There is one thing, this knife of yours is quite good. Can I borrow it to play with? Jiang Kai flashed a smile. My sword?
Oh, it's the supreme masterpiece that you people in the Dragon Kingdom have never been able to make in your lifetime. My knife can release a high-pressure air blade through the conversion system, how's that for a good taste? Saying that, the Oni sword Yusai looked deeply at his Rift Maru, with its ancient decoration, beautiful blade pattern, and sharp blade. Even if it was placed in a dump, there is no way to hide its charm. The Oni sword Yusai stroked his beloved blade and subconsciously licked the edge. Jiang Kai interrupted the behavior of the ghost knife Yusai's lonely injury, alas, finally fooled. Game over. General. Game over? What do you mean? Your explosion didn't hurt me one bit. Ghost Blade Yusai laughed in response. At this point he thought Jiang Kai had gone crazy. Ignoring the other party's surprise, Jiang Kai opened his arms, smiled and took a deep breath. The cold and refreshing feeling instantly surged on the chest, nasal cavity, as well as the brain door. Oh, your name is Ghostblade, right? Too bad, you were so close to locking me in with your powers. What do you mean? Ghost Blade Yusai's face turned serious. Oh, this dust around me is not a hazardous substance, it's just a simple mint ingredient. What? Ghost Blade Yusai's face began to turn ugly. If I'm not mistaken, your psychic ability is to stop or slow down the changes in the things around you. Nani? Ghost Blade Yusai was puzzled. He didn't say it himself. How could he guess? Jiang Kai saw that Ghost Blade Yusai's face was astonished and revealed a, "You're such a cutie," smile. Hee, I can't help but know my own explosion start time? Each time it went off 3 to 4 seconds later than I actually did. And that time is the time for the effects of your powers. Ghost Blade Yusai sucked in a breath of cool air. This son must be gotten rid of, and in time, he will surely become a generation of handsome talents. The likelihood of success is slim to none when you do it then. Humph. So what if I know? I might as well tell you that my supernatural ability, time pause, can stop any object 10 meters around myself for 3 seconds. Within that sphere, I am God. Can do anything. So? Your explosion can't blow me up. Snap. Jiang Kai applauded and chimed in, yeah. You were able to dodge all of my various explosive attacks with an effect similar to delay, that's really impressive. In a sense, your ability does restrain me. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's words turned, restraint is restraint, but the scythe of death is already arriving, so. Please you, Mr. Samurai. Go to your death. Ha! Arrogance, the ultimate arrogance. Underneath that face with a smile was Jiang Kai's most direct contempt for Ghost Blade Yusai. Kid. I want you. Knock. 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 Suddenly, Ghost Blade Yusai felt as if he could hear his own heartbeat. Immediately afterward, the muscles in his entire body began to twitch uncontrollably. Not only that, but Ghost Blade Yusai's saliva, tears, and sweat began to secrete in large quantities, and a severe headache raced up to his head, and breathing began to become difficult. What the hell did you do? Unable to hold up his body, the Oni sword Yusai knelt on one knee with his hands on the Rift Maru. It was still the same spring-like face, the same sunny and cheerful Jiang Kai with a smile. However, at this moment, in the view of Oni-chan Yusai, Jiang Kai's smile was exactly the same as the death smile. Alas, every man has his own habit. Some people like to count their money. Some people like to taste the saltiness of a dish before it comes out of the pan. Some people like to read. Some people like to pick their noses. Which category are you in, do you think? Ghost Knife Yusai is not stupid. Jiang Kai just described the behavior have a characteristic, must use their own fingers and mouth. Not bad, look at your face, you seem to understand. I'll just tell you the answer directly. Your knife, I smeared it with dust to make it highly poisonous. It's a small amount, but one drop can be fatal. It is the VX neurotoxin. What? Poison? When? I didn't even see it. Oh, don't be surprised, my dust level is so low you can't see it. From the very beginning of the battle, I've been slowly applying it to your beloved Rift Maru. 2-disopropylaminoethyl, O-ethyl-methyl phosphorothioate, which is the name of the toxin. In its solid state, the dust liquefies rapidly into a colorless, odorless, oily liquid that evaporates slowly. Upon exposure or accidental ingestion, the following can occur. 1. Tonic contraction of muscles of the whole body including respiratory muscles, triggering asphyxia. 2. Saliva, tears and sweat are secreted in large quantities. 3. Headache,
convulsions, coma, and eventually death from respiratory failure. Hearing Jiang Kai's explanation, fear filled the heart of Ghostblade Yuzuzai. From the very first moment I saw you in the habit of licking your blade, I began to set it up. Of course, the real decision to defeat you in this way begins when you unleash your time stop ability. Also, do you think I'm that chatty? Every word spoken to you, every minute of procrastination is capable of spreading the toxins one more minute. If you fight to the death, maybe there is still a little possibility to win me, but now I blame you for being too precious. Abominable. Ghostblade Yuzai's breathing was getting harder and harder. He could clearly feel the passing of his life. Goodbye. A lucky brush with the gods of time. Snap. Boom. Jiang Kai ended the fight with a ringing finger. At this moment, within the Vermilion Bird base, Nani saw Jiang Kai's battle through the video transmission of the disappearing 15th man. Terrible talent. Amazing control. Imaginative proctoring. And that underdog smile. Ha 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 ha. 10 islands recaptured is just as easy as a slap in the face. And inside Shigechi Yamamoto's office, the video turns into snowflakes. The communication was broken, which also meant that Ghostblade Yuzai was officially dead. Kamayama-kun, post the assassination bounty for me. Jiang Kai, 5,000 million. Good. May I ask if the settlement will be in dragon currency or in our currency? Shigechi Yamamoto's anger that had been piling up climbed to another peak. Ah, I see. Wait. The secretary was just about to go out the door when he was stopped by Shigechi Yamamoto. This kid likes to laugh a lot. When offering a bounty, let's call him by the codename, Laughing Master. Yes. The name, Laughing Master, began to emerge. Chapter 89 Entropy Debt. Chapter 89 Entropy Debt. Jiang Kai finishes the fight. But the others were fighting even more quickly than he was. Aya walked up to the island. The warrior behind him kept reminding him to be careful. Major Aya, this island is very dangerous. Look at all the mountains and jungles here, we could be subject to all sorts of sneak attacks if we go in. Do you see any strategic instructions? Aya looked at the rolling woods in front of her, her head a little bit. Tell me, would the teacher and the commander scold me if this forest were burned or destroyed by a fire? Ha! Major I. What are you talking about? You. So brave. Major I. Principal. This island doesn't have much in the way of supplies either. It's just used as a temporary place for us to stay. So even if these woods were destroyed, it wouldn't be much of a problem. And we have the presence of living aliens who specialize in planting and tree planting, so that means that even if you destroy all the woods, you can still recover in a short period of time. The temporary subordinate replied respectfully. Hey, that's great. I don't care to find out where those enemies are. Just covering them all is best. You guys stay away from me so you don't get hurt. It was only that Aya struck a strange pose, his left hand facing the sea behind him, and his right hand facing the island in front of him. The alien warrior on the side was a bit surprised. Inferno Realm. Ai let out a roar, and terrifyingly hot flames shot out from his inferno sleeve. The temperature of these flames, fanning out in a constant jet, all creatures caught in the flames would burn up within seconds. And the sea behind Aya began to freeze. Entropy debt in the form of cold air shot out into the sea behind Aya. Extreme cold temperatures spread behind Aya, creating a sea of ice. The flames began to spread, smoke and fire engulfing all living things. Not long after, more than 30 figures jumped out of the flames. Baka! A middle-aged man yelled in exasperation. He was carrying a large sword close to a man's height behind him. Boy, despicable. In order to force us out, you set fire to the mountain. Hey, teacher said, can use simple way to do, absolutely don't run a complicated, you are the Foot Basin country resident, right? My name is Ai, this time to come mainly to collect you. Aya spoke in a flat tone with a terrifying aura. Hee, good, you Dragon Kingdom exalts dare to underestimate us, today. The second blade of the 10 blades, immortal blade, holder. Kuroyama Maruta, is going to let you all die without a burial place. Hoo. Before Kuroyama Maruta could finish his sentence, Aya immediately instantly fired a high-temperature air bomb at him. Maruta Kuroyama ducks and grazes his shoulder. Ah! Kuroyama Maruta cried out the moment contact was made, and a severe burn appeared on his shoulder.
Just when everyone thought he had been seriously injured, Kurokamaru Taijutsu's original exaggerated expression of pain turned into a smile again.
Fooled you la. Ha ha ha.
The warrior beside Ai saw this scene and began to feel his scalp tingle. Only to see Kuroyama Maruta's charred shoulder begin to wriggle, new skin replacing the original burned skin, and within moments, it was as good as new.
Ha, isn't that amazing?
My sword and my ability are both immortal.
You guys, what are you going to do with me? Click. Before the words were finished, a terrifying cold aura instantly descended. All of the warriors of the Footbath Kingdom, including Kuroyama Maruta, were all frozen by this extremely cold air. Ordinary soldiers of the Footbath country were taken away by this horrible freezing breath. But Kuroyama Maruta actually relied on a brute force to break free of the frozen state. Oh, lightning strikes, burns, suffocation. Before this, I suffered all kinds of torture and still lived well, and now you want my life with this area of cold. Is it not too small to look at me? Look at the move. Kuroyama Maruta suddenly ran, dragging the heavy, immortal blade, with one hand, his face full of madness. You guys stand back. I'll do it. Incandescent meteor.
Terrifying red flame bombs gathered in Aya's hands, and then shot out in a single shot.
Kuroyama Maruta was hit directly by this shot and flew backwards on the spot. Bang! The sound of bodies hitting the ground.
When he stood up, his whole body was scarlet and his flesh and skin were charred and cracked, living like a half-dead, half-alive living dead man.
Ha, that's good, that's what pain feels like. I haven't had that kind of pleasure in a long time. Come on. Kid. Go on. Kuroyama Maruta's smile grew more and more terrifying.
He stood up slowly, red flesh and blood flared out, and in places you could even see bone.
The total amount of matter in the universe is constant, and it is an unalterable fact that to get something you must pay an equal price. With serious eyes, Aya gave a final warning to Maruta Kuroyama. If you think your immortality is a perpetual motion machine, then let's try it. Without hesitation, Aya used a continuous high-temperature scorch on Kuroyama Maruta. Ha ha ha.
It's useless, kid. When you run out of alien energy, that's when you'll die without a burial place. Ha ha.
Kuroyama Maruta continued to taunt as his burned skin continued to reorganize. The scene terrified the alien warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this man really immortal? Why was he able to keep recovering his body under this horrible heat attack, just like nothing? Suddenly, Ai stopped attacking. After Kuroyama Maruta recovered his body, he looked at Ai with an almost scornful eye. Why don't you attack anymore? Running out of steam? Oh, it's not that you won't attack. It's just that your undead body is going to be cracked by me soon on, said Ai with a smile. Crack? Kid, you're dreaming, aren't you? I put his hands in his pockets. Any breaking of the mirror is an entropy reversal process. This process is achieved either at a greater cost or simply by owing a debt, which is repaid after a certain period of time. In any case, a debt is a debt and will eventually have to be repaid, and it will also accrue interest. Your immortal god's body is nothing more than postponing the damage to your body, and when it reaches a certain time, it will explode with interest. Aya explains the principles of Kuroyama Maruta's immortality. Sorry, it just so happens that I'm the entropy debt collector. Goodbye, short-lived undead. Entropy increase ordering. At the moment, Aya is like a debt collector, allowing the world to start collecting on Kuroyama Maruta. The pain and suffering and injuries that Maruta Kuroyama had just supposedly suffered were once again fulfilled in him. Damn. This pain, this burning, this choking. Please. Kill me. Kill me. Kuroyama Maruta fell to his knees and begged for mercy as various horrific injuries appeared on him in turn. And the pain was more intense, clearer, and more sensitive than what he had felt before. Let's go. The battle is over here. Ai smiled and greeted the Dragon Kingdom alien warriors as they boarded the boat and left the island. Doesn't he care anymore? A warrior asked softly. Don't worry about it, those who break the laws of the universe will eventually be horribly punished. Teacher said, admit when you're wrong and stand up straight when you're beaten. With that, the battle for the second island ended quickly. Kuroyama Maruta eventually stopped breathing under the stack of various injuries. But even then, his body continued to undergo all kinds of injuries. Until he paid off his debt. Chapter 90 Waves and Shadows. Chapter 90 Waves and Shadows. As soon as Lie Mang landed on the island, he was directly confronted by the opposing forces. The third blade of the 10 blades, the holder of the shadow blade, Kaoru Kujo. A tens. A valiant female warrior stood in front of Lie Mang and the others. Kujo Kaoru? Never heard of it. You can live if you leave here. If you stay here, you'll die. Lie Mang cleanly stated what was on his mind. The female warrior did not have any surprises. The corner of her mouth instead hung a light smile. Seeing your appearance, you are also a person who practiced martial arts. How about we just follow the contents of the martial arts contract and have a sparring session, of course. If the bet is life. Lie Mang nodded with that mute to the core face as he listened to Kaoru Kujo's words. The martial contract is a dueling contract common to this world. The two sides that commit to executing the martial contract need to bet with an item, and the winning side gets the betting item. During the duel, it can only be dueled on a one-on-one basis, and no one can intervene in it. Then, please enlighten me. Kaoru Kujo bowed slightly and made a curtsy. Lie Mang also pressed his body down and prepared his bullet draw. Tianyu Ryu 1/. Kaoru Kujo raised his aura to the extreme, and an aura that cut through everything appeared abruptly. Whoosh! Lie Mang stared deathly at the 9 strips of Kaoru on the opposite side of the room, only to feel an aura of solemnity come over him. Chopping Knight. Jedi Shadow Chop. Click. Lemon pressed the trigger of his left-handed scabbard sword. The roar of machinery was instantaneous. Click. With another heavy metallic sound, Chopper Knight was ejected from the scabbard. Lie Mang sought his opponent's Juha chop and slashed out. Time passes slowly as all watch. 1 second, 2 seconds. The expected scene of two swords fighting each other did not arrive, and Kaoru Kujo's figure was reduced to nothingness the moment he was struck by Chopping Knight. And to the side of Lie Mang, a terrifying chopping attack came at Lie Mang. Oh, boring. Lie Mang revealed a smile, as if he had already anticipated the current situation, and twisted his body through inertia. The chopping curfew, which had already completed the chop, was gently lifted, changing the direction of the chop, and chopping to the left in a bizarre circular arc. Shine! There was a sound of metal on metal where the two touched. Oh, you actually knew that the image just now was a split. Kaoru Kujo was a bit surprised. Lie Mang's eyes were cold and he didn't reply, but the next second, a wound appeared on his waist. Well, Lie Mang took the pain and immediately moved away from Kaoru Kujo. Oh, clever, if you'd waited a few dozen seconds longer, you'd have more than just that one stab wound on your body. Shame on you. A pang of exasperation ran through Lemon. Before they set off, the 5 little ones had already made an internal bet on which one of them would be able to solve their opponents faster and meet up at the 10th island. But now, he was injured. It was a very shallow cut and bled a little, but to Lie Mang this was a strange shame. What? Again? Kaoru Kujo revealed an imperceptible smile. Your ability, it's very interesting. Lie Mang looked at Kaoru Kujo, seemingly pondering something. Kaoru Kujo didn't say anything, knowing full well that words were not enough. It was only right to get rid of her quickly while Lemon still didn't know what she was capable of. His own supernatural ability, Ghost God Curse, combined with Shadow Blade, was really like a tiger with wings. Demonic Curse, you can inflict a curse on a person by yourself, with the condition of the spell being physical contact. The longer the curse lasts, the more severe the damage the opponent suffers. Once the curse began to be performed, Kaoru Kujo needed to chant the incantation over and over in her mind. When enough karma has been accumulated, one can use objects as conductors, or directly touch the other person and send karma into them. So-called karma can be seen as an accumulation of punishment. A dash of karma will only make you unlucky. But as karma increases, various wounds appear on the body of the person who is hosted by karma. Stab wounds, sword wounds, burns, etc. The more karma you accumulate, the more horrible the punishment will be. If Lie Mang didn't settle the 9 smokes quickly, then a series of lethal tortures such as hanging, throat-slitting, and harakiri would be waiting for him. Also, Kaoru Kujo's Shadow Blade was a stalling artifact that worked with her powers. The Shadow Blade has 2 functions. One is that a real-life image can be generated by light and projection technology. Of course, no matter how real the image is, there is still a difference from a real person. An ordinary person can see it at a glance. However, the second function of the Shadow Blade came in handy at this moment: infrasound.
In addition to causing damage to the body, infrasound also affects the central nervous system, triggering headaches, fatigue, loss of concentration, and even disrupting endocrine balance. Kaoru Kojo had done special training in infrasound desensitization, so her immunity was strong and she was affected very little. But ordinary people in this kind of debuff stack situation simply cannot distinguish the projection of the real or not, basically did not wait for the 9 stripes Kaoru to use the ability to be confused by the image, and finally by a knife sneak attack hiccup. Oh, I don't know what your powers are, but thanks for teaching me one thing.
Taught you a thing? Kaoru Kojo looked puzzled. Next, you will experience a different world. Everyone, on my command, return to the battleship.
Lie Mang's words sobered up the alien warriors who were watching in fascination, and they began to retreat towards the combat ship.
Oh? Are you going to unleash some kind of move? Kaoru Kojo stepped back, preparing a foolproof quasi-defense.
Only Lie Mang lifted the hilt of the chopping lantern with his right hand, and bent the middle finger and thumb of his left hand, making a gesture of flicking something. With a thump sound, Lie Mang flicked his left hand on the body of the lantern cutting sword, and the lantern cutting immediately began to vibrate at a lower frequency.
Ah! The first to react were the ordinary warriors behind Kaoru Kojo. Those who are physically fit dropped to both knees and vomit continuously.
Those who were not in good health fainted directly.
What the hell did you do? Kaoru Kojo looked confused.
At this moment, a demon named Unknown Fear appeared in front of her heart room. This demon was going at it one at a time, pounding on his heart, picking at her frayed nerves.
Ah! Finally, Kaoru Kojo couldn't hold out any longer either, and a strong feeling of nausea came over her. A clearly audible throbbing sensation began in his chest. Oh, what? Not feeling well? It's just uncomfortable. Your knife can emit infrasound, don't you know that yourself? Lie Mang asked with a stern face. Huh? Infrasound? What's that? Kaoru Kojo was speechless for a moment. She usually only used the shadow blade. As for the principle, no one told her, right? Lie Mang coldly explained, infrasound is a wave that cannot be heard by the human body. The intrinsic frequency of the human heart is about 510 Hz. There is a high degree of overlap with the lower frequency bands of infrasound. When infrasound frequencies resonate with the heart, they can trigger ventricular fibrillation or severe disturbances in the heart's rhythm, leading to cardiac arrest. So, you can be on your way. Visceral resonance. A high-intensity infrasound wave spread out in the direction of Kojo Kaoru. These infrasound waves were like the whisper of death, causing everyone's heart to stop. At the moment her own heart stopped, Kaoru Kojo didn't figure out what infrasound was. My teacher said that ignorance is the greatest weakness. Goodbye. Lie Mang swung out several knives, and the strong air vibrations formed wind blades that pierced through the body of every Footbath Nation warrior. And Kaoru Kojo, who ended up getting patched up by Lemon as well. Sorry. Mending is routine, I hope you guys read more in your next life. With that, the third island was successfully taken by Lie Mang. Chapter 91, The World of Electromagnetism, You Can't Reach It. Chapter 91, The World of Electromagnetism, You Can't Reach It. On the fourth island, Mang Li and a group of warriors successfully landed. Major Mang Li, are you serious? Letting us assemble to the 10 islands immediately after boarding? Mang Li nodded, yes, it will become very dangerous for you to watch me fight from here. Dangerous? This is the first time I've heard that watching a battle can be dangerous, so what will the battle be like for this temporary major? It is said that when a superior issues an order, the subordinate has to carry it out. After some insistence from Yamari, the group left the fourth island in a combat ship. Monique walked alone towards the center of the island. Mang Li, who was walking slowly through the woods, always had several metal balls floating around her body. These metal balls are detachable structural bodies made up of many small pieces. Mang Li did this to avoid being sneak attacked herself. Finally, in a clearing, Mang Li found a white-haired young man sitting by a fire eating roasted fish. Phew! A shifter from the Dragon Kingdom? Came so fast. Want to eat fish together, give. The youth wore a warm smile and didn't seem at all surprised by Mang Li's arrival. Seeing this, Mang Li did not continue to move forward, and the metal balls floating around her body prepared for defense. Ugh! Was thinking of doing it after this meal. The youth dropped the grilled fish in his hands and stood up, patting himself down. I am Saito Ring, the holder of the fourth blade of the 10 blades, the Sui blade. Please do tell me more.
Meng Li looked at the youth in front of him with an indescribably strange feeling. I had thought that the Dragon Council would send a group of experienced shifters here to take over the island.
I didn't realize you were the only one on the island. Aren't you one too? 1 against 1, fair enough. Meng Li didn't have any change in expression. Oh, in that case, let's get started.
Saito Ring pulled a long, strangely shaped sword from his waist.
This sword was different from the usual impression of a katana. He was like the tail of an ancient beast covered in scales. Each scale is so green and purple that it looks like a fine work of art from a distance. Nice. You have a nice looking blade. Can I ask you easily what material your blade is made of? Monique gave a curious baby look. Right.
I told you that my blade was very beautiful, but the other 10 blades laughed at my blade as an alien. This sword was made by Mr. Ryuichi Okamoto, a great craftsman of the Footbath Kingdom, and was forged with various rare metals in a special process that lasted 100 days.
Pity. The person who knows me best is an enemy, sadly.
While Saito Ring continued to ramble on, Yumari's head had begun to brainstorm.
Okay. Don't say anything.
It's rare that you're a beautiful woman, so I'll leave you with a whole body.
Chui blade, 1000 marigold glaze.
Saito Ring let out a loud cry, and the nenbutsu in his hand unexpectedly began to disintegrate. A thumb-sized piece of emerald green scales began to slowly vibrate from the tip of the blade, and finally detached from the blade and flew out from the blade, finally hovering behind Saito Ring. By the time the hundreds of scales were completely detached, all that was left of the originally thick blade was a long slender metal rod. Saito Ring flicked his slender metal rod, and hundreds of sharp, dazzling metal scales flew through the air in swarms. The sight was like that of a conductor intoxicated with music, performing in an opera house. The emerald green scaled blades in the sky flew up and down with the baton like a dream.
Well, the overture of death has begun. Beautiful lady, please embark on that everlasting silent return. Chui Xing Shiryu.
The scales in the air instantly stopped moving and aimed the sharp end at Meng Li.
See you later. Falling. Hundreds of sharp scales swooped towards Meng Li.
From afar, it looked like a swarm of emerald green locusts about to devour Meng Li's body.
Ugh. Monique sighed for a moment.
Originally, he thought that he would be able to fight a distinctive alien, but he didn't realize that the other party was merely a thought control person.
Boring.
These 4 words were a reflection of Meng Li's heart at the moment.
Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. You will be food for my Curious blade. Devour it.
Saito Ring finally revealed his true nature. If an ordinary alien had encountered this kind of multi-point attack, it would really be a bit of a defense. Coupled with the fact that the other party was a Nianli system, psychic, it was very tricky to integrate offense and defense. But this time Saito Rings encountered Yumari.
Stop.
Meng Li's vermilion lips lightly opened, and with a single word, she called a halt to the metal scales attack. This hand in the dream could scare Saito Ring.
How is it possible? That you're also a Nianli system alien? No.
How can there be a mind controller in this world who is more powerful than me? It's impossible. Saito Ring's emotions began to rise and fall, followed by his eyes turning red as his chakra began to storm.
Out of control? What a rarity.
It is a very common phenomenon for chanters to lose control of their chanting. Once out of control, the numinous powers of the psychic powers will burst out of the mind controller, creating a storm of numinous powers. The scales that had been stagnant were once again affected by the powerful nimbus and began to tremble.
Die. Saito Ring raised his baton and pointed his own baton at Yumari.
This baton acted as a signaling relay station, capable of amplifying the range of Saito Ring's chanting. At the same time, he unleashed his maximum power, object control, Nianli, and shot all the scales towards Meng Li once again. Originally, he thought that his scale spikes would be able to pierce through Meng Li. But the next scene made him feel what despair was. The scale thorns that were originally flying in a straight line towards Meng Li unexpectedly deflected as they approached Meng Li. The closer he got to Meng Li, the more outrageous the deflection of direction became. Opposites repel, opposites attract. Your Chui blade has no effect on me.
Some of the Fukoku city men disagree. Same sex can attract. No. Nope. You didn't activate any chanting powers.
You didn't use any object control powers either, that I can determine.
But why?
Oh, there's no reason for that, I've played with you almost enough, and the next step is to take your dog's life. Remember, the land of the gods is off limits to the gods. After saying that, Meng Li spread out her hands and slowly rose into the air. 4 devices surging with plasma slowly appeared behind her. Bye. Bye you. Meng Li raised her arm and extended her index finger, pointing to where the Saito ring was. The 4 plasma cannons built up their energy and fired a greenish-blue plasma along a conduit. Boom! The center of the island was covered by a huge amount of energy, and the explosion was as daunting as the island's wail of pain. After the blue light, a large crater was made in the center of the island. What was originally a good solid island was turned into a hollow traffic circle in the center by Meng Li with a lift of her hand. Hee, I can't imagine that senior sister Meng Li is playing so big, so I'll start working too. Chen Xian led a group of alien warriors to finally ascend to the 5th island. Chapter 92 Conceptual Alien. Chapter 92 Conceptual Alien. Chen Xian ascended the island and was instantly attracted by the scenery on the island. Verdant green forests, flying seabirds, and even animal sounds constantly coming from the forest. It seems that the resources here are still good enough to be used as an alternative to an experimental base. Chen Xian observed the condition of the island while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, a group of Footloose Nation alien fighters appeared around them. Do it! Chen Xian gave the order to attack. The 2 waves soon fought together. 2 minutes later, all 20-odd Footbath Nation exotic fighters were broken, leaving only Chen Xian and 15 Vermilion Bird Base exotic fighters. Snap! A large man applauded as he paced out. Hee, not bad, not bad. I never thought that you guys would have such strength. Introduce yourself. My name is Tsuchimikado Kenta, 10 blades, 5th blade. Heavy blade, holder. With that, Tsuchimikado Kenta removed a silver shield from behind him and stood in front of himself. All of you get back to the battleship and wait for me, this guy is dangerous. Chen Xian had an ominous feeling as he looked at the burly man in front of him. Yes. The alien warriors accompanying him did not hesitate and immediately executed the order. A dozen seconds later, only Chen Xian and Tsuchimikado Kenta remained on the open area by the sea. Good choice. If they don't leave, they'll all be accounted for in a while. Tsuchimikado Kenta said with a smile. With a displeased look on his face, Chen Xian slowly asked, since you have such strength, why didn't you save your companion just now? Companions? Ha. Those things I call replaceable consumables. It's a pity. It's their fault for being so weak that they didn't even inquire about what your powers are. Forget it, don't get hung up on it. You'll be dead in a little while anyway. Kid, tell us your name too. Tsuchimikado Kenta asked with a big grin. Chen Xian. Lin Lu teacher's disciple. After saying that, Chen Xian threw out 3 sharp flying daggers. The flying dagger flew in the air as if it was controlled by some magical power, and flew towards Tsuchimikado Kenta's head. Object control? Tsuchimikado Kenta raised the shield in his hand upwards in an attempt to block the 3 flying daggers. But the flying dagger didn't land after touching the shield, and continued to fly around the shield, coming behind Tsuchimikado Kenta. So it's Nenbutsu? Ha. Kid, you've been restrained to death by me, so give up your resistance. Heavy wave. Only to see Tsuchimikado Kenta's hand wave, the 3 flying swords no longer flew and fell downward as if they had the weight of 1,000 pounds, finally smashing out 3 deep craters as they touched the ground. Oh? Chen Xian saw the scene before him and began to ponder. Ha, kid, don't think about it. My supernatural ability is, weight increase, as long as it's an object that I've touched, or been indirectly touched, I can change his weight. Chen Xian pushed up his own glasses and looked at the other party with a surprised expression. Alright, it's almost time for you to die. Watch the move, Sky Shield. Tsuchimikado Kenta dragged the large shield around himself 3 times like an athlete throwing a lead balloon, then threw the shield with a force. The shield flew from low to high above Chen Xian's head. When the line connecting the shield and Chen Xian was perpendicular to the ground, the shield changed. Click, click, click. The sound of metal scraping came as the shield began to stretch like an umbrella. In less than 2 seconds, the shield formed a flat surface with a large area above Chen Xian's head. Rows of spikes suddenly appeared in the direction of the plane facing down. Fall. Heavenly Hood. With a command from Tsuchimikado Kenta, the huge hood with spikes began to fall. Chen Xian did not move, instead, he braced his hands and attempted to fend off the massive steel stabbing plate.
Ha ha ha, kid, are you being funny?
The heavy blade has been enchanted by me and weighs at least 30 tons, what makes your Nianli able to?
No. Impossible. How could this be?
At this moment, in the eyes of Tsuchimikado Kenta, Chen Xian stood unharmed. Instead, the dozens of tons of heavy blade was suspended in the air.
Thanks for providing a relatively accurate mass figure, saves me from having to verify it. Chen Xian's words almost caused Tsuchimikado Kenta to break his defense. Humph. Let's see how much you can control. Tsuchimikado Kenta thrust his hands into the ground and then lifted a huge rock without any effort. Go to hell.
The huge rock seemed to have no weight in the hands of Tsuchimikado Kenta, but as soon as it left Tsuchimikado Kenta's hands, the weight surged.
Ugh. Another waste.
Chen Xian no longer held back, controlling the heavy blade and the stone, he smashed towards Tsuchimikado Kenta.
Ha ha ha, boy, do you think they can do me any harm?
Tsuchimikado Kenta also stretched out his hands and easily blocked the heavy blade and the boulder block.
I see, making the mass instantly smaller? Chen Xian's mind spun rapidly. According to the P equals mv formula, as the mass gets smaller, the momentum will follow.
The energy went to zero just the same. Thinking clearly about the reasons for this, Chen Xian smiled evilly as he thought of a way to deal with it.
Kid, watch the punch.
Without hesitation, Tsuchimikado Kenta put on a pair of steel gloves and swung at Chen Xian. The mass of the gloves switched from 1 ton to 0.01 tons in 0.1 seconds, hitting a supersonic jab, the sudden change in mass creating a terrifying shockwave.
Vector 0.
Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately unleashed his supernatural ability. The friction vector under Tsuchimikado Kenta's feet instantly went to zero, and then he slipped and fell to the ground.
Damn it, kid. Watch this. Tsuchimikado Kenta rolled around and changed directions again, swinging a shockwave at Chen Xian.
But the moment the shockwave was just swung out, the wave blade unexpectedly flew in the opposite direction and hit Tsuchimikado Kenta straight in the face.
How about that? It doesn't feel good to be hit by your own attack. Chen Xian walked over and asked with a smile. Kid. What kind of supernormal ability you have, so evil?
Tsuchimikado Kenta stood up and wiped the blood from his own face, his expression becoming unusually cautious.
My powers? Haven't you already come to a conclusion? No, it can't be.
It's impossible for controlling objects to have such an effect.
You. Okay. See you later. This is the first time I've used it on a human body, and the math is a little tight. Gravity upside down. Tsuchimikado Kenta's body instantly soared upwards. Nope. The weight is decreasing. Hurry. Tsuchimikado Kenta yelled as he frantically reduced his mass. No. No way. It's still going up. 0. I'm going to reduce it to 0.
As soon as Tsuchimikado Kenta unleashed his zero-mass alien energy, a magical scene happened. His body began to blur and eventually became transparent and disappeared into the air. It turns out that a mass of 0 is this result. The battle just now was just an experiment for Chen Xian toward seeing what reality would be represented by an object of mass 0. If we take the conclusions of special relativity, after dealing with the equation, the relationship between energy and momentum can be simplified to E equals pc, and the object must be moving at the speed of light, c, and cannot be at rest. If interpreted from the perspective of quantum field theory, objects with zero mass are field-excited particles, e.g., photons, the excited state of the electromagnetic field, with no solid structure in the classical sense, and eventually the object turns into nothingness. If the mass-energy equation E equals mc squared is used as a reference, the mass instantly becomes infinitesimal and the energy becomes infinite. Luckily, the world follows the laws of quantum field theory, or else the whole world, the whole universe. Thinking of this, Chen Xian broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 93 Gathering at the 10 Islands. Chapter 93 Gathering at the 10 Islands. Just as the 5 little ones finished off their enemies, the battle on the 6th island had ended. The entire island was covered in a layer of crystal-clear ice crystals. 10 blades and dozens of alien warriors from the footbath country were frozen in ice crystals. The extreme cold had stopped their hearts. General Su. Me. Where are we going now? The soldier on the sidelines was in a cold sweat.
Was this the terrifying strength of an S-class alien, Frost Sky Valkyrie? Directly ice all areas of an island. Well, there's no need to go to the island. Su Meng smiled and nodded, urging the combat ship towards the 10th island. On the 7th island, Su Shui had already tortured a 10 blades, beyond human shape. This 10 blades was unable to reach Su Shui at all. The instantaneous movement that blinded his eyes made him like a human-sized target that was mercilessly attacked by Su Meng. Bye! Finally, Su Shui had had enough fun and released a punch that pierced her opponent's abdomen. Let's go to the 10th island. The alien warrior didn't hesitate and immediately carried out the order. As for the 8th island where Lin Xiao was, 4 words too brutal. The 10 blades, on the opposite side, originally wanted to have a good fight. But as soon as it came into contact with Lin Xiao, it was directly swallowed by the golden flames to the dregs. In the end, Lin Xiao even weakly asked her own people, "Is this okay?" It's really a case of people seeing tears and kneeling down bye-bye. As for Lin Lu on the 9th island, he didn't even bother to go to the people, and directly washed the ground with a wave of high-altitude missiles. In his words, too lazy to find an ant, just cover it. Finally, all gathered on the 10th island. Bunch of losers. Shigechi Yamamoto's blood pressure rises inside the West Island base in Foot Locker country. The Empire gave them so many resources, and they were all defeated just like that. Brigade Commander, there is still one, 10 blades, that has not been defeated, you see. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Shigechi Yamamoto glanced at his secretary with a sad face. Hey, pass on my report to the War Office that the Western Isles are on full alert. Also, open bilateral talks to negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom. Yes. Alas. Hopefully the 10 Commandments can hold them off. Yamamoto Shigechi showed a helpless expression. It was originally thought that the 10 blades, troops that had been painstakingly created, would be able to decimate the Dragon Nation exalts that had seized the island and successfully hold the 10 islands as a strategic location. Now it looks like the 10 islands are going to be lost. On the 10th island, Lin Lu and the others gathered at the western landing site. Hee, not bad, I can't believe you guys are so fast. Lin Lu smiled and greeted the crowd. Hey, teacher, this time, the Footbath country's resident is still quite interesting. Jiang Kai responded with a smile. Brother, I'm hungry. Lin Xiao didn't care. As soon as she got on the island, she started asking for food. Alright, after this island is taken, we'll take a break. Lin Lu patted Lin Xiao's head and led the crowd forward. Finally, coming to a campsite, a young man with long black hair was waiting for him. You guys are finally here. The youth's voice was low, and his whole body carried a sense of indifference that did not belong to humans. Oh? You're the resident of the 10th island? Lin Lu asked with a smile. That's right, I am the last of the 10 blades, the human blade holder, the 10 rings. Human blade? What about your blade? Meng Li asked from the side. A man is a sword. Who of you will fight me? The 10 Commandments remained indifferent. I'll do it. Lin Lu stepped forward. The 5 little ones around them looked at Lin Lu, their eyes filled with anticipation. After arriving at the Bohemia Academy, Lin Lu rarely made any moves. So with regards to his strength, other than Jiang Kai, none of the 5 little ones were very clear about it. Begin. Lin Lu smiled and nodded to the 10 rings, who crouched down on his wasted horse and assumed an offensive stance. You're Lin Lu, aren't you? You're in the Imperial databanks. But that information is top secret, and I can't read it with my clearance. Can you tell me what you did, yes? The 10 Commandments asked seriously. Hee, it's not a big deal, it's just that I exterminated a few of your special experimental forces, and then beheaded 2 brigade commanders. Jiang Kai and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. The Special Experimental Unit is one of the more mysterious units in the Foot Locker country. They are said to be conducting all sorts of unnameable experiments as a way to enhance their strength. I see, no wonder you're in the top secret file. We don't have permissions to read anything related to that unit, okay? Let's get started. 100-fold blade language. The 10 Commandments' entire body was covered in a horrible red vapor, and the scenic air around them began to blur due to the heat. Arm strike. Only to see the 10 Commandments' feet exerting force, the ground behind him actually dented due to the reaction force. The body is like a shooting star and the shadow is like a rainbow. Before anyone had a chance to react, the 10 rings had already moved in front of Lin Lu. He stretched out his right arm and put his 5 fingers together, forming a hand knife and stabbing at Lin Lu's chest. Suddenly, a black area appeared on Lin Lu's chest. The area was like a small black hole, so deep you couldn't see the bottom. The 10 Commandments hand blade stabbed into the black hole, and with it, a black hole appeared behind him. The hand blade that had originally stabbed at Lin Lu unexpectedly appeared from the black hole behind him. The blow pierced straight through his back. The 10 Commandments retracted their arms and a 4-finger-wide gash appeared on their backs. Blood began to flow continuously from the wound, spilling a striking red color on the ground. Oh, one of the evolutionary branches of my sublime pouch, shifting flowers, please smile. Lin Lu just stood there without moving, and the 10 rings, who had taken the lead, had instead suffered a serious injury to his back. The 5 little ones looked at Lin Lu like they were monsters. How do you solve this? Trick? One secondary black hole will incorporate the damage and the other black hole will export it. The opponent will do damage to himself no matter how he attacks. Is this your psychic ability? Blood oozed from the corner of the 10 rings' mouth. Next, I will tell you why your various troops can be crippled by me. Lin Lu closed his eyes and turned the daylight bracelet. A set of black and white armor covered Lin Lu's body. This. The 5 little ones only saw Lin Lu at this moment. Their hearts were so excited that they couldn't speak. Once upon a time, this armor carried their dreams of becoming heroes. There was a time when fighting in this armor gave them the hope to climb to the top. Once upon a time, when the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom was about to fall into a paradise of demonic beasts, it was he who broke all the laws with one force and killed more than a dozen, city destroyer level, demonic beasts one by one, allowing the humans of the Dragon Kingdom to stand up their spine. Teacher is actually the military hero. Dragon Kingdom's specially appointed X-ranked alien. White Emperor. Chapter 94, Fury. Chapter 94 Fury. Whitey. The teacher is by D. Except for Jiang Kai, the rest of them were excited beyond words. It's been a while since I've used this thing and I'm still a little rusty. Lin Lu's voice came from within the armor. You're actually. Sweat began to pour from the 10 Commandments' head. Lin Lu was actually a White Emperor. How could he win? Since the Footbath Kingdom sent you to man the last island, you should also have a few skills. But don't die too fast. Thunder Finger. Lin Lu raised his right hand and a terrifying thunderbolt instantly formed. The greenish-blue thunder light was like a poisonous snake that scurried out towards the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments didn't dare to take it hard and immediately dodged. Originally, he thought that he would be able to dodge this lightning attack. But in the next moment, the lightning entered the black hole and came merrily out of the black hole behind himself, hitting the body. Ah! A mournful roar came from the mouth of the 10 Commandments. Although he had the title of Human Blade and had hammered his body to the extreme. But was Lin Lu's attack not mortal? A lightning strike left the 10 rings barely able to move. You go to hell. The 10 Commandments gave up on escaping and began to launch a melee attack on Lin Lu. Lin Lu didn't run away or evade either, and fought with the 10 Commandments in a short battle. Bang! 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 Due to the excessive force, every attack and defense of the two brought up a terrifying air blast. Every punch, every kick, carried a terrifying power and pressure. The 10 Commandments' eyes were filled with incredulity. His own physical body attack was comparable to that of a ferocious beast, and Lin Lu had even taken it so lightly. No, it can't be put off. If you keep dragging this out, you'll die yourself. The 10 Commandments made up their minds and immediately made a jump backward. Oh? Not fighting? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Alas. If it had been anyone else, I might have continued to fight. But facing you, I have no choice but to fight to the death. For the glory of the Empire. The 10 Commandments let out a roar, and a terrifying aura erupted from his entire body. Lin Lu saw the energy within his opponent's body climbing through the armor's perspective. No good, this guy is a human bomb. Lin Lu also frowned when he saw the rising heat indicator. What's this guy trying to cover up? Little Snow. Lin Lu let out a yell, and Su Shui arrived beside Lin Lu with an instantaneous movement. The two of them looked at each other and nodded, then Su Shui put a hand on Lin Lu's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared together, and immediately appeared in front of the 10 Commandments again. If you want to blow yourself up, there's no way. Lin Lu withdrew his own fist and began to build up his strength. Only to see the daylight arms begin to reveal a single jet hole, which spewed out a terrifying blue mock ring. Lin Lu grabbed the 10 commandments by the neck, and under the weight of a terrifying acceleration, the two of them quickly rose into the air. What do you want? The 10 commandments were furious and abnormal. What do I want? I should be asking you that. What are you trying to cover up? What is hidden on this island that you must destroy with your life? Lin Lu's voice was like a demon's whisper, poking through the thoughts in the 10 commandments' minds. What are you babbling about? I'm not trying to cover anything up, I just want to die with you guys. You bunch of scum. The inferior race. The 10 commandments began to get irritated when they saw that their purpose had been foiled. Oh, I told you why an ordinary person with no powers would become the last of the 10 blades? I can't imagine that they have planted a biobomb inside your body. Sorry, you'll turn into the dust of the world along with the sky. No. It was at this point that the 10 commandments finally started to get scared. If he hadn't been right about destroying that thing, Shigechi Yamamoto would have absolutely punished his family, and it would have been absolutely difficult for his family to escape death. Let go of me and let me land. Get off me. The 10 commandments began to hiss frantically, their mournful cries resounding throughout the sky. Goodbye, your plan is no longer achievable. After saying this, Lin Lu threw the 10 commandments fiercely into the sky. On the way up, the biobomb inside the 10 rings finally exploded. A huge orange-red firework exploded in the air. There was no pity in anyone's eyes as they watched the red fireworks in the air. After landing, Lin Lu immediately called for Lie Mang. You use your psychic ability to feel this island, there is no other person. Lemon nodded, then closed his eyes. The ripples built a new world within his brain, and in less than half a minute, Lie Mang opened his eyes. There is a faint wave presence underneath the eastern region. Lin Lu nodded and headed east. Finally, the group found a secret space underneath one of the campsites. The moment the door was opened, the smell of blood hit him. The corpses of demonic beasts, human corpses displayed among them. Various experimental apparatus filled the room. At this very moment, a young man was lying on a bed, his hands and feet tied, struggling desperately. I want to go home. I'm going back to the Dragon Kingdom. At the sight, everyone's anger was ignited. Teacher, they. For the first time, a horrifying rage appeared on Jiang Kai's face. Take him back to Jubilee Base and in 3 days we'll start the liquidation. Dream, take pictures for the record. Click, click, click. Sumunk documented it all in photos and video. The youth who had cried out to go home, back to the Dragon Kingdom, was also saved by Lin Lu and the others. What? You're saying the other side didn't send a single soldier to garrison the 10 islands? Shigechi Yamamoto was incredulous when he heard the news. What's going on? What's that Lin Lu guy up to? Brigade Commander, there's another report, the Special Experimentation Unit, just called, requesting that we recover the important, experimental subjects, on the 10th island. Damn it! So it turns out. These experimentalists, they've made me suffer, just wait, next we'll have fierce retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom. Shigechi Yamamoto was no cutie pie. Once the matter of the Special Experimental Unit was exposed, it was really no different than messing with a natural disaster. Lin Lu and the others returned to Vermilion Bird Base in a murderous rage. As soon as he entered the base, Nanyi's secretary walked over. Major Li, hard work, thanks to you. The 10 islands have been fully recaptured. The commander is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. Lin Lu nodded and went to the base command room. Commander Nanny, grant me a note, I'm going to exterminate the Footbath Kingdom. As soon as he entered the front door, Lin Lu hit say eat his decision. Have you taken your gun pills? Wait. What happened? Nanny looked at Lin Lu's terrifyingly angry face and knew that something must have angered him. Check it out. Lin Lu laid the video and photos of the lab on Nanny's desk. Nanny picked it up and scrutinized it. Who was the youth you rescued, and was his identity confirmed? Nanny's voice began to become low. Confirmed, it's a coastal operating fisherman from Marina City who disappeared 6 months ago. Snap. Nanny slapped the table, and the originally sturdy and durable wooden table instantly turned into pieces. 20,000, no, 30,000. I'll give you 30,000 troops,
and you'll help me go to the footbath country and make a massacre. Nanyi's eyes were red, his anger rising to an extreme point.
Chapter 95, Formulation of a Plan. Chapter 95, Making Plans.
Old man, stabilize your focus. If you just heaped your troops, it might not be easy to explain. Lin Lu was furious, but he calmed down. He needed Nanyi to remain as the commander of the Jubilee base.
This can provide a lot of convenience for yourself and your apprentices. Although Nanyi was grumpy and swearing, he was always nice to himself. Bad account? Old man, the other side knows that their experiments are known to us. Do you think they will be unguarded?
Tell me what to do. This breath, I must take it out. Nanyi sat down. He understood Lin Lu's concern. Without a decision letter from the Joint Council of the Dragon Kingdom, all members of the War Department cannot conduct attacks against another country. After all, the military power of the commander of a base already belonged to a highly centralized state, and it was fine to use it to fight demonic beasts, but to use it to fight a foreign country was a bit of an overreach.
The report of recapturing the 10 islands hasn't been sent to Shangjing yet, right?
Lin Lu asked with a smile.
It's not ready yet.
Then it wouldn't be so easy. Just say that the 10 islands haven't been fully recaptured yet, drag it out for now, and I'll take care of the rest.
It's okay for you to run it. How many people do you want?
Say so. Oh, I don't want any of the people from the Vermilion Bird Base?
None of them?
Right.
I won't even take the Sioux sisters.
I'll just take a few of my apprentices to the Western Isles of Footless Country.
By the way,
to plow through it. When he said this, Lin Lu's eyes showed a fierce light. During this time, you turn on all the surveillance of the base, make a good proof of the alibi of your Vermilion Bird Base personnel, and leave the follow-up alone.
Nanny knows what Lin Lu wants to do, but he is still worried.
Lin boy, I know what you want, but what you have to face, after all, is the power of a country. I am afraid. Commander, don't worry, I promise you, they won't even have a chance to see our faces.
Honestly, Commander, let me ask you, who do you think would dominate the battlefield in a 10,000-man alien war?
Who?
Then of course those alien powerhouses. I'm white. Nanny no longer admonished Lin Lu.
In recent years, with the development of psychic powers, the role of ordinary psychics in large-scale battles of psychics has become smaller and smaller.
It was no exaggeration to say that an S-rank alien could single-handedly take out hundreds or even thousands of ordinary D-ranked and C-ranked aliens.
So elitist selection and education has become the mainstream of talent nurturing in the military departments of various countries. This was also the reason why Nightcloud had poured the entire Xuanwu base's resources into the Elemental Special Warfare Team that he had formed. Instead of going to the trouble of pulling up the strength of the entire corps, it is better to develop sharp and versatile soldiers who can single-handedly regiment. Lin Lu's idea was simple. There was no need for a heavy army at all, just happily shuffle along with a few disciples by himself. With that, an old man and a young man devise an absurd plan to fight back.
Going home. I want to go home.
White Mirror kept yelling, and then sat up all at once.
This is... White Mirror looked at the scene around him and revealed an unbelievable expression. Is this heaven? Where the hell am I? This is not heaven or hell, this is the Dragon Kingdom's Vermilion Bird Base.
Lin Lu pushed open the door to the medical room and walked in.
You are?
My name is Lin Lu, I'm the one who saved you, and I'm also currently a teacher at the Alien Energy Academy. Don't worry, you're safe, no one will hurt you. Tell us what you've been through.
Looking at Lin Lu's sincere gaze, White Mirror nodded.
White Mirror was originally a young fisherman who made his living fishing in the southern waters of the Dragon Kingdom. But one day, the maritime fleet of the Footbath Kingdom indiscriminately captured him and locked him up in a research lab under the 10 islands. Here, he saw many of his fellow dragons. They were forced to undergo a variety of cruel experiments. Sunlight is a luxury for all experimental subjects.
Extreme cold, extreme heat, bacterial injections, dissection. Every moment of every day someone is receiving pain. People are dying every minute of every day. For White Mirror, sometimes death is the best option instead.
I have watched my compatriots being drained of one bone at a time, watched their bodies, their internal organs, every organ being casually exchanged and trampled on as an object, and I hear them wailing every night, and every day I see them hissing helplessly. They're nothing but despair. Speaking in the depths of his emotions, White Mirror clenched his fists and swung hard.
It's a catharsis of anger and pain. Bang! The glass of water on the side was rippled by White Mirror's movement and spilled in Lin Lu's direction. Seeing that the water was about to spill onto Lin Lu, White Mirror subconsciously tried to stop it. But the next second, the image of the cup spilling water surprisingly started to slow down. Both the cup and the water, as if by magic, became extremely slow and finally stopped as if time had been suspended. Lin Lu was shocked by the scene in front of him. White Mirror, however, took the cup back as a matter of course. It didn't. Tea spill on you. White Mirror was a little scared. It's okay, that was just. Lin Lu asked with a smile. It was my psychic ability just now, which appeared after I was injected with the virus. I can make dead things in a certain area slow down, or even stop altogether. White Mirror didn't dare to hide and directly stated all of his information. Oh? It still works like that? Try it again. Lin Lu picked up the glass of water, lifted it to mid-air, and gently let go. Instead, with his other hand, he pulled out a sophisticated tachimeter and took a speed test. White Mirror's eyes glowed with a blue light, and the descending cup unexpectedly slowed down to the naked eye. Lin Lu reached out to hold the glass of water before White Mirror dared to disarm his powers. It's amazing, I can't believe you've awakened such an extraordinary ability. Is there anything wrong with your own body when you unleash your powers? No. Nothing wrong with it, it just feels like I'm doing a repetitive thing. Lin Lu nodded. Get some rest, your powers are special. By the way, I'm a teacher at Bohemia Academy. If you're interested, you can come to our academy. Tuition is free, food and lodging are included, and there's only one requirement, obedience. Ah. Can I enter the academy to study? Lin. Teacher? Oh, of course you can, but the priority now is to help you. And the tortured people of the Dragon Kingdom take revenge. When he said this, Lin Lu's unstoppable anger erupted once again. Mr. Lin. Can I come with you? Suddenly, White Mirror made this request. I'm afraid you can't, you haven't had any specialized training and what my disciples and I are going to do you might not be able to take. Can't accept it? What's that? White Mirror asked with a bit of fear. Oh, there's no harm in telling you. That's plowing. Plowing? What does that mean? White Mirror looked confused. Plowing is my way of saying you can understand. Massacre. Chapter 96, The New Apprentice. Chapter 96, New Disciple. Slaughter? Hearing Lin Lu's narration, White Mirror swallowed. What, think I'm cruel? Lin Lu stood up and looked at White Mirror with a big smile. No. I want in. I want revenge. Several of the people they killed were my village mates. Looking at White Mirror's scarlet eyes, Lin Lu nodded. You can come along with us, your powers will help us with our defense for a bit, and when this is over, I can take you on as an apprentice if you want. Here is a special communicator, you can talk to me anytime through this little device. After saying that, Lin Lu walked out of the room. Waking up without any hesitation, White Mirror picked up the blue crystal phone and dialed the electric number that he had been longing for. Do. Hello? Who is it? Hearing that familiar voice, White Mirror burst into tears. Mom, it's me. I'm Little Mirror. Mirror, you. Where are you? The woman on the other end of the line's voice quivered. Mom. I'm at Vermilion Bird Base. It's Mr. Lin from Vermilion Bird Base who brought me back. Good. Yes. The woman on the other end of the line began to sob as well. Mom, is Dad okay? Your dad. He is gone. What? White Mirror was like a bolt from the blue for a moment. Mom. Tell me. What's going on? One of your clanmates saw your ship make contact with the warships of the footpads and hurriedly drove back to tell your father. Your dad borrowed a boat to go out to sea to find you. Finally, in the middle of a questioning and confrontation with the crews of the warships of the foot soldiers, the ship was driven to ram the other side's combat ships and die with them. Oh. Little Mirror, it's a good thing you're still alive, otherwise, I wouldn't want to live. His mother's mournful cries came from the other end of the phone, causing the fire of grief in White Mirror's chest to burn to a fever pitch. After comforting his mother, White Mirror wiped away his tears. After thinking for a moment,
White Mirror revealed a determined expression and dialed the communicator Lin Lu left for him.
Oh? White Mirror? Anything else? Teacher Lin, my supernatural ability, besides defense, is it able to attack? Oh, what, wanna go plowing with me? That's right. Teacher Lin, I want to worship you as my teacher, please teach me the means of attack, I want to avenge my father. Lin Lu heard a sense of determination from the communicator. Boy, what happened? White Mirror didn't hold back and told the whole story about his father. Alas! Saving your son's heart, but instead, it harmed your father. We'll be sweeping in 2 days, so if you have the determination to lay down your life, meet me in front of the commissary at the base tonight. Hanging up the phone, Lin Lu also had mixed feelings. Once upon a time there was that group of people in their own world. They committed monstrous murders, they wreaked havoc on the land of God and treated people like grass. And the world. They are still the same. Oh, goody goody nah, Lin Lu had decided that this thing called mercy was not to be had in a drop when dealing with the footbath country. At night, the Vermilion Bird base was still brightly lit. The kiosk in the base plaza was closed, but the two men stood and did not leave. Looking at the youth's scarlet eyes, Lin Lu sighed for a moment. White Mirror, you. Think about it. This time we go to kill people, you better think about it before making a decision. You were just a fisherman who went out to sea to catch fish before, now you want to turn into a commanding and killing alien warrior with your hands stained all of a sudden, it's still too fast. Lin Lu looked at the White Mirror and spoke his suggestion. No. Teacher Lin. I want revenge. I'm just a mundane person. No great wisdom, no great ideals. My compatriots were brutally abused by them and my father was buried at sea to save me. Although I don't understand the greater good, I do understand the point of, blood is paid for blood. Mr. Lin, I want to be empowered. I want revenge. White Mirrors clenched his fists so tightly that blood even oozed out because of the excessive force. Sure enough, hate is a catalyst for strength and a stepping stone to growth. Finally, Lin Lu stopped saying anything and directly sent out an inquiry to White Mirror. White Mirror, what I'm teaching you could become a terrifying force. We've been together for a short period of time, but for your determination to avenge your father's death, and your compatriots, I've decided to take you as my disciple. White Mirror dropped to both knees, his head knocking heavily on the ground. Teacher Lin, Master. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Lin Lu helped White Mirror to his feet. Alright, next, we're going to start with the basics. You don't have much time, so let me ask you, how is your dynamic vision? Dynamic vision? White Mirror looked confused. I'll just ask you if you're sensitive to objects in irregular motion. This. Right, I have been fishing on the beach since I was a child, and sometimes the fish swimming under the small boat can be quickly stabbed with a fish gun, which... Master. Don't know if it counts. Call the teacher. Master sounds so old. That's not bad. Next, I'll train you to be a devil, and it's up to you how far you can grow. First things first, if you don't meet the minimum combat standards I have in mind, I won't be bringing you along on this operation to plow the western island of the Footbath Kingdom. Got it? Understood. Just like that, Lin Lu grabbed the White Mirror with one hand and instantly disappeared. Inside a large room at this time, the 5 little ones were gathering to discuss tactics. I'll take the north side of the West Island, what do you guys think? Jiang Kai started dividing the area with a big grin. Come on, you think this is a cake share? The other party must have countermeasures. Meng Li gave Jiang Kai a blank look. Hey, the teacher said, the strongest he can wrap up, the day after tomorrow depends on our own free play. Lie Mang wiped his chopped curfew, a calm face. Hey! You guys, tell me what this White Mirror is capable of. With the teacher's character, he would never take in a nameless person. Look at Yi, originally a small cook, hasn't he turned into a qualified alien warrior now? Jiang Kai looked at Yi and held his appreciation. Hey, where's Aya said, rubbing the back of her head, a little sheepishly. I just took a peek at it, it's an ability somewhat similar to time stopping, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. Don't we have smart people here? Stare at. Meng Li took out a box of chocolate bars from her bag and began to eat them, only eating them while looking at Chen Xian. When the others saw this, they also looked at Chen Xian with unblinking eyes. LOL. I don't know. Chen Xian was speechless for a while. Time stopping? So far I can't guess,
the only way to see the effect is to wait for the teacher to finish his training. And so in the midst of all the speculation, late night slowly descended.
5 little ones, what exactly is the ability? Let's all guess. Chapter 97, Training Under the Moon. Chapter 97, Training Under the Moon.
Under the black night sky, Lin Lu and White Mirror began their special training in a forest. Your no exotics are seriously a bit more complicated to understand, so I'm going to tell you a story first.
Stories?
White Mirror was staggered for a moment. In his impression, or rather in the perception of the general public, psychic abilities were practiced and improved through combat. Now Lin Lu asked for a cognitive level upgrade as soon as he came up, which was still an unprecedented first for White Mirror. Okay, this story, it's called Zeno's Turtle. There was a running champion in remote antiquity named Achilles. A philosopher, Zeno, threatened, even if I let the champion run 100 meters first, he'll never catch up with my tortoise. Achilles laughed in exasperation, I run 10 meters per second and the tortoise crawls 1 meter per second, how can I not catch up?
Zeno winks, let's try it.
Now your starting line is 100 meters behind the turtle.
So Zeno began the theoretical derivation.
By the time Achilles sprinted to the turtle's starting point, which took 10 seconds, the turtle had crawled 10 meters forward. By the time Achilles ran to that 10-meter position again, which took 1 second, the turtle had crawled another 1 meter. By the time he got to the 1-meter position, 0.1 seconds, the turtle had advanced another 0.1 meter.
Stop.
Achilles suddenly broke into a sweat. Every time I reach the turtle's last position, it always moves forward a small distance.
It's like going through this chase countless times even though the distance is getting shorter and shorter?
Zeno nodded, it's like infinitely slicing the process of catching up into a million little steps, where in theory you're always in the process of catching up, but in reality you blink and pass. Lin Lu finished the story and looked at White Mirror.
Do you understand what the problem is with this story?
Lin Lu asked with a smile.
With splitting time into infinitely smaller intervals? White Mirror tried to explain the story he just told with his own understanding.
Ha ha ha.
Nice, the essence of this story is really about challenging macro-intuition with mathematical, infinite division.
At this point, in order to understand deterministic convergent states in mathematics, we need to introduce two concepts, convergence and divergence.
White Mirror felt as bad as eating at this point.
In Zeno's tortoise story, catching up on time is an infinite series, 10 plus 1 plus 0.1 plus 0.01 plus 0.001 plus. Although there are infinitely many steps, it will always be close to a number, 111.11. So the nature of convergence is infinitely close to finite. Check it out, here's my speed measurement of the cup's descent the other day. Saying that, Lin Lu handed a piece of data to White Mirror.
See, despite the effects of gravity, your cup speed is still decreasing exponentially.
White Mirror took the speed change curve meter, which showed that the speed was infinitely converging to zero after a very short period of time.
Here, try it first.
Lin Lu kicked out, and a stone flew towards White Mirror at high speed. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, White Mirror unleashed his powers, and the speed of the stone was reduced to the naked eye.
Well, this one tested out.
0.5 meters attack speed reduced to 50%.
1 meter velocity down to 25%.
1.5 m speed reduced to 12.5%.
And that's just if your powers aren't very skillful. If you continue to develop them, the attacks won't be able to fully reach the main body.
Speaking of which, Lin Lu smacked his lips.
Terror.
If this kid is allowed to develop, he is simply a mobile, absolute defense barrier.
Aha! Teacher, I understand. White Mirror nodded. Understand? You understand. Do you know the convergence function? Do you know the nature of dispersion?
Spiteful as he was, Lin Lu was still ready to continue his teaching.
With defense out of the way, let's move on to offense.
Lin Lu's words caused White Mirror's eyes to emit a bright, shining essence.
Defense begins with astringency, then attack begins with dispersion. What is dispersion?
Simply put, it is a process in which the behavior of a system or sequence in an infinite process loses its convergence to a finite value and moves to a state of loss of control, disorder, or unpredictability.
Bottom line, it's an infinite accumulation of system energy. Convergence is control because it will always be close to some fixed value, while divergence.
Lin Lu picked up another small stone and handed it to White Mirror.
Here, now you try to throw it forward, using the deceleration behavior you just did in reverse. White Mirror nodded, took the small stone and threw it with force.
This time, instead of slowing down, the small stone began to accelerate. Time kept passing and the small stones kept flying forward, from slow at the beginning to speeding up after 2 seconds had passed. This. White Mirror was shocked. See, this is where your diffuse ability comes into play. It's not just speed. Try again. Rinullo gave White Mirror an electric gun. White Mirror pressed the button and a small electric flower suddenly appeared. Try to use your dispersion on little electric flower. White Mirror nodded, and the moment he activated the electric gun, he injected his own dissipation alien energy into the blue electric flower. At this moment, the electrical energy grew exponentially, and a terrifying tree like lightning bolt formed instantly. Lin Roku sees it coming and throws a flying kick that sends White Mirror out of lightning's reach. Terror! Surprisingly, even energy can be dispersed. Lin Lu looked at the charred ground in front of him and smiled broadly. See, this is your power, White Mirror. Lin Lu looked at the White Mirror in front of him, his heart filled with joy. One more member to add to the membership of the organization one is about to start building. White Mirror rose from the ground, his face flushed. Alright, let's move on. Throughout the night, Lin Lu helped White Mirror develop all sorts of heaven-defying ways to use his powers based on the divergence theory. As for White Mirror, the one night together had allowed Lin Lu to ascend to the altar of his heart. Lin Lu's profound knowledge base exposed White Mirror to a different world. Time passes quickly. On the morning of the third day, Lin Lu appeared in front of the 5 little ones with a white mirror. At this point, the 5 little ones became 6. Hello, senior brothers and sisters. My name is White Mirror. Please teach me more. White Mirror did a 90-degree bow. Hey, senior brother, my name is Jiang Kai, welcome aboard. Jiang Kai, as the first person to become a Lin Records disciple, rightfully took on the task of introduction. After a few minutes, the crowd familiarized themselves with each other. By the way, from now on, there's something important I need to tell you. Starting today, I'm starting a new organization. What? Lin Records' words can be said to be a stone's throw. A new organization? Seeing everyone freeze, Lin Lu smiled and explained, I believe that you all know in your hearts that your supernormal abilities are not ordinary supernormal abilities at all. Rather, it involves the level of the essence of the universe. In addition to the elimination of existing enemies, the endless exploration of the universe, the uncapped development of alien powers is also what we have to do. After that, in pursuit of the truth, we will have many enemies, even. Lin Lu's words came to an abrupt halt as he said this, and his face became very serious. Chapter 98, The Unification Council of All Gods. Chapter 98, The Unification Council of All Gods. Who is our enemy? Jiang Kai inquired anxiously. Teacher. Don't drop the chain. Meng Li urged. Oh. Interesting. Shen Xian pushed his eyes. Lemon narrowed his eyes. Aya looked at Lin Lu smilingly. White Mirror, on the other hand, looked like a curious baby. Lin Lu no longer sells, we enemies, even. All over the world. S. The moment Lin Lu's words came out, everyone revealed a surprised expression. Teachers. U.S. Teacher. This. A few people looked at me and I looked at you, each trying to find the answer in the other's eyes. Our goal is to explore the truth of the universe. Until then, we can't lose our hearts, and we can't put up with it just because someone does something to us that upsets us. Fundamental to the pursuit of the ultimate mysteries of the universe is the retention of a bare heart, of one's own self. If someone wants to interfere with us, then it is one word. Chop. There is a saying, those who mess with my heart must not stay. Those who annoy my heart are the enemies of the world. Lin Lu's words once again refreshed everyone's perception. Alright, now if you feel that the beliefs this organization is carrying are too much for you, you can quit at any time, and what I've taught you is considered free tuition, so you don't have to pay anything back? The crowd was lost in thought. At this moment, White Mirror put his hand up. Oh. White Mirror, talk about your attitude. Sensei. I don't know any great principles, all I know is that it was you who saved me when I was about to die, so even if you ask me to do anything, I'll do it. Yeah. If it wasn't for teacher, I would have gone to the factory to roll flour dough balls by now, so teacher did it. Jiang Kai agreed with a smile. Teacher, I once vowed to become your sharpest sword, and I'll behead whomever you say I'll behead.
Lie Mang looked at Lin Lu with firm eyes. Teacher. Thank you for bringing me into the world of magnetism, I'm willing to go along with everyone.
Mang Li stuck her hands on her hips, looking like a small adult.
Teacher. I want to become like you. Aya mustered up enough courage to say what was on his mind. As long as you don't kick me out, I will remain your disciple.
Chen Xian pushed his eyes up and revealed an easygoing smile. Seeing that none of the disciples he had poured his heart and soul into had backed down, Lin Lu nodded in relief.
Good. As of today, the All Gods Unification Society is officially established.
The 6 little ones were only shocked by the horrible name.
To rule over all the gods? Just us? Oh, by the look in your eyes, you seem to think the name of the organization is too high profile. Don't get ahead of yourselves. The moment you fully realize your powers, you are omnipotent gods. You know, for you to cultivate, there is another name in my mind, it is called God-making program. You, the new gods of the future King's Landing. The storm will be your slave. Natural calamities will become attached to you. All things will become your devotees. Do you not say that the place where all the new gods are gathered by this time should bear this name?
Lin Lu's words were like a nuclear bomb that exploded in the hearts of the 6 little ones.
Become a god? Is that possible? Possibly. If you follow Mr. Lin, you will definitely become one.
The eyes of the 6 little ones, gleaming with gold, seemed as if this goal was not too far away.
Alright, the western island of the Footbath Kingdom is our Pantheon Unification Society first battle. Go away.
After saying that, Lin Lu took the 6 people aboard a small power boat and headed towards the western island. At this moment, inside the West Island command post in the Footbath country, a group of people in white uniforms were cursing at Shigechi Yamamoto.
Baka! Do you guys realize that?
Because of your stupidity, the Empire lost important experimental subjects.
Do you, by any chance, stand up to the Empire?
The veins on Yamamoto Shigechi's forehead jumped, and he actually laughed at that one sentence.
Does this guy always talk so arrogantly?
Shigechi Yamamoto turned his head to ask the other white uniformed men, a murderous look in his eyes.
Seeing Shigeru Yamamoto's murderous intent, the white uniform put away his curses. All in all, you guys are responsible for this.
After saying that, the group of white uniforms walked out of Yamamoto Shigechi's combat command room.
Click.
After these people left, Shigeru Yamamoto slapped the table in front of him.
Brigadier General, it won't help to get angry now, the defense grid on the west side of the Western Isles has been made, do you see anything else missing? The secretary handed Shigechi Yamamoto an electronic file on a tablet. Not bad. The opponent shouldn't be using large, high-damage tactics. I know that group of people in Dragon Kingdom too well, they care about their reputation.
Our residential and military zones are next to each other, and they have no other recourse but to send in sharpshooters and land soldiers for single-point attacks.
You can't, just blow up a piece of it and blow up civilians and military installations together, can you? Oh. Shigechi Yamamoto and the secretary looked at each other and smiled. In their view, once the Dragon Kingdom troops were caught in the encirclement net, it would be impossible to fly. Rinnulo, what a good judge of character.
After half an hour of sailing, Lin Lu and the others came to a distance of less than 3 nautical miles from the western island.
Look! That dark shadow is West Island. Lin Lu turned off the engines and let the combat ship float silently like this.
Looking at the land in the distance, the few people behind Lin Lu leaped forward.
Since we're all here, let's give each other a little appetizer first. Mang Li, make a simple floating board. Manri nodded and used the metal on the ship to make an open metal plane.
The crowd stepped onto the metal plates and began to approach the western island from the air. In a short while, several people came to a height of several hundred meters.
Don't they have any air defense units? Jiang Kai sent out an inquiry. I've made a special signal jamming layer that their equipment can't detect. Awesome. Everyone looked to Monique and gave a thumbs up. Well, who's first? Lin Lu asked with a smile. I'll go first. However, the residential and military areas of the Footbath country are adjacent to each other, and I'm afraid.
Jiang Kai said, and his voice came to an abrupt end.
Afraid of what?
Lin Lu looked at Jiang Kai.
I'm afraid we won't be able to blow up all at once and expose us. Go! Don't bull. Still juggling here. Lin Lu kicked at Jiang Kai, who grinned as he walked to the edge of the metal plate and turned on his powers. Just keep it simple. Mix a little bit of black sorghum with TNT and use mercury fulminate for the detonation. Lin Lu broke out into a little cold sweat as he listened to Jiang Kai's words. This kid, who looks smiling on the surface, is actually a vandal. A mix of black soda gold and TNT, that's a military-grade explosive with an explosion speed of over 8,000 ms. Alright. Everyone in the footbath country, enjoy the gifts from the Pantheon Unification Society. Jiang Kai laughed and roared as hundreds of dense dust collection spheres instantly appeared. Jiang Kai. Wait, I didn't ask you to do it that hard. Lin Lu's words were too late. Jiang Kai waved his big hand, and the densely packed sphere descended sharply. Alas. Amitba Buddha, may the three clear ancestors and Jesus bless them. Lin Lu closed his eyes. Chapter 99, Retaliation begins. Chapter 99, Revenge begins. Hundreds of explosives came down at breakneck speed. Boom. Rumble. The western base of the western island, which was under clear skies 1 second, turned into a hell on earth the next. Firecloud after firecloud unfolded inside and outside the base, turning both creatures and buildings into smoke and powder in an instant. No one could survive this horrific rain of explosions. It's no good. Brigade Commander. The secretary came rushing in through the door. What's the point of panicking? Come on, what's going on? We just got to Central Base today and you're like this? This side of the defense will also have to be combed through, in order to strengthen the hold of the Western Defense Network. Not good, all facilities and personnel at the Western Base are all killed in action. Wobbly. Shigechi Yamamoto rose from his seat. How is that possible? Yesterday I was in the West handing over all the defenses to Osamu Mimura. Now you're telling me he and the base are gone, how is that possible? In the face of Shigechi Yamamoto's questioning, the secretary handed over a piece of information. Look, Brigadier. With the weapons of mass destruction used by the Dragon Kingdom, the entire West Island base was all but reduced to rubble in an instant. All the buildings within the boundaries of the Western Isles became black scorched earth. The Dragon Kingdom's special force used an unimaginable means of attack, and we were unable to mount a normal defense at all. Shigeru Yamamoto finally came to his senses after reading the report. How is that possible? How dare they? It was the lives of tens of thousands of people, and they all exterminated them without even blinking. Secretary. Immediately notify the Supreme Council of the Ministry of Unification to hold consultations, and at the same time mobilize public opinion pressure to force the other side to withdraw their troops. The footbath country's side was trembling with fear, and the top management of the Dragon Country was also waking up as if it was a dream. At this moment the United Dragon States Conference held an emergency general meeting. 100 representatives from all walks of life gathered together. Ladies and gentlemen, the emergency meeting we have called today is about this. Everyone please read. With that said, an announcement appeared on the big screen. Emergency announcement from the footpad states. In the year 1056 of the Gregorian calendar, at 10:40 a.m., the Dragon Kingdom dispatched a special force to carry out a tragic extermination strike on our western island. All facilities throughout the western part of the Western Isles were completely destroyed. In addition, the military strike resulted in the unnatural deaths of 30,000 civilians and 50,000 soldiers stationed there. My country appeals to all sectors of the world to seriously criticize and condemn this disregard for international norms on the part of the Dragon State. Such acts of the powers are repudiated in the harshest terms. What? We woke up and we're a power? There was a cacophonous discussion among the delegates present. What's going on? Yesterday you were thinking about how to retake the 10 islands? And today you're leveling someone else's western base on the Western Isles? That nanny guy is so good? Yeah. You even sent us a message earlier about losing the 10 islands, and now you're telling me to start extermination strikes? This guy, he's too fierce, isn't he? No. Yesterday we were condemning others, today we are being condemned by others. What about this fishing expedition? But you can't tell, it feels good to be condemned. Everyone began to express their views, and after 10 minutes, representatives of various sectors began to speak. All right. Now let's start discussing how to deal with this matter. Oh. Representative Wolf of the Alien Convocation, please speak.
The presiding officer of the assembly saw the convocation man take the lead and signaled him to comment.
Representative Wang rose and began his presentation.
As we all know, our enemies have always been Rice and the European Ministry. Now, if we in the Foot Locker state are torn apart directly, then it can really be said that we have an enemy on our back. Since the troops from Jubilee Base were able to reach the western island of the Footbath country to fight, it meant that the 10 islands had been recaptured. Now that it has been recaptured, we should stop this military operation and preserve our strength for whatever comes afterward. After all, encroaching on a country's territory is a very risky behavior, and we will not only have to take the blame, but also bear serious international public opinion.
Whoosh!
Before the representative could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man in military uniform copied the teacup beside him and threw it at the representative surnamed Wang.
Ah! Jiang Chengfeng, are you crazy?
Yeah.
I'm crazy.
With one word of stopping the action, you have given away all the advantages you have gained.
Mother-er.
You're just going to breeze through it with a long live international friendship.
What will you do with the fallen soldiers? What do you want the Dragon Kingdom fishermen near the 10 islands to do who were caught in the wave? What do you want the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were taken for human experimentation to do? As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Jiang Chengfeng. Human experimentation? Jiang Chengfeng took a deep breath, then took out a piece of information.
This is the information given to me by the commander of Vermilion Bird Base, Commander Nani, so everyone can take a look.
A minute later, the information was uploaded to the big screen in the conference room. A shocking scene left everyone in the room with their jaws on the floor. This. Outrageous. Attack. Have Nani send out all the troops. If it doesn't work, let the other bases replenish their troops. It was a moment of group excitement. On the screen, there are women with severed hands in a frozen state. There were dissected children. There are struggling people with full body ulcers and injected with bacteria. At this moment, what the Special Experimental Unit of the Footbath country did ignited the anger of those present. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a representative of the Ministry of War.
Forgive me for only being able to analyze the problem from a strategic and tactical point of view. But there's one thing I won't spit out.
Mother-er. International opinion. Peace and friendship. Remember.
Dignity is only above the blade of the sword, and truth is only within range of the cannon.
Jiang Chengfeng finished and sat down.
The assembly again fell into a lively discussion, only now no one said anything more about the withdrawal of troops from the Western Isles. And Representative Wang sat down with a look of fear on his face.
What are you doing? How dare you plead for the Foot Locker Nation just now?
Damn Jiang Chengfeng, if you have this, why didn't you take it out earlier and put me on the spot here?
It's not just the Wang representatives.
None of the 38-seat representatives of the alien convocation dared to make any comments now. If he said the wrong thing again, the alien convocation would really have to suffer a horrific cleansing of public opinion.
Finally, after half an hour of focused discussion, the meeting reached its conclusions.
It was decided that the joint conference would grant Jubilee Base unlimited firing rights for 24 hours.
After 24 hours, stop the attack.
During the 24-hour period, no restrictions will be placed on any behavior of the Vermilion Bird Base. When the voting results of the joint meeting reached Lin Lu's hands, an oozing murderous intent began to spread.
Guys, the joint conference gave us 24 hours of unlimited firepower, let's go.
Hearing Lin Lu say this, the six little ones' eyes filled with excitement. Facilities and settlements in the western part of the island have been reduced to rubble, while facilities in the central and eastern parts of the island are currently intact. There's still a while to go, so they should be sending in a blockade. Now we'll start grouping up. Yep, White Mirror and I will work together to level the central part of the city, and you guys, you'll take care of the eastern part of the city.
Next, you should encounter S-class alien combatants, I want to say.
Don't make a big mistake and die in the West Island.
Understood.
Jiang Kai, Lie Mang, Chen Xian, and Meng Li's eyes were filled with blazing fire.
Finally, going up against an S-class combat alien? Chapter 100, is this it? Chapter 100, is this it? Lin Lu split his people into two waves.
In order to prevent accidents, Lin Lu brought Yi and White Mirror, the two newest open-door disciples, with him. The door to discipleship, previously closed, is now being kicked open again.
As for Jiang Kai and the others, let them toss themselves around. Monique made a set of metal jackets for the rest of the three people traveling with her.
The four of them moved quickly at high altitude as if they were wearing flotation devices.
Look, you guys, someone's coming.
Lie Mang had sharp eyes and saw the crowd in the distance in the air.
Land it and see what's going on?
Jiang Kai's words caused the four to land on the ground. The metal jackets on the four of them turned into metal fluid in an instant and returned to Mang Li's bag.
You guys are the ones. Bombed the western base of the Western Isles?
A big, burly man inquired to Jiang Kai and the others, in a tone that carried disdain and ridicule.
Oh, I'm the one who did it, what can I tell you? You guys are too arrogant.
After destroying the western base, you should have fled at the first opportunity, but now you're even moving towards the eastern base instead. You guys have a lot of guts. The man beckoned, and hundreds of loaded foot soldiers from the footbath country rose from the ground around him.
Oh?
Shen Xian pushed his glasses to look at the scene and silently activated his supernatural ability.
We're bold?
You've got it all wrong. Our aim is to destroy the eastern base. We haven't paid any attention to the trash at all. Lie Mang stepped forward to directly stick his face in the open.
What? How dare you call me trash?
There was a pang of annoyance from the burly man.
No.
You've got it wrong. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about all of you in this room. You're all garbage.
Hearing Lie Mang's mockery, the burly man became irritated.
Fire! The soldiers heard this order and directly pulled the triggers of their blue crystal guns.
Terrifying heat rays came at several people.
But the next moment, something that surprised the burly man came. These rays, visible to the naked eye, unexpectedly rebounded back the way they came in the instant they touched the bodies of several people.
Ah! My!
In just one look, a group of several hundred people were hit by the reflection of their own attack, killing and wounding most of them.
What the hell did you guys do?
Faced with the battle damage in front of him, the burly man wore a panicked expression. Although he was an officer in command of several hundred people, he was only a C-class alien. The S-class combatants are still on their way over. Their mission was also very simple, to slow down Jiang Kai's several people and buy time for the S-class battle team to arrive. But now, almost all of them were wiped out in one shot.
Alright, you guys are in the way, see you later.
Chopping night. Lie Mang began to strike, and the bullet-drawn sword swung out with a single stroke, slicing the burly man's body in two. In less than a minute, this combat team was destroyed by Jiang Kai's four-man regiment.
Looks like we need to speed things up.
Otherwise there will be a steady stream of people coming to stop us, Jiang Kai said seriously. The four of them sped up and finally reached the eastern base of the western island of the Footbath Kingdom within 10 minutes. As they hovered in the air, ready to land, a huge flaming chop met them head-on.
Metal wall.
Mang Li reacted quickly and created a huge metal wall to block the flaming chop.
Oh ha, not bad.
I can't imagine that this time the Dragon Kingdom pig is still a bit interesting. A man in his 30s dressed as a samurai appeared in front of the crowd.
Who are you?
Lie Mang stepped forward, his eyes burning.
Introductions.
I'm the Footbath Country's S-Class combat alien, Red Flame Samurai Ichiro Sasaki.
S-Class. The crowd's spirits lifted when they heard this rank designation. It finally showed up. Footbath Country S-Class Combat Shifter.
Ha! I can't believe you guys could block my flame slash, so how about this one? Ichiro Sasaki held his breath and swung his sword again. The unusual-looking wooden blade in his hand coalesced with red-hot chopping marks the moment he slashed out. The chop marks continued to expand in a very short period of time, finally forming a red and white hot chop coming at the crowd.
Not good. Everyone scatter.
Jiang Kai made an instant decision and yelled. The four of them moved quickly and left the spot. This time, the metal wall didn't block the chop, but instead quickly melted under the contact of the terrifyingly hot chop. This temperature, it's at least over 3,000 degrees. Lie Mang's heart palpitated. He had just tried to dispel his opponent's chopping attack with vibrations himself.
Now thankfully I'm glad I didn't do anything reckless.
At this temperature, not to mention a hard catch, one would be burned to cinders even if they got close.
Spike matrix.
Yumilai didn't have a chance for her opponent to catch her breath, only to see her wave her hand. Hundreds of sharp conical metal spikes instantly shaped and flew at high speeds towards Ichiro Sasaki.
Sculpture. Inflaming snake.
Sasaki Ichiro swung his long sword with force in his hand, and a long red flaming snake with a letter suddenly appeared. As the spikes reached them, the fire serpent folded itself to form a wall of fire. The temperature of this wall of fire rose again, and all the spikes were melted into iron the moment they entered the wall.
Ha ha ha. Go on ah. Is that all you guys have? Ichiro Sasaki continued to taunt. He had scrutinized the profiles of the Dragon Kingdom's S-class aliens. These few unnamed Dragon Kingdom minions were nobodies in his opinion. Since you guys aren't doing anything, don't blame me. Great Inferno Dragon. The terrifyingly hot flames transformed into a huge fire dragon. It hovered around Ichiro Sasaki. Not bad for an S-class hero. The proficiency of this supernatural ability is not comparable to ordinary characters. Jiang Kai laughed and clapped his hands. Oh boy, you think you can win? Repent in the flames. Withdraw. The four of Jiang Kai speed away from Ichiro Sasaki. When Ichiro Sasaki saw this, he thought they were afraid of him. After all, he had a high-temperature flame protection, and normal attacks would be directly blocked by his own flame. Conditions come together. Checkmate. Jiang Kai smiled and snapped his fingers. Countless tiny metal pellet particles filled the area around Ichiro Sasaki. Jiang Kai mixed this metallic dust with his own special flame-retardant dust to form a silver-gray cloud. Seeing the right moment, Lie Mang unleashed a high-frequency vibration. The metal particles rapidly heated up under the vibrating friction and began to emit a dark red light. This is not good. Sasaki Ichiro sensed the terrifying energy contained in these dark red rays. Yumaru saw the opportunity to push the cloud of metal dust heated to an incandescent state towards Ichiro Sasaki. Lemon's constant vibration maintains the high temperature of the dust. Seeing this, Qin Xian made every effort to manipulate the charged particles that appeared, causing them to form a plasma channel. To Qin Xian, as long as the microparticles were in a uniform state, he could pack them together and manipulate them. Vector manipulation full on. Qin Xian pushed his hands forward, pouring all his power into this strike. The magnetically bound, vibrationally heated metal plasma flowed at extreme speeds along the set vector direction, forming a brilliant torrent of particles that shot straight at Ichiro Sasaki's chest. Ichiro Sasaki's flame defense does nothing against the plasma attack. The high-energy particles penetrated the fire dragon and his body with an overwhelming stream of momentum, opening a bowl-sized hole in his chest. Ichiro Sasaki looked down at his wound incredulously as the flames around him slowly began to die out. No way. How could I? Ichiro Sasaki's voice began to distort. Isn't my flame supposed to be able to burn out everything? Well. After saying that, Sasaki Ichiro turned into a pile of gray powder and was blown away by the wind. Sure enough. Teacher was right. We were able to transform the gods. The four looked at each other with a silent smile. Chapter 101 Lin Lu's Strength. Chapter 101 Lin Lu's Strength. Finally. Lin Lu smiled as he arrived at the foot of a mountain to the west of the central base. Sensei. How do we attack? Aya asked. How do you attack? Erase it directly. Lin Lu's eyes didn't have a trace of mercy in them. Erase? A base this size, just wipe it out? How? Looking at the puzzled eyes of his two new disciples, Lin Lu was despondent for a while. Remember guys. Be imaginative at all times. Yi, what is the highest temperature of your flame? Yi cocked his head and thought for a moment. I haven't counted this carefully, but being able to melt metal is no problem. Okay. Then how about you fire the flames and White Mirror helps you multiply the power on the side? Boom. The expressions of both White Mirror and Yi started to become amused. Dare I say that our powers can be stacked like this? Then. We try? Aya looked at White Mirror, who nodded. Dragon Nation. You still dare to run wild here? A voice came from not far away. Lin Lu's trio fixed their eyes on a man dressed in the costume of a yin-yang master falling from the air. Oh. I can't believe someone stopped us. When the Undertaker landed, two evil spirits, one red and one blue, suddenly appeared. They were 2 meters tall and stood on either side behind the Undertaker. I am the Yin and Yang Master of the Footbasin Kingdom Fujiwara Kusai, and I am also a Footbasin Kingdom S-class alien, Clear River Demon Lord. Who are you guys? State your names. I never kill nobodies. Fujiwara Kusai looked confident. It's not his fault. At just under 40 years of age, he is quite accomplished in both of the two major ability segments, psychic and yin and yang arts. Anyone else would have drifted a bit.
The two of them don't need to be introduced. I'm also a small person, called Lin Lu.
Rinroku.
Fujiwara Kusai's mind spun and he couldn't figure out who it was.
Okay. White Mirror, you guys stay away, I haven't done anything for a long time.
Today's activity. Lin Lu finished and pressed the bracelet. The sound of metal folding and stretching resounded through Lin Lu.
Not long after, daylight arms appeared.
You're
the White Emperor. At this moment, Fujiwara Kusai's heart was in his throat. I'm fighting, White Emperor. The head United Front Work Department, aren't you guys screwing me over?
The shadow of the tree, the name of the man. Lin Lu's former Southeastern massacre had long since established a reputation.
Oh? You guys actually recognize me?
Lin Lu was a bit surprised. He hadn't been on a mission for a long time, and these people even remembered.
How could you not remember?
Before you killed innocents indiscriminately in our Southeast 4 countries, we remember all these blood debts.
Indiscriminate killing of innocents?
15 years ago, you took advantage of the gap when the Dragon Kingdom was pouring out its entire nation's strength to fend off the extermination level, demonic beasts, and burned, killed, robbed and abused your way through the southern metropolis, doing nothing wrong, even slaughtering a large number of civilians.
You deserve to die.
Lin Lu stopped talking nonsense and with a wave of his hand, the seams of the daytime armored armor began to brighten, and the entire set of armor began to shine with a terrifying light.
Humph. Big talk. 100 ghosts walking at night, now.
Fujiwara Kusai scratched a few sigils in the void, then exhaled true chi forward.
Bang! 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 A trail of smoke appeared around Fujiwara Kusai.
After the smoke cleared, hundreds of demons with teeth and claws appeared in front of Lin Lu's eyes.
Ha ha ha. So what if the White Emperor? In front of my demon army, you can only be crushed. Bloodthirsty catalyst.
Fujiwara Jusai continued to roar, and with him at the center, a tyrannical energy began to spread. But any demon covered by this power was like taking a drug, instantly becoming hyperactive and berserk.
Ha ha ha.
These demonic beasts have not only gotten a huge boost in attack power with my supernormal ability, but they also have a strong recovery ability, so what are you
going to fight me with?
Fujiwara Kusai knew in his heart at this moment that these words were all a bluff.
Who's on the other side?
That's the White Emperor who shook the Southeast. Right now he was hoping to hold off for a second, and there were 3 more of his S-class companions on their way.
It seems like you're waiting for someone. Lin Lu recognized the other party's purpose at a glance. Waiting for someone. Joke.
Fujiwara Kusai's forehead oozed sweat. For the first time, he felt that death was so close to him.
Fujiwara-kun. We're here. A 3-man squad descended from the sky and landed behind Fujiwara Kusai. Ha ha ha. You guys are finally here. Fujiwara Jusai's original nervousness finally landed. What's going on?
You used all the demons from your 100 demons nightly. Did you meet a tough opponent?
A companion asked suspiciously. Yeah. Look at that armor, it's White Emperor.
The 3 looked toward Lin Lu and seemed to see something horrible.
Damn it. Didn't the information from the Unification Department say that Bai Di had been dismissed from the Dragon Kingdom's military department and disposed of? How did he appear here? Don't panic everyone, the 4 of us. For what for? Hurry up and attack. Or else.
Lin Lu laughed and said something that made the 4 men from the footbath country shudder. Finally all together, a family just has to walk neatly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Lu's armored visor began to reflect tiny reflections of blue-white electric light. The armor lifted his right hand and gently pinched a special superconducting alloy coin between his thumb and forefinger. For the sake of those Dragon Nation people who have been abused by your footbath nation, please go to your death. The sound that Lin Lu made was deafening with the amplification equipment of Daylight Armed.
Rubbing. Lin Lu snapped his thumb.
The coin spun and flew into the air, tracing a silver arc in the reflection of the electric arc.
Just the moment it leaves your hand. Crackle. Blinding blue-white electricity erupted from Lin Lu's fingertips, wrapping around the coin like a living thing.
Tiny arcs of electricity jumped through the air, emitting a sharp beeping sound as if millions of birds were chirping at the same time. The coin hovered in mid-air, trembling violently, the air around it distorted by the heat.
Super electromagnetic cannon. Change. With Lin Lu's low gulp, Two translucent ionized electromagnetic tracks suddenly unfolded on both sides of the coin, and blue-violet plasma, like spiraling chains, wrapped around the projectile in a circle. Boom! The first segment accelerates to start. The coin turned into a blazing white beam that tore through the air, trailing orange-red plasma trails behind it. The sonic boom cloud exploded around the trajectory and the shockwave blew the demon army into chunks of mincemeat. Whoosh! 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 The four people from the footbath country had long foreseen this situation, and one of them unleashed the ability, group acceleration, and all four of them moved away from the direction of the electromagnetic cannons firing. This is the White Emperor? We can't win this kind of attack. It's simply not as powerful as a mortal should be. Run away! Everyone! The 4S class exalts began to disappear far away. But the next second, the electromagnetic orbit suddenly crossed and changed direction. The coin spun wildly under the magnetic torque, its speed soared again, and several Klein blue Mach rings emerged around the trajectory, unfolding like the halo of an angel. Before the four people who were escaping could turn, they were completely engulfed by a white light. No explosions, no flames. There was only a moment of silence. Zip! Where the coin hit, space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force. The azure-colored spherical lightning field suddenly expanded, and the air within a 10-meter diameter was completely ionized, turning into a purgatory of thunder. The four disintegrated into particles in the electromagnetic collapse, leaving not even ashes behind. After a few seconds, the lightning dissipated, leaving only charred bullet marks and the lingering smell of ozone in the air. Lin Lu looked at the empty ground in front of him and silently said, "The Far Eastern Tribunal in a former life has many pages of judgments missing. This time, I'll try. I'll judge." Chapter 102, Destruction of the Western Isles. Chapter 102, Destruction of the Western Isles. Just as Lin Lu eliminated the S-Class squad, Jiang Kai and the others began to operate. "Gentlemen, let's begin." Teacher said not a single one should be spared. "Aha!" The others nodded. "Chen Xian, we'll need your vector ability for the throwing part later." Jiang Kai turned his head and looked at Chen Xian. "Beware, no problem." Chen Xian responded with a smile. With that, the two began to work together. Jiang Kai kept polymerizing the dust with TNT composition, forming a block of explosives. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was responsible for shooting these solid blocks inside the eastern base with his psychic energy. Thus, the formation of a temporary explosives magazine for continuous firing was completed. Jiang Kai was in charge of crafting, Chen Xian was in charge of parrying, and Meng Li and Lie Mang were in charge of guarding. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Explosions continued to ring out as a building was destroyed. Calls for help, cries for help mingled in the air. "That's them! Lieutenant Colonel take A." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came. An army of over 1,000 men approached Jiang Kai and the others. This unit was not only well equipped with blue crystal vehicles and blue crystal cannons, it could be said to be pulling full weight in terms of comprehensive combat power. "Oh? To be able to find us in such an explosion, it seems like they did a good job of detecting us." Meng Li smiled and activated her powers, 6 plasma cannons standing proudly behind her. Lemon smiled and drew his chopping knife, raising his right hand and aiming the blood-red blade at the troop. "I'll go first, your plasma cannon needs to build up." Infrasound vibration. Chopper Knight played the role of infrasound transmitter at the moment. A wide range of infrasound waves, covering 1,000 troops. The infrasound buzzing started working its way through the brains of every Footloose Nation soldier. One by one, the soldiers suffered from nausea, dizziness, and difficulty in breathing. Commander Yamamura Take even nearly fainted. Struggling to get up from the car, blood oozing from Take's ear holes dripped down his jaw. As he looked around, thousands of his elite troops now lay sprawled out in the middle of the forest floor, most of the soldiers unconscious, a few curled up and moaning in pain like an ant colony run over by a giant invisible hand. The medic Take had just opened his mouth when he suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up and sweat. The sky lit up from time to time. The color was not the orange-red of sunrise, but an eerie blue-white that illuminated the entire grove as if it were under an X-ray. Take jerked his head up to see 6 streaks of blinding white light coming from the distance in his direction. These white lights were like death, devouring everything they touched. "Take cover!" Take roared out a warning that was drowned out by the hum of the descending plasma cannons.
The world lost its voice the moment the first plasma cannon hit the military formation. Taka saw the soldiers within a 100-meter radius suddenly turn into glowing skeletons. Their flesh and blood vaporized directly in the blue-white glow, and their tactical gear melted into colored metal droplets suspended in the air. The plasma spreads in a circular pattern upon contact with the ground. Wherever they passed, rock melted into crimson lava, several armored vehicles collapsed like wax figures, and blue crystal cannons twisted into abstract sculptures in the heat. The second plasma cannon landed near his own calm array. Take's eyes were seared with an unforgettable image. His communications officer was standing up with his blue crystal rifle, and the moment the blue light diffused through his entire body fell apart like blown ashes, leaving only his military license plate to fall to the glassy ground with a clang. No! Seeing this, Take immediately lunged for the nearest rock crevice. The third plasma cannon almost grazed his back. The heat radiation instantly carbonized his tactical backpack, and he could feel the searing pain down his spine through his body armor. He huddled in a crevice in the rock and saw through his fingers that the valley had been turned into a purgatory of plasma. Blue-white ripples of death spread unchecked through the troop array. A squad of soldiers attempted to build a line of defense with various elemental energy shield aliens, and the shields exploded the moment they came into contact with the plasma, blasting their bodies into charcoal with electrical sparks. The worst offender was the blue crystal cannon squad. The ammunition they had stacked was detonated by the plasma, and instead of shrapnel, liquid metal rained up in a series of explosions. Take a bit through his lip to stay awake. He saw the direction of the source of the plasma cannon where Jiang Kai and the others were standing. But before he could see it, the plasma cannons had been renewed behind him, this time in a covering saturation strike. The last thing Take saw was the legion he had trained with his own hands going up in smoke in a crossfire grid. The atmospheric ionization triggered by the plasma flow set the air itself ablaze, and the soldiers either vaporized instantly or were torn apart by the superheated shockwave. The outermost dozens tried to retreat, only to be caught up in the extended plasma and turned into a line of burning human torches. No! Demons! They're demons. Take in a state of would-be insanity, was directly vaporized by the plasma. All right. All settled. What about you guys? Monique was sweating profusely. The plasma wash she had just received had taken a lot of her strength. Us? You guys look ahead. Jiang Kai laughed and pointed to the base in the distance. At this point, the eastern base and gathering area was in ruins. The high density of bombardment made the whole land as horrible as if it had an abscess. The mission is over, let's wait here for the teacher. When Jiang Kai said this, Lin Lu had already started moving to the east. And behind him was the central base, which was in ruins and a mess. Yi and White Mirror cooperated with each other and surprisingly created a incandescent meteor, filled with terrifying energy. With just one shot, the central base was in pieces. Almost got myself involved. Lin Lu couldn't help but spit. Footbath State Department of Unification. You guys talk. What do we do now? Takeshi Tojo slapped the table, his face furious. As the second in command of the Unified Warfare Department, he was unhappy with the outcome of the 10th Island campaign. Not only did they create an excuse for the Dragon Kingdom to send troops, but none of the 10 islands had planted their own anointed flag. All base facilities on the Western Isles are now destroyed. 4 S-class powerhouses fell. 80,000 fighting soldiers were exterminated. This is simply a precursor to the end of the country. Minister Tojo, don't worry. Rice has called to help us mediate. Hearing a high-ranking officer say this, Tojo's face finally eased. The Information Department's side has gotten the content of the Dragon Kingdom's decision, and the Vermilion Bird Base has 24 hours of unlimited firepower. And that man was involved in this combat operation. That man? Who? Takeshi Tojo instantly had a bad feeling. That is the Dragon Kingdom, White Emperor. As soon as the words, White Emperor, came out, the entire Unification Department went quiet. White Emperor? The madman who stormed out and killed in front of the Rice Marshal and the Dragon Marshal? Hasn't that guy been kicked out of the Dragon Army? How is it still? At that moment, the room went suddenly quiet and the meeting came to a standstill. Not good. Latest call, all of the Western Isles have fallen. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Quickly contact the Rice side for me. Without any further delay, Tojo Takeshi prepared to contact the military ministry of Rice right away.
Chapter 103 Forced Recall. Chapter 103 Forced Recall. Teacher. Finally, Jiang Kai and the others met up with Lin Lu in the eastern part of the West Island of the Footbasin country. Hey, teacher, how do you think we did? Jiang Kai asked Lin Lu for credit. Nice, I heard you guys even did away with an S-class? Hey, that's right. Meng Li crossed her arms, looking like you're quick to praise me. Teacher, what are the results of the battle on your side? My side? What do you think? Lin Lu revealed a wave of satisfied smiles. People look at it and immediately get it in seconds. Lin Lu smiled. Life and death were hard to predict. How much time has passed now? Lin Lu greeted everyone to sit down and rest. It took 9 hours if you count the rush time big. Yeah. Looks like we have some speeding up to do. The defense of the main island of the footbath country should have been constructed. Tell you what, take a half-hour break, and then we'll set out for the home island. Lin Lu's sentence caused several people to become extremely excited. At this moment, inside the foreign ministry of the Alien Energy Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nigayu was talking to the Dragon Kingdom's diplomats. Oh, Ministerly, the 10 islands have been recaptured by you, and the western island of the Footbath Kingdom has been purged, so I see your decision. To withdraw your 24-hour unlimited firepower rights. Oh, Roland Michel. Ambassador Michel, there is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, 9 lifetimes are enough for vengeance, even though 100 lifetimes are enough. Although 100 generations can also. I think you can question me after you find out what the footpads have done first. Li Weixian, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Alien Energy Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom. Minister Li, so you mean there's no more to talk about? Roland blushed very badly. In other countries he was received by the head of state himself. Yet on the Dragon countryside he was arranged to talk to a tiny Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs? It's just a strange shame. Aren't you Dragon Kingdom afraid that we, Rice and Footbath, will join forces to deal with you together? Li Weixian took a sip of tea and said with a smile, who among us in the Dragon Kingdom doesn't know about the Superman Academy and Superman Association in the meter? Here, I want you to understand one thing. As long as you don't use S-class or higher alien warriors and Seal Alien, we'll definitely promise not to send out White Emperor Lin Lu. Pust. Roland, who was drinking his coffee, almost choked. The events of a year ago were still fresh in his mind. At that time both marshals were negotiating things. Without saying a word, a man in full black and white armor took out a 100-man rice camp a kilometer away with a direct electromagnetic blast in the air in front of both marshals. Afterwards, arrogantly said, "You come to 100, I kill 100. You come to 10,000, I'll kill 10,000. Talk? What the hell is there to talk about?" The negotiations, which had been stalled, went straight into accelerated mode. Rice recognizes the administration and ownership of the islands in the southeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom on the condition that the armored warrior is punished. Seeing that it was able to dissuade the Rice forces unharmed, the alien agency signed the agreement on fire. Although Marshal Long Yi tried his best to block it, this negotiation was led by the Alien Energy Bureau. This also set the stage for Lin Lu's dismissal from the military. Roland understood that Lin Lu must not be allowed to return to the military. Once Lin Lu took the position of the dominant military leader, it would simply be a situation of fighting every day. After half a day of thinking, Roland let out a long sigh. Here's the deal. I'll have the Footpad Kingdom sort out the terms of compensation. It would also allow them to re-sign the ownership of the 10 islands and the surrounding area, including Little Fish Island. But the Western Isles you must return. It's their territory, after all. Li Weixian thought for a moment and nodded. The other islands are fine, but the Western Isles, being the big Western Islands of the Footlands, are still difficult to control all the time. That's how the two came to an agreement. Alright, rest is over, let's continue. Lin Lu stood up and prepared to continue his attack. In the next second, the blue crystal communicator at his waist rang. Hey! Lin kid, I heard that you made quite a scene there in the Footbasin country. Oh? Old man Long. I can't believe it's you. Lin Lu heard the voice from the opposite side and was astonished. I'm afraid that Nanny Guy's words don't carry any weight, so I specifically called a phone newsletter to talk to you. Wrap it up. The Alien Energy Bureau's side has already negotiated a compensation agreement with the Rice and Footbath countries, and this combat mission has been successfully completed, so you and your people withdraw to Vermilion Bird Base. Hearing this, Lin Lu immediately understood. Lin boy, there are national considerations. You guys have done a great job this time around, and I hope you can keep the big picture in mind. West Island, even if we take it, will be difficult to control effectively across the sea, so pull back. Rice's side agrees to make the foot soldiers pay huge compensation. Marshal Long Yi had been painstakingly explaining. He knew that as long as Lin Lu didn't reply to him, it meant that the kids still had the intention to attack. At that time, not to mention military orders, even the orders of the joint conference were like waste paper in front of him. Who? Well, I know, Marshal, I'll pull back. The orders from the War Department are no further attacks to the east, right? That's right, so. No problem, please go back to the military headquarters, I'll be back in a few minutes. Hanging up the phone, Lin Lu sat down again. Teacher? We're just leaving? Jiang Kai was filled with anger. Although he was clear that this was the decision of the entire joint meeting, he couldn't help but feel a sense of a rabbit dying in his heart. Oh, now you understand why I left the military. Previously, I established the Daylight Army, with a passionate desire to step on the enemy's country. But there are all kinds of relationships in the Daylight Army that are intertwined. Even though I'm the leader, a lot of times, I get clamped down. I can suppress everything with absolute violence, but that's just me. So, I need your help. For the first time, Lin Lu confided in his apprentice. I gave up on the idea of building a strong army. Turning to God-making. I don't need 1,000 armies, just the power to suppress everything surrounding me, supporting me, assisting me. The Pantheon Unification Society is the first step I made to try. With fewer people, goals and beliefs become very much more pure. So, you have to get stronger all the time, and when you have the ability to turn your hands over, that's when we'll carry out reforms. Lin Lu struck the iron while it was hot and spelled out his ambitions. The 6 little ones listened to Lin Lu's words and their hearts fluttered. Can we, really, do this? Aya asked in a small voice. Ha, Aya, can. Definitely can. The future is the age of the gods, so. The future is our time. So today, we're going to send down the first, divine punishment, on the entire world. Divine punishment? The 6 little ones looked puzzled. Before I leave the Western Isles, I'm going to give them a present. What? A gift? 104, Trial from Above. Chapter 104, Trial from Above. A gift? The 6 little ones looked puzzled. Yes, I think, there is no need for the Western Isles to exist? Ha? Jiang Kai and the others looked at Lin Lu as if they were looking at a crazy person. All right. Next, I'm going to show you the brutal side of science, and you have to remember that the or cutting edge the technology, the more harm it causes. After that, you are like the sword bearer who holds the sacred weapon and can easily decide the life and death of a large wave of people. I'll teach you a lesson today, too. Lin Lu did not delay and flew back to one of the 10 islands with the crowd. This is a nice island, we'll make it our experimental base afterward. I'll apply to Southeast. Next. Gollum. Jiang Kai gulped, he was very nervous now. The gift, that Rinlo said, seemed to be something that was not to be trifled with. You guys stay here and don't move, I'll be right there. After saying that, Lin Lu grabbed the white mirror and flew towards the sky above the western island. What do you guys think the teacher is going to do? Meng Li looked at a few people a little nervously. If I'm right, the teacher wants to sink the island. Chen Shen pushed up his own glasses and spoke what was on his mind. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Lin Lu carried the white mirror to the top of the western island. This huge island of 30,000 square kilometers looked like a dying object to Lin Lu. Alas! To abolish an island, it is not necessary for him to disappear, only. Lin Lu closed his eyes and seemed to be remembering something. White Mirror, who was being carried by Lin Lu and suspended in mid-air, was terrified. Old teacher, what are you doing? Lin Lu suddenly opened his eyes. Listen up, White Mirror, in a moment I'm going to drop something one after another, and you're going to do a delayed dispersion of what I drop. Can you do that? Able to, replied White Mirror subconsciously. Good. Then let's start with the eastern plains of the Western Isles. Lin Lu began to accelerate in the air, and in less than a minute, he arrived over the Western Island. All right. Next. White Mirror, are you ready? Ready. Sensei. White Mirror nodded seriously. Since you guys are using the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom to hold me back, then I'm not polite either. Law. Go. Turn this island into hell. Lin Lu waved his one hand, and a huge warhead descended from dimensional space. Seeing this, White Mirror immediately empowered the warhead with a delayed energy dispersion effect. The warheads began to fall, and Linus immediately lifted off, away from the area. This is an area of the Western Isles otherwise suitable for habitation and development. At first, the sky was clear, the green forest was lush, and the birds and animals chirped. But in the next second, a blinding white light suddenly erupted, 1,000,000 times more dazzling than the midday sun. It was like a sharp sword descending from the god of heaven, instantly cleaving through the entire world of light and shadow. A huge energy erupted steeply. After the light, a terrifying shockwave came. The air was compressed into a huge invisible wall, sweeping across everything with a destructive force. The forest is as fragile as paper before it. The ancient trees in the sky were uprooted, their trunks twisting and breaking under the terrifying force, and the wood chips and branches and leaves were thrown high into the air like a reverse black rainstorm. The surface of the lake was fiercely sunk by the shockwave, then rebounded, setting off monstrous waves, and the water instantly vaporized in the heat, turning into a tumbling white mist. A blazing, ever-expanding ball of flames engulfed everything in the center of the explosion, its edges an eerie orange-red, its interior a blinding incandescence. Wherever the flames passed, any living thing carbonized within 1,000th of a second, and the animal didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was reduced to ashes. When the smoke cleared a bit, the once vibrant forests and habitats were no longer there. The earth was scorched and blackened as if it had been seared by the branding iron of a giant god. The flames were still burning in certain corners, and black smoke rolled upward, forming a huge, churning mushroom cloud in the sky that covered the sky. There was a pungent, burnt odor in the air, mixed with some sort of metallic fishy smell, radioactive dust. It's no good. Minister Tojo. Nishijima. A secretary quickly barged into Takeshi Tojo's office. What happened to West Island? General Athol from the Rice Military Ministry has already telegraphed me that the Dragon Kingdom forces have withdrawn, huh? Tojo Takeshi looked puzzled. Yes. The Dragon Kingdom is gone, but the Western Isles are finished. The Western Isles are finished? Takeshi Tojo grabbed the message board as soon as he could. The video above gave him chills. Every 10 minutes or so a mushroom cloud appears over the Western Isles. Wherever the mushroom cloud occurs, all the ground, lakes, and forests are all destroyed. Not only that, but once close to the area of the explosion, all the soldiers felt dizzy, vomited, and emotionally confused. Skin ulcers, teeth falling out, and a host of other bizarre ailments occur one after another. The troop doctors investigated and sampled the area and finally came up with the results. These areas are considered cursed places, and once you get close to them, you will be cursed with all kinds of strange diseases. So the soldiers dared not approach any closer, and the Western Isles truly became a huge no-man's land. Our Foot Basin country and your Dragon country's enmity is not shared. The originator of this incident, Lin Lu, returned to Vermilion Bird Base with his disciples. Everyone along the way hadn't yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced. Teacher, if you have this kind of power, why? Do you have it? Jiang Kai inquired Lin Lu with heavy doubts. Oh, the reasoning is simple. Once this is used, that area will suffer a curse called radiation for hundreds of years. Organisms covered by radiation can get all kinds of diseases in the less severe cases, and in the more severe cases, their whole body festered and their organs were necrotic. So I generally don't want to use this trick until I have to. This time it was the behavior of the foot soldier nation that pissed me off and I got back at them like this. Our common goal as humans is to expel the demonic beasts. I won't use this tactic until I have to. The 6 little ones nodded. And I don't want to be a public enemy of mankind, Pittsburgh. What if this ability of mine was publicized on a large scale? All humans have to stare at me every day. Therefore, my report to Jubilee Base is a disposable tactical curse, use it and it's gone. Doing so makes my threat value much lower. Now, you understand what divine power is, right? There is a phrase in my mind as science is the first productive force. But there is another saying that is even more important as science is like a Pandora's box, releasing treasures as well as demons. Alright, the news of the Golden Sword Conference is finalized. It will be held a month later in Shangjing.
the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. I had Commander Nani encrypt the message for this operation. These things we do don't leak out in a big way. A few of you are still regular Sisyphus Academy cadets. Our mission this time is to win the championship in the Golden Sword Conference. Do you have any confidence? Yes. After experiencing the Vermilion Bird Base's experience, several people had once again undergone a metamorphosis. Chapter 105 Golden Sword Conference. Chapter 105 Golden Sword Conference. Shangjing. Inside the Heavens on a restaurant, a group of young men and women were mingling. Brother Shua, I heard that the Su family proposed a marriage contract to your Xianyuan family before, and then in the end, they even went back on their words. I thought that you, Brother Shua, would do something to punish them, the Su family, but I couldn't imagine that it would just end like this. Zhao Yunlei smiled and poured himself a glass of red wine. Oh, Yunlei, the ants stung you, do you still want to go through the time and effort of stinging them back? This man, Lin Lu, was indeed powerful, and it had to be said that the person who could make the joint conference nominate him to leave the military department was not an idle person. What I don't understand though is why he would go into teaching. Even if he switched to a different department, he'd be better off than he is now. Xianyuan Shua took a sip of his drink and fell into deep thought. Hi. Brother Shua, what do you care? The Golden Sword Conference is going to start soon, so let's still think about how to find some new talent to join the clan. Our lineage still needs to keep enhancing itself and advancing with the times, isn't it? Zhao Yunlei said with a big grin. By the way, Brother Shua, where is that Lin Lu teaching? Is he going to lead the team in the Golden Sword Conference? He's a teacher at Bohemia Academy. The champions of Nanyang City are them. Nanyang? A group of people looked at Xianyuan Shua. Oh, his student, who took out by Yujing of Nanyang. A group of people had stony expressions. Many of the people here are trainees of the Alien Energy Academy. Previously, the SJC participants made various analyses against the Nanyang City's champions. Bai Yujing, as a quasi-S-class combat alien, was wasted by a group of living aliens. This cannot be said to be unprecedented. All the colleges began to raise their guard against Bohemia College. Ha ha ha. Brother Shua, don't worry, we, Brilliant Dragon Academy, aren't vegetarians. And Little God of War, Duguyun is also in our academy, one word, stable. The group gave a knowing smile. Duguyun, the younger brother of Major General Dugu Wang of the Eastern Expeditionary Army, an S-class combat alien. The supernatural power of the divine ape, is unique in Shangjing. Ha ha ha, a hick academy, how can it be compared to us? Come on, let's keep drinking. In this way Lin Lu was positioned as a regular teacher by this group of spiritual boys. The eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dekuro family. A competent young man walked into the old mansion of the Dekuro family. Oh, Wanger, you're back. A one-eyed old man said with a smile. This was the head of one of the 8 great families, the Dugu family, Dugu Ming. Grandpa, long time no see. The youth responded with a smile, and those who knew him would look at him with a kind of envy. Major General of the Eastern Expeditionary Army, Dugu Wang. Ha! Tell me, how much territory did your Eastern Expeditionary Army capture this time? Don't tell me you haven't gained anything at all. The Dragon Kingdom has given you so many resources, so there has to be some explanation. Reveal it to Grandpa me in advance. Smashing it, Duo Ming inquired as he sipped his tea. It's all right about the Eastern Bloc. But, Grandpa, I heard that you gave Lin Lu an eyeful? After this Eastern campaign, I realized that maybe we all underestimated someone. A man? You mean Linus? In an instant, Duo Ming realized who his grandson was referring to. How? Did you learn there that there are details about Riniko? Dugu Wang sat beside Dugu Ming with a curious look on his face. Master Heartless' great disciple Lu Wanner told me Lin Lu was unbeatable, one person can cover the sky. This. Dok Myung had a look of disbelief on his face. Didn't Lin Lu create the Daylight Army? In the past 2 years, the Daylight Army has been pretty much diluted. Coupled with the confrontation of the Neverwinter Nights Army, it's now a non-climatic situation. Why, what else do you have to say here? Alas. Grandpa, times have changed. I originally thought that for the young generation of the military department, our Dekuro family could lead the army alone. In hindsight, it was still too naive. Not to mention Lin Lu,
But even that group of pricks from Military Academy 28, do you dare to say that you can handle them all? 28 issues? What's with the lifting of these guys? One of my subordinates is a 28th cadet. He told me that you want him to fight demonic beasts, no problem. But if you let him go and give Lin Lu a hard time, you might as well just court-martial him. Is Lin Lu's reputation really that impressive? Duo Ming looked at his grandson with a bit of surprise. Oh, Grandpa. You're wrong again. For Lin Lu to be able to make them like this isn't at all due to the so-called prestige and alumni love, but rather the absolute oppression of strength. The oppression of absolute strength. Solitary Ming was once again in confusion. You know what that subordinate of mine said? He told me with conviction, when you see Rinnulo at full strength, he is the master of everything in the world. This coming from the best first-class cadet, Grandpa, do you think it means anything? This means Lin Lu's strength has already surpassed the S-class. X-rated? Dok Myung was stunned. Nah. Unlimited, X, isn't his true strength either. Dr. Wang replied with a smile. The grandparents and grandchildren lapsed into silence. Look out, there is one thing you need to weigh in on. Just last month, we were approached by the alien convocation. They used the positions of 3 major generals in the military as leverage to seek our help. I hope we'll join forces with the Su family. Look at. These guys, they've gone far and wide to attack our Dugu family. It can't be Su Monk, can it? That's Lin Lu's fiancé. If you say yes, Grandpa, I'll pack up and run away in advance. Dokira Wang half-jokingly teased. That's not true, it's the Su family's second Miss Su Shui. The alien convocation meant for Su Shui to tie the knot with you. Look at. Ha 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 ha. Sure has a politician's face. Dr. Wang let out a loud laugh. Grandpa. Do you think that this is still the time for scheming? Dugu Wang's words poked at Dugu Ming's heart. This. Grandpa, to tell you the truth, the era of forces combining with each other has passed, and now is the era of the strong. You are a major general in the military department, you should know that modern warfare is no longer the same as it used to be. It used to be that we could stack with numbers and tilt the outcome of a war in favor of the winner. And now, the presence of one strong man is able to control the victory or defeat of a battle. A few strong men were even able to wipe out tens of thousands of troops in an instant. Grandpa, do you think that by befriending these people, we, the Dokiro family, can end up in any good situation? You know what I see? Grandmaster Heartless' eldest disciple, Lu Wanner, was able to destroy hundreds of demonic beasts with a single punch. Do you think we can fall into any good with those rotten families? Major General? As long as you have absolute strength, even if you are a junior soldier, the marshal will have to serve you tea, you see. Am I right? Chapter 106 Centerless Stream. Chapter 106 Centerless Stream. Lao Yuanyi 1927, Hong Kong actress. This is indeed the case. Solitary Ming nodded. Grandpa, when you've seen that kind of scene, a single force breaks all laws, a single punch opens up heaven and earth, you'll realize that all conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. Moreover, the Heartless Master's eldest disciple Lu Wanner said that she couldn't walk more than 3 hands in front of the fiery Lin Lu. Hearing his grandson say this, Dugu Ming was both heartily happy and despondent. I am glad that my second grandson is already a good heir to the family. Despondently, Lin Lu was like a huge mountain pressing down on the heads of all the heavenly prides. And our protagonist, Lin Lu, has come to Shangjing ahead of schedule. This time, he was going to check out the Heartless Flow's home base, Jade Peak. The only ones accompanying them were Su Shui and Lin Xiao. The 6 little ones, Lin Lu, waved a big hand and told them to go home and rest. Loosening up and relaxing is what keeps one in better shape. Jade Peak is over 200 kilometers from Shangjing. It is a place of clear water and beautiful bells and whistles. Lin Lu and his group quickly ascended for half an hour before arriving at the gate of the Heartless Stream. Second's senior sister. A watchdog girl with a pill head quickly ran over and hugged Su Shui. Second senior sister, eldest senior sister is back, Lin Demon King. It's not good. It's not good. Demon Lin is back. Mountain Gate Alert. Mountain Gate Alert. As soon as the girl saw Lin Lu's smiling appearance, she was shocked and ran back to the mountain gate in a heap. Look, it's your fault. And now they're making you the bad guy. Su Shui ranted while pulling Lin Lu into the mountain gate. No good. Great Demon King Lin is coming. The little child shouted loudly in the square of the Heartless stream, and this shout directly caused the Heartless stream's chickens to jump. Dang. That guy's here? He dared to come after beating us all unconscious last time. If it wasn't for senior sister Su Shui stopping me, I'd be high and low to fight him one-on-one. Singles? A group of disciples looked at brother Singles like they were looking at a little cutie. Like. Inside a large hall, an old crone was playing chess with a stunningly beautiful woman. Oh. Lin Lu is here. Old me hasn't seen this guy in a long time. Oh, master, last time this guy came, he tossed you around a lot. Last time he mistakenly thought you had abducted Su Shui up the mountain and fought with you. It's a pity that I didn't get to see that battle for the ages, master. Did the final result really turn out as you said, that you won against him? Lu Wanner's jade hand landed on the ball, her smile like a flower. You ninny, you learned that girl Su Shui's character from you in the past, didn't you? It doesn't matter if I beat him or not, I heard you didn't make it past 3 moves in front of that guy? Lu Wanner burst out in anger, master. After saying that, Lu Wanner stood up and walked over to Master Heartless. Alright, master, let's go check it out. After saying that, Lu Wanner assisted Master Heartless out of the hall. As soon as he exited the Great Hall, Lin Lu was already surrounded. Humph. Great Demon King Lin, last time you came to us and made a big mess. I was asleep and didn't see it. Today I am going to do justice to heaven. The senior brothers and sisters will beat the crap out of you. The little janitor girl who had just been watching the door looked at Lin Lu with milky ferocity. Alas. This little girl is really grumpy. Oh. Master Heartless, Senior Lin Lu, come to pay your respects. Seeing Master Heartless walking out with the support of a woman, Lin Lu immediately clasped a fist salute and greeted him. Oh, I can't imagine that you still have time to come to see the old body. Say, what is the matter to tell it out? The old body may as well see if it can be done. Master Heartless is so nice? Lin Lu was a bit surprised. His own previous behavior had almost brought the other party down, but I never imagined that they would not take into account their previous suspicions. It's like this, I have a younger sister who was born with godly strength. No, soon the Golden Sword Conference will start. He doesn't have any martial arts foundation, he wants to come to you for half a month to learn from a master. You see. Ridiculous. We practice martial arts, we practice 3 nines in winter and 3 volts in summer. If you want to get quick results, aren't you looking down on my old self? Master Heartless is angry. Half a month. Who is this looking down on? My mindless flow of great stunts. Your sister wants a quick fix, dream on. Master, my sister is extremely gifted, look, we're so familiar with each other, open the back door. Lin Lu smiled playfully, and Lu Wanner looked at the man in front of her and snorted out a laugh. Following Lu Wanner's gaze, Lin Lu also began to take a closer look at the beauty in front of him. The woman was elegant in appearance, possessing long black hair and wearing a delicate hair ornament on her head, with a superb aura. A striking red earring hangs from her ear, an embellishment that makes her even more eye-catching and emphasizes her feminine and intellectual beauty. The red pupils, deep and mysterious, seem to be able to see into the hearts of people, revealing a heart-stopping aura. Lu Wanner and Lin Lu looked at each other for a few moments and smiled heartily, then covered their mouths and said, Oh, master, since it's an acquaintance of Sister Su Shui's, why don't I give it a try? Try it? The surrounding disciples were shocked. One look at Lin Xiao's eating face, that body with no martial arts stance, and you want to get results in half a month? I can't stand it. Sister, I'll try to kill a chicken with a bull's knife. My name is Li Bing, and I ask this young lady for advice. A young man stepped out and assumed the Heartless flow starting stance. Xiao, go ahead. Don't lay your hands on her. Lin Lu smiled and gave orders to Lin Xiao. Well. Okay, brother. Lin Xiao ate a handful of chips and came to Li Bing. More guidance. Lin Xiao made an awkward fist salute and smiled nervously. Fine. I'll be the referee. Competition, begin. Lu Wanner gave the order and the match began. Watch the move. Heartless flow stance, punch. Li Bing ran wildly on both feet, quickly approaching Lin Xiao. 3 seconds later, the two were less than 3 meters. Look at the fist. Li Bing twisted his waist and blasted out a cannon fist.
This punch, the real chi is exposed, the tiger's wind. It seems that this kid Li Bing didn't keep his hand. Just when the crowd thought Lin Xiao would be blown away by a punch, a horrifying scene occurred. Only to see Lin Xiao lightly raise one hand, followed by a palm launch. Li Bing's fist didn't shake Lin Xiao by half a point, instead, he was pushed out by a counterforce. Puff! Li Bing fell to the ground, and when he stood up, Lin Xiao's punch had already reached. Xiao, if you hurt someone, you'll lose your snacks for a month. Well. My snacks. The fist that was originally aimed at Li Bing's chest was immediately redirected to Li Bing's ear. But with this reversal, Lin Xiao's originally collected strength was released due to the momentary panic. Boom! The powerful fist pressure directly destroyed a building behind Li Bing. Li Bing turned his head, looked at the fist in his ear, and then turned his head to look at the ruins behind him, and fear struck him, so much so that he fainted. Brother! I didn't touch him. You're not allowed to take away my snack. Retracting her fist, Lin Xiao looked at Lin Lu with a fearful expression. How about my sister? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Chapter 107 Terrifying Talent. Chapter 107 Terrifying Talent. This is too scary. This girl, she doesn't know martial arts? Then her strength like this. Alien power? Looking at the innocent Lin Xiao, the crowd fell into self-doubt. Oh, the little girl is very energetic, let me try it myself. Master Heartless made a long leap to Lin Xiao's body, holding a walking stick in one hand and assuming a defensive stance. Lin Xiao looked at Master Heartless and then at Lin Lu. The latter nodded, signaling that it was okay. Granny, then I'm welcome. Yikes. Master Heartless held a walking stick and was not angry, his body was thin but steady as a mountain. Lin Xiao quickly approached and kept swinging her fists, but she couldn't even touch the corner of Master Heartless' clothes. Master Heartless looked at the panting Lin Xiao in front of him and shook his head slightly. Girl, you don't even know the basic steps in luck, how can you fight with the old me? Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from the corner of her forehead and clenched her fists in defiance. I am strong. Master Heartless lost his smile, his walking stick lightly tapping the ground. The way of martial arts, can it not be broken by brute force? Before the words fell, Master Heartless' figure began to blur, and the cane in his hand pointed towards Lin Xiao's shoulder well point like a spirit snake. This move seems to be light, but it secretly contains internal strength. Ordinary people get a hit, half of the body to be sore and hard to move. Lin Xiao didn't know how to dismantle the move. Seeing the walking stick coming, she simply didn't dodge and fiercely reached out and grabbed it. Pop! For a moment, the cane was actually firmly clutched. Wuxing Master raised his eyebrows, secretly transported the internal force of a shock. Ordinary people should have been numb tiger's mouth, scattered back, but Lin Xiao is oblivious to, but instead to take advantage of the momentum of the tug. Master Heartless only felt a huge force coming from him, and his feet even stumbled slightly. At this moment, she began to be secretly surprised in her heart. This girl, what a great brute strength. Seeing that Lin Xiao had divine power, Master Heartless no longer stayed, his walking stick was closed, his body shape fluttered like a wadding, wandering around Lin Xiao, his staff shadow point to point, specializing in attacking her vital points around her body. Lin Xiao was weak on the left and right, and nearly fell several times, but every time she swung her fist, the wind stirred, forcing Master Heartless to withdraw his moves and return to defense. Bang! After a normal attack and defense, Lin Xiao slammed her fist into the ground shook, and the surrounding watchers were a bit unsteady and nearly fell down. Master Heartless used the momentum to leap up, his walking stick pointing in the air towards Lin Xiao's back heart. Lin Xiao sensed the wind behind her and jerked back, crossing her arms to block. Ka-ching! The cane snapped in response. Master Heartless drifted to the ground, looked at the half-crushed cane in his hand, shook his head and sighed. The old body has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone use brute force to break my green cane spirit strike. Lin Xiao had no feeling of tiredness and grinned. Then, count me as a winner? Master Heartless threw his broken staff, whisked his sleeve and laughed. That's all, strength is also taught by heaven. The old body agreed to teach you kung fu. This half-month, you and Lin Lu will live together. Lin Xiao let out a cheer and rolled her eyes and scratched her head to ask, brother. I've succeeded. You see. Snacks. Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. Lin Lu looked at Lin Xiao and rolled his eyes. And that's how Rinroko stayed. At night in the back of Jade Peak, inside a chic pavilion, Lin Lu and Su Shui, Lu Wanner, and Master Heartless got together to form a table, enjoying the moon while eating hot pot. Who?
Good, but also master, you hear lamb is delicious. It's fatty but not greasy, soft and creamy, and melts in your mouth. Su Shui was speechless as she looked at Lin Lu's eating. Lu Wanner, on the other hand, was looking at Lin Lu with a smile on her face. Alas, Master Heartless let out a long sigh, interrupting the originally harmonious atmosphere. Master, why don't you eat? This meat smells great. Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat, no wonder your sister is like you. Just one meal, eat my 30 disciples a day's ration. Are you guys hungry ghosts reincarnated? Master Heartless feigned anger and kept staring at Lin Lu. Hey, isn't it because you have an abundance of supplies here? We're helping to digest it. Seeing that your face is gloomy, why don't you tell us what's upsetting you in your mind and let's all have some fun? Get out. After Master Heartless finished speaking, he also chucked a piece of mutton. Alas. All the other countries are in full swing on the dark area exploitation. On the contrary, we, the Dragon Kingdom, are fighting over the rights day in and day out. Lin boy, originally you gave me hope for the unification of the Dragon Kingdom, and I bet the Heartless stream on you. You're good. A golden goose chase, straight out of the War Office. You know what? If it wasn't for you, I could get 2 of my own disciples into the ministry? You should settle this score with me anyhow. And with your strength, you're not going to be played by them to that point, are you? Master Heartless' sentences were incisive and also spoke to Lin Lu's heart. Putting down the chopsticks in his hand, Lin Lu wiped his mouth and took a sip of his drink, burping. Hey, Grandma Yun, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Falsehood. Master Heartless glared at Lin Lu without any good humor. Haha, the falsehood is that the Daylight Army's connections are so intertwined that it's difficult for me to command them. Plus I was reported by an insider thief, so I left the military headquarters. Oh. Master Heartless brightened up, coming to be interested in Lin Lu's words. What about the truth? Master Heartless seemed to sense something and was anxious for an answer. Lin Lu stood up and walked to the side of the gazebo. Looking at the materialized moonlight, Lin Lu turned around and began to explain. I can't catch and shoot everyone who betrays me. The Alien Bureau, the military, the families, the business world. These forces are so intertwined that anything I do is like having countless pairs of eyes staring at me, making me feel like I'm on the edge of my seat. In the previous battle in the southeast, I originally wanted to cripple all 4 countries, but the truth is, when I was full of joy and ready to give the order to attack, an order from the Joint Conference transferred me back. Speaking of this, Lin Lu's eyes began to turn cold. So, I've decided that I'm going to build my own class from scratch. I want a squad that is completely oriented to my will. Each of them combines both, the power to destroy a nation, allowing me to suppress everything in the simplest and most direct way. Hearing Lin Lu's words, the eyes of the remaining 3 people eating the hot pot went wide. Lin boy, are you going to take the elite route? Not bad. Times are changing, Rice is cultivating super god warriors, Europe is cultivating divine favorites, and even the small countries in the southeast are trying to conduct experiments to break through the shackles of the human body itself. Demonic beasts evolved every year, and just in these few years, demonic beasts that were proficient in simple laws had already evolved. And what about us in the Dragon Kingdom? A bunch of maggots lying on their laurels, unable to move their nests, counting on each other every day, and ending up with the loss of territory and the displacement of civilians. Is this what they call the middle of the road? The so-called balance? Lin Lu turned to the trio and spat out the displeasure in his heart. Chapter 108. Chapter 108 Gathering Together. Ha ha ha. That's right. What I'm going to do is raise the table, but not my table alone. My current and future goal is to make God. When they see my disciples appear before the crowd as gods, that is the moment when I finally lift the table. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Lin Lu stumbled and fell forward. Coincidentally, this fall fell directly into Lu Wan'er's arms. Xiao Shui, the drink you just gave Lin to record, it won't be. Lu Wan'er saw the problem at a glance. Hey, how can you cheat your brother-in-law out of his true purpose without giving him some booze? Well now, we already know what he's up to. Originally I thought my brother-in-law was a bit of a tortoise and didn't say a word when he was fired. Feelings are ready to find a good seedling on their own and end up lifting the world's table. Hey, this is the White Emperor, Lin records I remember. Su Shui's eyes were sparkling with stars as she stared burningly at the half-asleep Lin Lu. Oh, I'm relieved to hear that just now. Right, Wan Air, didn't you say you've hidden something? It seems to be working for Lin Lu. What was that? Master Heartless asked with a smile. Lu Wanner just let Lin Lu lie in her arms and said with a smile, in the East Sea ruins, there are methods to domesticate demonic beasts. I have concealed these methods from myself, and will give them to him in a few moments when he wakes up. Hey, senior sister, you're so nice to your brother-in-law, are you? Su Shui on the side began to coax. Oh? So you want me to be like this? If you're not jealous, that's fine with me. You also know that my ideal is to seek the martial arts avenue, as for who the partner is. I don't mind. Lin Lu was very much to my liking. You see. Lu Wanner smiled sweetly, her crimson pupils staring at Su Shui, throwing the question to her. Got. Or you are awesome. Su Shui was immediately defeated. Hee, well, now that we know what's in Lin Lu's mind, we'll be able to arrange the actions behind us. After that, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely undergo a change. As to whether it will be a peaceful evolution or a violent revolution, we don't know. Now all we have to do is take precautions. Wani, Lieutenant General status in the Eastern Expeditionary Force allows you to do a lot of things. After this regular vacation, you continue to gather resources in the East China Sea. Little dream, the Su family is now being roasted on the fire. I'm afraid Lin Lu will offend a lot of people because of the Su family. You need to help him get rid of some of the trouble in the shadows. Alas. I've pressed the Heartless stream on this kid, don't drop the ball for me after that. A long sigh spoke of Master Heartless' heartache. The two favored disciples, who were gifted with natural talent, were both girls. However, the Heartless stream has a technique that is passed down from male to female and must be inherited by a man. It wasn't that Master Heartless was patriarchal, but this was a set of horrifying meditation techniques created specifically for men. Once a great success, the light can know the cause and effect of a small area, and the heavy can cause the effect of words following the law within a certain range. And this jutsu has nothing to do with martial arts or strength, but with intelligence and epiphany. This is the real inheritance of the Heartless stream? Originally, when Master Heartless saw that there was no hope for the inheritance, his heart was suffocated, who knew that he would meet Lin Lu at an unexpected point in time. Master Heartless hadn't spent much time with Lin Lu, but he was very appreciative of his pie-in-the-sky ideas and his ability to uncover the underlying logic of things. Therefore, Master Heartless decided to completely bind the Heartless stream and Lin Lu at the appropriate time and give Lin Lu the Heartless stream's inheritance. This would ensure 100 years of foundation for the Heartless stream, and the inheritance of the Kung Fu also had a place. A great chaos was about to rise, and it was simply impossible for the Heartless stream, as a great sect that exported countless martial arts talents to the Dragon Kingdom every year, to stay out of it. The only way to do that is to stand corrected. This time when Lin Lu was drunk and spoke the words in his heart, it even made Master Heartless impressed with him. Half a month passed quickly. During this period, Master Heartless' attitude towards Lin Xiao could be described as changing from day to day. On the first day, it was called Sinner's Apprentice. The next day, call the Love Disciple. On the third day, call Yo-Yo. On the fourth day, call me the Cutest Apprentice. The name changed from one day to the next, blinding all the people around them. But you can't blame Master Heartless for that. Any other martial arts master would have been blindsided. The Havajra Backrest, that could only be accomplished in a small way in 3 years, Lin Xiao learned it in half a day. One leaned in and shattered a boulder directly in the middle of the mountain. The power dissipation and power gathering methods, which took 5 years to get a glimpse of, were taken care of in one day. Not only that, while learning about Qi energy, Lin Xiao not only quickly learned the way Qi circulated through her body, but also optimized the wave of Qi going towards the meridians, making the originally excellent, Heartless flow Qi pulse technique even better. Master Wuxin's mouth didn't stop for a day with one mouthful of good disciple. After half a month of polishing, Lin Xiao had transformed from a diamond in the rough into a supreme treasure. If it wasn't for Lin Lu insisting on taking her away, Master Heartless would have said anything to let her stay. After all, that terrifying talent dwarfed even Su Shui and Lu Wanner in comparison. The Golden Sword Conference is about to be held in the center of Shangjing. A total of 64 academies were shortlisted for this edition of the Golden Sword Conference. Before the start of the Congress, there will be an early meeting which will focus on the Congress system and rules. At a large stall in Shangjing, Lin Lu specially ordered a large square table. Not long after, several familiar figures appeared in front of Lin Lu. Ah, I haven't seen you for over a month, I can't imagine that you've all grown stronger. Lin Lu teased. Hey, I eat a lot at home, so there's that.
Jiang Kai was the first to respond.
Boss, 200 skewers of beef half strong, 10 large cashews, and 2 grilled fish.
Lin Lu skillfully shouted out the menu, and the boss heard and kept responding.
I said earlier I'd get some stuff for some of you guys, and now it's done.
Lin Lu pulled a large box beside him, opened a window, and began pulling something out like Doraemon.
Oh, found it, here, Chen Xian, here are your algorithmic glasses. Lin Lu handed a clear eyeglass to Chen Xian. Chen Xian did not hesitate and put it on immediately.
The moment he opened his eyes again, all objects seemed to enter another world.
In the glasses, there is a speed value display box and speed direction arrow next to each object.
Through his glasses, Chen Xian was able to read the initial state of the object at a glance. That way he'll be able to save a lot of arithmetic for other things.
Lie Mang, this is the upgraded version of 1,000 blades. Lin Lu took out an oddly shaped blade from his bag.
Teacher.
This is? This knife is a work of art created by biotechnology. I call it, Heart of the Swarm. Lin Lu's eyes shone with an unspeakable light.
After physics, math, and chemistry, biology is slowly beginning to rise in this world.
Chapter 109 Biotechnology, Heart of the Swarm. Chapter 109 Biotechnology, Heart of the Swarm.
Heart of the Swarm was placed on the table by Lin Lu. As soon as he grabbed the hilt of the knife, Lemon began to slowly examine it. The slender blade is about 1.4 meters in length and shows a gradation of dark iron gray and dark red throughout. The blade was covered in veins, which glowed red and intimidated those who looked at it.
This blade needs to make a neural connection with you, try putting your blood on it.
Upon hearing this, Lie Mang immediately bit his finger and dripped blood onto the blade. The bright red blood was absorbed by the blade, and suddenly, an extremely thin nerve conduit sprang out from the hilt and pierced into the skin of Lie Mang's wrist like a needle, completing the neural connection with Lie Mang.
I feel. This knife is part of my body. Lemon uttered this marvelous feeling. Oh, try your hand at this blade, come on, relax, try to understand it, accept it. Ringulo did the lead. Lemon nodded, then closed his eyes. As if sensing Lie Mang's order, the veins on the blade began to wriggle violently. Scatter! Lemon barked an order to the BIOS word.
The entire weapon trembled like an awakened living thing. The red veins on the spine of the blade lit up with a piercing blue light, and the seemingly decorative vein lines began to pulsate violently, as if the entire blade suddenly had a heartbeat. The entire blade of the knife began to separate, and the originally neat blade began to split into tiny diamond-shaped pieces.
Hundreds of diamond-shaped shards flew off in graceful arcs in all directions, each trailing a fluorescent blue bioelectric current behind it.
The fragments were not flying apart in a disorderly fashion, but maintained some sort of eerie synchronization. They were like swarms of metallic bugs moving through the air, shards connected to shards by throbbing arcs of electricity, forming a three-dimensional neural net. When the lights of the stall shine, you can see a rainbow-like halo of light reflecting off the surface of each fragment piece, like a swarm of glowing metal bees dancing in the air. What is most striking is that even when dispersed over great distances, all the fragments remain in perfect harmony. They will turn at the same time, synchronize their acceleration, and can even change direction and mass at some point.
Not only Lin Lu's group of people, the people eating around them were all attracted by the fantastic scene in front of them, and some of them were even immersed in the fantastic blue light trails that they couldn't extricate themselves from. Seeing that the trial was almost over, Lie Mang bellowed, "Collect!"
When instructed to recall, the fragments flowed backward along their original separated trajectories, reassembling themselves like backwards fireworks into a complete long knife, perfectly matching even the tiniest cracks.
The 6 little ones' faces suddenly changed. This is simply a miracle, right?
Lin Lu laughed out loud, very satisfied with the reactions of several people.
Teacher, how was this made?
Lie Mang scrutinized the heart of the swarm, as if he was looking at his own child.
Lin Lu took a sip of tea and began the explanation.
It turns out that these things are designs that Lin Lu borrowed from the swarms in the game in his previous life.
Covered with vein-like patterns, the bioalloy long blade's interior is made up of millions of metal cells with underlying neural networks.
When the wielder gives a command through a neural interface implanted in the arm, the blade instantly disintegrates into hundreds of fragments along a preset fracture line, each of which maintains a neural connection to the user through bioelectrical signals, capable of flying attacks with the precision of a controlled swarm. The surface of the fragments is covered with synapse-like conductive fluff that allows them to form a temporary network of neural circuits in the air, ensuring that even the tiniest fragments fall perfectly into place. All fragments have been treated with a special process and work well at high temperatures. After the battle, the fragments automatically reorganize themselves through chemotaxis, and intercellular memory proteins ensure that the blade can be restored to its atomic level of integrity. They're like an army of swarms that don't have a mind of their own, and will only follow the orders of you, the head of the swarm. Your fit with them determines the upper limit of the knife. This is the initial result after a dear friend gave me the technique of taming demonic beasts. Lie Mang's eyes burned as he looked at the long blade with a terrifying appearance and revealed a satisfied smile. Hello? Your barbecue. Guest, were you doing a magic trick just now? Thanks to you guys, passers-by who just saw this magic trick sat down to eat my family's barbecue. These bunches of cashews are a gift from me, enjoy yourselves. The owner smiled and brought over the barbecue. Lin Lu greeted everyone and ate. This knife can not only work with Lie Mang's psychic ability to locate and cut, but it can also perform wave transmission and probing. Lemon, try it. Lemon nodded and closed his eyes again. When he used his powers, his entire body was stunned. Each shard helps him transmit ultrasound as well as receive it. The world inside the brain, which was originally composed of single thin ripples, was instantly materialized by three-dimensional lines. In other words, through the aid of Heart of the Swarm, the once thin ripple world became colorful. A flower, a plant, a tree or a rock can be outlined with a specific ripple pattern. Teacher. This. Isn't it awesome? These neural swarms are the ones I bought from the black market at great expense, so you should apply them well. Lie Mang nodded gratefully. Lie Mang's battle power had taken a qualitative leap at this moment. Hey! Teacher! What about me? What do I have? Jiang Kai coaxed from the sidelines. For you, I have only these words for you: do it yourself and eat it. Ha ha ha. Joyful atmosphere spreads around Lin Lu and others. 64 alien academies gathered in Shangjing. Every year's Golden Sword Conference, the good people will rank these heavenly prides in the Alien Energy Academy, beautifully called the Heavenly Ranking. All the heavenly prides on the list would be used to rank them. Once all the people from the participating academies arrived, the discussion of the Golden Sword Conference reached a terrifying peak. Hey! Who do you guys think is stronger? Of course it's Little War God, Dak Gun Yun from Brilliant Dragon Academy. You fart. Elemental Academy, S, with Scourge, Mu Tianqing is the best. If the two of them fall into Phaseless Ghost, Mo Jo Yun's way, even if they're strong, it's all for naught. Remarks like these discussing the star trainee kept popping up in all corners of the upper capital. There was still a day before the front meeting, so Lin Lu and the others came to a tea house to rest. Just as a few people were chatting, a voice came from the side. Ha! Isn't that Lie Mang and Jiang Kai? Looking at the voice, a black-haired, black-clothed youth appeared in front of Lin Lu's crowd. Chowder! Ha ha ha! So it's you, kid. Jiang Kai took a look and it was an old acquaintance. Teacher, let me introduce you, his name is Zhou Dao, he's Lie Mang and I's hairdresser. This is my teacher, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Zhou Dao respectfully nodded to Lin Lu. Oh, since they are friends of Jiang Kai and Lie Mang, sit down, let's all have some tea together. Waiter, add one more. Seeing that Lin Lu didn't mind, Zhou Dao smiled and sat down. Chapter 110, Pre-War Discussions. Chapter 110, Pre-War Discussions. Zhou Dao sat down. Kai Zi, Lie Mang, are you guys still studying in Nanyang City now? I remember 10 years ago you guys have been living there. Zhou Dao was a self-acquaintance, just sat down and opened the box. Hey, Lie Mang and I have been living in Nanyang, and a year ago we entered Nanyang, Bohemia Academy, to attend. Bohemia Academy? Where are you guys? Zhou Dao's face changed dramatically. What's wrong? What's the problem? Lemon began to inquire as well. Bohemia Academy is getting a lot of fame this time. They took out Thunder Academy, S by Yujing. By Yujing was something special, a quasi-S-class Thunder Elemental Adept. Your academy is really awesome. Hearing Zhou Dao's bragging, the others nodded along and smiled. That's right, Kai Zi. Since you're a student of the Bohemia Academy, can you introduce me to the participants you're competing in this Golden Sword Conference? Anyone who can take out Bai Yujing must be extraordinary. When we meet at that time, if we can't beat it, we can also show mercy well. Zhou Dao is very mercenary. Ha! Lin Lu and the others looked at Zhou Dao with an incredulous look. Jiang Kai, Lie Mang,
haven't you told your friends that we are the representatives of the competition? Mengli said coolly as she sipped her milk tea. What? Kaiser and Lemon are reps? What the XXXX?
Beauty, don't lie to me, Kai Z is a life alien. He even told me before that he was ready to work in a factory upon graduation. It's fine for you guys to come and cheer on the academy people, but don't impersonate them.
The punishment for being caught impersonating a participant is severe.
Just as Zhou Dao kindly reminded him, a figure walked over.
Yo! You guys are already here. Kodak, dressed in a leather jacket, greeted Chen Xian. Koda from Tianhui Academy?
Zhou Dao was in a daze as he watched Chen Xian chatting lightly with Kuda. This time, Golden Sword Conference, we are a brotherly team. For the sake of Nanyang City, you can give us a hand when the time comes.
Give me a hand? Kodak of Earth Rock Power asked Keiko and the others to help. This? Hee, Senior Kodak, well said, Chen Xian agreed with a smile. Zhou Dao was in a trance for a few seconds before he finally slowed down. Keiko. You really represent? Hey, as in fake. Jiang Kai burst into a happy laugh.
Right, Zhou Dao, it looks like you know quite a bit about the various academies in this Golden Sword Conference. Tell us about the powerful characters?
Powerful characters?
Almost all of the 8 great families are powerful characters. To say that the most powerful ones are still the top 5 on the heavenly ranking.
What is the heavenly ranking? Lin Lu also had the intention of listening.
The heavenly ranking is a list made by many viewers and battle fans who are interested in the Golden Sword Conference. They ranked the competing alien combatants based on their combined strength.
There are 100 in total.
Ha! There's more of this.
Lie Mang's eyes gleamed.
In here, he was the most middle of the road, the one who liked nothing more than name fame.
Zhou Dao, quickly tell me, who exactly are the 5 strongest people you mentioned? Oh, you guys take it easy. I'm talking about the top 5 on the heavenly ranking. 5 Elements Academy, S, Phaseless Ghost, Mo Joyun, ranked 5th.
Elemental Academy, S, Wood Scourge, Mu Tianqing, ranked 4th. Luoning, the Dreammaker, of Strange Technique Academy, ranked 3rd.
Dragon God Academy, S, Demon Mimicry Master, Knight Ming Lu, ranked 2nd. Little Dot of War, Dugu Yunov, Brilliant Dragon Academy, ranked 1st.
Of course, the rankings would fluctuate, but these 5 were the strongest of the younger generation currently recognized in the Dragon Kingdom. All of them up to pass the S-Class Combat Alien examination, is the idol of all our younger generation. After saying that, Zhou Dao's eyes began to twinkle with stars.
Hee, it sounds quite impressive, I just don't know how strong it is. After all, hearing is not believing, seeing is not believing. Chen Xian pushed his glasses. How about strength? Kid, you dare to question our senior Mo's strength?
Also, who ranked this, our senior Mo Jujiuyan's strength is ranked first amongst the younger generation in the country.
A few bald men in Zhongshan suits appeared behind Chen Xian after hearing his comments.
Ha, this is called trouble coming out of the mouth.
Chen Xian, you're in trouble.
Mengli looked at Chen Xian, who was being picked on, and laughed out loud. Chen Xian, as the possessor of the vector control ability, had an absolutely rational side. Usually when I talk to him and communicate with him, he always has a very serious look, giving people a sense of winning wisdom. And no matter how much he's caught, he doesn't get mad. Now that Chen Xian was being given a hard time, he was in for a good show.
Oh? Everyone, what can I teach you? Chen Xian smiled and stood up, walking out of the tea-drinking jam. Kid, that attitude you had just now was clearly a tone of contempt. Now I demand that you apologize immediately.
A bald man in a Chinese mountain suit yelled out a rebuke, attracting a number of passers-by to watch.
Apologize? Did I say anything insulting? Chen Xian asked with a smile. What do you mean by that? Hearing is believing.
Our 5 Elements Academy is a top 10 ranked academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Who are you to question our team's strength?
Alas, Chen Xian sighed for a while. Speak up, what do you guys want? I don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Chen Xian still smiled in response.
Teacher, look at this, Chen Xian is like this every time, he keeps smiling and smiling, people are bullying him and he still looks like he's taking it easy. Mengli complained beside Lin Lu. Hee, are you harboring a grudge because you lost a game of Go with Chen Xian last time? You're too small-minded.
Also, you put away that Go sculpture of yours called Battle Eagle, and don't put it in front of yourself.
Every time I see that name, I know you can't win.
Teacher. You. Meng Li was furious for a while, then looked towards Chen Xian's group of people. Kid, now you crouch down immediately, let one of us throw a punch, and then admit your mistake, and I'll let you go.
Oh? Making a move to hurt someone, this is during the Coco, Golden Sword Conference, competition, you guys dare to make a move? Chen Xian responded lazily. The bald man in the mid-mountain outfit seemed to anticipate Chen Xian's words and laughed loudly. Doesn't your brat know that there's an exemption order for attending the Golden Sword Conference? As long as it's not maiming or life-threatening, there's no problem. Oh? So that's it then. Chen Xian's eyes emitted a blue light, and his entire person erupted with an intimidating aura. He's activating his powers, everyone.
The bald man raced towards Chen Xian.
Chen Xian took a step forward and kicked at a small stone. The stone speeds up instantly the moment it is kicked. Whoosh. Poof.
After a sound of breaking wind, a bald man's thigh was mercilessly pierced through. Blood continued to flow from the flesh hole. The bald man who was attacked by the small stone seemed to have an afterthought, and only reacted 5 seconds after his thigh was pierced, covering his wound and collapsing to the ground.
Chapter 111 Preliminary Meetings. Chapter 111 Pre-Meeting. You dare to rough up our 5 Elements Academy?
A bald man was amazed at the scene in front of him. Not killing you guys is already my stay, by the way, say, I was wrong.
Chen Xian's expression became serious. Our academy will not let you go. Whoosh.
Chen Xian kicked again, and a stone once again pierced through a bald man's thigh.
Demons. This guy is evil. Everyone leave. A group of people helped each other prepare to leave. Oh? This is how you want to leave? Chen Xian took another step forward.
In a flash, a patch of vines rose up and built a wooden wall behind the bald man. My friend, be forgiving.
Mo Joyun has a small heart. If his people die, this beam will be knotted to death. Koda, these people are your friends, aren't they, and you don't advise them? The crowd sought the sound and a young man in a green trench coat appeared in the crowd's field of vision.
Oh, Mu Tianqing, long time no see.
To be honest, the strength of the Yi Bohemia Academy is not something that a single Mo Joyun can shake.
Kodak, who was drinking tea in the bay next to Lin Lu and the others, had a bad smile on his face.
Senior Koda, it's not good for you to cite us like this.
Jiang Kai stood up, walked towards Chen Xian, and patted his shoulder.
Come back, spare them this time.
Lin Lu said, and Chen Xian walked back. Mu Tianqing stared straight at Lin Lu as if he wanted to see through him.
Oh? This little brother, you keep looking at me, is there something wrong? Lin Lu inquired. I am curious as to what kind of person you are.
A group of alien energy practitioners who were beaten to the bottom by the convocation were brought out by you. After saying that, Mu Tianqing waved his one hand and the wooden wall disappeared, glancing at Lin Lu before pacing away himself.
Would disaster, Nushinzing.
Jiang Kai and the others memorized the name. The next day, all the participants gathered in the lobby of the Alien Energy Bureau in Shangjing. It's a huge single-story building that can hold up to 5,000 people inside for meetings. As the lobby doors opened, the members of the Altered Energy Academies from all over the Dragon Kingdom entered the lobby one after another and sat down at the place where their academy's name was written.
After 20 minutes, everyone was fully seated. Ahem. Good morning, everyone.
I'm the conference host of the Directorate General of the Alien Affairs Bureau, North Chill.
Thank you all for coming.
Today we're here for the Golden Sword Conference, pre-conference.
Snap. Warm applause broke out. Alright, first we have to do identity verification.
Verification of identification information is required for each college participant in this meeting.
The staff will verify everyone's identity, please cooperate. Thank you. As soon as the words were spoken, the staff on standby began to verify each person's identity.
Verification completed in 10 minutes. Well, according to the results of the verification, everyone's identity matches the true identity of the participants in the competition.
There were no problems with anyone in terms of identity, so may I ask if there are any objections to the results of the verification?
Beihan stood up, his cold eyes scanning everyone present. The scene was silent. Just as everyone was preparing to move on to the next segment, a voice came out from the seats of the 5 Elements Academy.
I have a problem. Oh? Representative of the 5 Elements Academy, may I ask what your problem is?
A young representative in a Chinese mountain suit stood up. As we all know, the participants of the Golden Sword Conference are all combat adepts.
But now we've got life aliens in our midst, it's not a backdoor.
That's why I demand verification of everyone's shifter status and the exorcism of these living shifters.
Life alien? There are still living aliens here?
This is where?
This is the Golden Sword Conference. Is this kind of shady all there is? Oh. Let's see. Beihan picked up the personnel sheet and took a look at it.
Among the list of identities of a group of combat alien, the list of identities of Bohemia Academy was particularly eye-catching.
3 combat alien, 6 living alien, and 1 untested alien. What about playing? But how did they get past Nanyang City's identity verification? Wait, Nanyang City
was rumored before that by Yujing was abolished. Is it the person from the Bohemia Academy? Beihan put his absurd thoughts behind him.
Ahem.
5 Elements Academy, representatives, you're talking about the representatives of the Bohemia Academy, right?
Exactly.
I seriously doubt now that they came in through the back door.
Isn't it a travesty for a living alien to attend the Golden Sword Conference? Wow.
The words of the representative of the 5 Elements Academy caused the entire lobby of the front meeting to start boiling.
How ironically connected is this to get in? Is this a relative of a high-ranking military official? Shady. It's shady. Representatives from other colleges began to verbally attack. In their eyes, life aliens were logisticians, and logisticians could still be in the combat sequence?
Sun Xing and Sun Dishing had angry faces.
5 Elements Academy is stabbing a gun into Bohemia Academy.
Sun Xing stood up and began to roar, "Shut up!"
A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well.
A word of cursing instantly silenced the lobby.
What's wrong with life abilities? Should life ability be inferior? My humble opinion. Isn't Bai Yujing great?
We'll just scrap him.
Isn't Thunder Academy the second most powerful academy in the South? Not also pulled down by us. What? Should life powers be a stepping stone? To be mocked by you? Ignorance.
The more Sun Xing spoke, the more energetic he became, his fat round face reddening.
Enough.
The representative of 5 Elements Academy was also offended by Sun Xing's spray. Lin Lu and Sun Dishing, as well as the rest of the members of the Bohemia Academy, gently clapped.
Zhou Guak, the principal is so stiff?
Jiang Kai, so moved, the principal himself came down to start the tear. Sun Dishing, this old brother of mine, his wife is just tough when she's not around, and it seems that the deterrent effect of Laoshi Shudoshan is greatly diminished.
Lin Xiao, who was originally eating snacks, watched Lin Lu and the others start clapping and joined in. Whatever. Whatever you guys do, I'll do. Regardless, there would be no experience of living aliens participating in the Golden Sword Conference. It's out of order. Crackle.
Just as the two were arguing more and more, Lin Lu lifted the cup to the side and then slammed it down heavily.
Phew. It's finally quiet. Everyone looked at Lin Lu. If you ask me, it's not that complicated, it's a mule or a horse, just pull it out and sneak it around, isn't it?
You, 5 Elements Academy, will send one person, we, Bohemia Academy, will send one person, won't it be obvious at a glance who will lose and who will win?
Amount. Seems to make sense. Just me. I'm the living alien on the list. Lie Mang volunteered.
This was a time to grow a face in front of all the alien energy academies, and Lie Mang, who loved fame, naturally wouldn't let it go.
Whoosh!
Lie Mang made a long leap and jumped onto the marble floor in the center of the lobby.
You!
The representative of the 5 Elements Academy had an ugly face, his expression filled with indignation.
Chapter 112, Proof? Chapter 112 Proof? This fight? Bohemia Academy, really just How? Do you, 5 Elements Academy? Dare?
Lin Lu stood up, his eyes burning. We, the 5 Elements Academy, representative began to gulp.
Lu Chang, you go. A gloomy-looking black-suited youth issued instructions.
On the side, the principal of the 5 Elements Academy, Kong Xian, also nodded as he listened.
Whoosh!
A white-cloaked man jumped into the middle of the lobby, his black eyes meeting lemons.
Seeing that there was no room for redemption, Beihan was very helpless, How is the victory or defeat calculated? The two principles? Sun Xing, both divided. Kong Xian, and also life and death. The two principals looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Okay, in that case, there's a large battle stage at the back of the lobby. Combatants, please come over here. The rest of you, watch through the monitors. Under the guidance of the staff, Lie Mang and the white-robed man arrived at a battle stage that simulated an abandoned factory. Kid, state your name. I'm the 5 Elements Academy, SA Class Alien, Puppeteer, Lu Chang. Class C Life Alien, Lie Mang. Kid, I want you to taste the pain of having your body cut open. Same to each other. With those words, the two began to fight. Lie Mang's thumb unconsciously rubbed the heart of the swarm, neural synapses, and tiny spikes had long since stabbed into his wrist. 12 forbidden guards. As soon as Lu Chang's words fell, 12 steel-reinforced puppets suddenly appeared, hanging upside down and crawling on the ceiling, their joints rubbing like rusty gears grinding bones. Lu Chang made a jump and stood on the highest beam, and the manipulation filaments wrapped around his 10 fingers glowed with an eerie blue cold light. These were the alien fibers of the alien construct. Your blade is strange. Willow Change's voice took on a mechanically synthesized trill. I wonder how it would be to make a specimen of you to hang in my studio. As the first golem swooped down, Lie Mang heard the beeping of the blades in the golem's hands. Heart of the swarm. Disperse. Lie Mang let out a loud cry, and thousands of shards resonated at a low frequency. The moment the golem's steel claws were about to touch the tip of his nose, Lie Mang raised the heart of the swarm. The canine blade began to disintegrate, each fragment blooming like a metal dandelion against the wind. Hundreds of shards of faintly glowing blue light hovered in the air, faint bioelectric currents pulsing around their edges. Lie Mang's pupils reflected a diffuse orange and red starlight. Each piece of debris began to vibrate at a frequency of 6,000 times per second, and the air was rubbed with a charred odor. Prison of burning and cutting. With Lie Mang's command, the swarm of red debris transformed into a violent sunburst. The steel spine of the first golem was penetrated by 3 red lights, and iron dripped from the cuts like melted candles. Lemon burst through the torrent of metal, the flying debris avoiding his body with precision but leaving burning wounds as it grazed the golem. Lu Chang was shocked, not realizing that Lie Mang actually had such a strong battle power. He ripped off his cloak, pale blue lines of alien energy sticking out of his pale back. The remaining golems merged into a weapons-laden steel colossus with a shrill whine. When a 3-meter-tall killing machine suddenly appeared, Lu Chang revealed a wry smile. The giant statue had pulleys mounted under its feet, and under the operation of Lu Chang, it slid towards Lie Mang at a fast speed. When it was about to approach Lie Mang, the colossus raised its steel wolfsbane covered with spikes and smashed it towards Lie Mang's head. The world suddenly fell silent. In the next second, hundreds of red lights penetrated the steel body, and the resonance triggered by the high-frequency vibration disintegrated the entire golem into a rainstorm of iron sand. No. No way. Who the hell are you? This is not the strength of a living alien at all. Lu Chang's face turned pale, and the extreme sense of fear caused him to let out a piercing scream. Ignorance is the deadliest weakness. Swarm. Rally. The red fragments converged on top of Lu Chang's head, and the vibration frequency increased once again. A wave of heat spread outward from the swarm, a desperate red color that illuminated Willow Change's eyes. No. Ah. The swarm plummeted. Lu Chang's body was as if it had fallen into a horrifying hell of burning and cutting, and the ground had become broken in the midst of this horrifying attack. 10 seconds later, the swarm stopped shaking. Lie Mang's right hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, gently rose up to catch the homing swarm of debris, and the reorganized blade rolled so hot that Lie Mang could barely hold it. Step. 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 Lie Mang stepped on the crystalline glass like crystals all over the ground towards the exit, with Willow's shapeless body behind him. The body parts that had been cut into the size of mahjong tiles were slowly smoking, the sections flat as if they had been cut by a laser. The nerve conduit of the heart of the swarm was still twitching like a spasm, and lemon blew on the hilt of the blade to try and make it less hot. It's over. Next. Lie Mang in the monitor had sharp eyes and a straight back. At the moment, the lobby fell into silence. Everyone stared at the teleportation screen, lost in thought. So weak Sigma Sigma. Lin Xiao spat out as she took a bite of chips. It was this sentence that directly, 5 Elements Academy, exploded. Murderer! How dare you directly kill someone from my 5 Elements Academy? Is this the purpose of the Golden Sword Conference?
A representative of the Five Elements Academy stood up and began to make accusations. Ugh, if it works, if it doesn't, where's all the nonsense? Lin Lu stood up and directly sprayed back. If you don't think that's enough, come on, keep sending solos, all talk and no action. You, okay? If it works, if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Enough? Beihan let out a roar to stop the argument.
Now it turns out that being a living alien or not is not a criterion for judging strong or not.
Five Elements Academy, if you guys make any more trouble, believe it or not I'll immediately disqualify you. This time, everyone stopped speaking out. Ahem, okay, now let me talk about the rules of this contest. This time, in order not to cause a massive attrition in the internal competition, and in order to make an effective application of the existing war power of the Dragon Kingdom, we packaged all the academies. Each of the 4 colleges is a group assigned to the 2 newest frontline bases that have been established, the Kirin base and the Golden Crow base. At the end of the day, the heads and senior officers of both bases get together to score each group. They will judge and score you based on various aspects such as the number of demonic beasts killed, efficiency of cooperation and communication, and the degree of mission completion. The 4 highest scoring groups were able to advance to the final elimination round. As soon as Beihan finished speaking, a lively discussion began on the scene. Wait a minute, what if we're assigned to a weaker group? Are we going to be eliminated along with them?
A representative stood up and righteously retorted. Beihan stared at this representative. If your academy doesn't have the capital to 10 with 1, then withdraw from the Golden Sword Conference, before it's.
With that, the front meeting ended successfully under the auspices of Beihan.
Chapter 113 Subgroups.
Chapter 113 Division.
The pre-meeting ended and all left the conference room one after another.
Kid, you wait. One of you, Bohemia Academy, must die.
As he walked out the front door, a voice came from behind Lie Mang.
Oh, big words can be said by anyone, why didn't you get off the field just now? Lie Mang disliked a sentence.
Good. You're the first person who dares to talk to me, Mo Jian, like this. Mo Joyun swept everyone in the Bohemia Flower Academy, once before silently leaving. Alas, after all, it is still a grudge. Sun Xing sighed for a while.
Brother, what are you talking about? Academies are supposed to be in competition with each other, so don't pay attention to these threats.
Sun Dishing comforted from the side. Half an hour later, the representatives of the 4 colleges, including Bohemia College, gathered together.
Everyone, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Luo from the Kirin base. I'll be your mission guide this time. It's nice to meet you all. An officer began to make introductions.
Our Shilin base is the 5th base of the Dragon Kingdom, nestled deep in the East Sea.
There the land and the sea was established on a dozen or so islands.
The military and civilian population around the base already numbered 200,000 people.
This time our mission is a crusade against the deep sea demonic beasts. Now everyone can introduce themselves.
Lin Lu scanned the circle. Surprisingly, they were all old acquaintances. The Sky Glow Academy, where Kodak is located. The Elemental Academy, where Mu Tianxing was. Lastly, it was Shijiang College, where Zhou Dao was from.
After some introductions, we all got to know each other a bit. Lie Mang, I can't imagine you're that strong. You directly did away with Lu Chang.
That guy is a disgusting guy who likes to make taxidermy out of human bodies. Zhou Dao grinned and came over.
Hey, wherever, it's all because the teacher teaches. Well, Lie Mang's nose turned up. What do you keep looking at me for?
Lin Lu, who was sitting at the table drinking tea, realized that Mu Tianxing kept looking at himself.
I was wondering how strong you really are. My brother blew you out of the water, but I don't believe it.
Mu Tianxing replied with a smile.
Who's your brother?
My brother's name is Mushinichi, and he's now a member of the Daylight Army.
Oh? I can't remember that many people, but thanks for your brother's recognition.
Lin Lu shrugged his shoulders helplessly.
He said you were great and left him in the dust. But I don't think so. So this time, I wish to see what you're made of.
Mu Tianxing's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his desire to seek battle against Lin Lu was at its peak.
Mu Tianxing, isn't it? If you think you're strong, just spar with my disciples. I hope you can open up new worlds while fighting them. I will when I get the chance.
After a day's rest, the representatives of the 4 academies headed towards the Kirin base. Continuing 100 kilometers east from the eastern coastline, the crowd arrived at the Kirin base. On the surface of the sea, 15 small islands come together to form a huge dense land area.
The small islands are crisscrossed with various road bridges and are no different than on land.
The blue crystal flying vehicle landed in a square, and all the people from the 4 academies walked down. Alright everyone, this is the area that the Kirin base is arching over the East Sea Special Zone. It's also an area for the East Sea Remote Army to resupply and rest. Lieutenant Colonel Luo explained with a smile. The salty sea breeze hits you, giving you a different feeling than inland. Jiang Kai, everyone else is fine, your powers are now mostly explosive, how to adapt to sea battles, that's the first problem you need to solve. Lin Lu looked at his first disciple and proposed a mission for this East China Sea campaign. Understood. Sensei. I will develop a new battle method. Jiang Kai nodded, feeling the pressure for the first time. Guys, we have arrived, the mission is here, please take a look. Lieutenant Colonel Rowe handed out a stack of task sheets to each delegate. Delegates pick up the report and begin to read. Please select the following tasks to complete within 1 week. Task 1: drive away the City Destroyer level demonic beast, Crystal Turtle. Task 2: drive away the City Destroyer grade demonic beast, Skywing Dragon. Mission 3: assist the Eastern Expeditionary Force in sea exploration. Mission 4: Kirin Base, Co-Defense Mission. Gentlemen, each task has a different evaluation score earned upon completion and can be performed as an individual or as a team. If executed on an individual basis, then all the points would be added to the college where the cadet is enrolled. If it is executed as a team, then it will be divided according to the number of people involved, and the points will be distributed equally to each person, and then each person's score will be included in the points of this college. Exploration missions and co-defense missions can be repeated. The crowd looked at the task list and nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Luo, I'd like to ask a question. Why isn't there an option to destroy city destruction level demonic beasts on your mission list? Lie Mang took the task list and voiced his question. Huh? The group of people looked at Lie Mang as if they were looking at idiots. What, is there something wrong with what I said? Lie Mang's eyes were clear, not like he was joking. Zhou Dao walked over. Big brother. Do you know why it's called the city destruction level? It was the demonic beast intensity that could destroy a small city in 10 minutes. To destroy a city destroyer level demonic beast, it generally required 20 or more S-ranked exalts within the rank 100 to securely kill it. There are currently very few S-ranked aliens with a single kill record. Hearing Zhou Dao's words, Lie Mang was speechless for a while. Is it that hard? Last time, the 4 of us almost took down a city extermination level 1. If it wasn't for our lack of experience, we would have definitely taken it down. Alright, you guys have a day to think about it, and when you've discussed it, you can pick up your mission from the Military Intelligence Office. Remember, you'd better pick up the assignment that's right for you. After finishing, Lieutenant Colonel Luo handed each person the rest area sign and left the scene. Everyone from Bohemia Academy, want to form a team? Koda walked over and smiled an invitation. Honestly, Senior Kodak, you're the most capable person I've ever met. Chen Xian smiled in response. It can't be helped, it's the ocean. I'm a man who's invincible when I stand on the earth, but I'm pressed for strength when I stand on the sea. Koda shrugged helplessly, as did his 9 companions behind him. Bring them along, after all, Kodak also helped you guys to find out the strength of Bai Yujing before. Lin Lu said with a smile. Mr. Lin is righteous. Koda folded his arms. The Elemental Academy didn't apply to cooperate with other academies, and it seemed like they were confident in their own strength. When Shijiang Academy heard Bohemia Academy discussing about going to wrestle with the city exterminating level demonic beasts, knowing that the strength of their own and others was untouchable, they immediately ran off to take on simple tasks, hoping that the change in energy would cause a qualitative change. The 20 people from Bohemia Academy and Heavenly Glory Academy formed a team and began their raid on the city extermination level demonic beasts. 114 Commencement of the Mission. Chapter 114 Beginning the Mission. Alright. Sky Pterodactyl, because it can fly at any time and its whereabouts are uncertain, let's give up. Now we are targeting the Crystal Turtle. Jiang Kai's straight sentence directly locked the target of a mission. And Koda-senpai, if we go and steal the Crystal Turtle's egg, then the venue for the battle will be on the island, and your Earth Rock power will be useful again. Koda's eyes lit up and he agreed to Jiang Kai's plan.
After the group had discussed the matter, they began to head towards a giant island deeper to the east. The crystal turtle was a giant demonic beast that lived in the shallow sea. They usually live wandering in the sea and only return to land when it's time to spawn. According to projections, it's exactly the right time for them to lay their eggs. The crystal glow turtle's temper is very violent. They usually feed on all kinds of demonic beasts, and lately, they have been constantly attacking the Chilan base for some unknown reason. In recent attacks, hundreds of civilians have been killed. In the face of such a threat, Kirin Base had to conduct targeted combat against crystal turtles' behavior like this. Have you guys thought this through? Really want to take on this kind of mission? Lieutenant Colonel Luo had personally come over to make inquiries after learning that Jiang Kai and the others were going to do the most difficult mission. Are you guys sure you want to take on this crusade against the crystal turtle? This thing was no ordinary demonic beast. Although it doesn't have a high-frequency attack method, its defense is the strongest I've ever seen among demonic beasts. Any attack we currently know of can't do effective damage to him, and there are even times when we can be dragged to death by it. That's why I suggest that you must think clearly. This is a city destroyer level demonic beast, not a passing game. Faced with Lieutenant Colonel Luo's kind reminder, Jiang Kai smiled and explained, "Don't worry, Lieutenant Colonel Luo, we will pull back as soon as a problem arises, and we are also hoping to have a full understanding of the city extermination level in this operation." Seeing Jiang Kai say that, Lieutenant Colonel Luo didn't stop him and let Jiang Kai and the others take over the mission. The sea breeze is bitterly cold. On a huge island in the eastern deep sea, all began to land. Wow, the scenery here is nice, why don't we build our base here? Meng Li was attracted by the strange scenery of the island. Guess why? This is where the crystal turtles lay their eggs. If you build it here, people can come over and harass you every day. Jiang Kai gave the answer. Lie Mang, try to see if you can find the crystal turtle's lair. Understood. Your closed eyes begin the exploration of the Ripple world. 5 minutes passed and Lemon's eyes snapped open. 50 meters below the sand in the center of the island, there is a giant egg. I think that's the crystal turtle's lair. Let's go! Let's go! The 20-man team squad began to assemble towards the island. In less than 10 minutes, the crowd arrived at the center of the giant island. Senior Kodak, underneath this location, please. Lie Mang stretched out his left foot and stomped at a mound of dirt. Koda folded his arms and his eyes flashed blue. The ground began to writhe, as if a giant subterranean creature was about to surge outward. Goo 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 goo. Underground matter continued to gush out from the small mound of dirt, and in less than a moment, a giant egg half a man tall appeared in front of Jiang Kai and the others. It was a giant egg that had been jadeized in appearance. It has a very nice unknown pattern on it. The faintly glowing inner structure can be seen through the exterior of the eggshell. Is this the crystal turtle's egg? Meng Li walked up and reached out to touch on it. That warm, jade-like feeling is unconsciously mesmerizing. Ow! Just as the crowd was observing the jade egg, a terrifying roar covered the entire giant island. It's coming! Get ready! Jiang Kai gave the order and everyone began to be on alert. The roar of the giant beast was getting closer and closer, and the crowd only felt that a small mountain was approaching to the west of the giant island. This is too scary. A representative of Tianhui Academy exclaimed a bit fearfully. Here we go, everyone get ready, little six, you go up and try to see what this demonic beast is made of. Kodak issued instructions. Understood. A black-haired, black-clothed youth rose into the air. He was seen slowly approaching the crystal turtle from the air, and when the distance was right, he raised his arms, and a gale of wind tumbled at his palms. Split air bomb. The youth let out a furious shout, and violent wind pressure condensed in his hands. As the gale turned from colorless to dark gray, a tumbling wind bomb shot out suddenly. The wind projectile shot along a straight line towards the crystal turtle's head. Pust! The wind projectile, which looked sharp and incomparable to ordinary aliens, had nothing happen to the crystal turtle except for a ringing sound. Seeing that someone was attacking him, the crystal turtle also started to get angry, only to see his huge mouth with full of sharp teeth slowly open, and his mouth started to emit a dazzling light. Get out of the way! Kodak warned, and everyone began to look for the crystal turtle's blind spot in their vision to dodge. Jojo. With the energy stored, Crystal Ghost spat out a mouthful of energy. The huge column of energy pierced through all the obstacles in front of the crystal turtle. A barrier running the length of the island was instantly formed.
Worthy of being a City Destroyer class demonic beast. If this attack were to come inside the base facilities would directly waste a bunch.
Jiang Kai began to spit. Let me try. Yi saw the right moment and came to the side of the crystal turtle. Extreme freeze.
Terrifying chills erupted from Yi's cold set. Frost began to form on one side of the crystal turtle's body, and the frost began to spread. The crystal turtle also seemed to feel uncomfortable, only to see it gently shake its body, and the part that was originally frosted instantly melted away.
No. His body, it's too big. Yi cold air coverage failed, backed away. I'll do it.
Mengli quickly rose into the air and with a wave of her hand, 4 plasma cannons hovered behind her.
You guys duck a little. Plasma cannon, build up energy. Receiving the order from Mengli, the plasma cannon began to emit a blue glow. Half a minute later, 4 brilliant jets of energy shot out.
The terrifying pillar of blue light shot towards the crystal turtle, directly piercing through the small mountain on the turtle's back.
Good. Good attack.
The representatives of Sky Glow Academy all showed surprised expressions when they saw Meng Li's attack. As the rocks were shattered, the back of the crystal turtle was finally revealed.
It was a dark gray piece of armor.
The plasma cannons blasted above the armor, creating a diffuse visual view. A dozen seconds later, the armor was still intact except for a scorched black patch.
It seems like it has an unusual defense. Dream Lily landed on the ground and began to think. Chen Xian, help me fetch a dorsal armor fragment.
Jiang Kai continued to command.
Roger that.
Chen Xian saw the right moment to unleash his supernatural ability, and a fragment of the crystal turtle's feet quickly flew into Jiang Kai's hands.
Matter perspective.
Jiang Kai's eyes were slightly blue as he began his analysis.
Chapter 115 This is combat. Not a group meeting. Chapter 115 This is combat. Not a group meeting.
The crystal turtle, seeing that the blow had missed, began to slowly move its body, preparing to turn its head towards the others.
I'll conduct the defense.
I've already analyzed the nature and vector values of its attack just now.
Chen Xian stood in front of everyone. Senior brother, it's better for me to do it. White Mirror unreservedly stood in front of everyone.
That's right, your convergence is able to weaken attacks.
Chen Xian came to Jiang Kai's side to keep watch.
This group of people, why?
Is so calm. This is a city-destroying level demonic beast. The trainees of Tianhui Academy were amazed at the operations of Jiang Kai and the others. Ow!
The crystal turtle aimed its head at Jiang Kai. To the crystal turtle, the fact that the enemy was fast was no big deal at all. Their own defense the other side cannot penetrate at all, they slowly consumed the opposite side on the line.
You guys, get away! Tianhui Academy, Wind Elemental Alien Xing Lu shouted.
But Bai Jing, Chen Xian, and Jiang Kai remained unmoved. Finally, the energy mass in the crystal turtle's mouth finished storing energy again, and a rainbow light shot out. Facing this rainbow light, White Mirror lightly lifted his hands and a transparent light mirror appeared in front of White Mirror. Terrifying energies came towards White Mirror and the others, and when the energies began to approach White Mirror's team, a scene that amazed the representatives of the Tianhui Academy appeared. The original tyrannical energy unexpectedly began to slowly weaken, turning into nothingness after approaching the White Mirror by 2 meters.
Crystal Turtle? Tianhui Academy, crowd? What's going on here? Such a powerful column of energy, but it just disappeared?
Senior, 1 meter attenuates to a very small value. It looks like this turtle has put all its attributes into defense.
White Mirror laughed and reported to Jiang Kai. Good job. White Mirror, the defense is all yours.
Jiang Kai took the armor pieces and continued to study them.
Ow.
His own attack was easily blocked by a human, and the crystal turtle was enraged. Only to see him move his massive limbs 1 foot at a time and start walking slowly towards Jiang Kai. I'll stop him from advancing. In a single takeoff maneuver, Chen Xian arrived over the crystal turtle.
Friction, Vector 0. 4 huge blue lights appeared on the 4 huge soles of the crystal turtle's feet. Clank. Clunk.
The crystal turtle's huge body actually began to slip. A puff of smoke rose up, and the crystal turtle looked at the human in front of her in dismay, wondering what had happened.
With Vector zeroing, the friction is gone too, so this will just slip.
Meng Li, Yi, and Lie Mang applauded awesome.
When it matters, it's still up to Chen Xian. The crystal turtle's eyes turned red. For the first time ever he was being teased by a human like this. As at city destroyer level, demonic beast, there was still dignity. Qua la la la. The crystal turtle simply stopped thinking about standing up, and his whole body let out a violent shaking. Various rocks on his body began to come off in layers, and the ground shook slightly from its writhing. Not good. This guy is going to fight for his life. Kodak felt the crystal turtle's body temperature rising, and part of the ground beneath it had begun to turn black. Everyone, retreat quickly. This demonic beast is going to unleash a terrifying skill. Kodak yelled, and everyone from Tianhui Academy withdrew towards the edge of the giant island. Jiang Kai. Lie Mang. Chen Xian. What are you guys doing? Don't go yet. Kodak hissed loudly, and Jiang Kai and the others seemed as if they hadn't heard him. Jiang Kai, haven't you analyzed the ingredients yet? Meng Li was bored on the sidelines. Coming right out. Jiang Kai responded with a smile. The most laid back was Lin Xiao. She had been forced into a delegate spot by Lin Lu and was still snacking behind the crowd. Seeing that everyone from Bohemia Academy didn't care about the crystal turtle's attack, Kodak was a bit frantic, and he led a group of people from Tianhui Academy to retreat, preparing to leave this place of wrongdoing for the time being. The temperature of the crystal turtle's body was getting higher and higher. The rock formations on his body began to fall off. After a minute had passed, a metallic sheen appeared on the surface of its body. The crystal turtle in this form is the true crystal turtle. Only the crystal turtle's armor was crystal clear, refracting brilliant light. From afar, the huge crystal turtle looked like a crystal mine, resplendent. Suddenly, the crystal turtle's body began to emit a loud vibrating sound, and the armor exploded, a huge amount of high-temperature crystals raining down, rising into the air due to the impact of the explosion, and then rapidly falling down in the direction of Jiang Kai and the others. White mirror, back off, take my place. Chen Xian saw the mystery and immediately sent out a vector reflection shield. These high-temperature crystals bounced back upon contact with the translucent vector shield. The rest of the high-temperature crystals that landed on the ground unexpectedly exploded the moment they touched the ground. Boom boom boom. The crystal turtle's crystals rained down like dozens of bombers dropping bombs, covering the small half of the giant island with fire. Luckily, Chen Xian made a split-second decision and flicked all the crystals away from him by some distance. If the white mirror was allowed to continue its defense, many crystals would fall beside the crowd. Okay. It's analyzed. Jiang Kai withdrew his powers. The crystal turtle's armor is very dense, a mixture of tempered rock and rare metals. Not only does it have horrible impact resistance and insulation, but it also has horrible shock absorption. When these words came out, Li Meng, Meng Li, and Ai Yi looked disappointed. Doesn't that mean that our current abilities are basically useless? No, I can still try resonance. Li Meng reluctantly retorted. Don't think about it, you guys listen to. Jiang Kai shook his armor and a rustling sound came out. These small particles can effectively suppress resonance and act as a damper. I have to say, it's worthy of being a city extermination level demonic beast. It's still very capable in one aspect. Jiang Kai explained with a smile. Yeah, and this thing is huge, like a small mountain. My vector alien energy can't even do full coverage. Chen Xian also burst into a bitter laugh. Alright, Jiang Kai, you must have a solution, right? Quickly tell us, don't hide it. When Meng Li saw Jiang Kai smile, she knew that he must have a solution, so she started urging from the side. Oh, that's for sure, but it's a bit scary, so that means we need your cooperation. Could it be an extreme explosion? The kind that Sensei put on the Western Island? Meng Li instantly came to life as soon as she heard Jiang Kai's narration. Nah. An explosion can't do much damage to it, so I decided to use another idea. Acid eclipse. Acid etching? The crowd looked at Jiang Kai with a feeling of unreality. A crystal turtle this big, you want to use the corrosive color method? Will it work? Looking at the disbelieving eyes of a group of fellow brothers, Jiang Kai smiled and said, why don't we make a bet? If I win, you guys help me take turns cleaning up the room? The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and together they said, no bet. Chapter 116 The Might of Acid Erosion. Chapter 116 The Might of Acid Erosion. Alright, you guys help me defend, next. I'm going to destroy him. Jiang Kai spread out his hands, and dense dust began to envelop the crystal turtle's body.
Oh, fluoroantimony acid, a billion times more acidic than pure sulfuric acid.
Sorry, big guy, for letting you be my experiment.
The dust in the sky condensed into 9 huge acid dust pythons in the blink of an eye. The colorless fluoroantimonic acid just touched the back of the crystal turtle, and the thick outer armor smoked on the spot.
Transform me. Jiang Kai has enhanced the dust density. The dozens of meters tall alloy behemoth suddenly let out a shrill whistle like a pressure cooker deflating.
Fluoroantimony acid began to corrode the shell of the crystal turtle, and in less than half a minute, the shell of the beast clicked and cracked into a honeycomb of coal. Dust with enough density to build up into acid at room temperature poured down the cracks into the crystal turtle's guts. The alloy skeleton was etched out with a dozen or so holes the size of a faceplate, and a dark red metallic solution mixed with poisonous mist flowed outward from the body. Unhappy, the crystal turtle swung its truck-sized claws and slapped the ground, resulting in smoke coming out of its entire forelimb.
Ouch!
The crystal turtle was very suffocating. He was like a lamb to the slaughter, letting the butcher's sharp blade cut off his body one by one. Just to make it even more brutal, the butcher's knife is called fluoroantimony acid. The crystal turtle's eyes slowly closed, and then its entire body collapsed like a candle under the heat. When Jiang Kai withdrew the dust, a landslide-like roar came from in front of him. Most of the body of the city extermination level demonic beast crystal turtle had already turned into bubbling slag, and the nuisance acid had etched out half a football field-sized sinkhole from the originally flat ground.
Jiang Kai, what are you? The crowd looked at the scene in front of them and swallowed their saliva.
So close, almost didn't control it. Jiang Kai was also shocked by the scene before him. At this moment, he finally understands what Lin Lu said: science is like a double-edged sword, it can create hope, but it can also release the devil. Walking over to the crystal turtle's head, Jiang Kai asked Yi to freeze it.
You must not touch these acids, they are dangerous. The crowd nodded.
Chen Xian maneuvered the crystal turtle's head to hover in the air and slowly walked towards the landing point.
You guys, you actually made it?
Kodak and the others waiting at the landing site revealed a look of disbelief when they saw Chen Xian maneuvering a giant turtle head towards them. Fortunately, it's a good thing that the crystal turtle doesn't possess a very strong attack power, otherwise this battle would have been difficult to fight. On the other side, Lin Xiao held up the crystal turtle egg and came bouncing to the assembly. For Lin Lu's sister, the guys didn't dare to command her to do anything. As long as she didn't do anything dangerous, everything was okay. Alright, let's go back. This mission should be enough for us to enter the top 16 elimination rounds.
Jiang Kai greeted everyone as they entered the transporter.
That, Jiang Kai, this time really. Thank you. Kodak looked embarrassed and swallowed. It's okay, Kota-senpai, we're on the same team, but you'll have to help us corroborate it when we get back.
Hey, that's no problem.
With that, the crowd returned to the Kirin base. After Jiang Kai and the others returned, the entire base boiled over. The news of Jiang Kai and the others killing the City Destroyer class demonic beast spread. At first, everyone didn't believe it, and when Chen Xian moved out the crystal turtle's gigantic head, the entire room went quiet.
Lin Lu walked over and looked at Jiang Kai after some careful observation. You used acid etching?
Yes, sensei.
The opponent's defense was too strong, none of our attacks could penetrate its armor, so I used fluorintimidate.
Well, Jiang Kai, you have to pay attention. When you use dangerous substances, you must make sure that you are safe, so as to avoid accidents. It's like a strong acid, and if you stick to it, you're basically burned and corroded.
Understood.
As the crowd gathered around, the figure of Lieutenant Colonel Law leaned over.
No?
You guys really took out the crystal turtle?
Or in such a short time? Lieutenant Colonel Law examined the huge crystal head and fell into a trance.
Lieutenant Colonel Luo, the body of the crystal turtle was too big, but after we destroyed it, there is only debris left at the scene. You can send someone to verify it. The wreckage is on the giant island where the crystal turtles lay their eggs. Notify the 3rd Squadron of the 1st District to go to Giant Island to verify. Lieutenant Colonel Luo didn't dare to slack off. If the situation was really as Jiang Kai had said, then these cadets would become the meat and potatoes of the military's recruiting efforts. First time I've seen the head of a City Destroyer class demonic beast. Are they really cadets from the Alien Academy? This is too magical. The surrounding soldiers and civilians looked at the demonic beast's head in front of them and let out a sigh of admiration.
Half an hour later, the Giant Island scouting team returned.
Lieutenant Colonel Luo, after our survey, the crystal turtle's body has already decayed. They did destroy the crystal turtle. When the news arrived, everyone sucked in a breath of air.
That's why I asked at the beginning, how should I count the points if I destroy a city extermination level demonic beast? Lie Mang once again asked his question. This I need to apply to my superiors. Without further delay, Lieutenant Colonel Luo immediately reported upwards. By the way, where is that girl Xiao? Lin Lu asked Jiang Kai. Over there. Jiang Kai awkwardly pointed to a corner. Fire. Dome. Napkin. Chopsticks. Lin Xiao placed the giant egg onto a fire, her eyes filled with the desire for food. What are you doing? Lin Lu walked over. Baked eggs. Brother. Do you want to eat some later? Lin Xiao naively looked at Lin Lu. What kind of egg is this? The crystal turtle's egg. LAML. As if it had an innate affinity for flames, the giant egg began to slowly tremble. Click here. In the heat of the fire, the giant egg began to crack. After a few seconds, a small terrapin half a man's height and the size of a calf emerged from the eggshell. Ka! The first thing the little terrapin saw when he opened his eyes was Lin Lu. It was at this moment, in the eyes of the little terrapin, Lin Lu became its mother. Click. Click. The little terrapin struggled to hold up its limbs and stood up, then stumbled over to Lin Lu, constantly rubbing his wet head against Lin Lu. This is the hatchling of a crystal turtle. Oh my god, what am I seeing? A senior officer saw what was in front of him and showed his awe. Lin Lu picked up the little terrapin, and the latter continuously rubbed his head against Lin Lu. At this moment, a certain feeling was awakened in Lin Lu's heart. Lieutenant Colonel Luo, is there any demonic beast meat in the base? Give me half a ton. Ha? Half a ton? Brother, who do you think you are? Those demonic beasts' meat can enhance the physique of an alien, it's precious, can't it be mobilized with just a word from you? Alas. Who is the commander of your Kirin base? Take me to meet him. Lin Lu's words carried an undeniable tone, and Lieutenant Colonel Luo nodded and hurried towards the command tower. Chapter 117, Old Acquaintances. Chapter 117, Old Acquaintances. Lin Lu followed Lieutenant Colonel Luo to the commander's tower with the little terrapin. Upon entering, the smell of smoke filled the room. I knew it, so it's you. Lin Lu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and revealed an unspeakable smile. Ha ha ha, Lin Lu kid. Long time no see. The person sitting in front of Lin Lu was the second in command of one of the 8 great families, the Dongfang family, Dongfang Shua. Thank you for speaking up for me at the last military headquarters meeting. Lin Lu sat down in front of Dongfang Shua and grabbed Dongfang Shua's cup. Brat, you need to change this habit of eating, taking, and demanding. However, you've already left the military department, and you still know every move in the military department, quite impressive. Dongfang Shua gave Lin Lu a blank stare. Don't you slander me. I've already detached myself from the military department, so how can I know what's going on in the military department? Lin Lu had a roguish look on his face. Well, no more bragging with you. You should know the true purpose of this Golden Sword Conference, right? Dongfang Shua looked at Lin Lu with a serious face. Oh? Tell me about it? This Golden Sword Conference, the selection of talents is secondary, and it's essentially a bet between several powers on the future pattern. Match the bet? That's right. The lineages, the Alien Energy Bureau, the Military Ministry, and the Alien Energy Convocation will be reshuffled through the results of this Golden Sword Conference. It was supposed to be a step-by-step thing for them, but there was a destabilizing factor at this conference. Destabilizing factors? Are you talking about my disciples? Lin Lu inquired with a smile. Not bad. Your disciples are all monsters in the guise of living alien. Old man Dongfang, I will be angry if you talk about my disciple like this. How are they monsters? They're just normal aliens. Ordinary alien? Dongfang Shua took out a blue crystal screen tablet and started flipping through it. Do you really want me to say them next to each other? Okay. Then I'll talk about it. Jiang Kai, as far as I know, can create any substance. Can make all kinds of high explosives and dangerous substances. Lie Mang, the successor of the He Jedi Soul Blade, possessed terrifying insight and terrifying chopping techniques. Meng Li, who is able to manipulate metal, change its form, and use it to create lightning. Chen Xian, the terrifying, object-controlling nihilist. i.e., controller of ice and fire. White mirror, untouchable barrier. Tell me, am I right about this information? Dongfang Shua looked at Lin Lu with a smug look on his face, as if to say, "Kid, I felt your bottom through and through." Lin Lu's expression also changed instantly. There's an element of stifled laughter and a secret spit in the face. This information from Dongfang Shua was the same information that was on the desktops of all the top brass in the Dragon Kingdom. Except for Jiang Kai's information, which was marginally correct, the other information was simply bullheaded. Lin Lu, others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. A bunch of executives trying to analyze half a day, and this? It seems like the blue crystal tech tree is still too convenient. Originally there was not much of a problem with the transfer of power between the new generation and the old guard after that. You're good, you've directly created a daylight army, and you've hardened and broken the relatively stable situation. But for these behaviors of yours, I express my support. Dragon Country has been silent for too long. It is already a pool of stagnant water, and it needs new people to come out to stir up this pool of stagnant water. And you, the best stirrer of all. Lin Lu. Is that a compliment? By the way, what do you want directly from me? Oraheim returned to the subject. Clank clank clank. Lin Lu picked up the little terrapin as he showed off in front of Dongfang Shua. Crystal turtle hatchling? You kid, how did you get it? Dongfang Shua was also a bit surprised. Demon beast cubs are high-grade goods. Lin Lu's first strike was a city destroyer grade demonic beast cub. It was impossible not to be envious. This thing is a big help when it's raised. So open up the base's resource pool to me. You kid. Can be okay, but I have a condition. Old man, we don't do that. You're blackmailing me. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Alright. Lin Lu was speechless. He didn't think this old guy was that difficult before. Ahem, it's like this, my granddaughter, Dongfang Yu, has recently awakened her psychic ability, and after testing, it's thought control, but gotta. You're not thinking of putting her in my place. Alas. Her powers, it is very strange. Before awakening her powers, her character has been very lively, but after awakening, she is silent. After we tested her, she was no different from a normal person except for the presence of some numinous energy around her body. It would have been fine if Koiki was a non-ability, but now as an ability, she was just like an ordinary person, with all sorts of discrimination and curses constantly pouring in, and suffered the indignity of being incompetent every day. So, I want to let her study under you for a while, to see if there can be a breakthrough in terms of psychic abilities. Dongfang Shua looked at Lin Lu, his eyes showing desire. Incompetent person? Interesting. How about this, after the Golden Sword Conference, you send her over to me and I'll take a closer look. With that, an old man and a young man came to an agreement. After getting the permission card, Lin Lu non-stop arrived at the resource depot where the demon beast meat was stored. As soon as he entered, the little terrapin's eyes lit up with stars. This basement was stocked with countless amounts of demonic beast meat, which were cut and neatly stacked. With a divine turtle charge, the little terrapin charged straight into the pile of meat and began to feast on it. Go ahead and eat. Eat as much as you can, it doesn't cost anything anyway. Ah. The little terrapin began to whimper and eat the meat. By the way, you little guy doesn't have a name yet, since your defense is almost invincible, let's call Xian Armor. Ah. The little guy nodded and plunged back into the pile of demonic beast meat. After verification, Jiang Kai and the others' achievement of killing the City Destroyer class demonic beast stood. What follows is a boring wait time. Finally, the pre-elimination session is over. When Lin Lu and the others returned to Shanjing, they immediately felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. What's going on? Why do I feel like everyone is looking at us? Mang Li felt keenly. It might have something to do with our extermination of the city exterminating level demonic beast. Chen Xian also began to ponder as he surveyed the participating representatives around him. Once everyone from the 16 colleges that advanced reached the main venue, the host shone once again. I welcome you all back to the main event of our Golden Sword Conference, once again. The fact that all of you are able to stay means that you are all men of strength. We'll be broadcasting the second half of this convention live nationally. Your every performance is seen by people from all walks of life. I hope that you will all be able to exert your strength in the Golden Sword Conference. Representatives from all the colleges began to do a sweep of their surroundings, realizing that the old guard was present. It shows that the organizers aren't grouping them haphazardly either. Chapter 118 Lin Lu's Ambition. Chapter 118 Lin Lu's Ambition. Everyone, next, I'm going to start announcing the schedule and rules of this Golden Sword Conference. For the next tournament, all colleges will be divided into 2 divisions. Each elimination will use a different randomized matchmaking format. The modes are Grabbing Golden Bird, Violent Soccer, Formation Breaker, Operation Protect the Beast. Immediately afterward, the moderator introduced the rules for the 4 modes. Grab the Golden Bird. After the start of the game, the organizer will release a metal bird flying randomly at low altitude. Each academy sends 6 people to grab the metal bird, and once they catch it, they have possession of it. At the end of the time spent in possession of the metal bird is counted and the college with the most time wins. If the golden bird of the team holding the golden bird is shattered, the team holding the golden bird loses outright. Violent Soccer. Each college sends 10 people to form a soccer square. Everyone is free to move around except the goalkeeper, who is not allowed out of the penalty area. Once the ball is in the net, the offense scores a point. Formation Breaker. Each academy sends 10 people, 1 member will wear a special jacket. Once attacked and successful, the special jacket will send a signal and the academy that succeeds in the attack scores points. The jacket will assess a reasonable score based on the strength of the attack. The side with the highest final score wins. Operation Protect the Beast. Each academy sends 6 people to fight. Each academy would issue 1 fierce beast grade, demonic beast. The academy representatives needed to kill the opposing academy's demonic beasts while protecting their own. Whichever side's demonic beasts died first was the losing side. After hearing the rules of the competition, black lines plummeted on most people's heads. Wouldn't it be better to just PK? Have to make so many rules. A leader of the military department saw this and grabbed the microphone from the host. Ahem, everyone, I'm Staff Sergeant Wang from the Ministry of War. Many people may take issue with such an arrangement. But this session of the Golden Sword Conference, the theme we want to reinforce is cooperation and communication. Collaborate? Communication? Everyone continues to be confused. Ahem, for example, you're all captains, taking dozens of people out on missions. In the end the mission was accomplished, you were fine, but your companion died. Do you consider the mission a failure or a success? Of course it was a success. Since the mission was accomplished, what else is there to say? A cadet representative immediately grabbed the answer. Oh, young man, it seems you're very confident. So let me ask, how would you feel if you were one of the dozens who sacrificed? This. Me. Nobody wants to be the denominator. Everyone wants to be the numerator. Heroism may work, but once you get to large battles or legion-level combat, individual strength seems minimal. Therefore, this Golden Sword Conference is to tell you that the era of the individual is coming to an end and the era of mutual aid is coming. After saying this, the staff officer returned the microphone to the host. Lin Lu snorted as he listened to the staff officer's words. As the world developed, various powerful demonic beasts began to evolve at an accelerated rate. Both humans and demonic beasts have entered the era of super individuals. Once these super individuals develop and mature, they are the difference between a god and a mortal. But at this time, at the Golden Sword Conference, cooperation was even emphasized? Isn't this misleading the audience and the general public? Teacher, what's going on here? Jiang Kai looked at the scene in front of him and asked Lin Lu for advice. Doesn't it feel ridiculous? It's obvious that ordinary altered beings are like cannon fodder in large battles, but in daily propaganda, they can be on par with the strongest through cooperation? Lin Lu asked rhetorically with a smile. Teacher. I don't understand either, why are they publicizing it like this? Unless there aren't enough people, Chen Xian also offered his thoughts. Haha, that's right, you guys see, Kojenko, who specializes in mathematics, is just able to analyze problems from the underlying logic, and that's something you guys need to learn from. That's right. Like Chen Xian said, there aren't enough people. To be precise, there aren't enough high-end fighters left. Decades of infighting and internal conflict have consumed too many resources and talented people. The resources that should have been subject to unified distribution were dispersed under the role of the lineage as a stirrer. The decentralized resources are once again aggregated in the pattern of gatekeepers and magnates to form a monopoly. Even with the military and the Alien Energy Bureau, and the convocations hold, the world family is still parasitic on top of the Dragon Kingdom like a tumor. Jiang Kai and the others fell into deep thought. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom needs a group of iron-blooded people who can suppress everything with absolute strength, integrate all resources, make breakthroughs in high-precision technology, and cultivate war gods who can lay claim to victory in large-scale battles. Only in this way will there be a way out for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. As far as I know, the Rice Country has already cultivated 3 over-gods. With a raise of their hands, they can exterminate city destruction-level demonic beasts. If we don't make progress, I'm afraid how difficult the future will be. Lin Lu let out a long sigh. You all came from the bottom and should know how difficult it is for a bottom-level shifter to make the class leap. Not to mention the lineage, even the level of the small local magnates, in your lifetime you will hardly reach it. Isn't it? Lin Lu's words were deafening. That's true. How difficult it was for the bottom-tier Alterans to get into the Alteran Bureau or the Alteran Convocation, except for the military. So, my disciples, your victory is very important to me, and to the entire Dragon Kingdom. We're going to show all of Dragonland. In order to achieve ultimate victory in this battle between man and demonic beasts, one must put their best foot forward and be united. It's time to stop this infighting of deceit. The delicate-minded Jiang Kai smiled and asked, Teacher, we all understand the reasoning, so tell us what you really think in your heart. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I have to say, you're really a hemorrhoid on my anus, you know everything I pull. Jiang Kai, not a roundworm in the stomach? Your description is a bit insulting. Oh, what I really think is that when I'm going to destroy a country, I don't have a bunch of SXs dragging me down behind me. Amount. This. Jiang Kai's group of people looked at each other. I'm sure this is a reason that only Mr. Lin can come up with. This time, Golden Sword Conference, you guys let go and do it. The stronger you guys show your strength, the heavier my voice will be among those old guys. I don't want that kind of squirming victory, I want a momentum-crushing one. Do you hear me? This was the first time Lin Lu spoke in such a serious to the core tone. Lin Lu's disciples kept nodding their heads. Jiang Kai, the teacher is angry and looking for someone to take the blame. The others were thinking the same as Jiang Kai. Bohemia Academy is starting its own path to sealing the gods at this moment. Side by side, the big 3, You guys take it easy, we're not fully healed yet. Chapter 119 Lin Lu drugged, overdose. Chapter 119 Lin Lu drugged, overdosed. The first game of the elimination round finally begins. At this time, Golden Sword Conference not only had a live broadcast, but also had signals connecting to videos from all over the country. The site was even watched offline by 20,000 viewers. For this conference, several of the organizers had put their best foot forward and found the largest fighting stage in Shanjing. Ladies and gentlemen, the first fiery competition of the Golden Sword Conference will now begin. Here are the players from both sides of the field. As soon as the moderator's words left his mouth, 2 teams stepped out of the exits on either side of the soccer field-sized battle arena. Led by Sun Xing and Lin Lu, the representatives of Bohemia Academy walked into the battle stage. Kai! Go for it! A middle-aged man shouted as he held up a flag. Dad! Why are you here? Looking at his own dad and mom in the first row of the audience, Jiang Kai was taken aback for a while, and then immediately looked at Lin Lu. Hey, in case you guys don't have any passion, I've put all your loved ones in the first row, how about that, get motivated. Jiang Kai nodded with a flushed face. Ha ha ha, I told you I was lucky I didn't shoot you on the wall in the first place, not bad for my old man's seed. Kai! Take this one for me. Let's go back to our family tree. The first sentence made Jiang Kai almost die socially, but the latter sentence directly made him explode directly. Can we have a separate genealogy? Dry. Jiang Kai's side had just unified the battle lines of thought, while Lie Mang on the other side was also shocked. Instead of interacting with his own father in the first row of the audience, his own father initiated flyer after flyer of martial arts schools. Look, that's my son. When he was a kid, he was a waste of space, and since he was thrown into the martial arts school, that progress, that's pretty rapid. When Lie Mang heard this, he had a black line. Seeing that Lie Mang had spotted him, Li's father put away the flyer and awkwardly shouted, Good dear, you must behave well in a while. If you win, be sure to say that sentence, the sentence we agreed upon. Lemon's eyes glowed. Ori. Go for it.
Meng Li's mom sat in the first row accompanied by Su Shui. At this moment, Meng Li understood that the time had come to witness for her own mother.
Brother. Cheer up. Brother. Invincible.
A silver bell-like voice rang out from Chen Xian's right side. Chen Yeye, who was previously confined to a wheelchair, was shouting loudly, accompanied by several white uniformed bodyguards. Several bodyguards had the word Shinnon printed on their uniforms, so it seemed that Shinnon group attached great importance to Chen Yeye's safety.
You can stand up. Chen Xian's eyes were moist. Hey. Brother. I was able to stand up last month. Everyone's been very nice to me. Mr. Lin even came to see me a few times. Brother, I want to see you fight, is that okay? Is that okay? That's quite okay. Chen Xian turned on storm mode. Go for it. Uncle. What are you guys doing here? Hey, Mr. Lin gave us tickets to come and cheer you on.
Don't worry, we've already prepared a celebration banquet for you guys.
You have to take the first one.
And show me what you look like when you've improved.
Everyone. Good. I will. Aya's eyes were wet. Mirror. Mom. What are you doing here? Your body. Mom was invited by Ms. Lin to come see your game.
Ms. Lin gave my mom a free tune-up before, and she is now in great health. Mr. Lin says you're making slow progress, but mommy believes in you, you'll be the best alien ever.
Little mirror. Cheer up. Huh? I'm making slow progress?
White Mirror looked at his mother in front of him and a rush of energy went straight to his head.
Ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of both sides have arrived. Now I will randomly select the results of the project. Today our matchmaking project is Violent Soccer. Our red side is Bohemia Academy, and the blue side is North Piley Tower Academy. Now please both sides determine the 10 people who will appear in the game within 10 minutes. Sun Xing, who was the principal, did not say anything, he was just seen sitting in the rest area with an old-fashioned look on his face. In that case, you guys in year 3 save your energy, and we'll go together as a triumvirate and give you. Save. A. Point. Joe Guac just said this out loud, and 6 pairs of flaming eyes stared straight at the triumvirate. Senior, you guys just rest in the backfield, let's do this one, you guys were already injured weren't you? Jiang Kai said with a smile. If there were no injuries, it could be made. Lemon muttered in a small voice. Say so, you guys on? You guys on? Zhou Qing on the side directly lost his temper. These guys in front of me are all masters of destroying the heavens and the earth, if they dare to refuse, it's not likely that they'll really be able to do this thing of hurting their fellow disciples. Alright, both sides have submitted their lists. Bohemia Academy versus Northside Beta Academy will now begin. Will the representatives of both sides please enter? As soon as the moderator's words left his mouth, representatives from both sides came to the battle arena. Ugh, how come I was chosen to be the gatekeeper? Lu Jiner was helpless for a while. It can't be helped, who called her the weakest? The monsters that are strong are in the front court. Guess she's a mascot as a goalie. Everyone, the first match of the second half of the Golden Sword Conference, final round, begin. Roar. The roar of the scene was loud, and all eyes were on what was happening in front of them. These people were the new generation of the Dragon Kingdom and the strongest group of the younger generation. Violent soccer. Kick off. The referee gave a command and threw a ball high into the air. Earthquake wave. Gan Ning of Northern Sai Tower Academy pressed his hands against the ground, and a dozen terrifying earth-shattering waves came at the people of Zinnia Academy. Excuse me. Everyone. My mom's visiting, so... Monolith floated into the air and dodged the ground-cracking attack. In mid-air, her hands spread out and 10 delicate gun barrels emerged behind her. Not good. Meng Li wants a map wash. The crowd of Zinnia Academy could tell what Meng Li was thinking at a glance. Big sister, we all know you have to perform, but you can't be the only one to perform. We're playing soccer. You're playing the field. Insulation thick dust. Jiang Kai made a snap decision and immediately erected insulation in front of each of his opponents. Thunder roar. Mang Li was still conscientious and didn't use the plasma cannon, but just shot out high-voltage currents. But even high-voltage currents were not comparable to ordinary alien attacks. The Mang Li who manipulated the thunder and lightning in the sky was like the Thunder Emperor ascending to the throne of the void and judging the mortals, dropping the thunder punishment. Protect the opponent. Jiang Kai gave the order, and all the people from the Bohemia Academy acted. It was a scene that left the hosts and viewers in the audience a little confused. Protect the opponent? Nice niche statement. Next, 10 thunderbolts shot at the opponent with precision. Ice eyes were quick, and 2 hot fists broke 2 lightning bolts. Chen Xian opened a few vector shields, allowing the lightning to slant to the ground and create an explosion. Seeing that one of his opponents was shocked by this diffuse lightning, White Mirror immediately ran in front of him and opened the convergence shield. Lie Mang's figure dashed, and his high-frequency chopping attack helped break up a thunderbolt. By this point, the round of offense and defense was over and the soccer was still lying quietly on the ground. Chapter 120, Oddballs. Chapter 120 Oddballs. The wind was howling, the people were screaming, and the hearts of the representatives of the North Side Tower Academy were beating. Good morning, big brother and big sister. This is a match, not a torture chamber. What's the matter with that wave of attacks just now? Is it going to raise us all? Even if you want to slaughter the team, you can. Just kill us in seconds. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. What's the deal with you guys saving us again? Too much hazing. The members of the North Side Tower Academy looked at each other, then nodded. Without any hesitation, everyone raised their hands. We admit defeat. Ha? Nah. Why don't you guys fight us again and see? Jiang Kai's eyes filled with pleading and issued an inquiry. No. No need. We admit defeat. Don Ning bluntly refused. Really? We'll just compete for a few minutes. We won't fatally injure you. Jiang Kai begged again. Really? To be honest, Gainin was a bit moved. The Golden Sword Conference is supposed to be a stage to showcase yourself, and if you can stay one more minute, you can showcase one more minute in the country. But just now, Mang Li's attack was so terrifying that it directly knocked out the hearts of the representatives of the Northern Side Tower Academy. Not only that, but lightning is synonymous with rage. If you're not good, you'll die here. However, after Jiang Kai made repeated assurances, everyone at the Northern Side Tower Academy finally didn't continue to admit defeat. We're playing soccer, we're not asking for people's lives when we get on the field. The referee sees that the two teams have conferred and restarts the game. This time, everyone at Bohemia Academy kind of collected themselves. Mang Li was unanimously voted to swap with Lu Jinair because she played big. On the stands, Mang Li's mother had tears flowing from both eyes. Great. My Mang Li has become strong too. Some people are happy and some people are sad. In the VIP seat, a mother and son stared viciously at Mang Li. Damn it. That was supposed to be my honor. Shen Lian, who was sitting in the wheelchair, let out a low growl of resentment. Lianer, don't worry. I've already gotten through to the elders of the Morong family, and for the race afterward, I'll do her at the first chance I get. Morong Cheng looked at Mang Li with cold and biting eyes, as if Mang Li was her father's murderer. After a discussion between the two teams, the intensity on Bohemia Academy's side was much smaller, but the gulf in strength was also obvious. Chen Xian, who scored first. A hand of vector control directly trained that ball to be his own son, so it could be said that it hit wherever it was pointed. 1 point, 2 points, Chen Xian was like a magician, firmly holding onto the ball. Brother is great. Chen Yeye watched her brother's wonderful maneuvers and kept yelling, her little face flushed and adorable. My turn. Li Meng saw his chance and shot. The representatives of the Northern Pantheon Tower Academy wanted to stop them, but in the next moment, what Li Meng did directly made their scalps go numb. Bloom. Heart of the Swarm. Li Meng let out a furious shout, and hundreds of sharp metal pieces that flashed with red light rushed to the front of the soccer ball. All the grass, dirt, and rocks were reduced to pieces by the swarm's hot cuts. When the swarm was about to approach the goal, collect! The red debris rained back into Li Meng's hands. And the ball, wobbling like a landlubber, slipped into the goal. You idiots, why didn't you stop that ball? The principal of Northside Tower Academy cursed in anger. Stop. Can't you see what the terrain in front of that ball has become? You only see the ball, but you don't see anything else. North Phantom Tower Academy, a group of people looked at their principal the same way they looked at a little cutie. The same. After that, Aya and White Mirror followed Lie Mang's example and started scoring. Ice direct flames open the way and the cold air creates a path for the ball to keep going into the net. White Mirror was even more direct, waving his one hand, allowing the wind that formed to carry out an energy dispersion into a wind net, bringing the ball right in. And just like that, half an hour later, the game was over. 25:1. The score is set at this moment. That point was still caused by Lin Xiao's eating, not knowing the opponent's goal position, and a haphazard kick. All the spectators were nothing but confused throughout the match. What kind of place is Bohemia Academy? How did so many monster-like beings appear? The match is over. Let's congratulate Bohemia Academy for advancing to the final 8. Thunderous applause came, and Jiang Kai and the others looked at their loved ones with smiles. Just then, Lie Mang suddenly undid his belt and quickly shook it into a pair of black flags. Seeing this, Li's father immediately jumped into the battlefield with an arrow. The two posed in a dapper eagle and chicken pose in full view of the crowd and shouted together. Jedi Soul Blade, martial arts school, don't pay for bad service. The cost can be staged and the quality is comparable to that of a rooster. Oi! All Sigma. Quick, security, get that middle-aged man out of here. The hosts couldn't help themselves, someone rushing in to advertise at such a sacred moment of celebrating a victory. Seeing that someone was chasing them, Lie Mang's father and son began to run around with their flags up. Ha 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 ha. There was a lot of laughter in the stands. The audience was amused by the father and son. But the representatives of the colleges in the back had stony faces. The strength shown by the representative of the Bohemia Academy was a bit too terrifying. In the corner rest area, Sun Xing was a bit worried. Will they be targeted if they expose information about their powers so early? Lin Lu looked at the concerned Sun Xing and handed him a piece of paper. Before we started, I had them read a poem I wrote last night, and, Colonel Sun, please read it. Sun Xing picks it up and an old poem jumps out at him. The game of cards. Spread out your palms for 1,000 secrets. The machine is finally leaving. The color of the ink penetrates through the armor to see the true essence. But half a volume of old chess scriptures. There is no need to hide dysprosium in the dark. The starry river under the eyes is played alone. Even if the city is empty and there's not an inch of iron. One punch to subdue the world and swing Zeus. Lin Lu looked at his disciples and revealed a satisfied smile. I told them that if you guys need to use all sorts of schemes to achieve victory, that's called gaming. It proves that you are of equal strength. If you guys can show everyone else your undercard and still win the matchup easily, that's called a hoax. To be king of the world. There's no other way but to ho ho ho. There is no other way. There's an old saying in my hometown, the late king is gone, but the rest of his power shocks the common people. To make a difference, you must first give yourself the power to suppress everything. Sun Xing looked at Lin Lu, both eyes frozen. Lin Lu's words just now had the power to cleanse the mind. Lin Lu, what the hell are you doing? Sun Xing ghosted out these words. Ha? What do I want? I want fairness. Fair. Or fair. Lin Lu, I don't know what you're going to do, but they're my Bohemia Academy students, and if they're in trouble when they haven't graduated, I'll be the first one to say no as the principal. Don't worry, Colonel Sun, they know in their own hearts what they're going to do, no one can sway their will, including me. Finally, the first match of the Golden Sword Conference, round of 16 came to a close, and Bohemia Academy easily advanced to the top 8. Chapter 121, Setting Your Mind Right. Chapter 121, Setting Your Mind Right. At the end of the day's competition, the top 8 were born. At night, within the rest area of the Brilliant Dragon Academy, everyone's faces were grave. Headmaster, that group of people from Bohemia Academy, are they really living alien? Zhao Yunlei, who had once packed his bags in front of Xianyuan Shua, was a bit scared. Hee, I also didn't expect that this term of the Bohemia Academy would have so many flowery jobs. Huang Long Academy, Principal Long Hao leisurely sipped his tea. Seeing his own principal's attitude, Zhao Yunlei's originally somewhat flustered heart slowly calmed down. But, having said that, the strength of Bohemia Academy is not to be underestimated, so let's all talk about it. Long Hao asked everyone to give their opinions.
Principal, last time we were champions, and this time, we're going to refresh ourselves and think of ourselves as challengers. The crowd looked at a youth with a clear brow, revealing expressions of incredulity. This youth, it is the brilliant Dragon Academy leader, one of the best of the young generation of the Dugu family. Little god of war, Dugu Yun. What's the situation? We're the challengers? With those guys from Bohemia Academy? Boss, it's not so bad, is it? We're the brilliant Dragon Academy that has been the champion of the Golden Sword Conference for 2 consecutive years. When did we fall to this state? A young man with long black hair retorted in disbelief. The Bohemia Academy isn't scary. What's scary is one of them. One? What do you mean? Those delegates? Question marks rose in the crowd's heads. Those guys, teacher, it's White Emperor. S. Everyone sucked in a breath. The shadow of the tree, the name of the man. The name White Emperor, although rarely mentioned nowadays, was ultimately too shocking. Can't be. By D would be a teacher in that hole of a place, Zijingwa Academy? This. A girl revealed a surprised expression. Don't be surprised, just because we don't know something doesn't mean it didn't happen. The weight of the 2 words White Emperor, we in the Dugu family know better than anyone else. Dugu Yun's eyes were in a trance. I still remember a few years ago, 12, city destroyer grade, demonic beasts swept through the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. As a martial family among the 8 great families, the Dekuro family was prepared to set an example and live and die with the city. But at that moment, Lin Lu descended from the sky as if he was a martial god. Not only did he kill all the demonic beasts with all sorts of unimaginable means, but he also pushed the area occupied by humans in the Dragon Kingdom eastward by more than 200 kilometers. At that time, Dugu Yun and his own brother looked at this white killing god together, their eyes filled with yearning and desire. One fist opens the gates of heaven and swings away the souls of the 9 ghosts. Lin Lu's figure left him with too much shock. So, folks, let go of the arrogance and prejudice in your hearts. This time, we are mountain climbers, going to challenge God and his devotees who are located at the top of the mountain. Guncloud's words were like a shot of chicken blood that hit all of his teammates. Challenge God? I like it. At this time, Zhao Yunlei was also putting the agreement with Xian Yuan Shua behind him. Drinking friends are not as important as your own future. So Lin Lu is the White Emperor. On the other hand, Lin Lu was having a wrap-up meeting. How about it, doesn't it feel good to abuse the vegetables? Lin Lu asked with a smile. This. Teacher, we didn't expect them to be that weak either? Jiang Kai said with a flattering face. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you guys, rather I'm relieved. It's not a waste of my time for you guys to reach your current strength. Inside the rest area of the Bohemia Academy, Lin Lu was leisurely drinking tea with everyone in tow. The next match is going to be against the 5 Elements Academy. We had a billion conflicts with them before, and the other side is definitely going to lay their hands on them when the time comes. Do you guys have any strategies to deal with this? Lin Lu's words caught everyone's attention. Seeing that the disciples began to pay attention, Lin Lu continued his narration. I won't bother to say anything about the others, they're all minor characters. But there are 3 people you should be aware of. The first was Phase-less Ghost, Mo Joyun, whose supernatural ability, Phase-less Divine Soul, allowed him to swap his own and the other party's souls. As you know, once the question of the soul is involved, it is a question of quantum states versus invisible waves. We have not reached this level of research yet. Moreover, after possessing the body, Mo Joyun can quickly understand your abilities. Lin Lu looked at Jiang Kai and the others, and Jiang Kai and the others also looked at Lin Lu, and in the end, they all smiled heartily. Have you memorized the periodic table of chemistry? What's a vector? Does he know? Ever heard of the theory of quantum mechanics, known as the real Cthulhu? Know the second law of thermodynamics? Understand the meaning of convergent functions and divergence inequalities? Ever used Ampere's law? How many points in math and how many points in science on the high school exam? Ever wash a bottle for Big Brother in grad school? Ever been to a fancy tea break? Has the name ever been in a journal? Even if you were on it, how many? What do you guys mean? Mo Joyun is not going to be discussed here. Sun Dishing was instantly confused when he saw that the crowd had directly bypassed Mo Joyun. And Colonel Sun, even if Imo Joyun got into our bodies, he probably doesn't understand a single method of applying his supernatural abilities.
Chen Xian explained with a smile.
Lin Lu took a sip of tea and continued the discussion.
Let's move on to the second, Devourer, Sharon.
His ability is special, able to form devouring space and devour inanimate objects.
What about life forms? Lemon asked anxiously.
According to his past experience in battle, the tunnel of devouring has no effect on life forms.
Lin Lu explained with a smile. I'll take care of this guy then. All of you stay out of it.
Lie Mang stood up bullishly and patted his chest.
People think about it carefully, and hey, it's still true. The last one, I think, is the toughest one, dramatic poisoner, Liz.
She can unleash a horrific poisonous gas that is impossible to defend against.
As for the constituent substances of the poisonous gas, unknown.
Lin Lu's sentence also made everyone perk up.
It's the unknown that's scary. Well, I won't bother mentioning the others, there's no need.
There's no need to hold back against those guys from the 5 Elements Academy. They do human trials in secret, just like Thunder Academy. And we're still tied to them. There is a saying that if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring.
In short, I want to see blood flowing tomorrow.
Yes. The eyes of everyone in the third-year class burned. Troika, having never experienced such a Golden Sword conference, this feeling, it's no different than riding a roller coaster. On the other hand, the 5 Elements Academy side was also well mobilized. Imo Joyun, in particular, vowed to make these people from Bohemia Academy taste the price of insulting themselves.
Ha! Bohemia College?
A third-rate academy dares to feud with our 5 Elements Academy, just wait.
Tomorrow's Elite 8 match, I'll let you guys taste what life is worse than death. Chapter 122 Liquidation begins. Chapter 122 Liquidation begins.
Welcome, everyone, to the final 8 of the Golden Sword Conference.
I am your host, Spade.
Roar! The scene was abuzz. The Golden Sword Tournament, Elite 8 will be held at this venue.
Today we will be welcoming the academy where the strongest new generation of the Dragon Kingdom resides. They are 5 Elements Academy, Huanglong College, Bohemia Academy, Dragon Theological Seminary, Shi Tech College, Elemental Academy, Tendisan College, Gold Country College.
8 colleges, from the south and north of the Dragon Kingdom. None of the colleges that have survived this far are pheasant colleges.
Alright.
The first match on the field is presented by our Bohemia Academy and 5 Elements Academy. Representatives from both sides came out in unison to the cheers of the crowd.
Today, the two teams are competing in grabbing the Golden Bird.
Note that if the Golden Bird is in a state of no ownership when it is destroyed, the last holder's college is defeated. If the Golden Bird is destroyed at the beginning, it will enter deathmatch mode. All may not surrender, and any representative of a side who surrenders or leaves the battlefield is awarded a loss. Even if there is a winner and a loser, if there is an intention to continue the fight, they can continue to split the difference.
Suck. Everyone's scalp felt numb.
It turns out that this, robbing the Golden Bird, is also divided into civil and martial arts fights. The civil fight is to grab the Golden Bird honestly, while the martial arts fight, that is, the field destroyed the Golden Bird, we have a showdown. And now we have both 5-man squads coming out. The Bohemia Academy side sent Jiang Kai, Lie Mang, Chen Xian, Ai, and Bai Jing. On the 5 Elements Academy side were Imo Joyun, Xiao Lon, Liz, Wang Xiao, and Li Hai.
Among them, Wang Xiao was a control system alien with the ability, Silk Thread Strengthening and Control.
Li Hai, on the other hand, possessed the extremely strong self-healing ability of the supernatural ability, Rapid Healing.
As long as it wasn't a broken arm or leg, it could recover quickly.
Alright, I announce that the final 8 match, Bohemia Academy vs 5 Elements Academy, will now begin.
Boom!
The referee just threw the Golden Bird, which instantly shattered into crumbs.
This is going to be immortal. Who the hell struck? Look at their eyes, anyone could have made a move.
Imo Joyun walked up and looked at the crowd of the Bohemia Academy, and let out a shameful laugh. I had thought it was a shame that I wouldn't be able to see you guys in the tournament after that, but I didn't realize that you guys had made it to the final 8.
Now are you ready to die? Imo Joyun let out a horrifying maniacal laugh, a laugh that seemed to devour everything. Being able to talk is not considered a big shot, being able to do real work is a true pillar. Mo Joyun, is that all you've got left? Chen Xian stepped forward and pushed back Mo Jian's words. Oh boy, let's start with you then. Set up the formation. At Mo Joyun's command, everyone in the 5 Elements Academy acted. Devourer, Sharon was at the head of the pack, standing at the front of his teammates. Rapid Healing, Li Hai rushed towards the Bohemia Academy team with a long sword. Dramatic Poisoner, Liz began to spread poisonous gas, creating a circle of poisonous walls around her team. Thread Controller, Wang Xiao sends out a large number of floating threads, tying Mo Joyun's body so that he can't move, and at the same time controlling the threads to reach into Mo Joyun's mouth, controlling his mouth. At this moment, Mo Joyun's eyes were sharp and his eyes glowed blue, then his head was lowered and he fell into a deep sleep. On the contrary, on the Bohemia Academy's side, the others were fine, while Chen Xian, his head sank, then raised his head. Jiang Kai and the others looked at Chen Xian, wary, and Chen Xian turned around with a fierce look on his face. Ha ha ha. I can't imagine that this body is so frail, it looks like a flowery frame. Suffered. The audience at the scene understood that Chen Xian had succeeded in being seized by Mo Joyun. Right now, Chen Xian was the lamb to be slaughtered, and Mo Joyun was the master of all life and death. It's no wonder his teammates make so many plays. Devourer is responsible for defense against long-range attacks. The Dramatic Poisoner prevented melee-type aberrations from breaking in, the Rapid Healing aberrations were in charge of disruption, and the Line Controller ensured Mo Joyun's safety. If I guessed correctly, Chen Xian's consciousness has now reached Mo Joyun. Jiang Kai summarized this. The others from Zinnia Academy are also figuring it out. It's a 4-bonded, 1-banked piggy bank, isn't it? Ha 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 ha, it's too late for you guys to know about this tactic now. Even if you know it in advance, so what, can you guys crack it? Now I'm going to start the offense. Controlled substances. No. What are these things? Mo Joyun was in a daze. Various formulas in his head occupied his thoughts, the vector addition, parallelogram rule, triangle rule. Vector multiplication, dot product, inner product, fork product, outer product, exchange law, distributive law. Vector decomposition and projection, differentiation and integration, gradient, scatter, rotation, coordinate system transformations, Lagrange's constant equation. What are these things? Quick! Get out of my head. The group from Bohemia Academy saw Chen Xian's pained expression and understood what Mo Joyun was suffering from. Damn it, this supernatural ability, I can't understand it at all. Imposter Chen Xian uttered these words. Then I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Mo Joyun bit down hard, attempting to bite off Chen Xian's tongue. But as soon as the force was applied, a wave of resistance immediately came in reverse. It turned out that Chen Xian had laid down, vector zeroing armor, inside and outside of his body before he was seized. Once a strong pressure occurs, the vectors in the contact section are instantly zeroed out. Damn it! I'm actually unable to kill myself? Imposter Chen Xian was dismayed. Li Hai! Quickly! Kill me! Seeing that he was unable to kill himself, the imposter Chen Xian ran towards Li Hai. Seeing this, Li Hai immediately raised his long sword and chopped at Chen Xian. This kind of cooperation was tried and tested by Mo Joyun and Li Hai. Alright. The game ends here. White Mirror. Aya. Hurry up and do it. White Mirror and Ai heard Jiang Kai's command and immediately activated their powers. Only Ai gathered cold air with one hand and sprayed it towards Li Hai, while White Mirror on the side unleashed his hair dissipation ability. The cold air spread towards Li Hai with an eerie icy blue color. After being touched by the cold air, Li Hai's actions began to slow down, and finally turned into an ice sculpture. What a powerful attack! Imposter Chen Xian began to break out in a cold sweat. Row! Count on you guys being awesome. Ah! Chen Xian's entire body convulsed, and his eyes regained their clarity between the lowering and raising of his head. What just happened? To my body and Mo Joyun's. Chen Xian walked towards Jiang Kai and the others. Odd change, even change. Jiang Kai yelled. What? Chen Xian was puzzled for a moment. Ata! Lie Mang pulled out the heart of the swarm and released a blinding light. Chen Xian couldn't dodge and his eyes were flashed, then he fell to the ground. You don't even know the mnemonic for the trigonometric induction formula. You imposter. After 10 seconds or so, Xian slowly stood up once again. You guys didn't have to trash my body like that. That hit just now was so vicious. At this moment, Xian's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. 3.14. What's the number after that? 3.1415926. Xian blurted out. Right at last. Lie Mang lowered the weapon in his hand. Chapter 123, Incomprehensible. Chapter 123, Incomprehensible. Cough. Damn it. Mo Joyun's consciousness returned to his main body. Wang Xiao pulled out the silk threads from Mo Joyun's mouth. This was also to avoid the opponent's consciousness from manipulating Mo Joyun's body to self-harm. Boss, what's going on? Why aren't you attacking? Xiao Lon, who was standing at the front, was puzzled for a while. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me what to do. Mo Joyun's face was blue. The sparring match had just begun when one of his own men was frozen. It could be considered a bad start. Alright, let's continue. This time, I'll make sure to make them attenuate. With a look from Mo Joyun, Wang Xiao on the side once again tied him up. Everyone be careful. This guy is here again. Jiang Kai sent out a hint. That guy seems to be able to. Mo Joyun used his supernatural ability again. This time his consciousness boarded on the white mirror. As soon as he opened his eyes, imposter White Mirror's face instantly fell. What's going on? What the hell is this? The roar of anger spread throughout the battlefield. It's no wonder. You'd be mad in your place. The imposter White Mirror's mind was filled with all sorts of knowledge related to convergence and divergence, the clamping theorem, monotonic convergence theorem, Heine's theorem, consistent convergence, Weierstrass discriminate, Riemannian integral convergence discriminate, Leberger control convergence theorem, monotonic convergence theorem, comparative discriminate of anomalous integrals, anomalous integral limit discriminate, Cauchy's principal values. And many more. Crazy, Mo Joyun went straight crazy. When he tried to use the White Mirror's ability, nothing happened straight away. Seeing that Lie Mang had already come over, Mo Joyun didn't dare to stay any longer. Just now, he discovered that there was a special kind of energy in Lie Mang's flash, an energy that was able to weaken his consciousness. The white lens lowered and raised again. It's me. 1 to 100 adds up to 5050. Hearing this, Lie Mang put down the heart of the swarm in his hand. Okay. Almost done analyzing too. Lie Mang's eyes were sharp and seemed to have caught the underlying logic. That guy looks into someone's eyes every time he makes a consciousness shift. So we can avoid having our consciousnesses exchanged simply by not meeting his eyes. Across the room, Mo Joyun's face darkened when he heard Lie Mang's narration. Heh, even if you know the method of consciousness exchange, what can you do? Are you going to fight us with your eyes closed? If you dare to blink, I dare to make the exchange. You can't possibly have any countermeasures. Mo Joyun was very confident. As far as he was concerned, his opponent would either have to open his eyes and be swapped for consciousness by himself, or take a beating with his eyes closed, and nothing else. Who says you have to fight with your eyes open? Lemon laughed. The others from Zinnia Academy also laughed and turned around. How can you fight with your eyes closed? Are you guys crazy? Mo Joyun saw that everyone in the Bohemia Academy, except for Lie Mang, had their backs turned, and anger surged in his heart. Good. 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 I can't believe you guys are belittling me like this. Don't mind me, now give me an attack. If any of them dare to open their eyes, I'll dare to exchange them and then let my body slam into the skill. Mo Joyun is so ruthless. He no longer cared what happened to his body, now he just wanted to make the other party pay for belittling him. Except for Lie Mang, the other four gathered together. White Mirror laid down the convergence shield Xian gave to put on the vector zeroing armor to his teammates around him, and for insurance purposes, Jiang Kai directly made another layer of fully enclosed metal solid dungeon, leaving only a few breathing ports with air evolution function. Ha ha ha. A bunch of shrunken heads. You three, go. Finish off the guy with the knife. Kid, you keep your eyes closed, can you still fight? Mo Joyun kept his eyes on Lie Mang, and whenever there was an opportunity, he immediately switched. Lie Mang gave a disdainful smile. So what if your eyes are closed? Don't you know I can see better with my eyes closed? A ripple grid three-dimensional world was constructed in Lie Mang's brain, and he knew every move of his opponent. Wire lance. Wang Xiao was the first to approach, forming the reinforced silk threads into a sharp lance and stabbing Lie Mang with a gust of gale. Boring. Lie Mang didn't make any moves, and with a single wave of his hand, the lance instantly disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the heart of the swarm. Thread rain. One strike missed, and Wang Xiao generated another strike. Only to see many spikes made up of threads appear above Lie Mang's head, Wang Xiao waved his big hand downward and all the spikes quickly descended to form a spiked hell. Shatter. Lie Mang lightly raised one hand, and a terrifying ultrasonic wave erupted from his hand. The moment these ultrasonic waves passed through the wire spines, all of them shattered. How is it possible? Wang Xiao looked at Lie Mang incredulously. How did he know where I was going to attack from? Lie Mang raised the heart of the swarm and pointed it straight at Emojoyun. You guys, you're dead. Huh? We're dead? Are you dreaming? The remaining 4 members of the 5 Elements Academy had just finished taunting within their heads when a huge wave of dizziness went straight to their heads. Vomit. Emojoyun's few people threw themselves on the ground and kept vomiting. Emojoyun, in particular, had actually oozed out threads of blood as he vomited. What's going on? This. Do you think my companions are weak because they don't go head to head with you? Do you think they're hiding inside that shell to avoid your attacks? You guys are too naive, they're just afraid of being caught in the wave of my infrasound attack. You vomited. What the hell did you do? Emojoyun's eyes turned red as he felt that something was wrong with his internal organs. Before you die, let me give you a little science. If the frequency of infrasound is similar to the intrinsic frequency of the body's internal organs, it can trigger a resonance effect, causing the organs to vibrate, displace, or even rupture. High-intensity infrasound can cause internal bleeding, respiratory distress, or heart rhythm disturbances. Look at you guys, isn't that the state you're in? You vomit. Several people continued to vomit and were unable to stand properly. All right. As the teacher's sharpest sword, I'm going to start making a statement today. Gentlemen, go well. Amber scattering. Lie Mang flung it with force, and the heart of the swarm immediately disintegrated into hundreds of pieces. The fragments began to vibrate at an overclocked frequency, and heat and cutting sounds swept across most of the field. A final dirge for the dying. Scatter. The red dots in the sky emitted blazing heat, and Lie Mang slashed his baton downward as a terrifying red-colored storm fell downward. Everything and everyone turned to dust in the ravages of this crimson storm. Lie Mang opened his eyes. Everyone from 5 Elements Academy had already disappeared into the red storm. Vomit. Luckily, the special blocking material was used. This guy Lie Mang's supernatural ability is really hurting people and himself. Jiang Kai and the others withdrew their protection and walked out. Everyone looked at each other, formed a circle, and high-fived in celebration. Chapter 124 Shock on all sides. Chapter 124 Shock on all sides. One man slaughters a team. Is this the strength that a cadet of the Alien Energy Academy should have? It's not like the others are this strong, is it? The audience's heads are down. Lie Mang's shocking strike had given them too much of a shock. 5 Elements Academy is all completely wiped out, and the winner is Bohemia Academy. The host swallowed hard and announced the result of this bout. Originally, I thought it would be an even match, but I didn't realize it would be a lopsided situation. Have we met the teacher's requirements? Aya was a bit worried from the sidelines. Ha, it's definitely reached. I've destroyed them. How could it not be reached? Lie Mang put away his weapon and crossed his arms, very godly. The room was silent for nearly half a minute, and then horrific cheer after horrific cheer poured from the stands. What is going on here? Aya looked around at the cheering crowd and was a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Kai walked over, pressed one hand on his head, and said with a smile, "This is everyone's recognition of us. Zinnia Academy has sailed away. It has no enemies ahead. Except storms." Yi looked at the big brother like Jiang Kai and nodded. Is this their true strength? The crowd of Brilliant Dragon Academy looked at the rocky, hot field and were too surprised to speak. Yun, if you were to fight that Lie Mang, what are your chances of winning? Brilliant Dragon Academy, Principal Long Hao had a serious face. Solitary Cloud revealed a bashful look. I don't know. Every alien has what he is good at and what he is not good at. Just like the District 5 Elements Academy, relying on Mo Joyun's consciousness exchange, it can also go to the present. Without having actually fought, it's ultimately impossible to draw the right conclusions. Just now they wiped out all the opposing trainees. I think this matter can be made an article. Yun, you see? I'd advise against it, headmaster.
If another academy had been struck down like that, there might have been a complaint.
And 5 Elements Academy. Accurately. Mo Joyun's death is definitely what everyone wants to see.
Let's say that when you are a big shot on one side, holding supreme power, you have someone in front of you who can swap consciousness with you. As a big brother, do you think it's better to let this kind of person live? Or let him die?
Long Hao stopped talking and nodded.
Okay, it's our turn to play. If you're able to hide it, try to hide it as much as possible, and use it when you meet up with Bohemia Academy.
Brother Yun, how do you know that Bohemia Academy will definitely enter the finals?
A girl asked suspiciously. Dr. Cloud turned his head to look at the girl, his eyes filled with disappointment.
I allow my teammates to be weak and I allow my teammates to be stupid, but not my teammates to be stupid. Ask that kind of question again, and you switch with the replacement, and...
The girl stopped talking and lowered her head in shame. This match was like a storm that blew through the power fields of the Dragon Kingdom, allowing the various forces in the Dragon Kingdom to see Lin Lu's methods.
The Eastern Doctors. Dekuro Wang and Dekuro Ming are sipping tea.
Luckily, last time I just paid lip service to the military department without actually doing anything. This Lin Lu, it's too scary. It was only at this moment that Duga Ming truly realized how terrifying Lin Lu was. Even if Lin Lu was penniless and didn't have a single soldier, as long as he was thrown into a place, he would be able to quickly gather a terrifying force.
Grandpa, see, this is Lin Lu.
If you guys could have followed his idea to strike hard at Southeast before, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom would have expanded by at least one province.
Alas. Old minions.
Or you young people have the courage and determination, in the future, the Duga family's affairs, but also have to leave it to you.
Leave it to me? Grandpa, you're not confused, are you?
It's not like you don't know my desire. I just want to be a pure demon-hunting warrior. As for the tedious stuff of handling family affairs, how about giving it to my sister?
Isn't our big sister alive and well in the world?
Her?
A woman. Duga Ming blew his beard and looked at Duga Wang.
Yo!
Sis.
You're back. Dr. Wang made a response at the gate. When it was too late, Elder Dugu immediately put on an amiable smile. Jing is back. Look at how thin you've gotten since I haven't seen you for a long time. Before his face turned, Elder Dekuro's words had become very flattering. When he turned his head to look at the door, he realized there was no one there.
Brat! Are you playing with me?
Hey, look! The entire Duga family, including you, fear my sister, you say. What's wrong with my sister taking over the position of the family patriarch?
That being said, she is ultimately...
Hi!
You are also old and confused. Wouldn't it be better to let Sis be the administrator?
When Xiaoyun gives birth to a child, wouldn't it be fine for the clan leader to be thrown to the child?
Oh. That's right too, huh?
Wait, why not your kid?
Stop. I don't want to get married.
All my life I've been pursuing the limits of my personal strength. A woman will only affect the speed of my punches.
Roll. Ungrateful son. Jade Peak Mountain. Master Heartless and Lu Wanner sat in front of the video and watched the match in its entirety.
Ha!
I can't imagine
Old me boasts of being a titan and cultivating talents, but it seems that compared to Lin Lu, it's still far from being the same.
Master, what are you talking about?
You're already a living legend. Lin Lu is an anomaly, there's no comparison. Lu Wanner helped Master Heartless pound her back while watching Lin Lu's face that occasionally flashed on the TV.
Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. He is the deviant.
When the Golden Sword Conference ends, Lin Lu should start his next move.
One Air, a batch of overseas alien powerhouses have recently entered the Dragon Kingdom.
They're highly powerful, and the Black Jade Pavilion sent a letter saying that they're going after a girl by Lin Lu's side, so after today, you'll immediately go to Shangjing and alert Lin Lu.
Yes.
The Black Jade Pavilion is the intelligence organization of the Heartless Stream, with eyes all over the Dragon Kingdom.
Hearing that someone was trying to disadvantage Lin Lu, Lu Wanner's eyes erupted with gusts of killing intent. Do you need me to settle those people? Lu Wanner was straightforward. No need, where those people came from and what their purpose is, it's always left to Lin Lu to judge, we just need to tell him this news. Then I'll leave now? Lu Wanner asked with a smile. You girl, you're really in a hurry. Alright, you're leaving now, remember to give my regards to Lin Lu and send him the certification documents for the Heartless Stream Inner Disciple. Master Heartless' heart was filled with joy. The stronger Lin Lu was, the happier she would be. But the side of the alien convocation was worried at the moment. There's no way around it. I was so offended before. And no one told them that Lin Lu could pull together such a group of people quickly, huh? Chapter 125 Science and the Elements. Chapter 125 Science and the Elements. The Grand Counselor's face was heavy at the weekly meeting of the alien convocation. The other counselors below were also flickering. Okay, guys. I'm sure you all saw the video yesterday. Does anyone have a word on what to do next? The Grand Counselor gazed at the crowd on stage, hoping for a good response. It couldn't be helped, having offended Lin Lu too much before, there was no room for maneuver. How about we try to pull those few disciples he got together with various benefits? A counselor inquired cautiously. Hey! That's a good idea. Another counselor followed in agreement. Good. I'll send someone to try next. Now let's talk about our attitude towards Lin Lu. Before, we were on strict defense against Lin Lu, now what? Grand Counselor. The bond between us and Lin Lu has already been knotted to death, there is no room for maneuver. That's why we have to stick to the policy of eliminating Lin Lu's forces without wavering. That's right. We've blocked Lin Lu's promotion in the military every time, and there's no turning back now. A counselor shook his head helplessly. The conflict between the alien convocation and Lin Lu was a very small one at first. When Lin Lu's psychic ability was judged by the convocation as a living psychic ability, depriving him of the opportunity to enter the higher psychic combat academy for further study, Lin Lu was furious and had a big fight with the assessor at the time. After appealing to no avail, Lin Lu decisively entered the military academy, starting step by step as a junior cadet at the bottom, and finally entering the 28th Special Military Academy Battalion with a large number of battle honors and excellent grades. Thinking back to the past, the people of the alien convocation regretted it. Clearly a strong backup, hard pushed to the opposite side by them. The matter has come to a head, no need for more words. Shen Yuan Shua, I heard that the Su family has rejected the marriage with your Shen Yuan family, do you need us, the convocation, to step in? Thank you, Grand Counselor and Counselors, for your concern. Our Shen Yuan family will go and demand a statement on this matter. Shen Yuan Shua's eyes blazed. Lin Lu, just wait. What follows is a king-on-king contest. The Eternal Night Army will use your Daylight Army as sustenance and eventually become the voice of our lineage in the military. The night after the battle, Lin Lu and the others were having a barbecue in the rest area of their academy. At times like this, Lin Xiao was at her happiest. All kinds of delicious barbecue and snacks were constantly sent into her mouth, her whole face was filled with happy smiles. Lin Lu sat in a rocking chair, relaxing and enjoying a rare moment. Jiang Kai came over with a plate of roasted meat and handed it to Lin Lu, teacher. This is roasted meat, here. Lin Lu took Jiang Kai's roasted meat and took a big bite. Looking at the feasting Lin Lu, Jiang Kai wanted to say something. If you have any questions, just ask them. Why are you being abrasive like a pussy? Lin Lu asked Jiang Kai as he ate his meat. Teacher, I've always had a question. The Dragon Kingdom has been established for so long, and logically speaking, this thing called lineage should have been cleared long ago, so why does it still keep existing? Hearing Jiang Kai's words, Lin Lu's eyes were sparkling. It's okay. Has this kid thought about this level already? As soon as the people around them heard Jiang Kai raise this question, they immediately gathered over. Ahem, that's a good question. There is a saying, there is no 1,000-year dynasty, only 1,000-year lineage. The Dragon Kingdom is in its infancy, and 100 things are waiting to happen. There is the threat of demonic beasts outside, and all sorts of battles and rebellions within. The first generation of dragon executives had to develop slowly with the power of the world family. Many lineages were inherited for 100 years, some even for 1,000 years, and it was not too much to describe their heritage and resources as being rich. Initially, these guys did give a lot of help to the Dragon Kingdom,
but as the Dragon Kingdom developed, they went from being helpers to being hindrances. They used their network of connections to continuously consolidate their interests, resulting in the present partial monopolization and wealth clustering effect. As for why they didn't take action against them, one is that the hands of the various lineages still hold various resources about alien evolution. The Dragon Kingdom needs to let the lineages slowly spit them out, and the second is that the Dragon Kingdom needs a smooth development environment. But the lineage was not lawless, at least the Alien Energy Bureau and the military drew a clear line with the lineage. Why haven't I ever been severely punished for all the seemingly lawless things I've done? That's because in the eyes of the military, I'm a sharp knife. A lot of things that are inconvenient for the military can be solved by leaving them to me. The crowd nodded. But sometimes a knife that's too sharp doesn't work. So when I finished my mission in the Eastern Theater, I was sent down to the Bohemia Academy as a teacher, and I met you guys after that. This was the first time Lin Lu had a long talk with his disciples. Alright, let's not talk about that. Tomorrow's opponent for the quarterfinals is the Elemental Academy. Who have you decided to fight? The crowd laughed and gathered their attention to two people, White Mirror and Aya. Oh? You're going to let the two of them go against the whole team tomorrow? Lin Lu asked with a smile. Hey, the two senior brothers have been here for so long, so there's always a chance to show him off. And since the two of them have undergone an evolution in their supernatural abilities, we also want to see what's new. Jiang Kai immediately responded. Oh? Evolution has occurred? Interesting. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. By the way, take it easy in tomorrow's sparring match and don't have any casualties. Yes. The crowd responded loudly. Finally, the Final Four kicked off with the anticipation of all the spectators. Due to the fact that Bohemia Academy was very stunning in the last competition, Jiang Kai and the others' information was slowly being dug out. What? That Lie Mang is a living alien, do the reviewers of the convocation eat? Ha, that Chen Xian was actually swept away by Thunder Academy. Blind. That cadet named Yi is actually a chef? My goodness. Words such as these were endless, and the crowd of Bohemia Academy had received a high level of attention at this point. Hello, dear viewers. I'm your host, Spade, and today, we're going to have the quarterfinals of the Golden Sword Conference. After yesterday's exciting competition between the top 8, we've decided on the Final 4. Today's ticket to the final will be contested by our Bohemia Academy and Elemental Academy. Now let's have the representatives of both sides on the field. At the loud invitation of the host, representatives from both academies slowly walked into the battle arena. Our competition program today is Operation Protect the Beast. Both sides will send a Fierce Beast grade, Demonic Beast. Whichever side's Demonic Beast dies first will be the losing side. This rule may seem simple, but it actually requires a good amount of platooning. The demonic beasts on their side were not dead things, they also needed someone to hold them back, and the difficulty was not small. If there are more guys holding, the offensive end will be outnumbered, and if there are fewer guys holding, then the demons will wreak havoc in the backfield. How to assign people is a technical matter. Chapter 126 Entropy of Transformation. Chapter 126 Entropy of Transformation. This one, so to speak, is a battle between real science and the elements of fantasy. All players please enter the field. At the direction of the host, the two combatants entered the venue. Clunk! The large iron gates at the east and west ends suddenly opened after the players from both sides entered the field. Ow! Under the gaze of all the spectators, two tall and majestic, fierce beast grade, demonic beasts crimson gargoyles scurried out from behind the iron gate. The crimson gargoyle, 10 meters long, is non-venomous but has terrifying strength and stamina. Everyone! 10 versus 10 match. Starts now. Extreme Cold Freeze. A girl from Elemental Academy unleashed her supernatural ability in an attempt to freeze the crimson gargoyle, who in the next second broke free of the ice and began to scurry about. Sure enough. This duel isn't that simple. Mu Tianqing looked at the emotionally violent crimson gargoyle and pressed the ground with one hand. In a flash, huge vines emerged from underneath the crimson gargoyle's feet, wrapping it tightly in a bundle. Seeing this, the girl just now immediately cast an ice elemental attack again, freezing the giant lizard. This time, the crimson gargoyle stopped struggling and was frozen into a huge block of ice. On the other hand, on the side of Bohemia Academy, it was dramatic. It was well known that the laziest person in the whole team was Lin Xiao.
In every group battle, she stood at the end of the line, pulling various snacks out of her body in a frenzy. But this time it's different. The Crimson Gargoyle Lizard charged out from the gate at the tail end of the group, knocking off Lin Xiao's favorite soy sauce elbow with a flick of its tail. Ha! All of the people from Zinnia Academy stared blankly. You dared to knock the snacks out of Lin Xiao's hand, isn't that the old man hanging himself, living out of patience? Wait. You ya. Calm down. Jiang Kai immediately stood in front of the Crimson Gargoyle. What to do? This is bad. Lie Mang had two big heads. The fight hasn't even started yet, why does it feel like we're going to lose? Chen Xian had a nervous face. Lin Xiao. Calm down. You can't kill. Jiang Kai sweated coldly. Lin Xiao, this girl, don't look at the usual harmlessness, if you mess with her, a house can be flattened for you. Seeing that Lin Xiao was already on the verge of an outburst, the group of people comforted and promised, so that they could not be pacified. But who is Lin Xiao? Do you know what damage the tail of Dobby Doodle just did to Lin Xiao? She was seen walking towards the Crimson Gargoyle's tail and grabbing the end of it. The Crimson Gargoyle turned its head and locked eyes with Lin Xiao. With that one glance, the Crimson Gargoyle's entire body froze. Seemingly smelling some unnameable pheromone, the originally tyrannical Crimson Gargoyle unexpectedly began to tremble all over its body. Lin Xiao seemed to be some kind of terrifying existence to it. If he switched to the Crimson Gargoyle's perspective, the Lin Xiao in front of him was a monster in human skin. Behind her were the auras of various terrifying existences from the demon beast realm. You knocked off my elbow. I'm going to punish you. After saying that, Lin Xiao grabbed the Crimson Gargoyle's tail with both hands and slammed it. Boom! The Crimson Gargoyle that had been thrown over the shoulder by Lin Xiao landed heavily on the ground. Although its body was in pain, it didn't dare to resist at all, as if it would be eaten in one bite as long as it didn't fulfill Lin Xiao's wishes. I'll watch this guy. Lin Xiao stuck her hands on her hips, looking like a small adult. Purple Bohemia Academy, the crowd all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that this female Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't explode. Finally, the two teams are ready to kick off. One thing leads to another. Bohemia Academy didn't have a full team, just two members. One was Yi, who was a bit short in stature. The other is a somewhat skinny white mirror. The two walked out with a giggle. Oh? Do you guys want fighting generals? Sun Yan, Bai Shu. The Elemental Academy side also walked out with two people. At this point, the center area of the team on the field formed into a state of becoming 2v2. Hello, you guys. Aya greeted weakly. You guys are quite polite. The man named Sun Yan responded with a smile. Can you guys please do one thing? Aya continued. Oh? Look at you, it should be your first time to participate in this kind of large-scale competition, right? Say, before the start of the fight there are any problems need me to explain, I will definitely help you to explain. Sun Yan graciously expressed his goodwill to Yi. Really? That's so great. Thank you, really. This student, can you give your captain a word? We too do not want to fight with you too? Don't want to fight us? I'm sorry. This is a tournament. It's not a place where you can just make a decision. Fight if you want to fight, don't be a grunt. Do you think this is a food market? What, afraid of us? No, this big brother, I don't mean to change other people, I mean, the two of us want to beat you. 10. Sigma. At this moment, the scene was all quiet. Aya's harmless weak male face said the most ruthless words in the most cowardly tone. 2 for 10. The Golden Sword Conference has never had anything like this happen since it started. The group of people from Elemental Academy, including Mu Tianxing, were all blinded. Is this the word of a human being? You guys? Too much bullying. Great Inferno Fist. Sun Yan, who was a fire-type psychic, swung out a fireball the size of a small car and smashed it at Yi. With a helpless face, Aya lifted the ice sheath, emitting a terrifying cold that extinguished the flames. And his inflamed sleeve began to heat up, saving the heat generated by the entropic det. Humph. Watch me. White Tree, a man dressed in white, crossed his arms as an intense cold aura began to coalesce. Ice Sharp Blade. As soon as the words fell, more than 50 sharp ice blades came at Yi. It's the same ice attribute, Let's see who is the greatest ice elemental controller. White Tree got up a fight. Ai looked at these childish attacks and let out a long sigh, then raised the inferno sleeve and compressed the heat that had already accumulated. Incandescent meteor. Ai shot out the hot fireball that flashed orange and white. The fireball that the ice blade came into contact with was vaporized the instant it touched it. Seeing that his attack was defeated by the fireball, Shiraki immediately dodged out of the way. Boom! The ground was exploded with a large crater from the fireball. This guy can manipulate two elements at the same time. Everyone in the room was a little numb. A multi-elementalist is an alien who is rarer than even an X rank. You're actually a multi-elemental alien. White Tree was astonished. Damn it, people like you shouldn't survive in this world. Iceberg world. In a flash, a 2-story villa-high iceberg appeared above White Tree's head. Go on. Crush him to death. I'll see if your flame powers can melt the iceberg. Facing the opponent's attack, Ai extended his index finger and made a stroke, and the iceberg instantly turned into liquid. Wow! The water flowed down like a waterfall, and in this instant, Ai made another stroke, and the water in the process of descending stopped instantly, and then turned into water vapor. Ah! Miserable roars came from the mouths of Sun Yan and White Tree. The terrifying heat instantly scalded the surface of their bodies. Lin Lu sat in the corner of the battle arena and nodded. This kid, Ai, he can actually control the tri-state transformation, he can. Chapter 127 White Mirror's Growth.